Su Fan, afflicted by cancer and teetering on the brink of death, awakens to a black technology system that allows him to exchange for futuristic technology. However, his contribution points are insufficient to completely cure his cancer. In a desperate bid for survival, he exchanges for a Human Potential Enhancement Serum. To his astonishment, the serum's effects leave an array of influential figures in utter shock. Subsequently, Su Fan launches a series of technological products, culminating in the launch of a space carrier. The world is left in awe. Chapter 1. Cancer on the Brink, System Activation. The moon hangs high, and a raven glides through the night. Its ebony wings flap as it sweeps past a towering building, skimming over lush grass, seizing a shriveled piece of bread, and alighting upon a banyan tree, tilting its head to scrutinize the distant glow. In a luxurious hospital room devoid of light, various instruments surround the space, their cold glow illuminating the entire chamber. Su Fan lies at the edge of the bed, enveloped by a delicate arm, as a hand gently pats his back. He coughs incessantly, his body trembling. Suddenly, a sharp sensation surges from his lungs to his nasal cavity, and a stream of black, foamy blood erupts from his mouth, finally halting his cough as he takes deep breaths, the sound reminiscent of a tattered bellows. The arm cradling him steadies his frame, freeing a hand to retrieve a tissue, meticulously wiping the corners of his mouth. Once his breathing steadies, she exerts effort to turn him onto his back upon hospital bed and rises to approach the water dispenser. Su Fan turns his head to look at her, his voice frail. Yimei, how much money do we still have? Yimei, tall and alluring, possesses a stunning figure. Yet, her shoulder-length hair appears somewhat lifeless, her large eyes lacking luster, and the pronounced dark circles beneath them diminish her allure. The hand that fills the cup trembles slightly, scalding water spilling on her hand, yet she remains oblivious. Do not worry, Uncle will find a way. Moreover, there are donations from kind-hearted individuals. Su Fan gazes at the redness on her hand, opens his mouth, and swallows the words that linger on his lips. In the late stages of cancer, given the current state of medical conditions worldwide, a cure is utterly unattainable. Daily chemotherapy feels akin to struggling in a boiling pot of oil. Life has become a torment. Both spirit and body are on the verge of collapse. Yet, Yimei's tender concern, the tireless efforts of family, and the selfless donations from benevolent souls. These elements render him incapable of voicing thoughts of ending his life. At that moment, a woman enters the room, carrying a thermos. This woman, with lustrous black hair and finely tailored clothing, wears earrings adorned with large diamonds, exuding an air of wealth. Yet, her hair appears somewhat disheveled, her attire marred with stains, and she wears only one earring. Indeed, she is Su Fan's mother, Lin Wenwan. With a slightly pale complexion, Lin Wenwan manages a smile. Do you feel any better today? As she speaks, she approaches the bedside, placing the thermos down and bending over to gently smooth Su Fan's bangs. Yimei brings over a plastic chair. Lin Wenwan sits down, taking her hand and giving it a gentle pat. You should rest for a while. Yimei glances at Su Fan, nods, and exits the room. Su Fan fixates on Yimei's departing figure, the words of Lin Wenwan echoing in his ears. Ah, what an unfortunate girl she is. You should at least give her a name. Mom, please stop. With my condition, who knows how much longer I have left? Should I make her a widow while I'm still alive? And besides, we do not even know how much this illness will cost. If I marry her, will she be left to repay debts after I pass? Su Fan retorts passionately, then collapses back onto the bed, coughing for a considerable time. Lin Wenwan gently pats his back. Do not speak of death so readily. You must be strong. Su Fan steadies his breathing, staring blankly at the ceiling. Mom, why not have another child with Dad? What nonsense are you speaking? Lin Wenwan exclaims softly, lightly tapping Su Fan's forehead. Matters of adults should not concern children. At this time, you must not harbor such pessimistic thoughts. If you are to have children, it must be after you recover. Su Fan forces a smile, his lips curving weakly. I'm already 20. Can you still see me as a child? If my health were fine, you might even be holding a grandchild by now. Haha, even if you reach 100, you will still be a child in my eyes. The matter of grandchildren is something you must initiate. Lin Wenwan begins, but her sentence is abruptly cut off as the door to the hospital room swings open. She leaps to her feet. What are you doing here? The newcomer, clad in a gray suit, dons gold-rimmed glasses and sports a slick-back hairstyle that belies his age, giving him a somewhat greasy appearance. Sister, I have come to take you home. Home? I am well aware of where Lin Wenjuan's home is, she replies with a scowl. Sister, Su Jiangwo has sold the company. Following him will only lead to suffering. Why subject yourself to that? This is our family matter. What right do you, an outsider, have to meddle? Lin Wenwan retorts, pointing towards the door. Leave. Sister, let me speak plainly. The company was purchased by us. Su Jiangwo sold it off for a pittance, and there is hardly any money left. Your son is now nothing but a bottomless pit. Lin Wenjuan's chest heaves with emotion. Get out. Sister, the family has spoken. As long as you come home with me, we will provide an additional sum of money and arrange for the finest doctors from the United States to consult on your son's condition. Lin Wenjuan clenches her fists, breathing heavily, yet refrains from expelling him. Su Fan weakly lifts his head. Mom, do not agree to him, do not agree. Lin Wenjuan turns to Su Fan, forcing a smile as tears cascade down her cheeks. I will not agree to him. Su Fan gasped for breath, gazing intently at Lin Wenjuan. You swear. Lin Wenjuan turns her head, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. How dare you speak such things? You are lying. Su Fan wheezes, pushing against the thick phlegm in his throat, producing a faint sound. Lin Wenjuan strides towards the door. Women are all deceivers. Su Fan watches her retreating figure, his chest rising and falling violently, yet he can no longer utter a single syllable. His grip on the blanket trembles incessantly. A sense of powerlessness envelopes him, weighing heavily on both body and soul. How many more individuals must be burdened by this broken body? Wenjuan, where are you going? Su Fan's father, Su Jiangwo, calls from outside the room. I'm going home back to my family. You sold the company and have no income. How can you support me? Do you intend to make this young lady suffer alongside you? But, I was blind to think you were a potential asset. Years have passed, and you have achieved nothing. Now, you cannot even safeguard your son's life. I am deeply disappointed in you. Su Fan struggles to lift his neck, fixating on the entrance of the room. Su Jiangwo, with his head bowed, pushes open the door. His robust figure stooping, his greasy short hair clings to his scalp. Mom. Su Fan desperately attempts to speak, but only a few words escape. Su Jiangwo approaches the bedside, ruffling Su Fan's hair. Silly child, the decision to sell the company was made by your mother and me, and the buyers were chosen by her. Today, she foresaw everything. However, Su Jiangwo's eyes well with tears, his voice growing choked, and he presses his lips together, halting his words. Su Fan gasps, tilting his neck and forcing a silent smile. Mother, truly an actress at heart. Suddenly, darkness envelopes him, and he loses consciousness. In a daze, he seems to see his father and Yi Mei, their faces etched with concern. Their lips move as if speaking, and he catches a glimpse of a doctor in green by the operating table, under the harsh glare of bright lights. Is this how it ends? Liberated at last, he is no longer tormented by the agonies of chemotherapy. However, a deep sense of reluctance lingers within him. Ultimately, he feels he has let down the goodwill of others. Ding! Host detected. The advanced technology system has been activated. Su Fan suddenly opens his eyes, filled with an intense yearning for life. Chapter 2. The successful development of the medicine, escaping the crisis of life. The hospital at night was exceptionally tranquil. Su Fan lay on the bed, eyes closed, wearing an oxygen mask. The monotonous sound of beeping echoed, yet signified the hope of life. A slight crack appeared in Su Fan's eyelids as he emitted 2 breaths resembling laughter. He had survived. Yi Mei, hearing the commotion, approached with a look of surprise, grasping Su Fan's hand and caressing it for a moment. She then picked up a warm towel and gently wiped his forehead. Thank goodness, she choked out, tears cascading down her cheeks, feeling cool against his skin. Su Fan forced a smile and closed his eyes once more, activating the system and directly pursuing the objective of finding a cure for cancer. The methods for curing cancer were manifold: gene therapy, nanotechnology treatment, and even cloning for transference. The myriad options overwhelmed him, creating an illusion that cancer was as trivial as a common cold. Elated, he opted for gene therapy. Reality, however, dealt him a harsh blow. Insufficient contribution points, unable to provide this type of project. The technology illuminated required 200 million contribution points. Contribution points? A jolt of despair surged within him. Glancing at the upper right corner, he saw his contribution points, 2,000. He clicked the icon, revealing an explanation. Contribution points, the influence of the host's technological products or theories on this species. His innovative ideas in the aerospace model competition had provided a meager impact on the aerospace industry, earning him only 2,000 points. What the hell? Winning the national championship was worth just 2,000? Undeterred, he tried several other methods. Insufficient contribution points. Insufficient contribution points. It was hopeless. This system was utterly useless. By the time he accumulated enough contribution points, he would have turned to dust. Time was his most pressing need. Time. Here he opened the system, searching for methods to gain time. Moments later, he found Human Potential Activation Agent A-type. Significantly stabilizes physical condition, slightly causes mental damage, and moderately reduces lifespan. Year 2405, Huagua Hulong Biological Manufacturing. Price, 2,000. A long sigh of relief escaped him. He opened his eyes again. In a luxurious ward. The same cold light now felt warm and inviting. Yimei, Sufan Khalid softly. I'm here. Yimei rushed to his bedside, extending her hand to gently stroke Su Fan's forehead. Come closer, Su Fan gasped, changing his request midway. Yimei's ears flushed crimson. Yet she complied and pressed her ear to his lips. As Su Fan spoke intermittently, her eyes widened in astonishment, and suddenly she turned, her lips brushing against his cheek. Are you serious? Yimei asked, unable to hide her excitement. Indeed, Su Fan confirmed with a nod and a smile. Great, I'll go right away. Yimei hurried out, soon returning with a multitude of experimental apparatuses. The doctor, alerted by the nurse, arrived at the room, frowning at the prepared experimental table. What is this? Preparing the medicine. Yimei replied busily without turning her head. Absurd. If cancer could be cured, the treatment methods would have spread worldwide long ago. This is a desecration of the patient's life and an affront to science. The doctor shouted, reaching out to grab Yimei. Yimei shot him a sidelong glance. I know martial arts. The doctor hesitated, his hand suspended in mid-air, his expression torn. After a moment, he lowered his hand. If you insist on concocting the medicine yourself, I will request your removal from the hospital. Suit yourself. Yimei turned back, continuing her work at the table. The doctor snorted derisively and pushed open the ward door, only for a nurse to fall directly to the floor. Don't you have anything better to do? He bellowed at the throng of medical staff outside, who immediately scattered like birds. With the disruption gone, Yimei quickly prepared the experimental tools, and under Su Fan's guidance, they began to concoct the medicine. As the lights in the ward flickered between brightness and dimness, a night passed. After several failures, they finally succeeded in creating Human Potential Activation A-type. Yimei held the test tube, the emerald liquid sparkling with blue specks, reminiscent of hidden stars. She approached Su Fan's bedside, her brows furrowed. Are you sure you don't want to test it first? There's no time. Let me be the first test subject, Su Fan replied, staring at the test tube. His parched lips pressed together as his heart raced violently, causing pain in his chest. Yimei be terrible. Her left hand supporting Su Fan's neck as she slowly poured the potion into his mouth. As the potion entered, Su Fan felt a peculiar energy surge through his body, akin to firefighters rushing to extinguish flames, striving to save this ailing vessel. The pain in his lungs vanished, the incessant itch in his throat dissipated, and his vision sharpened, as though the world had shed its veil. He gasped in astonishment. This feels incredible. The weariness from his prolonged battle with illness evaporated, replaced by an indescribable comfort, akin to enjoying an ice pop in the sweltering heat or a hot pot in the biting cold. It's truly effective. Seeing Su Fan's complexion visibly improve, Yimei clasped her mouth and tears streamed down her cheeks. Yes, it's really effective. Thank you. Yimei, Su Fan nodded repeatedly. Yimei cried out, throwing herself onto the bed and tightly embracing Su Fan, weeping freely. Su Fan smiled, wrapping his arms around her back, allowing her tears to dampen his shoulder. I thought you had passed away, and I would have to handle your funeral. Then Yimei murmured, sharing her innermost thoughts as she clung to Su Fan. Eventually, her emotions stabilized. Feeling the warmth of his hand on her back, she blushed and pushed away from Su Fan, heading toward the door. I'll go inform Uncle. Su Fan gazed at her retreating figure, contemplating that perhaps fate was not entirely blind. During his most desperate hour, this foolish girl remained steadfast, providing him with a chance to turn his fortunes around. He removed the oxygen mask and inhaled deeply. The scent of disinfectant filled his nostrils, refreshingly clean. He stood on the cold floor, the chill prickling at his soles, causing a twinge of pain. Chuckling softly, he grasped the edge of the bed and began to move slowly. His legs trembled slightly, the muscles unaccustomed to movement screamed in protest, each fiber feeling as though it might tear. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. His focus was solely on the experimental table not far away. With a sudden push against the bed's edge, he stumbled, crashing onto the experimental table. He leaned against the table, breaths intermingled with laughter. His hair clung to him in damp strands, sweat dripping steadily. One arm supported his weight, while the other trembled as it reached for the experimental instruments. At that moment, Su Jiangwo followed Yimei into the ward, incredulously closing his eyes and shaking his head, rubbing his eyes forcefully. Su Fan's pallid face was adorned with sweat, yet his eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness. With a smile playing on his lips, standing in the light, he held a test tube aloft. So? Su Jiangwo called softly. Su Fan turned to face him. Dad, Joy surged across Su Jiangwo's face as he quickly stepped closer, steadying Su Fan's arm. What happened? Su Fan raised the test tube in his hand towards him. Only then did Su Jiangwo carefully examine the ethereal potion within. Father, please deliver this potion to your alma mater. The forthcoming research necessitates the support of the nation. Chapter 3. The shock of the alma mater at Shanglu Science and Technology University. The verdant trees cast dappled shadows on the lush lawns, where clusters of students hurriedly traversed the paths, engrossed in their books, oblivious to the beauty surrounding them. Su Jiangwo alighted from the taxi, inhaling deeply, his steps light as he made his way towards the administration building. Upon reaching the reception area, he encountered a young woman with a ponytail, biting the end of her pen, deeply focused on her reading. Clearing his throat, he stated, "I have significant research findings to report. Which professor should I contact?" The ponytailed girl looked up, casting a glance at him. "What type of findings are we discussing? Medicine? Aren't you aware of that yourself?" She retrieved a form from the side, explaining, "Professor Zhang oversees biology and medical studies. Fill out this form, and you can await further communication." "Can't this be discussed in person?" Su Jiangwo hesitated, gently stroking the exterior of the test tube. "Professors are quite busy, either lecturing or preparing for research projects." The girl explained with a slight smile. "Very well." Su Jiangwo completed the form and departed. Time passed, and the ponytailed girl scratched her head, deep in thought, utterly perplexed by the problems in her book. With a sigh, she stretched her neck and her gaze fell on the potion beside her, momentarily entranced by its jewel-like brilliance. Curiosity surged within her as she retrieved the form Su Jiangwo had just filled out, noting the title, Human Potential Activation Potion Type A. It was accompanied by a product description. Yawning, she pulled it out and glanced through it casually. She couldn't help but laugh aloud. She had not expected that the seemingly earnest gentleman from earlier would be involved in such a sensational endeavor. Powerfully stabilizes life states, suppresses all ailments and injuries. Such bravado. Her laughter eased the tension she had felt, and she arched an eyebrow, continuing to read. However, as she delved deeper, the smile on her face gradually faded. She found herself utterly bewildered. Despite her role at the front desk, akin to a service worker, she was a legitimate graduate student at Shanglu University, specializing in biology. Rubbing her head, she attempted to dismiss the notion that it was all nonsense. Yet the dense formulas bore an uncanny resemblance to those her professors had derived. After much contemplation, she decided to call her senior, Wang Bo, for confirmation. "Hello, senior. I'm rather busy. What is it?" The ponytailed girl pouted, thinking that this research fanatic had no appreciation for the delicate nuances of life and would likely remain single forever. "Senior, I have a potion here and an accompanying document that I find difficult to comprehend. Could you read a few lines for me?" Starting from the biological cell wall, addressing internal and external pressure, the ponytailed girl read aloud for a moment. Listening to the clattering noises on the other end of the line, she blinked. "Senior, are you still there? Senior?" On the line, only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. The ponytail girl felt her cheeks flush slightly and huffed before hanging up. However, just as she ended the call, Wang Bo burst into the office building, leaning against his knees, panting. "Where's the document?" The ponytailed girl lightly fanned her face to cool down and handed him the file. Ignoring her beauty, Wang Bo took the document, leaning against the reception desk to read it intently. The ponytailed girl propped her chin on her hands, contemplating how such a man was rather appealing. "Wow," Wang Bo suddenly exclaimed, startling her. "What is it with you, shouting like that?" Wang Bo tugged at his hair, stamping his foot in frustration. "I can't make sense of this." The ponytailed girl's mouth fell open in disbelief. Wang Bo, though still a student, was already capable of leading a project. If he couldn't comprehend it, could it be false? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Bo shook his head emphatically. "Call Professor Zhang." "But Professor Zhang is currently lecturing." The ponytailed girl hesitated. "Oh, what does that matter? I'll call." Wang Bo pushed past her, seizing the phone and dialing their mentoress number. "Who is this?" "Professor, it's me, Wang Bo. What's the matter?" "I'm in class." "Professor, don't continue with the lecture. I have a document here that I can't understand, but I know it's groundbreaking." "All right, I'll be there shortly." Wang Bo hung up and flopped down onto the reception desk, picking up the girl's pen, biting the tip while frowning in deep thought. The ponytailed girl's cheeks flushed crimson, and she gently wiped them with the back of her hand. Time sped by, and her complexion returned to its usual pallor. An older gentleman, his hair somewhat sparse but with remarkably bright eyes, entered the office. He immediately spotted Wang Bo, who was bent over the reception desk, lost in contemplation. Approaching swiftly, he seized the document from Wang Bo's grasp. "Hey, Wang Bo exclaimed, looking up to see his professor, and he sprang to his feet. Professor, you've finally arrived. The professor remained silent, his brow furrowed. Is it possible to design it this way? Wang Bo stood up, guiding the professor to a seat at the front desk. The professor picked up a nearby pen, chewing on it while occasionally jotting notes on the reception form. The ponytailed girl rolled her eyes, recognizing the familiar gesture. This doesn't seem right. It shouldn't work, the professor muttered softly. Vank bu interjectit, professor. I encountered this dilemma earlier as well. The issues above have already been established internationally. However, according to the reasoning outlined above, it appears to be feasible. Could it possibly mean that the theory is flawed? A flawed theory? But after all these years, no one has raised any objections, the professor gasped, looking puzzled. No. These theories have been recognized by international experts. They cannot be erroneous. Yet, to think that such an unconventional method could also prove feasible. The professor shook his head, dismissing the notion. After a lengthy pause, the professor rubbed his temples and chuckled softly. Truly remarkable. This theory has opened my eyes. He stood, clutching the document. Regardless of the outcome, it warrants consideration. Let us introduce this theory in next week's lecture. Just as the professor was preparing to leave with Wang Bo, the ponytailed girl called out, Professor Zhang. Wait. Professor Zhang turned, glancing at Wang Bo with a bemused smile. What is it? Are you reluctant to part from your senior? The ponytailed girl's face flushed. That oaf. What would I miss about him? It's just that the person who delivered this document also brought a sample. What? Both Professor Zhang and Wang Bo exclaimed simultaneously. The ponytailed girl jolted, stating, that document was merely an instruction manual. But where's the sample? Wang Bo reacted more quickly than Professor Zhang, gripping the girl's arm tightly. The ponytailed girl winced at the pain in her arms, grimacing as she tilted her head towards the reception desk. Chapter 4. The Drug Test. Astonishing results at Luzhou University of Science and Technology. Professor Zhang gazed intently at the vial in Wang Bo's hand, his eyes filled with wonder. Is indeed real. Wang Bo swallowed nervously. Does this not imply that the theoretical foundations were erroneous? The two exchanged a glance and simultaneously spoke. Wang Bo licked his lips and inquired, Professor, shall we conduct an experiment? Professor Zhang, fixated on the vial, furrowed his brow, wrestling with his thoughts for a moment before exhaling deeply. No, we must report this to the Academy of Sciences. We cannot validate it privately. In Huagua, at the Academy of Sciences, the modest office of Director Chun, who was elegantly attired in a well-fitted suit and slightly balding, was disrupted by the report. He set aside the documents in his hands and rubbed his eyes. What is it? Professor Zhang from Luzhou University of Science and Technology is here to report significant research findings. Recognizing the familiar phrase, he suspected it was yet another request for funding. Do you wish to meet him? Let us meet, if only for a brief respite. Director Chun rose, stretching his back as he paced within the confines of his office, awaiting Professor Zhang's arrival. Upon entering, Professor Zhang, carrying a silver case, stated directly, we need to speak privately. As Director Chun settled into his chair, he instantly straightened his posture. Very well, he responded, prompting the staff member to discreetly exit, closing the door behind them with swift footsteps. Once the sound of departing footsteps faded, Professor Zhang produced a test tube from a case. Director Chun scrutinized the tube, his brow furrowing. What is this? Human Potential Activation Agent A. Professor Zhang replied, passing the test tube to Director Chun. Director Chun accepted it casually, observing the vibrant green liquid interspersed with deep blue. What purpose does this serve? Well, if one does not perish immediately, this substance can stabilize bodily conditions until the antidote is administered, or will become ineffective after 3 days, Professor Zhang explained, his eyes slightly raised. What? Director Chun exclaimed, his hand gripping the test tube tightly before he immediately loosened his grasp. The liquid within gently swayed, eliciting beads of cold sweat upon his brow. Are you serious? It can be used as long as one is not dead? I am here seeking validation, Professor Zhang replied. Apologies, please hold on a moment. Director Chun seized the phone beside him, raising his voice, I need laboratory 1, immediately. After hanging up, he cradled the test tube and slowly rose. Professor Zhang, please wait a moment. Watching Director Chun depart, Professor Zhang opened his mouth and sighed, realizing he was not included in the ensuing excitement. Upon reaching laboratory 1, numerous researchers were already in position. Director Chun, what is the situation? I was in the midst of an experiment when I was abruptly notified to halt. An elderly man with thinning hair and thick glasses grasped Director Chun's arm. Academician Lee, perfect timing. I have a drug that requires your assessment. Director Chun handed over the vial. Academician Lee adjusted his glasses and casually accepted it. What is this? Human Potential Activation Agent A. It can stabilize life conditions for 3 days, regardless of injuries or diseases. What? Academician Lee gasped, quickly adding, impossible. Director Chun, you manage operations and may not be aware of what you're implying. The origins of various diseases differ, as do their symptoms. How can it possibly unify suppression? Director Chun frowned, stroking his chin. Are you suggesting it is a fraud? Certainly a fraud. This is entirely inconsistent with scientific principles. Director Chun grimaced, realizing he had acted hastily. I shall return and dismiss him. Shaking his head, Director Chun exited. Academician Lee opened his mouth, but remained silent until Director Chun left the laboratory. Sighing, he turned to an assistant. Test this agent, starting with cancer. Professor, Director Chun has already left. Is it necessary for us to continue testing? Let us conduct the test for reassurance. Besides, my earlier assumptions require empirical confirmation from the researchers. After organizing the necessary arrangements, Academician Lee resumed his experimental project. The assistant nodded, retrieving a lab mouse afflicted with cancer, extracting a dose of the agent. This looks quite promising. As the agent was slowly administered, the mouse underwent a remarkable transformation. Its previously feeble breaths became robust, and its faint heartbeat surged with vigor. The assistant blinked, tightening his grip on the mouse. Wow, he exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. Academician Lee, startled by the outburst, lost his grip on the experimental sample, rendering it unusable. His expression darkened as he turned to the assistant, eyes fixed on the struggling mouse. Seeing the assistant attempt to return it, Academician Lee shouted, "Wait." He hurried over, taking the mouse from the assistant, staring at its identification tag, murmuring, "Cancer? How is this possible? Could it truly be a panacea? Professor." The assistant called softly, noticing Academician Lee's daze. When there was no response, he gently nudged him. If the drug is genuine, then Director Chun. Goodness. Academician Lee's pupils dilated as he shouted, rushing out of the laboratory. Moments later, he reached the vicinity of Director Chun's office, spotting him about to enter. He called out urgently, "Old Chun." Director Chun, startled, turned to see Academician Lee, breathless and clutching something in his hand. "What's going on? Why are you so out of breath?" Seeing Director Chun approach the office door, Academician Lee sighed in relief, thankful that he had not embarrassed himself. Director Chun arrived at his side, inquiring, embarrassed about what? "Come with me." Academician Lee opened his mouth, glancing around before pulling Director Chun toward Laboratory 1. Director Chun, bewildered, caught sight of the lab mouse in Academician Lee's hand. "Academician Lee, have you made a breakthrough? You're in such a rush, yet you haven't," returned the mouse. Academician Lee raised his hand, glancing at the mouse with a light chuckle. "I can't believe I brought it with me." He leaned closer to Director Chun's ear and whispered, "Cancer, the agent, is effective." "What?" Director Chun grasped Academician Lee's hand. "Please repeat that." Academician Lee winsa, inaling sharply. "Let us discuss it in detail later." All right. Upon returning to the laboratory, the assistant, unfazed, handed prepared documents to Director Chun. Academician Lee sat down, clutching his abdomen as he caught his breath, giving the assistant a thumbs up. As Director Chun perused the files, his eyes widened in shock. "Thank goodness you conducted the test, or this dark history would haunt me forever." Academician Lee waved his hand dismissively. "Don't mention it. I nearly became a criminal." "Haha, it was all a false alarm. I was merely attempting to commend you." Don't rush. Academician Lee rose, his legs trembling slightly. "We still need to test other ailments. After having learned from this experience, we must ensure clarity before proceeding." Nodding in agreement, Director Chun turned to the other researchers. "Prepare several groups of lab mice and test them for AIDS, leukemia, and all other incurable diseases." Academician Lee grasped a small white mouse, gradually administering the experimental serum. Chapter 5. The Importance of the Big Shots. Huagua, Academy of Sciences, Laboratory Number 1. Professor Lee fixed his gaze intently upon the mouse in his hand. Its murky eyes transformed into clarity, while its drooping tail oscillated back and forth. Trembling, he whispered, "Leukemia, effective. Incredible. By heavens, it truly is a panacea. But what about AIDS? No, this affliction cannot be discerned with the naked eye." Upon hearing this, Professor Lee snatched the AIDS sample and leaned over the microscope, gripping the edge of the table tightly. His breathing grew increasingly labored. Effective. Dean Chun pounded his right fist into his palm. "I shall report this immediately." Professor Lee did not object, shouting to his assistants, "Quick, prepare more samples." Upon returning to his office, Dean Chun encountered a visibly fatigued Professor Zhang and smacked his forehead. My apologies. The serum S effects are astonishing, and I lost track of time." "Oh, so the verification was successful? Are there any side effects?" Professor Zhang inquired. lightly touching his cheek. Professor Zhang, I'm not certain. Dean Chen had just seated himself when his body stiffened slightly. How could I possibly know? This was not my invention. Professor Zhang shrugged, his hands open. What? Dean Chen sprang from his seat. You didn't develop it? Indeed not. After receiving the sample, our institution dared not test it independently, so we reported it to the Academy of Sciences. The individual who delivered the sample is named Su Jiangwo. Good heavens, he exclaimed, picking up the phone to dial a number. Hello, this is Wang Bingquan. Minister Wang, this is Chun from the Academy of Sciences. Oh, Dean Chun, what can I do for you? We have discovered a panacea. What? A panacea? Do y comprehend correctly. Indeed, it has the potential to suppress all diseases. We have currently tested it on cancer, leukemia, and AIDS. Excellent, excellent. This must be the masterpiece of academician Li, as expected of the leading figure at the Academy of Sciences. Oh, no. There was Professor Wang, Zhang, or none of them. It is a man named Su Jiangwo. You jest. I would never jest about such matters. Wait a moment. Wang Bingquan hung up the phone, rising from his chair. Guard. Yes. Contact the security team. Accompany me to the Academy of Sciences. Simultaneously, notify the Security Bureau to join us. Dean Chen hung up, exhaling a sigh of relief. Well, you still haven't informed me whether the serum has any side effects. Professor Zhang scrutinized Dean Chen. No. None detected. Dean Chen's face flushed slightly. He had been so captivated by the serum's extraordinary effects that he completely overlooked the examination for side effects. Are you truly the dean? Professor Zhang's expression darkened, his gaze scrutinizing. Had Dean Chen forced a smile, uncertain how to respond. The office fell into silence. Before long, Wang Bingquan entered, and Dean Chen immediately stood to escort him to the main seat. Let us discuss the inventor of the serum. The Security Bureau's special agent nodded, pulling out a document. Su Jiangwo, 45 years old, former chairman of Huali Corporation, to treat his son Su Fan's cancer. He sold the company to the Lin Group just days ago. During his university years, he attended Shanglu University of Science and Technology, majoring in business administration. His wife, Lin Wenwan, 45 years old, is the daughter of the chairman of the Lin Group. In her youth, she defied her family's opposition to marry Su Jiangwo. And just days ago, she returned to the Lin family. Their son, Su Fan, 22 years old, was an exemplary student with good character until he fell ill with cancer at 15 and has since been bettered and currently receiving treatment in the hospital. Wang Bingquan chuckled lightly. The Lin family? Blind to such talent, they opposed him, even less perceptive than a woman. They lack discernment. We must not repeat their mistakes. Immediately classify Su Jiangwo's information as top secret. Understood. All who are aware of the serum must sign confidentiality agreements. And any evidence of Su Jiangwo attending Shanglu University of Science and Technology must be destroyed. Yes. Is there anything else to add? After concluding the arrangements, Wang Bingquan inquired. Professor Zhang timidly raised his hand. There's one more thing. Who might this be? From Shangli University of Science and Technology, Professor Zhang. He is the one who delivered the serum samples. Ah, Professor Zhang. Indeed a pillar of the nation, very astute, and aware of confidentiality protocols. I shall certainly recommend you for greater responsibilities. Professor Zhang swallowed hard. Thank you, Minister Wang. Do you have something to express? The serum seems to possess even greater value in military applications. Oh, why do you assert that? Professor Zhang retrieved the document, approaching Wang Bingquan. This is the product's usage instructions, which indicate all diseases and injuries. If the serum's effects are genuine, soldiers facing life-threatening situations could take it promptly and await rescuers. The difference it makes, I need not elaborate further. Minister Wang understands well. Wang Bingquan's eyes widened as he stood, taking the document with both hands, scanning it for a moment. Indeed, it encompasses all ailments and injuries. Dean Chen wore a troubled expression. We have just obtained the serum and have merely completed tests for disease suppression. Wang Bingquan stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Where's Professor Li? Still in the laboratory. Wang Bingquan rose, instructing the special agents of the Security Bureau. You proceed to the hospital to discreetly protect Mr. Su. I will follow shortly. Let us go together and take a look. Wang Bingquan stood tall and strode purposefully towards the door, halting abruptly. He turned to Dean Chen, hissing, Why are you dawdling? I do not know the way. Not knowing the way yet leading the charge. Dean Chen mumbled quietly, leading the way. Hurry, take a few steps. If you were my soldier, I would have kicked you out long ago. Wang Bingquan maintained a stern expression, striding forward to match Dean Chen's pace. Dean Chen sighed, jogging towards Laboratory Number 1. Here we are at Laboratory Number 1. Professor Li. Dean Chen halted, raising his hand halfway through his words. Wang Bingquan pushed the door open and walked in. Dean Shen intended to follow, but was halted by the guards. What does this mean? We're merely carrying out our duties. Dean Shen furrowed his brow, a foreboding feeling creeping into his heart. Inside the laboratory, Professor Li was bent over the microscope, observing cellular changes, entirely unaware of the newcomer beside him. Wang Bingquan exhibited no urgency, quietly conversing with the other individuals in the lab, occasionally nodding in approval. Seemingly casually, he picked up the vial of serum, placing it under the light for a moment's examination. It appears Professor Li is quite occupied. I shall take my leave for now. Wang Bingquan waved his hand, concealing the serum in his sleeve. The others were engrossed in their tasks, wholly oblivious to the fact that the serum had been stolen. Chapter 6. The Hero's Rescue. Huagua, Academy of Sciences. Wang Bingquan exited the laboratory. Dean Shun. Professor Li is too busy to converse. I have other matters to attend to, so I must depart. Dean Shin managed a strained smile, watching Wang Bingquan's receding figure, his arms swinging awkwardly, as an absurd suspicion began to form in his mind. He hastily took a few strides and pushed open the door to the laboratory, shouting, Li Wenshu, where's the reagent? Isn't it right there? Li Wenshu casually pointed, but as his gaze shifted, his words faltered. Where's the reagent? He suddenly sprang to his feet, hurried over to the place where the reagent was stored, and began rummaging through the experimental equipment. The people around him also grew flustered, each starting to search. Dean Shin's lips twitched as he shook his head and sighed. Wang Bingquan left the Academy of Sciences and headed straight to the field hospital. Upon arriving, he walked directly into the dean's office. Dean Wang, I have a task that requires your cooperation. Wang Bingquan spoke as soon as he entered. What do you need? Minister Wang? Dean Wang replied, his face marked by heavy jowls and a slight paunch. Do you have any patients here who are severely injured and have not yet undergone surgery? There is only one police officer who was injured while pursuing a suspect, suffering from severe blood loss and currently undergoing emergency treatment. Wang Bingquan frowned. Is there a chance of saving him? It's hard to say. We can only do our best. Understood. Are the family members present? Yes. Wang Bingquan followed the dean to the police officer's family. 3 family members sat at the entrance of the operating room, their eyes red and swollen, heads bowed. Wang Bingquan sighed. You are likely already aware of the patient's condition. The 3 looked up at him, not receiving a response, which did not surprise him. He continued, I have developed a new reagent that can stabilize his condition. Are you suggesting using my husband as a test subject? A young woman suddenly stood up, her face flushed with anger as she shouted. He has already paid a heavy price for the country, at his most vulnerable moment. You still want to use him for testing? Do you have no conscience? The woman, seemingly driven to madness, rushed a few steps toward Wang Bingquan. He slightly raised his hand, halting the guard's movements and allowing her to approach. With fingers splayed, she fiercely clawed at Wang Bingquan's cheek. He neither flinched nor avoided her, and her nails left 2 crimson lines across his face. The woman paused, then bit down on Wang Bingquan's arm. Ignoring the pain, he reached out with his other hand and gently patted her back. Wah! She began to sob, releasing his arm and slowly collapsing to the ground, clutching his leg and weeping uncontrollably. Wang Bingquan softly stroked her head. After a while, she managed to compose herself, stood up, wiped her face with her sleeve, and asked, What kind of reagent is it? It can stabilize his condition and allow him to survive. Has it been tested? He will be the first. I agree. The young woman bit her lip, nodding with difficulty. Wang Bingquan then glanced at the other 2. Their appearances were somewhat aged, their hands clasped together, appearing pale, and their smiles were somewhat forced. I apologize for the trouble. Wang Bingquan exhaled and pushed open the operating room door. Get out. As he stepped into the operating room, he was met with a furious reprimand. Wang Bingquan remained unfazed and walked directly to the operating table. The patient lay with closed eyes, his face marred by dark red bloodstains, his buzz cut giving him a rugged appearance. Drag this man away. The lead surgeon lifted his head, his fierce gaze turning clear, blinking in disbelief as he only managed to finish half his sentence. Wang Bingquan inquired, What is the situation? Not optimistic. The patient has lost too much blood, his liver function is severely impaired, and his heartbeat may stop at any moment. Beep. The lead surgeon's words were cut short as a long alarm rang from machines. The ECG transformed into a flat line. Stand back. Commence cardiaque resuscitation. Charge. The lead surgeon grabbed the defibrillator. Nurses hastily cut away the patient's clothing and recklessly poured disinfectant over him. Bang. Increase the voltage. Bang. The lead surgeon stared at the ECG, which remained a straight line. After a moment of silence, he announced, The patient has died. Time. Wait. Wang Bingquan interjected, pulling out a vial of reagent. Inject this into him. What is this? I cannot fully explain. Just do it. Oh. The lead surgeon took the vial and withdrew half a syringe. Wang Bingquan opened his mouth but did not speak. What a reckless venture. The reagent was injected. Wang Bingquan focused intently on the ECG. The lead surgeon, puzzled, stood beside him, exchanging glances with several medical staff. Beep, beep, beep. A familiar yet foreign sound resonated. The lead surgeon approached the ECG, suppressing the urge to rub his eyes, blinking in disbelief as he murmured, "What the hell? What are you still standing there for? Continue the resuscitation." Wang Bingquan shouted angrily. The lead surgeon jolted, resuming the surgery. Wang Bingquan stood to the side, watching the patient's vital signs. The heartbeat was slow yet steady. The blood flow diminished yet persistent. A smile crept onto his lips. Indeed, it was a miraculous reagent. Its value immeasurable. After a lengthy period, the patient emerged from what was originally a perilous situation, one that had even declared him dead. Wang Bingquan exited the operating room. The young woman immediately rushed over, grasping his hand, her gaze filled with concern, lips trembling but not uttering a word. Wang Bingquan glanced back at the two elderly individuals, both tightly biting their lips. He offered a warm smile, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, which relaxed the expressions of the three, their eyes widening. The surgery was a tremendous success. Wah! The young woman gradually knelt down. Sobs echoed once more, but this time they were filled with joy. Meanwhile, in the hospital, in Su Fan's ward, a doctor pushed open the door and stood to the side. A middle-aged man, dressed in a suit, portly with a prominent double chin, was the first to enter the room. The doctor raised his hand to introduce, "This is our director Zhao." He then casually gestured toward the hospital bed. It was they who privately compounded the reagent. Director Zhao wore a smile. "Mr. Su Jiangwo?" Su Jiangwo blinked and glanced at the unconscious Su Fan on the bed, nodding, "That's me. May I inquire if this reagent has been approved by the Drug Administration?" Su Jiangwo shook his head, "No. Then this constitutes illegal drug manufacturing, and if someone has already consumed it, it would also qualify as a legal medical practice." Director Zhao's face grew stern. "Su Jiangwo sleeps, reached. However, considering your eagerness to save your child, our hospital will not pursue this matter further," Director Zhao said, forcing a smile and waving his hand. The doctor stepped forward, producing a document. Su Jiangwo looked astonished as he took the document and scanned it. Director Zhao's voice floated to his ears. "This is a waiver of liability. Any consequences arising from the use of the reagent will have no relation to our hospital." Chapter 7. A Clean Break. In Su Fan's ward, Su Jiangwo held the waiver, his expression grim. Director Zhao stood nearby, sighing as he explained, "I understand your feelings. Watching a patient suffer, you wish to contribute in any way. However, those folk remedies and ancient prescriptions, not only do they fail to cure, but they can sometimes have adverse effects. Our hospital is also in a difficult position." Su Jiangwo moved his lips, preparing to explain. Director Zhao spoke up hastily. "I assure you, I'm not attempting to intimidate you. Administering medication to a patient without the approval of the Drug Administration indeed constitutes illegal medical practice. Moreover, what illness has your son been diagnosed with? Cancer. If there were truly an effective cure, it would be widely known. Consider this logically. Does it not resonate with you?" Upon concluding his statement, Director Zhao exchanged a knowing glance with the physician beside him. The doctor then interjected, "Do you comprehend the gravity of this situation? You bear significant responsibility. Sign the documents promptly, and perhaps Director Zhao can still contemplate a solution. Otherwise, given your son's current condition, who would dare to proceed with treatment? The liability is immense." Su Jiangwo pressed his lips together, falling into silence. When his son had initially stood, he had been consumed by joy, never contemplating the potential side effects or the possibility of the medication failing. There was no room for refusal. Having taken an unverified drug, should complications arise, which physician would be willing to take over? With this thought weighing heavily on him, he reluctantly nodded and affixed his signature. The doctor swiftly seized the documents from Su Jiangwo's grasp. Director Zhao glanced at the paperwork, nodded, and instructed, "Keep a vigilant watch on your son's health. Should any issues arise, contact me immediately. I assure you, I will do my utmost." Su Jiangwo bit his lip and nodded in response. Before Director Zhao and the physician could exit the ward, the door swung open once more. Academician Li strode in, swiftly pushing Director Chen aside. "Who are these individuals?" Director Zhao inquired, perplexed. Academician Li remained silent, surveying the room. Upon spotting Su Jiangwo, his eyes brightened, and he hurriedly approached, grasping Su Jiangwo's hand. "You must be Mr. Su Jiangwo, am I correct?" Su Jiangwo took a step back, forcing a smile. "Yes, and you are?" "My surname is Li." The formulation you developed is truly remarkable. Academicianly remarked, regarding Su Jiangwo with a hint of admiration. Formulation? Su Jiangwo blinked in confusion. Indeed, the formulation you provided to the University of Science and Technology has yielded astonishing results. However, I believe you're more informed on this matter. I have a few inquiries, Academician. Lee's words were cut short when a physician at the entrance interjected. Hey, what are you doing? What formulation? This is a legitimate hospital, not some quack clinic. Discussions promoting unapproved pharmaceuticals are illegal. Do you understand? Academician Lee turned to acknowledge the two men. And you are? The doctor cleared his throat. Raising his hand, this is Director Zhao from our hospital. Director Zhao offered a restrained smile. Academician Lee raised an eyebrow. Are you not family members of the patient? What business do you have here? A consultation? The doctor replied. The family has administered unapproved medication to the patient. We are here to inform them of the associated risks. Risks? Director Chun interjected. Yes, we have seen many cases like this at our hospital. Administering errant medications to patients often leads to adverse outcomes. Thus, Director Chun furrowed his brow, interrupting. Have you conducted any examinations? No, the physician stammered after a brief pause. Director Zhao's irritation became evident as he continued. Our hospital possesses a comprehensive treatment plan. If adhered to, it can significantly prolong the patient's life. Self-medicating undermines the hospital's approach. A temporary recovery means little. The condition will inevitably relapse, ultimately shortening the patient's lifespan. Director Chen's expression darkened. You pass judgment without investigation or evidence. Is this how you conduct yourself as a director? Director Zhao frowned, turning to Director Chun, pondering briefly. I am unaware of your identity, Academician Chen Yonghao from the Academy of Sciences. Director Chun responded, adjusting his collar. Director Zhao and the physician gasped in unison. And this gentleman is? Academician Li Wanshu, Director Chen added. Another gasp escaped Director Zhao and the physician. The revelation of their identities caused Su Jiangwo to take a sharp breath. He had no prior acquaintance with anyone from the Academy of Sciences. Their amicable demeanor upon arriving at the hospital could only signify the formulation's efficacy. Relieved that his son was not in critical danger, Su Jiangwo smiled broadly. Director Zhao discreetly grasped a corner of the document, pulling it from the physician's hands and slowly crumpling it into a ball, producing a faint crunching sound. Director Chen glanced over. What are you holding? Nothing. Director Zhao replied with a smile, hastening his movements. Director Chen's expression soured as he extended his hand, softly admonishing. Show me. Startled, Director Zhao hesitated, then slowly handed over the crumpled paper ball. Smack! He struck himself across the face as he withdrew his hand. Director Chen cautiously unwrapped the paper ball, revealing a liability waiver, prompting a soft laugh from him. Director Zhao, you truly embody leadership. Your ability to evade responsibility is unparalleled. However, this means the formulation is no longer associated with your hospital. Director Chun shook his head, quickly scanning the document while chuckling intermittently. Very well. Since the patient is no longer connected to your hospital, arrange for a transfer immediately. He gently folded the document and tucked it into his pocket. No. Director Chun, our hospital just stated that we would do our utmost to treat Mr. Su-san. Moreover, we are quite familiar with the patient's condition. Transferring to another hospital would necessitate starting over. That is inappropriate. Director Zhao protested, waving his hands. What is inappropriate? A waiver has been signed. The patient has the right to transfer. Do you intend to detain him against his will? Director Chen's voice was stern. Director Zhao began to sweat, turning his head away and pressing his lips together in silence. As the two men reached an impasse, the ward door opened again. Wang Bingkuan strode in with purpose, immediately spotting Academician Li, who was holding the hand of a middle-aged man. This must be Mr. Su Jiangwo, he remarked. A splendid name, with remarkable talent. Director Zhao glanced towards the door, noting two resolute-looking soldiers standing guard outside. Swallowing hard, he mustered the courage to speak. You are? Wang Bingkuan shot him a glance, but did not respond. Approaching the laboratory table, he waved his hand, commanding, remove everything from this ward at once, especially these experimental instruments. Handle it meticulously. No, I object, Director Zhao exclaimed, stepping in front of the hospital door, gripping the doorframe with both hands. Who is he? Wang Bingkuan inquired of Director Chun. The hospital director. Oh, Wang Bingkuan replied, tilting his head slightly. Director Chun handed over a crumpled document with a light chuckle. You've cleaned your hands quite thoroughly. Wang Bingkuan accepted the document with surprise, glancing over it before laughing as well. Director Zhao, panting heavily with reddened eyes, caught Wang Bingkuan's gaze. Wang Bingquan motioned with his hand, and several soldiers moved to forcibly detach Director Zhao from the doorframe, dragging him away from the ward. His distant, unwilling cry echoed through the air. Chapter 8. A Tug of War. Up the river. Suvanese Fort. The ward was filled to the brim with people, bustling about and transporting items. Not even the tiles on the floor or the white plaster on the walls were spared. Su Jiangwo furrowed his brow, enduring the incessant prattle of Academician Li. A torrent of incomprehensible jargon relentlessly invaded his ears, squeezing his brain. It was not until someone attempted to wheel away Su Fan along with his bed that Su Jiangwo hastily strode forward, grasping the bed. "Where are you taking him, Mr. Su, do not be alarmed. We are preparing to transfer your son to a field hospital. We assure you that we will provide the finest medical resources. Moreover, he has already received the medication, correct? After all, being the first application on a human subject, we must remain vigilant. It is too noisy here. Let us converse elsewhere." Wang Bingquan pushed past Academician Li, gesturing toward the door of the ward. Su Hyangwo hesitati briefly. If his son could receive superior care, that would undoubtedly be for the best. He released his grip on the bed, watching as Su Fan was wheeled away, and nodded at Wang Bingquan before making his way toward the door. Academician Li hurried to follow, yet was consistently obstructed by Wang Bingquan, who shifted back and forth, preventing any closer approach. Dinshin rolled his eyes and raised a hand to halt Su Jiangwo, his gaze directed at Wang Bingquan. "Is this excessive? What do you mean by this?" Wang Bingquan furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly bewildered. Unwilling to admit it? No matter. Dinshin turned to Su Jiangwo with a smile. "Mr. Su, I represent the Academy of Sciences. We hope you will consent to have us treat your son. After all, we possess the nation's top scientists, cutting-edge technology, and the finest equipment." Before Wang Bingquan could speak, Su Jiangwo seized Dinshin's hand. The illustrious name of the Academy of Sciences resonated in his ears. "I entrust my son's illness to you, Dinshin." Wang Bingquan's expression darkened immediately. "Chun, do not be overly presumptuous." Dinshin wore an expression of disdain. Just a moment ago, who was it that pilfered the medication and now has the audacity to accuse others? Academician li snurta da ricibeli. Wang Bingquan swung his arm and stepped out of the room. "Is everything packed up?" "Yes, it is ready. You may withdraw for now." After speaking, Wang Bingquan turned and blocked the door to the ward. "Mr. Su, the resources provided by the Academy of Sciences are also available to us. Why not accompany me back to the military hospital? We can invite the nation's renowned doctors for a joint consultation and establish the most secure treatment plan." "Wang, have you no sense of propriety?" Academician Li pointed at Wang Bingquan, his words laced with indignation. Wang Bingquan let out a light scoff, yet remained silent. "What are you doing?" Yimei's voice rang out from a distance. The individuals inside the room exchanged glances. Su Jiangwo quickly spoke up. "This is my daughter-in-law. Let her through." Wang Bingquan nodded and turned to give instructions. Yimei approached, looking bewildered. "Uncle, what are you all doing? Where's brother Su Fan?" Su Jiangwo promptly grasped her arm. "Allow me to introduce. This is Dinshin from the Academy of Sciences, and this is Yimei nodded. Greetings, esteemed uncles. Your daughter-in-law is truly polite," Dinshin remarked with a smile. "Oh, you flatter me," she replied modestly. "My son has relied entirely on my younger sister's care since he fell ill with cancer. Without her assistance, my son would not even be able to stand." Dinshin's smile faltered. "What do you mean by that?" Su Jiangwo scratched his head. "You came here for the medication, did you not?" Wang Bingquan's eyes lit up. Could it be that Miss Yi was involved in the development of the medication? The medication was produced by her. "What?" The three exclaimed in unison, exchanging incredulous glances. "Mr. Su, this is no laughing matter," Dinshin said gravely. "I wouldn't dare joke about such a matter. If you do not believe me, let her produce another batch. That should suffice." The three turned their gazes toward Yimei. She shrank back behind Su Jiangwo. Dinshin wore a pained expression. Wang Bingquan's lips twitched. An Academician Li blinked in surprise. "Miss Yi, may I pose a few questions?" "Oh." Yimei replied softly. "How did you resolve the issue of cellular rejection?" "I do not know." Hiss. The three turned their incredulous gazes upon Su Jiangwo. "Oh dear, I truly did not lie. The medication was indeed produced by her." Su Jiangwo exclaimed, stamping his foot in frustration. Wang Bingquan clenched his fists, bringing them to his mouth as he cleared his throat. "Monsieur, did you indeed create the medication?" Yimei nodded. Wang Bingquan raised an eyebrow. "Then why are you unaware of the principles behind it? Is it merely a stroke of luck?" "I do not understand the principles. I only know how to make it. As for why it is made this way, you would have to ask Su Fan." The three voiced their confusion in unison. "He instructed me on what to purchase and how to do it. You could just ask him." Yimei said with a sense of grievance. Su Jiangwo nodded in agreement. Hiss. The three inhaled sharply. Cough, cough. Are you implying that the medication was developed by Su Fan? He even guided you on how to create it? Academician Li, choked by the revelation, coughed lightly as he inquired. Su Jiangwo and Yimei nodded. Wang Bingquan squinted, subtly moving a couple of steps closer. Dean Shun and Academician Li had yet to react when Wang Bingquan dashed off. Where is Su Fan? Quickly, get him to the field hospital. Dean Shun and Academician Li exchanged glances and hurried out after him. In the hospital's conference room, Su Fan held one hand to his waist and rubbed his eyes with the other. You are all too much. I am a patient. And you let me fall to the ground. Dean Shun smiled apologetically. Forgive us. We are all in great admiration of Mr. Su, so we became a bit overly excited. Wang Bingquan stood and bowed deeply. My apologies. Su Fan quickly stood, waving his hands. What, mister? Just call me Xiao Su or Su Fan. I cannot accept such title. I was merely venting my frustrations. There is no need for such formality. Wang Bingquan and Dean Shun exchanged smiles. Golf, Su Fan. Could you explain the working principles of the medication? Academician Li coughed lightly, allowing the crowd to settle before calmly asking. The principles are quite simple. Although the manifestations of various ailments differ, Su Fan began to explain slowly. As he continued, Academician Li's breathing grew heavier, and his complexion visibly reddened. Impressive. Academician Li slammed the table, interrupting Su Fan's explanation. A brilliant thought, a splendid method to break the deadlock, defying convention yet remaining within reason. Su Fan Ismail. Human Potential Activation Agent Type A. The reason for its mere price of 2,000 lies fundamentally in the fact that it is not a technological breakthrough, but rather an innovation in thought. Once exposed, it becomes worthless. Although Dean Shun and Wang Bingquan did not comprehend the technology, through their dialogue, they could discern that this technology seemed rather uncomplicated. Instantly, their interest waned. If Academician Li were to comprehend their thoughts, he would undoubtedly express his disdain with a torrent of scorn. Is the theorem of mechanics truly difficult? It merely encapsulates three self-evident principles. Would you care to summarize one? I wonder, Su Fan, what your subsequent plans entail. Academician Li inquired with palpable eagerness. Chapter 9. The Launching Pad of Dreams. At the hospital in Shanglu, in the conference room, Su Fan pondered thoughtfully. Through pharmaceuticals, the immediate life-threatening crisis had been temporarily averted. However, to entirely eradicate the potential hazards, a considerable amount of merit points would still be required. Moreover, among the various treatment options, genetic pharmaceuticals and the transfer of clone bodies presented significant drawbacks. Physicists, with their particle colliders, seemed intent on constructing ever more extravagant machines, as if they wished to pierce the very core of the Earth. Yet, the public remained unfazed. Conversely, when biologists succeeded in cloning a single sheep, it was as though the apocalypse had arrived, igniting a fervor of public outcry. Su Fan chuckled softly, shaking his head. Genetic technology required a certain level of prestige before it could be approached. Thus, the most suitable means of curing cancer appeared to be the nanotherapy chamber. As for the optimal entry point, I aspire to delve into chip research. Having completed his contemplation, Su Fan lifted his gaze to Academician Li, only to find the sparkle in Li's eyes visibly dimming. Although chips are undeniably significant, does this not squander your innate talents? Su Fan managed an awkward smile. What innate talent could he claim? The pharmaceuticals had effectively suppressed cancer, yielding commendable results. Moreover, concerning biological research, failure was a mere possibility. As Su Fan spoke, Academician Li's mouth gradually closed, his head bowing over the table in silence. A flicker of guilt stirred within Su Fan. Ahem, little Su, how do you intend to handle the pharmaceuticals? Wang Bingquan inquired with a smile. Well, the pharmaceuticals will certainly be submitted to the state. However, I do have a few modest requests, Su Fan replied, scratching his head sheepishly. Wang Bingquan nodded, his smile unwavering, asserting that the state was not a bandit and would not demand uncompensated contributions from everyone. Your willingness is commendable. Feel free to voice your requests. Su Fan licked his lips. Firstly, I hope the state can distribute this pharmaceutical freely to the populace. Observing the puzzled expressions of the others, Su Fan hastily added, when I was bedridden with cancer, I received considerable donations from kind-hearted individuals. To the best of my ability, I wish to give back, even if just a little. Wang Bingquan's countenance grew increasingly serious, causing Su Fan's voice to diminish. I can certainly agree to your other requests, but this matter, while well-intentioned, necessitates collective discussion and verification. Moreover, Dean Shun rolled his eyes. was there that cannot be plainly stated. The nation may be strong, yet external forces continue their covert machinations. While strict confidentiality is crucial, how can we ensure that the formula does not leak through such widespread dissemination? Upon hearing this, Su Fan's tense demeanor relaxed, allowing a sigh of relief to escape his lips. If it is merely a question of confidentiality, I have a solution. Oh, do enlighten us, academicianly interjected. His interest piqued. We need only control a specific synthetic raw material to significantly mitigate the risk of leaks. However, the glimmer in academician Lee's eyes faded as he shook his head. Though this method is feasible, it cannot guarantee absolute security. Indeed, that was an external measure. Technologically, we can install a device covertly to ensure complete security. Su Fan nodded and continued. Upon hearing this, academician Lee furrowed his brow, raising his hand to halt Su Fan from revealing the answer. Wang Bingquan and Dean Chen wore expressions of bitter resignation. By heavens! Invisibility! Akamisianni! Exclaimed, slapping the table in excitement, his gaze fixed on Su Fan. A smile crept across Su Fan's lips as he nodded in affirmation. Indeed, remarkable, truly a stroke of genius. With the validation, academician Lee grew even more animated, gesticulating in the air. Seeing that he momentarily lost his train of thought, Dean Chen chuckled awkwardly. Little Su, could you explain further? Su Fan nodded. The spectrum of light visible to the human eye comprises merely a minuscule segment of the natural world. You two must have heard of this. Noting their nods, Su Fan elaborated, the synthesis of the pharmaceuticals can be altered to incorporate invisible light. As long as the device is installed discreetly, success is assured. Wang Bingquan and Dean Chen chimed in unison indeed, but you have only considered the first layer. Academician Lee continued his animated gestures. Even if you're aware that invisible light was involved in the synthesis of the pharmaceuticals, what then? You require specialized instruments to ascertain the spectrum. Such a large machine would inevitably be discovered by anyone with functioning eyesight, wouldn't it? Gasping, both men inhaled sharply. Little Su, your intellect is truly impressive. Su Fan ruffled his hair modestly. Well, it's nothing too extraordinary. All right, since a means of confidentiality exists, I shall agree to vigorously promote the dissemination of the pharmaceuticals. Do you have any further requests? Wang Bingquan inquired with a radiant smile. There is one more matter. I wish to conduct my chip research in a laboratory. Observing the silence from the others, Su Fan quickly added, it need not be overly advanced. It just needs to facilitate my research. Dean Chen chuckled lightly. No need to be anxious. I'm merely contemplating a suitable location. There happens to be a ready-made research facility in Shanglu, previously used for chip research, but abandoned due to lack of results. The equipment is somewhat outdated, yet still functional, and the space is ample. Su Fan's eyes lit up, nodding vigorously. Excellent, excellent. I wonder if little Su has any other requests? Wang Bingquan asked with a grin. No, that's all. Su Fan pondered briefly before shaking his head. Wang Bingquan and Dean Chen exchanged glances. Little Su, have you given any thought to your own needs? Dean Chen queried. Me? What is there for me to consider? Su Fan tilted his head, a look of confusion adorning his face. Have you thought about acquiring a house? From what I understand, your father sold both his company and home to fund your treatment. Dean Chen chuckled softly, shaking his head. Is a house even a possibility? Su Fan inhaled sharply, tentatively inquiring. Not at all. Dean Chen firmly rejected, followed by a chuckle. While I cannot assist with housing, I can personally ensure that this research institute is transferred to your name. Good or bad, it can be considered a home. Su Fan stared at Dean Chen, his eyes gradually misting with emotion. Home, such an intimate, familiar yet distant concept. Wiping the corners of his eyes, he expressed, thank you, Dean Chen. The other sighed deeply at Su Fan's demeanor. Upon exiting the hospital, Su Fan and the others made their way directly to the research institute. The walls were cloaked in a greenish moss, the black paint on the iron gates peeling and marred with rust. The narrow lawn on either side was overgrown with weeds, standing taller than a person. As they walked, dust billowed around them, leaving a trail of indented footprints. Creaking, they pushed open the decaying wooden door, a wave of decay wafting through the air. Su Jiangwo and Yi Mei immediately opened the windows, grabbing a broom to commence cleaning. Su Fan ascended the staircase, step by step, reaching the top floor. The entire level was entirely open, supported only by a few broad load-bearing columns. Various instruments lay scattered beneath white cloths. Suddenly, Su Fan lifted the cloth. Chapter 10. The chip takes shape, a series of traffic accidents. At the Research Institute of Su Fan, the sun graced the premises once more. Yet the familiar dust was absent. On the ground, Scattered water stains subdued the rebellion of floating dust. A once overgrown patch of wild grass had transformed into a verdant, manicured lawn. The rusted iron gate regained its deep hue. Through the newly crafted wooden door and along the pristine steps, Su Fan ascended to the top floor. He was intently focused on the data displayed on the screen. Beside him rested a rectangular object. After some time, he exclaimed yes, clenching his fist and pressing down forcefully. He picked up the rectangular object, the chip, indicating that the preliminary development was a success. This rectangular chip was thicker than the average ones. Given the current inability to break through the technological blockade imposed by the United States, exploring alternative materials for chip production would require exorbitant contribution points. Su Fan contemplated a clever workaround: 3D packaging technology. By employing simple physical structures, he aimed to transcend the technological bottleneck. In the year 2390, the Chinese Academy of Sciences continually disassembled chip structures through physical means, ultimately reassembling them. With sizes of 28 nanometers, 14 nanometers, 7 nanometers, and 3 nanometers, the 2 nanometers threshold remained unbroken. Achieving 3 nanometers would suffice to meet domestic chip demands. This clever approach, if utilized properly, bore no upper limits, albeit at the expense of reduced output. Su Fan meticulously secured the chip and sought out Su Jiangwo. "Dad, please hand this chip to Dean Shun." Su Jiangwo looked astonished. "Why don't you take it yourself? You spend all day in the lab. It wouldn't hurt to stretch your legs a bit." "I need access to the academy," Su Fan replied. "Besides, I don't have Dean Shin's contact information. I have to rely on you. Your previous delivery went quite well." Su Fan smiled and showered him with compliments. "Huh? I don't have his contact info either," Su Jiangwo exclaimed, eyes wide. "Then how did you manage to contact him last time?" Su Fan blinked. I'm not quite sure. I just handed it over to the University of Science and Technology, and somehow it ended up in Dean Shin's hands." Su Jiangwo chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Su Fan grimaced. Perhaps he would take the same route again. Not long after, Su Jiangwo arrived at the University of Science and Technology, heading straight for the office building. The receptionist was an unfamiliar girl, her cherubic face slightly round. She was applying eyeliner while holding a makeup mirror. Upon hearing Su Jiangwo's inquiry, she absent-mindedly patted a nearby stack of documents. Su Jiangwo completed the form with ease, departing in an unusually carefree manner. Having completely forgotten about the chip sample, the girl finished her eyeliner, then began applying lipstick. With a crack, the lipstick snapped in half, landing squarely on the documents Su Jiangwo had filled out. She gasped, quickly picking up the broken piece, blowing off the dust. With a deft motion, she wiped the lipstick stain from the documents. After a brief glance around, she stealthily shoved the half-stick of lipstick back into her bag. Sitting up straight, she cleared her throat a few times and picked up a book, glancing at the clock repeatedly. Eventually, the hour hand on the wall approached 6 o'clock. She quickly tidied her desk, stuffing her makeup mirror, lipstick, and brow pencil into her bag. Crumpling up a piece of waste paper, she tossed it into the trash can. With her bag in tow, she perched on her tiptoes, fixated on the clock. Ding! The hour chimed. With a cheer, she dashed out, bumping shoulders with a girl sporting a ponytail. The girl huffed, turning her head away as she walked off. "If you like your senior so much, why not chase after him instead of taking your frustration out on me?" the ponytail girl muttered, rubbing her shoulder. Arriving at the reception desk, she closed the book she had been reading and neatly stacked it beside her. Casting a glance at the trash can, she pouted in dissatisfaction. Grabbing the trash can, she headed outside the office building. All day long, just snacking, no exercise, and when your skin has issues, you cover up with makeup, deluding yourself, she grumbled, eyeing the rubbish inside the can. Approaching a large green dumpster, she lifted the trash can, preparing to empty it. Suddenly, someone bumped into her. Ouch! Losing her balance, she fell to the ground. Anger flared within her as she glared up, only to be momentarily taken aback. Wang Bo bent over, extended his hand with an apologetic expression. The ponytail girl pouted, swatting his hand away as she pushed herself up. Picking up the trash can, she glanced at the litter strewn around and sighed, frowning as she bent down to toss each piece back into the bin. Wang Bo scratched his head and quickly squatted down, helping to gather the scattered rubbish. "Oof. At least he has some awareness," the ponytail girl thought, sneaking a glance at him, her movements becoming noticeably lighter. Suddenly, she felt the trash can tighten in her grip, only to find it yanked away. Turning to see Wang Bo holding it aloft, she felt her anger boil over. "What are you doing?" she shrieked, her voice piercing the air. Wang Bo knelt down, rummaging through the debris until he found a crumpled piece of paper, carefully unfolding it. The ponytail girl's irritation faded as she blinked and craned her neck. The page was filled with dense formulas that made her head spin. Suddenly, disregarding her hands that had touched the trash, She gently covered her lips, gasping. At the top of the paper, the name section prominently displayed 3 characters, Su Jiangwo. Meanwhile, on the other side of the river, on the highway, a traffic accident occurred. The driver of the trailing vehicle exited to assess the collision. Unable to brake in time, he crashed into the rear of the first vehicle. The inspecting driver found himself wedged between 2 cars. Blood splattered as he let out a scream before losing consciousness. The owner of the trailing vehicle, trembling, opened the car door and ran to the roadside, pulling out his phone to dial emergency services. The hospital received the call and swiftly dispatched an ambulance. However, it was rush hour, compounded by a series of accidents, leaving the road completely congested. The ambulance driver honked frantically, to no avail. Just as they were at a loss, a beautiful girl with twin ponytails, clad in a pleated skirt and lightly made up, rushed to the side of the ambulance, banging on the passenger window. The driver looked astonished and rolled down the window. "Sir, I'm a streamer. Let me on the ambulance. I have a way." The driver shook his head, recognizing her, but maintaining, "This is an emergency vehicle. I can't take passengers." The ponytail girl, exasperated, jumped up and down. "Please, just turn on the radio." The driver complied and switched on the radio. "Attention, listeners. We interrupt this program for an urgent news bulletin. On the highway leading to Wujiacheng, a series of rear-end collisions have occurred, blocking the ambulance. We urge all drivers to pull left and create a clear path for emergency vehicles. Attention, listeners." The driver inhaled deeply, switching channels, only to encounter the same content repeatedly. Casting a glance at the girl with twin ponytails, he discreetly pressed the car door unlock button. The girl swung open the door, her skirt fluttering as she lightly jumped into the vehicle. Hey, how did you get in here?" The driver chided. The young woman rolled her eyes, addressing her phone. "Come on, my friends, keep the momentum going and spread the word across every corner of this highway." Chapter 11. The 3 Sounds of National Essence. Inside the ambulance, the girl with twin ponytails appeared flushed, continuously shouting into her phone. Suddenly, the cars ahead began to honk incessantly. The vehicle on the far left was pressed against the barrier, while an adjacent car had crossed the solid white line, parked at an angle. After a moment, a gap opened up on the far right. Many drivers opened their doors or leaned out of sunroofs, waving at the ambulance. The driver chuckled softly, touching his lips and subtly wiping his dampened eyes. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, surging into the newly created lifeline. "Yay, yay." The girl with twin ponytails repeatedly tapped the dashboard, exclaiming, "You guys are incredible." As the unsung heroes of this rescue operation, they could boast about this for a lifetime. The driver, infected by her exuberance, smacked his forehead. "Hey, aren't you the girl from earlier?" "Ah, uncle, you know me?" she replied, turning her head. "Of course I do." "Ouch," she winced, covering her forehead, taking a sharp breath. Her demeanor became significantly calmer. Glancing at the barrage of comments, she snorted, "I'm in a good mood today, so I don't want to argue." The ambulance sped along, finally arriving at the scene of the incident. A sudden screech pierced the air, releasing 2 plumes of black smoke. Before the vehicle came to a complete stop, the driver flung open the door and dashed towards the accident site. After a quick scan, he rushed back, shouting, "The patient is trapped between 2 cars and appears to be severely lacking blood. We need to administer an emergency transfusion." The doctor continued pushing the stretcher forward. The nurse nodded and swiftly retrieved a large bag of plasma from the vehicle, tossing it onto the stretcher and helping to move it along. The girl with twin ponytails approached the scene, casting a glance before turning her head away, retching slightly while ensuring to cover her phone's camera. Stepping back, she aimed her lens at the busy doctors and nurses, explaining to her audience, "It's too tragic. I'm definitely going to have nightmares tonight. Without a mosaic, I want to broadcast this, lest everyone suffers." Nevertheless, many viewers began to cheer her on. "Don't worry, we can handle it. We love the intense stuff. Just don't disregard us." With a frown, the girl retorted, "We are positive energy broadcasters. Such sensationalist tactics are unacceptable. If I mosaic it, it will just be a blur with no meaning." The rowdy viewers were soon ushered into the moderator's black room. After a while, although the doctors and nurses had temporarily administered blood to the injured, they still couldn't extract him safely from the tight squeeze. With a reminder from her viewers, the girl realized the gravity of the situation. Taking a deep breath, she patted her face and shouted, "Come help." Rushing forward, she grasped the rear of the car and pulled with all her might. Many onlookers exchanged glances. "Let us go." Gradually, they gathered at the car's rear, chanting in unison to drag it away. With combined effort, they soon freed the injured individual. The doctors and nurses carefully supported him, transferring him to the stretcher. The girl joined in, lending a hand. As soon as the patient was on the stretcher, the medical team hurriedly pushed it towards the ambulance. She instinctively followed, assisting the doctors and nurses in loading the stretcher into the vehicle, taking her seat in the passenger side. The driver rolled his eyes but didn't ask her to leave. Rolling down the window, he shouted, "Clear the way," flooring the accelerator. He executed a flawless 180-degree turn and rejoined the lifeline. "Awesome," the girl exclaimed. The driver waved dismissively, appearing somewhat humbled. It was then that the girl glanced back at the comments. "Wait, is this lump of flesh a person? An old woman? A big fraud? What happened to not showing the camera? I'm nauseated. I can't even imagine having nightmares. I might struggle to eat for days." Sticking out her tongue, the girl realized that in the heat of the moment, she had forgotten about her audience. "Look at me. Should I commend or chastise you? You're so high and mighty. Ha, you just said you like the intense stuff. I wonder if those brothers can handle such a shock." While the girl engaged cheerfully with her viewers, a beep interrupted her. Curious, she turned to locate the sound source. The driver's expression darkened, and he remained silent. The beeping persisted. The girl inadvertently caught sight of the comments and froze. Turning to the driver, she asked, "Uncle, is..." Not allowing her to finish, he nodded with difficulty. Covering her mouth, she noticed blood smearing her face. Tears streamed down, washing away traces of blood. Suddenly, a shout rang from the back of the vehicle. "Help." The driver immediately slammed on the brakes, leaping from the car to the rear. The girl wiped her tears and glanced at the open driver's door. Biting her lip, she opened the passenger door and made her way to the back. Gripping her phone tightly, she peered inside. The doctor was kneeling over the patient, forcefully pressing on his chest, while the nurse bit her lip, repeatedly squeezing an airbag. The driver was applying medication to the defibrillator. "All right," the doctor declared as he took the defibrillator. "Clear. Bang. Increase the voltage. Bang. More." The girl gripped her phone tightly, the situation of the patient remaining dire. After a moment, the doctor's expression turned somber. The nurse turned away, tears streaming down her cheeks. The driver slammed his fist against the car wall. The girl bit her lip, her tears blurring her vision. The patient had succumbed. Time slipped away. The doctor abruptly paused, his expression somewhat dazed. "You did your best." The nurse wiped her tears and patted the doctor on the shoulder. No. I remember adding a new emergency medication. Hurry. Look for it." The doctor tossed aside the defibrillator and began rummaging through the medical kit. The driver, furrowing his brow, turned his head, pounding against the car wall repeatedly. The nurse bit her lip, her neck slightly raised, cold tears trailing down into her collar. The doctor's eyes lit up with excitement as he rummaged through the supply cabinet, creating a clattering noise. The girl held her mouth, sobbing uncontrollably. "I found it." The doctor triumphantly held up a vial of emerald green liquid, laced with deep blue, emanating a hazy glow. It resembled liquid jewels more than medicine. He approached the patient, biting open a disposable syringe, extracting half the vial's contents, and injecting it into the patient's body. After observing for a moment, he glanced at the remaining medication. Prizing open the patient's mouth, he poured the rest of the liquid inside, murmuring, "Come on. All right." The nurse exclaimed sharply, "As a physician, you engage in a daily struggle against death. You should have long since come to terms with the nature of life and death. There is another patient awaiting your salvation. Do not squander your time on futile efforts." The doctor remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the electrocardiogram, occasionally glancing at the injured individual. The nurse sniffled and approached the doctor. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as it landed on the doctor's face. Bewildered, he blinked and asked, "What are you doing?" "Pull yourself together." Beep, beep, beep. The little sister shrieked, raising her hand to point at the electrocardiogram, her arm trembling uncontrollably. The three turned in unison to the monitor, exclaiming in shock, "What the hell? What the hell? What the hell?" Chapter 12. Please begin your performance. Although the scene of the doctor saving the patient was not broadcasted live by the little sister, the prolonged alarm signaling the cessation of the patient's heartbeat, coupled with the unique sound of the defibrillator, along with the doctor's pronouncement of death, was sufficient to evoke a vivid image of helplessness in everyone. Unexpectedly, a twist of fate occurred. The little sister's scream somehow revived the patient's heartbeat. The monotonous, repetitive beeping suddenly became melodious. As the little sister jumped up and down in excitement, this incident swiftly ascended to trending status. Terrifying little sister scares away the Grim Reaper. What is this newly introduced emergency medication that can bring the dead back to life? Tense emergency scene, a united populace. Tear-jerking, an extraordinary path of life. The comment from netizens were fervent. "I can't believe that injured person survived. How could that happen? Long live our country. May technology thrive and benefit more people." Are those saying the little sister scared away the Grim Reaper, just trying to be funny? What exactly is that medication? Can someone enlighten us? As an emergency physician, If it weren't for this news, I would have thought the medications provided were fake. The effects are indeed astonishing. They stabilize life functions and suppress all ailments. Wow. Do you think Chinese people deceive their own? The medication is real. Even without this incident, it would eventually gain recognition. Such terrifying efficacy cannot be concealed. Which esteemed individual developed this medication? The country hasn't even mentioned it, leaving us without someone to express our gratitude. Those who say we need to know who it is just want to pave the way for others to exploit it. Indeed, a walking 500,000. The online chatter was lively. Meanwhile, at the office building of Luzhu Technology University, Professor Zhang trembled as he held a crumpled piece of paper. Though I cannot comprehend it all, I have a rough idea of what this is. What is it? Wang Bo inquired with curiosity. I can't understand it all. Of course, you wouldn't understand. You've only been studying biology and have never ventured into other fields, Professor Zhang replied, shaking his head, his fingernail lightly tapping on the lipstick-stained document. What is the matter? Why is this document so crumpled and stained with lipstick? It looks as if it has been pulled from a trash heap. Wang Bo opened his mouth to speak, biting his lip in silence. The ponytail girl glanced at him in astonishment, her eyes darting around. With a light laugh, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. It truly looks like it was retrieved from a garbage pile. What? Professor Zhang stared at the ponytail girl, while Wang Bo also looked at her incredulously. Don't look at me like that. I didn't do it. I don't even use cosmetics. Besides, thanks to Senior Wang, if it weren't for him, I would have discarded this as trash. Professor Zhang's eyes widened as he inhaled sharply. Please elaborate on what happened. I arrived at the office building today. As the ponytail girl recounted her story, Professor Zhang's furrowed brow deepened. After a moment, he shook his head. This shouldn't be the case. He had already contacted the Academy of Sciences. Why resort to this method? Professor, is there a possibility? Wang Bo licked his lips and spoke hesitantly. Speak clearly. Stop stammering. Professor Zhang admonished. Wang Bo whispered, since he has already contacted the Academy, he could have directly submitted the results. The continued use of this method might suggest he intends to reserve the technology or credit for the school. Hiss. Professor Zhang sharply inhaled, pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back while occasionally glancing at the document. It is highly likely, indeed. Professor Wang. Contact Professor Wang. Professor Zhang took out his phone, completely disregarding the time. Hello. A sleepy voice answered. Old Wang, it's me, Zhang. Urgent matter, wake up. What is the rush? I just lay down. There is a technical document regarding. Professor Zhang paused, lowering his voice again, regarding the chip. What? The voice on the phone mumbled. What? Suddenly, the volume rose, causing Professor Zhang to tilt his head away from the receiver. Repeat that. What is it? Professor Wang's voice continued to escalate. Professor Zhang snorted lightly. I will be in my office waiting for you. He hung up the phone, a teasing expression on his face. TSK, TSK, TSK. The ponytail girl and Wang Bo kept their heads down, shrinking like quails. Professor Zhang looked up and saw the two, narrowing his eyes. The ponytail girl flinched. Covering her ears, Professor, I didn't hear anything. Wang Bo smiled gently at Professor Zhang. I was just pondering a question. Did you say anything just now? The ponytail girl eyed Wang Bo, skeptically. What? Am I supposed to be some bookworm who knows nothing? Wang Bo shook his head at the ponytail girl. Professor Zhang lightly clenched his fist, pressing it against his nose to hide his smirk. Suddenly, the door swung open, crashing against the wall. Professor Wang, wearing one slipper and half-dressed, yelled while putting on the other sleeve. Where is it? I rushed over here, and if you dare to deceive me. Professor Wang halted as he beheld the unfolded, crumpled document, speechless. After a long pause, Professor Zhang held up the document, while Professor Wang stood frozen. The ponytail girl nudged Wang Bo with her shoulder. Hey, can't you understand what's on the document? Wang Bo turned to glance at her. I can comprehend a bit. Hiss. Then why did you just? The professor can only understand a little. I already said, wouldn't it be embarrassing for him? No gain. An ID make enemies. I'm not foolish. Hiss hiss. Wang Bo shot a glance at the ponytail girl's chest, wrinkling his nose in disdain. What do you mean by that? The ponytail girl's veins bulged on her forehead, her voice slightly raised. What? Professor Wang finally snapped back to life, snatching the document with trembling hands. You, old Zhang, are a criminal in Huagua. Huh? Professor Zhang rolled his eyes dramatically, as if I would be grateful to you. Nor can I atone for your mistakes. Professor Wang pointed at the lipstick on the document, his tone stern. Where did this come from? It is inappropriate to remain here, particularly fixated on critical computational data. Just as Professor Zhang prepared to elucidate, Professor Wang interjected with a disdainful snort, asserting, allow me to enlighten you, you semiconductor illiterate, about the significance of this article. Through it, we can circumvent the lithography machine, propelling our nation's chip technology into an internationally leading position. After proclaiming this, he shrugged and spread his hands, inviting a performance from the three, who were left in stunned silence. Chapter 13. A Despairing Backdrop. Shanlu, Institute of Technology. Professor Wang cast a cold gaze over the trio. Professor Zhang gestured towards the ponytailed girl, who pouted and reiterated the circumstances of the situation. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Professor Wang slammed his hand on the table. You imbeciles! Such an attitude nearly led to a grave mistake. I shall propose to the principal that this student be expelled. Oh, that seems excessive, the ponytailed girl stuttered, wide-eyed. You know nothing. The loss of the document is inconsequential, even if we do not adopt it. It merely reflects our inadequacy and lack of discernment. However, should the provider of this technology learn of such treatment of his efforts, how would you feel if you were in his position? Professor Wang snorted disdainfully. Yet, upon his conclusion, the three collectively sighed in relief. What is the meaning of this? Do you think I jest? Professor Wang furrowed his brow, casting an irritable glance at them. No, Professor Wang, please temper your anger. The primary issue is that this Su Jiangwo has provided technical materials more than once. Professor Zhang waved his hands in an attempt to calm Professor Wang's agitation. What? The attempt at soothing evidently fell flat, as Professor Wang grew more animated, seizing Professor Zhang's arm and shaking it vigorously. Are there more technical documents? How was I unaware of this? Bring them forth. I wish to see. Professor Zhang contorted his face, gasping, and swatted at Professor Wang's hand, urging him to let go. Professor Wang released his grip, rubbing his hands on his pant leg with a forced smile. Ahem, the technical documents are not in my possession. At this juncture, Professor Zhang leaped back, evading Professor Wang's grasp. Calm down. The last technical document provided pertained to the biological field. Even if I were to give it to you, would you comprehend it? Professor Zhang rubbed his arm, his tone laced with sarcasm. Nonsense. If you refuse to show it, so be it. Yet a figure of such stature in the chip domain, and you dare to drag him into the biological field? Preposterous. Professor Wang expressed disbelief, delivering a barrage of cold mockery towards Professor Zhang. Professor Zhang, bemused, gestured towards Wang Bo. Professor Wang, what my teacher has stated is indeed true. Wang Bo stepped forward, grinning awkwardly. Have you seen the recent news about the rescue? Professor Wang scrutinized Wang Bo, his expression wavering. Are you referring to the ambulance? You cannot possibly mean that the life-saving serum used at the last moment was developed by Mr. Su? Wang Bo nodded earnestly, pointing at the ponytailed girl. Last time, she was the one to receive Mr. Su, and the teacher personally delivered the serum to the Academy of Sciences. I am referring to the serum, not the technical documents. Surely, Professor Wang can comprehend the distinction. Professor Wang scanned the faces of his companions. After a moment, he cleared his throat, taking a deep breath that momentarily choked him. Professor Zhang stepped forward and patted his back vigorously. Still struggling to regain his breath, Professor Wang rolled his eyes and pushed Professor Zhang away. Do not think that this absolves you of responsibility. At the very least, you should bear the burden of leadership's failure. Professor Zhang nodded repeatedly, conceding, all right, you are in charge. It is your call. With a huff, Professor Wang resumed examining the documents, his eyes ablaze with fervor. This does not add up. According to your assertions, Mr. Su has already established contact with the Academy of Sciences through the previous serum. Why then did he send this to the school? Such precious technical materials should have been delivered directly. They nearly went astray. We have considered this issue as well. There exists a rather immature hypothesis. Do tell. Do not keep me in suspense. Could be that Mr. Su is doing this intentionally? Perhaps he wishes to reserve this technology for the school. Professor Wang began to cough again, striking his chest with fervor. Nonsense. Do you grasp the value of this? Putting aside its economic worth, in terms of technological advancement, this could dismantle the chip blockade and even catapult us ahead of international standards. For our school, to put it bluntly, do we even deserve it? Professor Zhang scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. Nevertheless, after Professor Wang spoke, he stroked his chin, pondering that while it may not be retainable, it could still yield considerable prestige and benefits. How so? Professor Zhang inquired immediately. We bypass the Academy of Sciences and contact Huaxin Group directly to produce samples. Then, we can offer Mr. Su a professorship. Subsequently, we submit the samples and commend Mr. Su for his contributions. By the way, what was Mr. Su's major? Professor Wang inquired, looking up at Professor Zhang. Business administration, Professor Zhang replied, his eyelids fluttering. What? Professor Wang's neck craned as he glared at Professor Zhang. Are you certain? Can someone with a business administration background possess such technical prowess? Professor Zhang grimaced. Initially, I too found it hard to believe, so I inquired about Mr. Su's classmates. After graduation, he established a company of considerable scale. As for his research abilities, no one knows. Both professors fell into deep contemplation, the room enveloped in silence. Wang Bo frowned as well. The ponytail girl stifled a yawn, drawing the attention of the three with her gesture. I do not understand what you are all discussing. However, is it possible that Mr. Su is merely here to deliver something? Impossible, the trio exclaimed in unison. Do you think this is takeaway food or snacks? This is technology that could alter the world order. Even a beloved son should not be easily trusted. It is meant to lead an era. The ponytail girl, startled by their outburst, puffed her cheeks and interrupted Professor Wang. How can it be impossible? You treat it like a treasure, but perhaps he does not even value it. The serum is one thing. Chip technology is another. He might just be handing you a few scraps from the leftovers. After the ponytail girl finished her tirade, she placed her hands on her hips, breathing heavily. The room fell silent once more. After a moment, she collected herself, furrowing her brow as she stole a glance at Brother Wang. Brother Wang was staring at her, dumbfounded. Slowly, she turned her head to glance at the two professors, who were likewise staring at her, their eyes vacant. I have caused trouble. Why can't I keep my mouth shut? She muttered softly, gently tapping her lips. Her actions caused Wang Bo's pupils to sharpen. He jolted, frowning and biting his lip, realizing there might indeed be some truth to her words. Oh dear! Two profound sighs echoed in the air. The two professors exchanged wry smiles and shook their heads, although the choice of words was somewhat exaggerated. It indeed held a kernel of truth. Professor Zhang appeared bewildered, realizing why, during his last contact with the Academy of Sciences, no contact information had been left. Perhaps, in his view, pharmaceuticals were merely trivial, inconsequential matters, mere trifles. The three of them sighed deeply. Genius, at times, can evoke a sense of despair. Chapter 14. The Predicament of the Chrysanthemum Factory. Impractical Designs from Genius. In Huagua, at Huaxin Group, the pristine concrete pavement shimmered with a faint white glow. A few sparrows chased and frolicked. Bang! One sparrow accidentally collided with a glass surface. Shaking its little head, it staggered a few steps before rejoining its companions. In the office, two individuals withdrew their gazes. Mr. Run, I can guess the purpose of your visit today. I deeply sympathize with your company's plight. However, my hands are tied, spoke an elder gentleman, his hair graying at the temples. He was none other than Ding Lang, the chairman of Huaxin Group. Brother, you jest. Who doesn't he know that Huaxin Group represents the future of Huagua's chip industry and is our only hope? Naturally, when my younger brother encounters issues in this regard, he must seek assistance from his elder brother, Mr. Run, with a smile on his face replied. Mr. Run Tinxiang, the president of the Chrysanthemum Factory, was in his prime, though the wrinkles etched across his face made him appear older than his years, especially the deep scar across his forehead, reminiscent of a wound. Those are mere praises from outsiders who lack technical knowledge. If I possessed such capabilities, I would have already lent a helping hand to my brother. So why should Mr. Ren come in person? Ding Lang chuckled, shaking his head dismissively. Brother, there's no need for such formalities. Is it not permissible for me to come and visit? Mr. Ren smiled, gesturing toward Ding Lang, and continued, I have also heard that you have made breakthroughs in technology, which is why I have braved the embarrassment to inquire. Ding Lang's eyes narrowed slightly, then widened. My younger brother is quite well informed. Even I, the chairman of this group, am unaware of the technological issues you speak of. For you to learn about it so swiftly is indeed impressive. Mr. Ren chuckled lightly. Oh, brother, do not flatter me. This news has been circulating widely. It is common knowledge. I am merely lagging behind. Ding Lang closed his eyes, taking a faint breath, and fell silent. Mr. Ren lifted his teacup, blowing gently before sipping the hot tea, his index finger lightly tapping against the cup's rim. After a moment, Ding Lang sighed. I am getting old, and my spirit is somewhat lacking. Please bear with me. Brother, you are still in your prime. Huagua's chip industry still relies on your leadership. You cannot be so dispirited. Mr. Ren placed his cup down, teasingly. Mr. Ren has come well prepared today. To be frank, we have indeed achieved a breakthrough in the 28 nanometers process and realized the 14 nanometers chip technology. Ding Lang exhaled slowly, sitting up slightly straighter. Oh, what about the yield? How is the quality? Mr. Ren leaned forward, hands on his knees, speaking with increasing urgency. As this is a new technology, the output is somewhat limited, around 80,000 per month. The yield rate is 85, with considerable room for improvement, Ding Lang replied solemnly. Mr. Ren frowned deeply, his mouth moving soundlessly. After a moment he spoke. Our chrysanthemum factory can invest 500 million. Before Ding Lang could respond, Mr. Ren raised a hand to halt him and continued. No shares. No dividends. Just ensure the order demands of the chrysanthemum factory are met. The cost of the chips will be calculated separately. Ding Lang pursed his lips, hesitating for a moment before sighing. Brother, to speak frankly, even without this 500 million, I would certainly assist you without hesitation. However, the beautiful nation has imposed a blockade on your chrysanthemum factory. If I were to provide you with chips, it would not help you weather the storm, but might ease your burden slightly. Yet, we can no longer acquire parts for the lithography machines. The 14 nanometers process, not to mention improvement, is entirely stalled. Mr. Ren gazed intently at him, biting his lip. Brother, we only need a batch delivered all at once. I assure you, it will remain undetected. Ding Lang chuckled softly, shaking his head. Mr. Ren, do not jest. Do you recall what you just said? This news is all over town. Everyone knows. Mr. Ren lowered his head, gripping his knees, his arms trembling slightly. Moreover, how many manufacturers in the world can produce chips? I believe you're more aware of that than I am. Such a significant supply cannot be concealed. Ding Lang observed Mr. Ren for a moment, then sighed and shook his head. Knock, knock. A sound of knocking echoed. Ding Lang straightened his posture slightly as the secretary opened the door, revealing a somewhat unfamiliar figure. Professor Wang approached Ding Lang's puzzled gaze, extending his right hand. I am Wang Zhengxu from the Upper Lu Technology University. Ding Lang's eyes brightened as he grasped the armrest of his chair, rising with a stride to shake his hand. Professor Wang, it is an honor to finally meet you. Please have a seat. With a smile, Professor Wang sat down, casting a glance at the individuals beside him. Blinking, he found one of them somewhat familiar. What is your name? Mr. Ren raised his head and, upon seeing Professor Wang, managed to smile. Ren Tianxiang. Oh, Mr. Ren, Professor Wang replied, a look of realization crossing his face as he stood to shake Mr. Ren's hand. The three settled back into their seats, and Ding Lang, smiling, began. Professor Wang is quite the busy individual. It is often difficult to invite you for guidance. Is there a specific purpose for your visit today? Professor Wang chuckled. My modest skills have long been drained by Chairman Ding. What guidance can I possibly provide? The technical level domestically is what it is. I merely do not wish to accept payment without contributing. It would weigh on my conscience, leading Chairman Ding to mock me. Professor Wang, you are too humble. Ding Lang laughed heartily, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. I wonder what brings you here today. As their laughter faded, Ding Lang continued his inquiry. Professor Wang composed himself, producing a document and handing it to Ding Lang. Ding Lang accepted the document, teasing, Oh, is this a lipstick? Professor Wang, you seem to be rather fortunate, he added with a smirk. Donning his reading glasses, Professor Wang squinted at the small print on the document, his smile gradually stiffening, and his hands began to tremble slightly. After a moment, he swallowed hard, his voice quivering. Professor Wang, is the information within genuine? Professor Wang shook his head slightly. There are no issues on the technical front. I have come today to seek your company's assistance in attempting to realize this technology. Ding Lang struggled to swallow. Offering a bitter smile, Professor Wang, you hold us in too high regard. While the document outlines everything clearly and all details have been considered, understanding something and being able to execute it are two entirely different matters. Professor Wang furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Do not rush. Ding Lang gestured for calm. Then explained, take the lithography machine, for instance, an exposure system and a lithography system. Everyone understands the working principles and the production processes. However, can you manufacture a lithography machine? No. Why? This highlights the disparity between understanding and practical application. The myriad subtle differences, when combined, can culminate in monumental errors. Professor Wang furrowed his brow tighter, implying that this technology cannot be operationalized. Ding Lang nodded and then shook his head. With increased investment, it could eventually be attempted. However, this pertains to the physical realm, deconstructing the chip architecture, and ultimately reassembling it to achieve breakthroughs in fabrication processes. Indeed, it is a stroke of genius, albeit somewhat impractical. Professor Wang gazed at Ding Lang with confusion. Ding Lang Zeit. This technology ought to be the product of researchers. No, of brilliant researchers. Unfortunately, they lack understanding of production and management. Such technology, while yielding chips of exceptional quality, would equally result in alarmingly low output. Amidst their conversation, they failed to notice the glint in Mr. Ren's eyes, akin to kindling a fierce flame. Chapter 15. Hitting a wall, new technology cannot be implemented. Huaxing Group. Professor Wang observed Ding Lang, who spoke eloquently, with a cold snort. Indeed, Mr. Ding is a businessman, shrewd in his calculations. Such a brilliant idea, such astonishing design. Yet he first considers its profitability. Ding Lang's expression stiffened, a light laugh escaping him as he shook his head, apologizing to Professor Wong for his jest. Our Huaxing group is vast and prosperous. It is no exaggeration to say that there are tens of thousands of mouths below, eagerly awaiting sustenance. Naturally, I must consider their livelihoods. If the supply were to be cut off, the consequences would be dire. Professor Wong snorted disdainfully, stepping closer to snatch the documents. Then I wish Mr. Ding prosperous business and great wealth. With that, he flicked his sleeve and strode towards the door. Ding Lang sighed and shrugged at Mr. Run. Little did he know, Mr. Run showed no interest in him, hastening a few steps to catch up with Professor Wong, leaving the office together. Ding Lang blinked, letting out a soft chuckle. This technology could indeed resolve the issues at Juchong. However, the cost. While Ding Lang pondered, Mr. Rin patted Professor Wong's arm in a friendly manner. Professor Wong, calm down, calm down. Professor Wong took several deep breaths, exclaiming, I never anticipated that such a genius concept would be overshadowed by mere monetary concerns. I am not oblivious to economic matters. However, with technology in hand, development will gradually unfold, and problems can always be surmounted. It is far better than relying on the whims of others. Mr. Rin's eyes brightened as he nodded, acknowledging Professor Wong's point. Regrettably, most people have not borne the brunt of this lesson, always believing that what is purchased is cheaper and better. Why not use it? Yet they fail to consider that one day, if others cease to sell, how will they survive? Professor Wong shook his head with a sigh, hands clasped behind his back. Exiting the Huaxin group office building, Mr. Ren hastened a few steps forward, blocking Professor Wong's path. May I inquire where you're headed next? Professor Wong assessed Mr. Ren and smiled lightly. Mr. Ren, I understand your predicament. You hope this technology will alleviate your pressures and breach the blockade imposed by the beautiful nation. However, you must grasp that theory remains merely theory. Everything must be substantiated by tangible results. Initially, I saw collaboration, or rather, I aimed for a finished product. Now, Mr. Ren nodded, his expression turning serious. Since you are so forthright, I shall not conceal my intentions. Indeed, I have identified a breakthrough opportunity in this technical document that could circumvent the blockade from a beautiful nation. If in the end, Professor Wong is unable to find a suitable manufacturer to validate the technology, our Juchong is willing to establish a new chip company to realize this technology. Professor Wong smiled and nodded, patting Mr. Ren's arm, impressed by his determination and adventurous spirit. It is no wonder that Juchong has achieved its current scale. However, I cannot manage this alone. Since you are so invested, why not accompany me on a trip? Mr. Ren laughed heartily, waving his hand to summon a car from short distance. May I ask where Professor Wong intends to go? The Academy of Sciences. Mr. Ren's eyes sparkled with interest. The Academy of Sciences. In the office of Director Chun, he set aside the documents at hand and stretched his neck. What did you say? Wang Zhengqiu and Rin Tianxiang are here for a visit. Wang Zhengqiu, Fei Tianxiang, the professor from the University of Science and Technology, specializing in the field of chips. Fei Tianxiang. Oh, chips. Rin Tianxiang from Juchong. Haha, what could this duo possibly want at the Academy of Sciences? Let them in. As Director Chun awaited their entrance, he gestured towards the nearby guest sofa. Please have a seat. He fetched a kettle of hot water and a box of tea leaves, smiling as he sat down to pour 2 cups of steaming tea. You two are indeed rare guests. What brings you to the Academy of Sciences today? The two sat at the edge of the sofa, lifting their hands to lightly support their teacups. Once Director Chun set down the kettle, Professor Wong began. We have come today regarding a new chip manufacturing process. Before Professor Wong could present the documents, Director Chun interjected with a smile. I knew it. One of you works with chips while the other requires them. Together, you must have news regarding chips. Do share. Is there some new technology or a novel design? Director Chun, beaming, took a sip of the hot tea. Professor Wong retrieved the documents and handed them over. Director Chun examined the wrinkled sheets, furrowing his brow. Without opening them, he placed them on the table. Explain, for I am merely an administrator and not versed in the specifics of technology. Professor Wong, with a serious demeanor, nodded and stated that 3D packaging technology can physically deconstruct the chip, allowing it to be rearranged like building blocks. Through interspersing, overlapping, and stacking, this packaging technology can transcend the limitations of nanofabrication processes. I estimate that the limit of this technology is at 2 nanometers. Director Chen initially listened in bewilderment, but upon hearing 2 nanometers, he grasped the terrifying implications of this technology. He unintentionally spewed the hot tea he had just sipped. Cough, cough. Professor Wong, are you certain you are not exaggerating? Wiping the water from his mouth, Director Chun continued. Although I do not comprehend the technology, I understand what 2 nanometers signifies. To date, no chip company in the world has managed to achieve mass production. It remains a product of a laboratory. Am I correct? Seeing Professor Wong nod, Director Chun raised his voice. So, you mean to say that with this packaging technology, once implemented, we could mass-produce 2 nanometers chips? Is that the implication? Professor Wong pondered for a moment before nodding. Director Chun inhaled sharply, suddenly rising and shaking his head vigorously. No, it cannot be that simple. This technology must have its drawbacks, correct? Professor Wong nodded and began to explain. Before coming to the Academy of Sciences, I visited Huaxin Group, hoping that through them, this technology could be monetized more convincingly. However, Mr. Ding immediately identified the technology's shortcomings. While it can mass-produce chips of any specification, it is, after all, a somewhat clever workaround. The output is expected to be very low, alarmingly low. Dean Shin sighed and returned to the sofa. After all, enterprises require development. We cannot intervene indefinitely. If long-term capital injection is necessary, what distinguishes it from the products of a laboratory? Professor Wong opened his mouth, his expression somber. Yet he remained silent. Dean Shun, our Ju factory can invest to implement this technology, General Ren interjected. General Run, I understand the challenges faced by Ju factory, and I have faith in your determination. However, acting on impulse is unwise. I have heard whispers of your factory's research investments. Once you shoulder this burden, the pace of progress at Ju factory will inevitably slow or even come to a standstill. Huagua has managed to produce a factory like Ju. You must exercise caution, extreme caution. Dean Shin expressed with evident concern. General Ren bit his lip, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation, remaining silent. All right, let us lighten the atmosphere. Regardless of circumstances, this technology liberates us from our dependence on foreign chips. Though it has its shortcomings, it represents a commendable breakthrough. Professor Wong's contributions are invaluable. I shall certainly report to my superiors to assign Professor Wong more responsibilities, Dean Shun said, taking a sip of tea. However, Professor Wong scratched his head, looking rather awkward. The technology is not of my own provision. Oh, then who's responsible? Dean Shin paused, recalling that there were no individuals of superior caliber at Shangli University compared to Professor Wong. It is a person named Su Jiangwo. Who did you say? Crash. Dean Shun abruptly stood, the teacup shattering on the floor into several pieces. Chapter 16, A Gathering of Deities. At Shanglu, Su Fan was in the laboratory, working on the chip production line. Yimei rushed in, panting, swallowing hard, and gesturing anxiously, unable to utter a word. Su Fan looked perplexed. She stamped her foot, grabbed Su Fan's arm, and dashed downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, they found Su Jiangwo, drenched in sweat, attending to a group of guests. The guests, predominantly older individuals, were scattered throughout the lobby, some seated, others leaning on various objects. The number of younger attendees was scant, with only a few, like Su Jiangwo, weaving through the crowd, serving tea and water. Su Fan, you finally made it down? Su Jiangwo exclaimed upon catching sight of Su Fan. Where is Su Fan? Who is this deity? Su Fan blinked and slowly raised his hand. I am here. Instantly, all eyes focused on him, scrutinizing and assessing him. The prevailing sentiment was one of distrust. Su Jiangwo, are you jesting with us? The person you mentioned is this young lad? He cannot be older than my grandson. One elder protested. We have traveled such a distance. And if the expert refuses to meet, why resort to sending this inexperienced boy to deceive us? Su Fan's face twitched. These individuals were from his grandfather's generation, and he had to endure their dismissive remarks. Su Jiangwo wiped the sweat and saliva from his brow, urging son, please say something. Don't just stand there. You're driving me to distraction. Clearing his throat, Su Fan raised his voice. Good afternoon, esteemed elders and uncles. His booming voice quelled the cacophony. I am at a loss for words. I assume you are all here regarding the chip matter? Of course, what else could it be? This young lad surely has nothing else of note, came the reply. He looks innocent enough, yet seems to lack ambition. Suppressing a smile, Su Fan continued. If you do not trust me, why not accompany me to the rooftop laboratory for a first-hand look? At that moment, one elder scoffed, this young lad must be jesting. Do you think my weary limbs can manage the stairs? Just a hint of skepticism, and you resort to such harsh tactics? I intend to see for myself what plans he has. Another elder declared, determination in his voice. Su Fan inhaled sharply and reached out to stop a few elderly individuals, who were trembling and eager to ascend the stairs. Esteemed elders, my apologies for not considering your comfort. We shall not ascend. Instead, I will address your inquiries right here. Several elders huffed dismissively, turning their heads away. What did you possibly explain, you young lad? Unless the chip designer appears, I refuse to leave. Indeed, I shall not depart. I will have my son bring my bed over here. Su Fan pressed his forehead, exclaiming, "Let me first present an overview. If it does not meet your expectations, consider it mere amusement." Before the elders could protest further, Su Fan raised his voice once more. The principle of 3D packaging technology is quite simple. Akin to assembling building blocks, the chip production process is divided into 2, 3, or even countless modules. For instance, with 28 nanometers technology, we need only 2 28 nanometers chips, designed to form an interlocking structure. Ultimately, we stack the 2 28 nanometers chips together for a perfect fit. Although the process remains at 28 nanometers, its efficacy reaches that of 14 nanometers. Is this not the case? The elders nodded, and Su Fan smiled gently. The reasoning is that straightforward. The audience grasped the concept immediately. The challenge lies in how to interlock and align the components. Here, we must draw inspiration from the wisdom of ancient Chinese architecture, the mortise and tenon joint. At this revelation, the elders' eyes lit up, and they began to discuss among themselves, momentarily sidelining Su Fan. He chuckled softly and approached Su Jiangwo. Who are these remarkable individuals? I must say, calling them deities is not without merit. They are all esteemed figures from the Academy of Sciences, eager to learn of your chip research and groundbreaking progress. I dared not intervene, for it would be a grave offense to hinder them. Su Jiangwo explained with a wry smile. Ye may noted, likely patink herchist, still feeling the lingering anxiety. Su Fan scanned the room, realizing this was not a sustainable situation. Once they regained their composure, they would surely have more questions. Yet, the lobby lacked seating. How long could they stand? As if to alleviate Su Fan's dilemma, Dean Chen cheerfully entered the room, grasping Su Fan's hand. Young Su, you should have informed your uncle of such a significant matter. You let the university take such a convoluted route, almost misplacing the technical documents. Su Fan glanced at Su Jiangwo, recalling how the last time he had neglected to leave his uncle's contact information, his father had to make another trip. What he had hoped would be a routine process had encountered unforeseen complications. Dean Chen's smile faltered as he slapped his forehead. This is my fault. If you have any thoughts or achievements, you must contact me immediately. As he spoke, he handed over a business card devoid of a title. The off-white card featuring only a name and a phone number. Su Fan handed his business card to Yi Mei and Uncle Chun, adding, "There's one more thing. With so many prominent figures visiting unexpectedly, we are rather unprepared. Addressing their inquiries poses no issue. However, I am concerned for their well-being, as they may not be able to endure this." Director Chun surveyed the hall with a discerning eye, his lips twitching as he remarked, "You could have at least adorned this place a bit. There's not even a sofa. Oh, it's simply a matter of finances. All the assets at home have been squandered by me in the past. Now that I am embarking on experiments and purchasing materials, naturally I must economize," Su Fan replied, rubbing the back of his head. Director Chin chuckled, shaking his head. Last time I inquired about your difficulties, who was it that vowed there were none? If I hadn't transferred this research institute to your name, I dare say your entire family would be sleeping on the streets by now. Su Fan's face twitched, unable to meet the gaze of Yi Mei and Su Jiangwo. That is rather exaggerated, he stammered, subtly gesturing for mercy towards Director Chun. Director Chun burst into hearty laughter, drawing the attention of the elderly onlookers. "Ah, Director Chun, you finally arrived. This little brat has been fooling us." One of them exclaimed, "Yes, we demand to meet the designer. You must advocate for us." It was unclear whether Director Chun was choked by his own saliva or incensed by the elders' proclamations, as he clutched his throat and coughed uncontrollably. After a while, with Director Chun's calming presence, the elders fell silent once more. Chairs and a large whiteboard were hastily arranged in the first floor hall. Su Fan was about to commence his very first lecture. Chapter 17. The first lecture in the Su Fan Research Institute. The elderly attendees wore stern expressions and offered no mercy with their words, occasionally glancing at Director Chun with disdainful snorts. With a composed demeanor, Director Chun organized the temporary staff to serve hot water to these distinguished guests. Standing before the whiteboard, Su Fan gently tapped it. "Without further ado, let us begin," he announced, inscribing the words 3D packaging technology on the board. As he narrated, he noted down some challenging points. Given that this was his inaugural lecture, uncertainty weighed heavily on him, prompting him to be as comprehensive and meticulous as possible. This, however, led to the disinterest of the elderly audience, who frequently coughed loudly to express their dissatisfaction. Yet, as Su Fan continued, their murmurs gradually diminished, and eventually, some even took it upon themselves to maintain order, admonishing those who stirred noise. Slow down. Where did he speak too quickly just now?" How did he navigate that point? Bring a pen. Bring a sheet of paper. The sudden clamor caused Su Fan to pause his lecture. Director Chun timely provided a pen and notebook. The elders began to write, scribbling notes and calculations for a while, engaging in discussions. Yet no one offered further feedback to Su Fan. Noticing that most had ceased their actions, Su Fan resumed, this time speaking at a more measured pace and in greater detail. Nevertheless, the elders struggled to keep up with their note-taking, scratching their already sparse hair in frustration, their eyes glistening with urgency, yet refraining from further disruptions. Su Fan found himself compelled to pause once more. Director Chun approached him, addressing the crowd. How about this? I'll arrange for someone to record the lecture. After it concludes, anyone wishing to review it may do so at their leisure. This constant stopping is far too inefficient. Chin, why did you not think of this sooner? Allowing Su to struggle like this is unacceptable. Very well. Let us adhere to confidentiality protocols. I truly am getting old. Su, you may continue. I can keep up. Su Fan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Being referred to as teacher by a group of elders felt rather audacious. The elderly attendees paid him no mind, addressing him as teacher and young master. In such an atmosphere, Su Fan concluded his first lecture. Just as he descended from the platform, a frail, trembling hand grasped his arm firmly. Turning, he saw a man with dark brown spots dotting his pale skin, appearing somewhat sickly. Su Fan quickly supported his arm. Little master, the man spoke with fervor. I wonder if your research institute is still accepting individuals? Accepting individuals? Su Fan blinked in confusion, glancing at Director Chun. Esteemed sir, please do not put our young friend Su in a difficult position. This is a private research institute, not part of any formal establishment. Director Chun interjected swiftly. A private one? That's even better. The elder mused, blinking his eyes. Old sir, I have no projects nor financial backing for research, should a researcher arrive. I wouldn't know how to accommodate them. Su Fan replied apologetically in a quiet tone. Not at all, not at all. As long as they have a meal. They won't starve. You can instruct them as you please. Back in my day, we all had to toil in the fields before we got the chance to research. Su Fan's face twitched. He truly could not compare to the experience of these predecessors. Casting a glance at Director Chun, he noticed a group of elders had already crowded around him. Little master, my several inept apprentices are always engaged in trivial research. I shall notify them to come over. You may command them as you wish. And I have several lovely young ladies among my apprentices. Should you fancy any, I can arrange it for you. Old scoundrel, what age are we in? Can you truly dictate the lifelong affairs of your apprentices? I will summon my granddaughter. She has just turned 18. Su Fan's face grew darker with every word, casting a furtive glance at Yimei, who was lowering her head, her hands twisted in front of her. It must be quite disheartening for her, having not even graduated high school in order to care for him. Gentlemen, I have a girlfriend. Yimei, come forth and let the elders meet you. Su Fan called out loudly, waving at Yimei. Blushing under the collective gaze, she shuffled to stand behind Su Fan. Do not be deceived by her shyness or her modest education. During my years of illness, she single-handedly managed our household, even at the cost of estranging her family. Without her, I would have met my demise long ago, Su Fan declared, holding Yimei's hand. Ori! Someone exclaimed, prompting a chorus of approval from the crowd. A remarkable young man. Reminds me of my late partner. In this era, there are still such extraordinary women. Young master, your taste is commendable. Such a lady. Where would I find one for my granddaughter? Su Fan repeatedly clasped his hands together. Esteemed elders, please refrain from jesting with the younger generation. Laughter erupted, transforming the atmosphere from earlier. After a considerable time, the elders gradually took their leave. Director Chun and Su Fan sat down, exhaling deeply. It's truly you who can handle these distinguished figures. Despite my position as director, they pay me no mind. The way they look at me is no different from how they view the gatekeeper, Director Chun remarked, accepting the hot water Yimei offered with a smile, while complaining to Su Fan. Haha, Director Chun is being modest. The older generation tends to be more pragmatic. They likely place significant value on tangible results. Su Fan offered an apologetic smile. The statement made was indeed reasonable. If you possess the ability, I concede to you. If you lack the capability, no status can afford you any leverage. Dean Shin nodded in agreement. After a brief pause, he continued, when it comes to expertise, your 3D packaging technology is undeniably impressive. However, the technical demands for production are quite stringent, resulting in low yield, which poses certain challenges. Noticing Su Fan's expression of bewilderment, Dean Chun elaborated, in today's society, the focus is on profit. Though the phrasing may sound harsh, it is the reality. The expenses of factory owners, equipment maintenance, and production materials all require financial backing. If we rely solely on state support, it would hardly differ from the products of a laboratory. Scratching his head, Su Fan grasped Dean Chun's point. Dean Chun, while I can see that the yield may be somewhat low, the cost shouldn't be excessively high, right? As for state support, what? Dean Chun jolted, scalding water splattering onto himself. He hastily wiped at the mess while keeping his gaze fixed on Su Fan's eyes. Are you serious? How could that be possible? Su Fan shrugged and called out, Dad. Where's the sample I asked you to bring? Su Jiangwo, hearing the shout, entered with a broom in hand. After a moment of rummaging through his pockets, he produced a dark, indistinct object and handed it to Dean Chun. Dean Chun's face twitched as he rubbed his hands on his trousers before cautiously receiving the object, scrutinizing it closely, noting the presence of several unfamiliar hairs. After a moment, he voiced his confusion. Is this a chip? Chapter 18, A Missing Person at Home. At the Research Institute, Dean Chun inquired with uncertainty. This is a chip? Su Fan nodded, taking the chip from his hands. The essence of 3D packaging technology is akin to assembling building blocks. By employing this rudimentary method, we can achieve the functions of advanced chips. Dean Chun nodded in comprehension. Su Fan firmly gripped the chip and gently bent it, producing a subtle crack that caused Dean Chun to flinch slightly. Offering him 2 chips once more, Su Fan continued. Meeting Dean Chun's puzzled gaze, since it's like assembling blocks, we must design and manufacture the chips in the same manner. Look closely. Do the structures of these 2 chips seem familiar? Dean Chun squinted, observing intently for a moment before uncertainly nodding. Su Fan chuckled softly. Have you ever played with Lego? Dean Chun nodded, then shook his head. I didn't have them as a child, though I've seen my son play with them. As he spoke, his eyes widened. Taking a sharp breath, Su Fan nodded with a grin. Just as you imagined, despite the differing appearances, the design of chips is quite similar to Lego. We require a modular chip, allowing for connections and nesting from any angle. This way, we can scale the number of chips based on the required computing power. To put it boldly, breaking through the 1 nanometer barrier would be a breeze. Dean Chun swallowed hard. This is a chip. Su Fan shook his head slightly. I believe you're overestimating the chip's grandeur. At its core, it is merely a form of silicon-based application, less significant than the distinction between diamonds and coal. Dean Chun forced a smile, though unable to fully mask his concern. Su Fan took a sip of hot water, and, after a lengthy pause, Dean Chun sighed and placed the chip on the table, wiping his sweaty palms on his trousers. Xiao Su, Teacher Su, you have truly given me a monumental surprise. No, a shock. Su Fan chuckled innocently. What is the big deal? It's merely a clever approach. No, you are far too modest. This chip model not only enables our nation to break through barriers, but also does not hinder the advancement of chips. In the future, whether it's 2 nanometers or 1 nanometer, it can always be utilized. A young hero indeed, Dean Chun remarked, stroking his graying hair with admiration. Su Fan laughed. Dean Chun, are you feeling more at ease now? More than just at ease. I can hardly fathom the commotion this technology will create once unveiled. This design concept is akin to the invention of the electric light. Truly remarkable. He mused, I just wonder if the toy company will sue you for infringement. Dean Chun spoke with excitement, his mood lifted and concluded with a jest. The 2 shared a glance and erupted into laughter. As their laughter subsided, Dean Chun picked up the freshly brewed tea, blowing gently on it. By the way, Xiao Su, how do you plan to handle this technology? Su Fan blinked. Is it permissible for me to inquire? Dean Chun paused mid-sip, chuckling and shaking his head. You may as well share. I'll listen casually. Su Fan scratched his head. Well, I might just ramble. This technology is not particularly complex, yet the templates require specialized equipment adjustments. This implies that these photolithography machines cannot produce other types of chips in the short term. Dean Chun furrowed his brow in contemplation before nodding. Su Fan continued, considering the domestic situation, the best option would undoubtedly be the factories in Taiwan. Unfortunately, the risk of technology leakage is too great there. The only remaining alternative is the SMIC group. Dean Chun's expression darkened as he frowned, slamming his teacup onto the table. The SMIC group. Speaking of ding, infuriates me. You have no idea. Before I learned of this technology, I visited SMIC, hoping they would assist in producing a sample. Can you guess what happened? Su Fan blinked, cautiously asking, did they refuse? Dean Chun nodded at the time. I thought it was understandable for Ding to prioritize job security for everyone. Now it seems I was mistaken. Did he not grasp the technology either? He is simply hoarding those few cash cows for himself. Later on, when the state perfects this technology, he'll just procure 1 or 2 photolithography machines to produce these chips. It's absurd. In a fit of rage, Dean Chun shattered his teacup. Hearing the commotion, Su Jiangwo approached, observing Dean Chun's displeasure. Still clutching the broom, he swept the shards into a dustpan, ready to leave when Dean Chun called out, "Mr. Su, was your previous company involved in manufacturing mobile phone components?" Su Jiangwo glanced at Su Fan, nodding, "Just a small operation, nothing substantial." With a light chuckle, Dean Chun turned to Su Fan. "Why not let your father open a chip factory, making him a new catfish in the market? How does that sound?" "Huh?" Su Fan exclaimed in bewilderment. Su Jiangwo slowly turned his head, fixing an intense gaze on Su Fan. Su Fan felt a tingling sensation on his scalp and hesitated to decline. The funding required for the chip factory was exorbitant, and the site requirements were quite significant. "You have seen our current situation." Su Jiangwo sighed softly, his eyes dimmed. Dean Chun chuckled lightly, stating that the funding issue would soon be resolved, with someone coming to offer financial support in a few days. "As for the production site, I can make inquiries. It should not pose a problem. However, regarding the technical issues, you will have to devise a solution on your own." A fierce blaze ignited in Su Jiangwo's eyes as he gripped the broom tightly, producing a creaking sound. Su Fan felt as if insects were crawling on his scalp. He knew that if he dared to utter a single refusal, the broom would undoubtedly come crashing down upon him, allowing him to experience the depth of paternal love. He forced a smile and replied, "That sounds wonderful. I shall extend my gratitude to Dean Chun on behalf of my father." Dean Chun glanced at Su Jiangwo, laughing heartily while pointing at Su Fan. After Dean Chun departed, Su Jiangwo, brimming with excitement, broke the broom in half. Su Fan twitched his lips. "Father, is that really necessary?" Su Jiangwo was oblivious to his son's words, his face flushed with enthusiasm as he dashed out of the room, the sound of his suppressed roar echoing in the distance. Yimei approached Su Fan and gently tapped his forehead, admonishing, "You should not only think about your own conscience. Have you considered what a tremendous opportunity this is for Uncle? Let's not forget, our family is still missing someone, although Uncle has never mentioned it." With the passage of time, even those words spoken by Auntie, which are perhaps merely a stopgap, will become increasingly real. Su Fan's expression turned blank as he sighed deeply. He gently took Yimei's hand and embraced her, acknowledging, "Indeed, our family is still incomplete." Chapter 19. A gathering of titans at the Su Fan Research Institute. The once desolate courtyard was now brimming with people. The various luminaries who had departed the day prior returned to the institute, each accompanied by a few young acolytes. Su Jiangwo busied himself arranging the seating, reminiscent of an outdoor assembly at school. The distinguished guests directed the young attendees to find their seats before gathering to engage in lighthearted banter. "How long do you think they can maintain that defiant demeanor?" One remarked, "I reckon 10 minutes will be quite the feat." Another chimed in, "Hey, old Wong, I recall you were the most spirited yesterday." "Indeed. Did you manage to last 10 minutes? "Oh, come now. I only admire those with true prowess. I wonder who it is that shamelessly follows my lead." Calling for Teacher Su. "Ah, old Wong, you truly are formidable. When you get fierce, you criticize even yourself." With various eminent figures present, the younger attendees dared not act too boisterously, settling into their seats for hushed conversations. "May I inquire how to address you?" "I am Wangbo. And where do you study?" "At the University of Science and Technology, currently pursuing my doctorate." "Impressive. And what about you, my friend?" "As for me, I work as a researcher at a small institute. It's nothing worth mentioning." "You're still the impressive one, brother. Might I ask why we are seated here like elementary students? Are we to listen to a lecture from some esteemed figure?" "I'm not entirely certain. All I know is that it's not just our mentors. The Academy of Sciences issued a directive mandating each school to send a sufficient number of students to attend this lecture." It seems we are in the presence of a rather unassuming yet significant figure. As the crowd murmured, Su Fan, with his head bowed, ascended the makeshift stage. One individual shouted, "What are you doing? Get down." Su Fan smiled at the person, grateful for his senior's protective instinct. "I am Su Fan, representing everyone at this research institute. Today, I shall be delivering a lecture to all of you." The audience erupted in uproar at his words. "What a joke. This kid is younger than I am. What's going on, teacher? Why are we subjected to this? I suspect he is merely the son of some important figure, brought here to fill seats or to garner applause. Research should ultimately speak for itself. Such underhanded tactics are truly contemptible." Su Fan scratched his head, feeling bewildered by the news he had received that morning, which he had initially refused. However, Dean Chun had left no room for refusal, subtly suggesting that Su Fan should deliver a powerful message to these privileged students. Sighing, Su Fan picked up the microphone, steadily raising his voice above the chaos. The scene mirrored that of the previous day, gradually quieting down. The distant figures of the eminent guests began to jest. I thought he would be impressive, but he's not even close to us. Old Wong, what are you scribbling? Teacher Su, it seems there's a slight deviation from what was discussed yesterday. What? Quickly. Pass me your notes. I want to take a look. Don't rush. Be careful, or I'll fall to the ground and sue you all. Su Fan glanced at the commotion nearby, his face twitching. He halted his lecture as a hand shot up for a question. Su Fan nodded toward the individual, inviting the inquiry. Teacher Su, your theory is quite comprehensive, even bordering on the fantastical. I would like to ask if you have any experimental products? Su Fan nodded and turned to retrieve the chip he had broken the previous day. Currently, I have produced just this one. He then pressed the two pieces of the chip together, applying gentle pressure until a soft click was heard. The two chips fused into one, and he held it aloft, giving it a slight shake. There were no signs of separation. Of course, this is merely a simple physical assembly. It is not particularly robust. Nevertheless, the chip is not subjected to significant gravitational forces, so it should suffice. Silence enveloped the room. All eyes were fixated on the diminutive chip, mouths agape, expression stunned. The following day, Mr. Ren arrived at the Su Fan Research Institute, accompanied by Chief Engineer Li Luan from the Ju Factory. Yimei stood at the entrance. Is that you, Mr. Ren Tianxiang? Upon receiving a nod from Mr. Ren, Yimei extended her hand, introducing herself. I am Yimei, responsible for welcoming you both. Please follow me. Leading the way, she walked ahead. Li Luan leaned close to Mr. Ren and whispered, Who are we here to see? Such grandeur. Not only is there no personal welcome, but we are also greeted by a mere girl. Mr. Ren shook his head slightly. I'm not sure. However, Dean Shin notified me to come here, stating there is a solution for the chip crisis at Ju Factory. Li Luan scoffed. Dean Shin, the personnel manager? What does he know about technology? I suspect he has been hoodwinked by someone. Mr. Ren chuckled softly. Do not underestimate those who lack technical expertise. Consider it from another perspective. Is it an easy task for someone without a technical background to lead a group of technical experts? Li Luan pondered for a moment and nodded vigorously. Given my temperament, it would indeed be quite the challenge for him to manage a group. Mr. Ren couldn't help but laugh. You have a surprisingly clear understanding of your own position. As they conversed, they followed Yimei around a corner. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. They transitioned from the tranquil and serene research institute into the cacophony of a bustling elementary school playground. Groups of children huddled together, squatting on the ground with a chair, scribbling and doodling, occasionally engaging in spirited debates. Mr. Ren tilted his head, curiosity etched on his face. After a brief moment, his expression suddenly faltered as he glanced at Li Luan beside him, who was bowing his head, both hands firmly resting on his abdomen. With delicate, mincing steps, she concealed her face beside herself, appearing as bashful as an unwed maiden. What is the matter with you? What mischief are you up to? Hush, Mr. Ren. Don't turn around. Hurry along and refrain from speaking. Mr. Ren, perplexed, turned his head back, murmuring as he walked. What is going on? Li Luan, with his head lowered, muttered, The person to your left, don't turn your head. He is my mentor senior. I met him once at a dinner. Mr. Ren recalled having caught a glimpse of that individual earlier. He pounded the table, inadvertently spraying the person across from him with spittle. Are you sure? How could you be mistaken? You know I have very few friends and rarely meet anyone. As long as I've seen someone, I retain some impression. With a little recollection, I can recall. The corner of Mr. Ren's mouth twitched. Was that really a virtue? Let us not dwell on the details. After all, this playground is filled with giants. It's best not to attract their attention. Mr. Ren stroked his chin, his eyes darting around. Li Luan hastily interjected, Mr. Ren, my esteemed ancestor, what place is this? What are they doing? You mustn't rashly interrupt their thoughts. That would be akin to courting death. Mr. Ren forced a nod. Moments later, they followed Yimei across the playground and entered the office building. Oh, little sister is back. Who is this? You had to come personally to greet her? Hurry, I can't get through here. Come help me. Upon entering the office building, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, resembling that of a retirement home. Various elderly individuals greeted Yimei with affectionate smiles and laughter. Mr. Ren inadvertently caught a glimpse of Li Luan, whose complexion was ashen. Large beads of sweat trickled from his temples into his collar, his lips pressed tightly together, devoid of color, as if he wished to shrink into himself. He resembled a mouse confronted by a cat. Chapter 20. The Heavens Have Arrived. At Su Fan Research Institute, Mr. Ren's gaze flitted past Li Luan, meticulously observing the elderly inhabitants. Suddenly, his eyes settled on a somewhat familiar elderly face, who, brimming with excitement, held a tablet. Gazing at Yimei, she accepted the tablet, tapped a few times, handed it back with a wry smile, shaking her head as she stood behind him, giving him a shoulder massage. The old man tapped the tablet with his index finger, his eyes half closed in bliss. That one often appears on television. You might have some inkling. Li Luan's lips twitched as he whispered, "Are you implying that everyone in this room is?" Mr. Ren's expression twitched, though he did not turn his head, murmuring softly, "Li Luan bareli nudda." Old man, don't get carried away. Miss Yi is too polite to expose you. Yet you shamelessly act like a senior? Nonsense. Aren't you jealous? Ridiculous. Don't you have juniors? Show some respect for your age. This isn't a retirement home. Miss Yi, ignore him. Come. I heard you didn't graduate high school. What a pity. Let me tutor you. I guarantee you'll ace the college entrance exam. You have the audacity to criticize me, old man. Don't you have a daughter? I'm willing, so what? Let's have a brawl. Yimei bullshit. Alternating between appeasing one person and scolding another. Mr. Ren and Li Luan felt their scalps tingle. Mr. Ren, do you think we can survive witnessing such a scene? Certainly not. A voice startled them from behind, causing both to jump. Su Fan chuckled a few times. Li Luan immediately stepped forward, covering Su Fan's mouth. Are you seeking death? With so many bigwigs present, how can you dare to laugh? Su Fan forcefully wrenched his arm away. What's the matter? Li Luan, muscula stanza, replied gravely, these are all grandfathers, no divine beings. A slight misstep could lead to grave consequences. And if they are displeased, a mere cough from them could strip us of our skins. Su Fan blinked, gesturing towards Yimei. Then what's her story? Li Luan cast an admiring glance. I'm not clear on her background, but judging by her demeanor in this great nation, she is not just a phoenix. After today, she'll be regarded as one. Su Fan stroked his chin. That is a rather astute observation. With these giants favoring Yimei, it seems unlikely anyone would dare bully her. What do you mean? Goodness. Brother, you're not contemplating pursuing her, are you? You're truly audacious, a paragon of our generation. If you dare to flirt today, I shall henceforth address you as elder brother. Li Luan scoffed, displaying his disdain. Su Fan nodded. Vavink at Yimei. She turned at the sound, her face blooming with a smile as she approached him with a few steps. Su Fan wrapped one arm around her waist and raised the other, gently wiping the sweat from her forehead. Be brother. Li Luan stammered, retreating behind Su Fan to escape the gazes of the numerous bigwigs. Yimei gnanjit at Li Luan. Do you know him? Su Fan couldn't help but grin, just a newly acknowledged younger brother. He patted Yimei's hand and called out to the elderly, everyone. Pay attention. Yimei is the only one of her kind. Don't tire her out. With so many juniors outside, why is she the only one being worked like a dog? The crowd tilted their heads, averted their gazes, and raised their heads, yet none met Su Fan's eyes. Yimei gently squeezed Su Fan's arm. Don't frighten them. I'm fine. Su Fan rolled his eyes, knowing she was weaving a spell around them. Turning, he noticed Mr. Run, who at that moment had his mouth agape, his pupils quivering, his complexion as pale as a sheet. You are Ren Tianxiang, Mr. Ren. Are you not? Is something amiss with your health? Mr. Ren swallowed hard. No, I'm perfectly fine. May I ask what business you have, young friend? Young friend? Is that something you can call me? Who is this person, wielding such authority? We ought to address him as teacher. Isn't he putting us at a disadvantage? Upon hearing the crowd's calls, Mr. Ren jolted and promptly corrected himself. Sir, what can I do for you? Su Fan cast a glance at everyone. Instantly, they all feigned innocence, shaking their heads, raising their hands to point towards the staircase. Mr. Run, follow me. Let's find another place to converse. The three ascended to the second floor and took their seats again. Su Fan initiated. Mr. Run, my name is Su Fan, the proprietor of this research institute. Mr. Ren's eyes lit up, narrowing in realization. So you're the person Director Chun asked me to find. May I inquire about the identities of those esteemed individuals below? Oh, don't let their accomplishments fool you. They've made significant contributions. This elderly gentleman is as temperamental as a child. Recently, he confronted me regarding the chip issue, and now he seems unwilling to leave. Su Fan explained with a wry smile. Mr. Ren and Li Luan gasped in unison, exchanging glances. Mr. Ren forced a smile, offering polite words. Mr. Su is too modest, without exceptional talent. How could you keep such divine beings in check? Su Fan waved his hand dismissively, continuing, I am but a novice. Primarily, they possess generous spirits. Aside from being a tad mischievous, they're not much trouble. Mr. Ren's expression twitched. Mr. Su, your words are indeed captivating. As the conversation took a sudden turn, it appeared that the matter of the chips was indeed feasible. Su Fan nodded and called out loudly. Father, where are the chips? Bring them to us for a moment. Mr. Run and Li Luan exchanged a glance, remaining silent as they awaited a response. After a brief moment, Su Jiangwo ascended to the second floor, accompanied by several young individuals. Li Luan shuddered and shrank back into the sofa, exclaiming inwardly, "Heavens! How could he bring such big shots with him?" Su Jiangwo handed the chip to Su Fan, casting a puzzled glance at Li Luan. Su Fan then passed the chip to Mr. Run, who received it and handed it over to Li Luan, who remained unresponsive. Mr. Rin turned his head, but had yet to speak when one of the young men interjected. "Who are you, acting so high and mighty?" Li Luan trembled, taking the chip and glancing at it, stammering, "Isn't this a 28 nanometers chip? Is this even viable? With such a standard, teacher, this is a complete waste of time." Another voice chimed in. "Indeed, after all this waiting, we still have to let this fellow have the first look. Why does he deserve it with his level of expertise?" Mr. Rin covered his forehead, the corners of his mouth curling upward. Li Luan's cheeks visibly flushed, his voice rising. "If this is not a 28 nanometers chip, I, Li Luan, will eat this thing today." Li Luan, the one from the Juchong factory? Someone scoffed, just a bit of achievement, and he thinks he is above everyone else. With this level of competence, it's no wonder the Juchong factory is in its current predicament. Veins bulged on Li Luan's forehead as he shouted, "Esteemed seniors, I, Li Luan, hold you in high regard. However, when it comes to technical issues, I cannot show any leniency. Even if the King of Heaven were to come, it is still a 28 nanometers chip." One individual stepped forward and snatched the chip from him. With a gentle force, a distinct crack echoed as the chip split in two, transforming into two complete chips. Li Luan gaped, gasping and stammering this. Chapter 21. A word is a word. At the Su Fan Research Institute, Li Luan was at a loss for words, pointing at the chip. The young men exchanged smiles, glancing at one another. The one who had been teasing Li Luan remarked, "Teacher Su, they have seen the goods. We should head back. There is a line of people waiting behind us, and our time is limited." Su Fan covered his forehead and waved his hand dismissively. Go on, there's no need to feel embarrassed." The young men turned to leave. What is there to be embarrassed about? The teacher is still too young and too uptight. Shut up, hurry, and leave. What if the teacher changes their mind? Will you be able to keep it? Su Fan's lips quivered, feeling an urge to confront them. Li Luan raised his hand, mouth agape, watching the group leave with longing. Too timid to speak. Mr. Rin cleared his throat to draw their attention. "Mr. Su, the structure of this chip is quite unique. Could you enlighten us briefly?" Su Fan pursed his lips. "It's merely a matter of building blocks. You can assemble it to achieve the desired computing power. The 28 nanometers process indeed lags behind. If you lay out 100 of them, while it may not compare to a supercomputer, it is still hundreds of times superior to today's mobile phones." Mr. Rin's skin twitched. Supercomputer? Su Fan rolled his eyes. "It's just a metaphor. Do you have that much space in your phone?" Mr. Rin coughed lightly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. At this moment, Li Luan interjected, "Teacher Su, given the complexity of this chip, what about the production yield?" Su Fan clicked his tongue. "That's hard to say. Without practical application, the lab data is not reliable." Li Luan opened his mouth, letting out a sigh. Mr. Rin took over. "Are you planning to assign the production of the chips to that company?" Before Su Fan could respond, Su Jiangwo cleared his throat for specific business matters. "You should discuss them with Mr. Rin." Su Fan chuckled lightly, standing up and nudging his father forward. "Indeed, Dean Shen's intention is to establish a new chip factory dedicated to producing this chip. As for the specifics, I am not well versed in them. You can discuss them with my father." Mr. Rin stood up, shaking Su Jiangwo's hand. "Mr. Su, we will be relying on your assistance in the future at the Juchong factory." Su Jiangwo smiled shyly. "You are too kind, Mr. Rin. To be honest, the funding for the factory's construction will still need your efforts." Mr. Rin laughed heartily. "Mr. Su, how generous of you. Funding is not an issue. We at the Juchong factory can provide 500 million, no, 1 billion in funds. We ask for no equity or dividends, only that you can fulfill our chip requirements." Su Jiangwo's expression turned serious as he nodded. "I assure you, as long as the factory is operational, I will prioritize meeting the Juchong factory's demands." Mr. Rin took a deep breath, raising his palm in the air. "It's a deal." "A deal." Su Jiangwo's right hand struck Mr. Rin's palm decisively. With the chip matters settled, Li Luan expressed his strong desire to stay and learn. Mr. Rin left reluctantly. Subsequently, the application for the chip factory's site proceeded smoothly. The national construction team swiftly intervened, showcasing their prowess in infrastructure. In less than a month, all foundational construction for the factory was completed. On that day, trucks rolled into the factory, commencing the installation of production lines. Su Fan personally oversaw the debugging of the production line. Meanwhile, several military green trucks entered the factory. A girl clad in camouflage, with a ponytail, sporting an alluring figure yet sun-kissed skin and a scar on her right cheek, possessed an unexpectedly fierce demeanor. Li Honghong reporting to the commander. I shall be responsible for the factory security. Su Fan felt quite out of sorts, returning a military salute. He sensed her gaze scrutinizing him, as though she were assessing her next prey. Time passed swiftly. The production line was soon debugged, and upon the successful production of the first chip, Su Fan informed Su Jiangwo. Su Jiangwo promptly notified Mr. Ren. On that afternoon, Mr. Ren arrived at the factory's exterior but was stopped at the entrance. After repeated explanations yielded no results, he had no choice but to call Su Jiangwo, who guided him inside. Mr. Su, isn't the security here a bit excessive? Mr. Ren remarked as he glanced at the entrance, where two soldiers stood like wooden statues, holding rifles. Honestly, there's not much I can do about the security measures here, Su Jiangwo replied with a slight smile, avoiding a deeper explanation of the circumstances. The two made their way to the production workshop. Mr. Ren appeared bewildered. Don't we need to wear isolation suits? Su Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively. We cannot enter the internal workshop. If the machines aren't malfunctioning, no one is allowed inside. Mr. Ren blinked. Then what should we do? Su Jiangwo smiled and gestured forward, leading the way. Moments later, Mr. Ren leaned against a pane of glass, peering into the workshop. His eyes darted back and forth, completely unsure of where to focus. As for the technical aspects, I'm not too familiar either. Let me briefly explain the production process to Mr. Ren. Su Jiangwo stood to the side, hands clasped behind his back, smiling as he explained. Mr. Ren nodded, his gaze fixed intently. Various mechanical arms worked in harmonious collaboration, and amidst the dazzling display, chips emerged on the production line. After being sorted and classified, some made their way further afield, while others returned to the beginning for reprocessing. Su Jiangwo pointed at the returning chips, explaining that to enhance the yield rate, these substandard chips would be remelted, reverting to pure raw materials and re-entering the production cycle. As for the raw materials, we did not procure finished monocrystalline silicon. Instead, we established another production line specifically for its fabrication. After all, our requirements diverge significantly from the market standards. Noticing Mr. Ren's gaze upon him, Su Jiangwo raised his hand and they strolled along the glass, admiring the elegance of the machinery. This production line was personally designed by my son, and all the processes in between require no human intervention, substantially reducing costs, increasing yield rates, and enhancing output, while simultaneously mitigating the risk of leaks. Su Jiangwo beamed, his smile particularly radiant when he spoke of Su Fan. Mr. Ren pondered aloud. How much output could such a production line generate in a month? Based on current efficiency, it is estimated to be around 500,000 units monthly. After all, the processing of these chips is somewhat intricate. Fortunately, the 28nm lithography machine is not overly delicate and can operate at full capacity. Su Hyangwo Saif. Mr. Ren chuckled lightly, urging Mr. Su not to be disheartened. 500,000 units from a single line cannot compete with the likes of Taiwan. Then let us build another, or even two. I see the factories and residents around us are transitioning. I assume Mr. Su has similar plans? Haha, Mr. Ren is indeed astute. In such a brief time, he has discerned so much. No wonder Juchong can stand tall amidst the competition. Su Jiangwo clapped heartily, and Mr. Ren laughed joyfully in response. Moments later, Mr. Su, I hope we can collaborate sincerely to dismantle the myths surrounding flawed products and forge a new era for China's semiconductor industry. What do you think, Mr. Ren extended his hand once more. Su Jiangwo laughed heartily and clasped it again. It's a deal. Chapter 22. The key lies in the shell. The next day, the long-silent Juchong boldly announced the launch of its new smartphone. Curious netizens swiftly voiced their opinions. What does Juchong mean? Is there a method for harvesting leaks? With the chip supply cut off, how can upgrading other parts of the phone be of any use? Could it be that Juchong has procured chips elsewhere or had previously stockpiled a significant quantity? Procurement seems implausible. There are only a handful of chip factories worldwide that could withstand scrutiny. As for prior reserves, it is unlikely, as the blockade of Juchong has lasted more than a few days, and any reserves would have already been utilized. Furthermore, given Juchong's scale and chip demand, the numbers are astronomical. How much could they possibly store? If the chip issue cannot be resolved, it would be a blatant exploitation of fans. Amidst the chatter, Juchong remained silent. In this atmosphere, the company commenced its new smartphone launch event. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As with past countdowns, the audience erupted in fervent applause. However, the media looked grave. The higher the expectations, the stronger the backlash would be. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Juchong's press conference. Times have changed, and we all understand the substantial challenge Juchong faces, the chip crisis. The audience held their breath. The media exchanged surprised glances. Were they truly starting with such a bold statement? The speaker continued, "Domestically, we can independently produce 28 nanometers chips, more than sufficient for everyday needs. However, as smartphones are the epitome of modern technology, 28 nanometer chips are far from adequate. Moreover, we are unable to secure supplies of high-end chips, resulting in the most significant blow to Juchang's mobile business in history. How do we break this deadlock?" The crowd furrowed their brows in contemplation, no one daring to respond. Not long ago, I too wore a troubled expression until we received technical support from a friendly competitor, Sue Group. The big screen displayed 4 bold characters. "Thanks to Sue Group for their invaluable assistance. They have provided the technology to find a perfect solution in this dilemma." A wave of murmurs swept through the audience. The host smiled, taking no immediate action to restore order. "What is this Sue Group? Why have we never heard of them? How can they possibly resolve such a crisis without a lithography machine, only able to produce 28 nanometers chips, and without overseas manufacturers for high-end chips? Have they managed to create a lithography machine?" If this news is true, Sue Group will undoubtedly rise to prominence today. The audience, driven by immense curiosity, quickly fell silent without needing a reminder. The host cleared his throat. "I'm sure everyone is eager to learn about this Sue Group and how they resolved Juchang's chip crisis. Allow me to pose an unrelated question first. How many of you played with Lego?" The audience exchanged looks, but complied, raising their hands. "Oh, it seems I can't see anything from this angle. Let us rephrase. If you have not played with Lego, please raise your hand." No one in the audience raised their hand. It was clear now. The host shrugged. The audience remained solemn, no one laughing. "Haha, I understand your feelings. What significance does such a trivial question hold in this context? Who isn't aware of Child's toy? Besides, I have no interest in it either." After saying this, the host shook his head with a smile. "I once thought the same, until he turned, pointing to the screen. The screen displayed a child playing with Lego, assembling the blocks together to quickly form a rectangular shape. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. The surroundings plunged into darkness, and a blue light emanated from the gaps in the rectangle, as if a blue liquid were flowing. The rectangle spun twice before exploding. A piece of Lego began to magnify continuously, ultimately revealing a landscape resembling a cityscape. Suddenly, darkness descended from above. A shadow pierced a high-rise building. Rather than collapsing, the building dispersed like digital blocks, slowly separating to envelop the shadow. The camera pulled back, revealing that the scene was unfolding in every corner of the city. Further back, 2 square shapes resembling chips gently came together, emitting a clicking sound. Simultaneously, an innumerable array of chips surged forth from all directions. The incessant clicking resonated in the air. Ultimately, these chips coalesced into a new rectangular prism, reminiscent of a toy once held in the hands of a child. The scene came to a halt, enveloped in silence. The host, with a smile and squinted eyes, refrained from uttering a word that might disrupt this tranquil moment. Seasoned media reporters, quick to regain their composure, disregarded the decorum of the venue and rose to pose their inquiries. Is this method, akin to assembling building blocks, truly feasible? What is the maximum computational power this technology can achieve? How does the Juchang smartphone intend to adapt to this technology? The audience, stirred by the questions, erupted into a cacophony. What on earth am I witnessing? Is this truly the pinnacle of our current technological capabilities? Does this imply that children possess a greater capacity for creativity? If this can be realized, it would be tantamount to usurping the stronghold of lithography machines. The host raised a hand to silence the crowd, and after a lengthy pause, the atmosphere gradually returned to calm. The working principle of the chips was undoubtedly understood by all, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. The audience wore expressions of suppressed frustration, seemingly inclined to challenge the host directly, in light of the chip's operational principles, and to express gratitude for the contributions of competitors. This iteration of the Juchang smartphone design broke free from conventional molds. The host raised a hand once more, gesturing towards the screen. This time, an image of a smartphone appeared. The hands manipulated it continuously, with the changing silhouette suggesting the passage of time. The phone system became increasingly sluggish. At one moment, the device was discarded into a trash bin. Time pressed on. Suddenly, a hand retrieved the phone and tossed it into the air. As it soared, it disassembled into various components. Moments later, the camera, motherboard, and fingerprint sensor reassembled, yet the casing remained absent. The scene froze. The host spoke again. This is the smartphone we have designed. The audience exchanged bewildered glances. The host chuckled, tapping his forehead, and remarked, "Look at me. We are merely one shell away from a finished product." The crowd rolled their eyes in unison. The host gestured, shifting the image. Would you prefer a casing with 7 nanometers efficacy? Or perhaps 3 nanometers? Or even 1 nanometer? Gasps of astonishment echoed as the audience beheld the casing design. Chapter 23, Smartphone Evaluation. Huagua. The Juchang smartphone launch event. The host beamed with a smile and waved his hand. Today's event has come to a close. The crowd erupted once more, surging towards the stage. The host, feeling the pressure, stepped back and quickly interjected, "Ladies and gentlemen, that was merely a jest. We have numerous projects to unveil, guaranteed to satisfy your curiosity. Furthermore, at the conclusion of the event, we will randomly distribute 100 units of this new concept smartphone, a commemorative edition, limited to just 100 units." The crowd began to calm, yet disregarded their decorum, vocally expressing their displeasure towards the host. What on earth is this called? How shameless. Playing such dirty tricks, with such a heavy dose of dark humor, do they not fear being rushed and beaten? The host, overhearing the brazen murmurs from below, wiped the sweat from his brow. "Please, spare me, spare me. Let us move on to the next segment." The atmosphere of the launch soared once again, largely thanks to this unconventional host. As the event concluded and the 100 smartphones were distributed, numerous affluent individuals clamored to purchase them at exorbitant prices. The news media quickly disseminated information from the scene. Wow, a monumental breakthrough in chip history. Breaking barriers, Juchang rises anew. The Su Group, renowned in a single battle. Would you prefer a golden shovel, a silver shovel, or a copper shovel? The Juchang launch event, a boon for Lego toys. Inspiration from toys rescues Juchang. This launch event generated a myriad of news stories, dominating the trending topics. Even if the headlines seemed tangentially related, clicking into them revealed news of the Juchang launch. In an instant, Juchang was the talk of the town. Concurrently, netizens expressed profound curiosity regarding the Su Group. It was speculated that, judging by the name, it might be a family enterprise. However, no information could be found online regarding this company, not even registration details. It appeared as if it had materialized from thin air. Could it be that it never existed in the first place? If so, does this indicate that Juchang has independently overcome the challenges of chip technology? Nonsense. The one above retorted. Quickly check the water meter. Is there a leak? Meanwhile, various evaluation agencies and bloggers were eager to capitalize on the trending topic. Ladies and gentlemen, can you guess what we will be reviewing today? Xiaomi Jiang, a smartphone evaluation blogger, known for her alluring figure and penchant for black stockings, though not exceptionally professional, had garnered a loyal following for her candidness. What new marvel could possibly exist, unless one managed to acquire the Juchang commemorative smartphone? Alas, for now, I must content myself with black stockings for amusement. Xiaomi Jiang, what future does smartphone evaluation hold? Perhaps you should entertain us with a dance. Xiaomi Jiang rolled her eyes, accustomed to such disdain. However, today she declared, "From this moment on, I shall rise." Before the netizens could tease her further, she swiftly retrieved a box from the side and placed it on the table. With hands on her hips and chin held high, she proclaimed, "Come now, let us hear some flattering words first." The teasing comments momentarily ceased. What? Xiaomi Jiang has stood up. Is this the first review? Is this the first review? Is this the first review? Do you not understand the importance of repeating significant matters? I'm just filling in the gaps. No need for thanks. Enough chatter. Let's get started. Xiaomi Jiang glanced at the comments, her finger gliding lightly over the box. Wow, the design of this box, the materials, the patterns. The comments erupted with pleas for mercy. Xiaomi Jiang, you've gone astray. Who cares about these details? You're driving us mad. Who taught you this? What are you thinking? Refusing to say nice things or offer rewards. It's pure freeloading. Prompted by the netizens, a flurry of reward effects filled the screen, causing a brief lag in the live stream. Xiaomi Jiang smiled gratefully. Thank you all for your generous gifts. Without further ado, let us commence the review. She delicately sliced through the packaging film with a nail clipper. Upon opening the box, she paused in astonishment. There was no smartphone inside. Instead, it contained a series of transparent plastic boxes, each housing various functional modules of the smartphone. Xiaomi Jiang inhaled sharply. The burgeoning anticipation in her chest went unnoticed by the viewers. Do I really have to assemble this myself? What am I supposed to do with this phone once I buy it? I'm all thumbs. You're overthinking it. This is a commemorative edition. If you want to assemble it yourself, you'd better manage to buy one first. Ah, the truth has emerged, and it pierces the heart. Xiaomi Chan possesses a commendable foundation of expertise, swiftly arranging various components neatly upon the table. Ladies and gentlemen, the parts from the chrysanthemum factory are ample. Whether it be the camera or the smartphone screen, they are indeed the finest available in the market. Yet, these details are not the crux of the matter. Xiaomi Chan lifts the phone case, momentarily presenting it to the camera. Her index finger glides over the inner shell, tracing the black surface. Observers can discern the ebony coating within the phone case. The exterior, when touched, reveals a matte and granular texture. Viewers are immediately stirred with excitement. Is this something I can witness for free? This ride is utterly unprepared. Xiaomi-chan rolls her eyes, declaring, for this review, I have decided to remove this black chip. True to her word, she retrieves a pair of tweezers, her arm trembling slightly as she approaches the phone case, forcing a smile toward the lens. Friends, I have paid a tremendous price to acquire this phone. I implore you to show your support through generous donations. As the donation effects rise on the screen, she does not linger, let's commence. With delicate precision, she uses the tweezers to prod the black chip, yet remains steadfast. I had anticipated that such a modular chip would be loosely fitted, but to my astonishment, it is remarkably secure. Xiaomi-chan squints, gradually increasing her pressure until a distinct click resonates. A tiny black object zips past her view. Her entire arm shudders, and she hurriedly searches for the dislodged chip. Moments later, she pinches a black chip, presenting it before the camera for her audience. Casting a glance at the live stream's viewer count, her hand trembles again as it reaches 500,000. While I anticipated an explosive response for this initial review, I did not foresee it to be this exaggerated. A brief lapse in focus instantly incites dissatisfaction among viewers. Hurry up, hurry up. What are you dawdling for? Bombard with donations. Xiaomi-chan regains her composure and offers an apologetic smile. Let's test this chip. With that, she places the chip upon a specialized instrument. The data analysis reveals it indeed possesses a 28 nanometers process, housing approximately 2.5 billion transistors. This should represent the pinnacle of domestic lithography capabilities. Xiaomi-chan, with a serious demeanor, replaces the chip back into the phone case. A click resonates once more. I must say, this design and the sound evoke a delightful sense reminiscent of playing with building blocks. One wonders, however, if someone might ruin their phone just to hear that sound. Xiaomi-chan quips with a smile. Next, let us explore the heights that this assembled chip can achieve. Xiaomi-chan powers on the device and presses the test button. The values on the screen fluctuate wildly. The viewer count in the live stream surges rapidly. Chapter 24. The Exploitative Su Jiangwo. Huawei. Xiaomi-chan's review video is fervently shared across major platforms. 2.5 billion. How outrageous is the Chrysanthemum Factory? A performance beast. The birth of a legendary device. Not just for this year, but for the century. Xiaomi-chan, the foremost reviewer of Chrysanthemum Factory smartphones. The jubilation of the masses, a nightmare for competitors. Su Group. Su Jiangwo peruses documents in his office. A secretary knocks and enters, announcing, Chairman, representatives from various domestic smartphone brands are here to visit. They're currently awaiting you outside the factory. Su Jiangwo rolls his eyes. I'll go greet them now. Shortly, he arrives at the factory entrance. Encountering a throng of smartphone manufacturers, the secretary, addressing the perplexed crowd, raises her hand to introduce, this is Chairman Su Jiangwo of the Su Group. Chairman Su, we wish to place an order for your company's chips. Chairman Su, we are willing to pay extra to secure early access. Chairman Su. The secretary has scarcely finished her introduction when the crowd clamors eagerly. Su Jiangwo waves his hand and calls out, I understand your intentions. First and foremost, I would like to thank you all for your appreciation of our products. However, I regret to inform you that I cannot provide any products to you. The factory's production capacity has been entirely allocated to the Chrysanthemum Factory. I have promised Mr. Ren that I will not allow anyone to cut in line. If there is an urgent need, you may approach Mr. Ren for some chips or production capacity. Upon hearing this, the crowd remains unruly. Chairman Su, everything is negotiable. I'll offer 1 million to cut in line. I'll offer 2 million. 3 million. Su Jiangwo shakes his head, my friends. I conduct business on the basis of integrity. No matter how much you offer, I cannot agree. You may use that money to approach Mr. Ren to purchase some chips. The crowd continues to bicker, raising their offers incessantly. Su Jiangwo lets out a sigh and returns to his office. The crowd exchanges glances. The soldiers stationed at the door instilling in them a complete lack of courage to break in. Is there truly anything that comes without a price these days? Could it be they find my offer insufficient? Is there really a shortage? The payment for the chips is separate. It's merely a matter of cutting in line. Alas, I've never encountered such obstinacy before. Let us seek out Mr. Ren instead. It seems there is no other option, and I can only wonder how much of a bite the old fox will take this time. The crowd disperses. Su Jiangwo approaches Li Honghong. Must we be this stringent? Is merely controlling the production line not sufficient? Li Honghong stands upright, replying assertively, Mr. Su, My orders are to ensure the utmost security of the factory. If you find this inconvenient, you may seek Mr. Su's permission to evaluate whether the adjusted security measures are adequate. What? Su Jiangwo bellows, am I, as the elder, required to consult my son? Mr. Su, I speak plainly. I hope you'll not take offense. The chairman of this company could be anyone. However, without Mr. Su, everything would cease to exist. Moreover, the production line was designed by Mr. Su. Only he knows what constitutes a secret and what areas can be relaxed, or even where traps can be laid. Su Jiangwo rubs his forehead, twisting his neck. Fine, you make a valid point. I shall make a call. Li Honghong's tone softens. Mr. Su, you truly possess great wisdom. It is no wonder you have birthed a genius like Mr. Su. Only now do you think to flatter. It is too late. Su Jiangwo snorts coldly, dialing Su Fan's number. Hello, someone is bullying your father. Huh? That Li Honghong responsible for security insists on using you to pressure me. In other words, you are the one bullying me. How do you intend to resolve this? Dad, let us discuss matters at hand. Have Li Honghong adjust the security measures. Every time, visitors are blocked outside the door, and I have to personally go fetch them. Is this how it should be? Su Jiangwo glances at Li Honghong, his expression filled with disdain. Fine, let me give her a call. Forget it. I'll just call her directly. Su Jiangwo hangs up, crossing his arms, ready to watch Li Honghong's misfortune. Li Honghong's phone rings, and she answers immediately. Hello. Her soft voice sends a chill down Su Jiangwo's spine. Li Honghong covered the microphone with one hand, repeatedly nodding. I'm sorry. I'll definitely pay attention to my work methods. Yes, I'm listening to you. Su Jiangwo felt a chill creeping up his spine, constricting around his neck from behind. After hanging up the phone, Li Honghong tucked some hair behind her ear. You should give up on this. Our daughter-in-law can only be Yi Mei, Su Jiangwo threatened coldly. You're not even married. You're just dating. I have plenty of opportunities. Besides, she has only a few days ahead of me. Who knows who will end up winning in the end? Li Honghong turned her head, her dark cheeks slightly flushing. Impossible. I'm his father. I won't agree to your relationship. If he dares to abandon her, I'll break his legs. Su Jiangwo slammed his hand on the table. Li Honghong smiled and said, Uncle, let us not be so absolute. In the future, Aunt might even need us to rescue her. You would want to be caught off guard, would you? Su Jiangwo gasped. Are you threatening me? No, it's not that serious. I just want to ask for a chance. To be honest, after years of undertaking dangerous missions, I've encountered many young talents. However, someone like Su Fan is a first for me. I might want to play tricks. If I like someone, I pursue them. Li Honghong stated as if reporting on a task, her tone cool and calm. Su Jiangwo's lips twitched. He wants tea like you, not to mention Yi Mei. Your personality alone is something he can't tolerate. Who knows? Worst comes to worst, I could leave a legacy. Hiss, can you really rescue in one? Su Hiangwing felt sharply. Probing. Since you're under protection, Aunt Lin won't overlook it. There are dedicated personnel responsible for her safety. If any dangerous incidents occur, her safety will be assured. Liunshon Raplia, seriously. Well, I want to meddle in the affairs of the young. Just be careful. Su Jiangwo turned away, his words hesitant. Li Honghong stood with her feet together, yes, before leaving the office. Su Jiangwo clicked his tongue and scratched his head. Son, for your mother's sake, make a small sacrifice. It's also a test of your feelings for Yi Mei. Even if the worst happens, you won't suffer. As he spoke, Su Jiangwo seemed to convince himself, nodding affirmatively. At that moment, in the United States, in the White House, many renowned capital tycoons had gathered. Mr. President, we must issue a restriction order against Huawei. Yes, the blockade is not strict enough. If such chips fall into the international market, it will be a devastating blow to our high-end technology. Without technological hegemony, relying solely on military might cannot maintain global stability. The meeting was exceptionally intense. The following day, the United States issued another statement, demanding Huawei cease the production, sale, and assembly of chips. The emergence of such chips is an affront to science and a desecration. Additionally, all products utilizing American patents must not coexist with such chips. If found, they will face severe penalties. Chapter 25, International Individual Soldier Weapon Exhibition. At the Su Fan Research Institute, Dean Shin visited with Wang Bingquan. In the newly renovated reception room, there was a faint smell of paint, and the wooden furniture exuded a pleasant aroma. Xiao Su, did you see the news yesterday? As soon as the chip was completed, the United States panicked. This ban was issued overnight. Dean Shin laughed. Su Fan poured hot water for the two dignitaries, saying, the isn't particularly high-end. Please bear with it. Of course, they're anxious. The United States thrives on exploiting the world. Isn't it built on technology and military? This situation is akin to losing an arm. And I wouldn't be able to accept it either. Wang Bingquan said, quietly savoring his tea. Oh, it seems you're not worried at all. I thought you'd be anxious about the ban. It appears I was worrying for nothing, Dinshin remarked, lightly blowing on his hot tea. What is there to rush about? The chip production is limited. To increase, it requires a large number of 28 nanometers lithography machines. It's not something you can find on every street corner. No need to hurry, Su Fan waved his hand, unconcerned. Haha, with your mindset, I'm relieved. There's one more thing. The country has decided to award you 300 million as a special reward for your contribution. After tax, Dinshin said, putting down his teacup and squinting. Su Fan's hand paused as he held his teacup. Dinshin, such significant news is just dropped on me like this? I was prepared all. Moreover, I get the impression that your visit today is for something more than just this. Dinshin shook his head with a light chuckle. After all, you're a researcher. Your mind is quite sharp. Wang Bingquan cleared his throat and continued. Although the United States has only issued a ban on chips, the impact is substantial. Huawei is rapidly rising. If every technological breakthrough must endure such attacks, it can be quite exhausting. So Su Fan nodded, hearing Wang Bingquan hesitate. So what? Are you trying to ask me to do something? Wang Bingquan sighed and nodded. So we hope to showcase our claws at the upcoming International Individual Soldier Weapon Exhibition. Huh? Su Fan voiced his confusion. What does this have to do with me? Dinshin interjected, originally, it had nothing to do with you. However, with the continuous breakthroughs in technology, the country wants to establish a research star to encourage more people to engage in scientific research. It was supposed to be a minor matter. However, those who have visited here refuse to agree to anyone else being chosen, insisting that the nation has grown strong, and we shouldn't keep hiding our heroes. Wang Bingquan nodded, taking advantage of Dinshin's pause to continue. The medicine you developed, although widely used in hospitals, is too important to publicly disclose its name. We originally intended to reveal the developer's name with the chip news, but the United States announced the ban so quickly. For your safety, we have also decided to temporarily shelve that. So you mean you wanted to go and gain some recognition? Su Fan blinked, tentatively speaking. The two sighed simultaneously and nodded. What kind of situation is this? A true hero needs to gain recognition through accolades to stand in the spotlight. Isn't this like looking for a donkey while riding one? Wang Bingquan complained. Dinshin frowned. If you can't say something nice, then keep quiet. Who are you calling a donkey? Wang Bingquan's face showed urgency as he replied. I didn't mean that. Su Fan's lips twitched. Without Dinshin's reminder, he would have thought of that. Indeed, learned men can kill without shedding blood. I have no objections. Such good fortune is something I could only wish for. The more, the better, Su Fan said with a smile, raising his teacup and drinking it all. Although his name was not disclosed for the medicine and the chip, he remained unperturbed. However, according to the system's regulations, he has already made a significant impact on humanity. 2 million contribution points have been credited. The issues with the nanomedical capsule and the chip have been resolved. His next step was to venture into the realm of room-temperature superconductors. Yet, an opportunity has arisen to enhance the nation's military prowess. As a citizen of Huawei, with his capabilities, he feels a moral obligation. With this thought, Su Fan addressed the two individuals, inquiring when they would set off. Surely, they wouldn't have him conduct research here, would they? Su Fan soon bid farewell to Yi Mei and Su Jiangwo, following Wang Bingquan out of the Military Research Institute. Inside, numerous individuals clutched documents, their heads bowed, muttering incantations as they hurriedly traversed the space. Wang Bingquan wore a smile, for it was the dedication of these individuals that has contributed to the present strength of Huawei. Su Fan nodded, his face a mask of respect. He was merely a cheat, while these individuals were the bedrock of Huawei's might. Oh, Minister Wang. This young friend looks somewhat unfamiliar. A teasing voice broke the reverie of the two. Su Fan turned to see a burly figure with a buzz cut, exuding an air of formidable strength, though a pair of round glasses perched upon his nose lent him a hint of rugged charm. Old son, what brings you here? Wang Bingquan replied coolly, his tone laced with disdain. What else could it be? We also registered for the upcoming International Individual Soldier Weapons Exhibition. Don't forget. Old son narrowed his eyes, striding towards Su Fan and gazing down at him, cold light flickering in his eyes. Kid, I don't care how you plan to obtain the championship. To participate in the international exhibition, you must pass through my gates. Wang Bingquan's eyes widened. What do you mean by that? Are you implying a blatant disregard for orders? Old son turned away, spitting contemptuously, his finger jabbing at Wang Bingquan's chest. You've fallen. Minister Wang, engaging in underground dealings now? Old son, look down upon you. Wang Bingquan's face twitched. What the hell have you heard? That's none of your business. As long as I, old son, am here, there's no way he's getting through the back door, old son retorted dismissively. Whatever you think you've heard is not true. And can't you change that foul habit of yours? Wang Bingquan gritted his teeth, articulating each word carefully. Wang, you dare to act, yet are afraid to admit it. Bah, I disdain you. Where's your ambition? Your sense of justice? Your conscience? Old son's eyes widened in anger, spitting as he raised his voice. Wang Bingquan rubbed his temples, sighing heavily. With so many people working day and night in the research institute, what is it for? Is it merely for your own glory, Wang Bingquan? To betray the trust of so many? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Truly despicable. After old son finished speaking, seeing Wang Bingquan's silence, he sighed once more, shot Su Fan a glare, and stormed off. Wang Bingquan shook his head with a wry smile, turning to Su Fan. Old son, Sun Fuwa, has that temper. He charges in headlong if something displeases him. If it weren't for that, he'd probably be my superior by now. Su Fan observed old son as he departed, hands behind his back, occasionally patting the shoulders of passers-by, offering words of encouragement, his voice booming. Su Fan slowly spoke. I quite like him. Chapter 26. The magnetic storm rifle test commences. In the research institute, Su Fan donned protective goggles, calibrating the device in his hands. Initially, he had indeed contemplated a foray into the limelight. However, after hearing Sun Fuwa's words that day, he reconsidered. If he didn't secure the championship, participating in the international exhibition would be rather disrespectful to the dedicated researchers who work in silence. Yet, with life threatened by cancer, he couldn't recklessly squander contribution points. After much contemplation, he wondered if there existed a technology that would neither delay the progress of the nanomedical capsule nor hinder the weapon design. Through intersecting searches, he ultimately discovered a weapon design via electromagnetic technology, the magnetic storm rifle. Utilizing magnetic constraints, it compresses, controls, and releases energy. In the year 2400, at the Sukha laboratory of the Bear Nation, the nanomedical capsule leaned towards control, while the weapon design focused on compression and release. A perfect amalgamation. Moreover, this rifle does not require ammunition. It continuously compresses electromagnetic power to unleash beams that can obliterate all electronic devices. Its power is not to be underestimated. With this thought, a slight smile crept on Su Fan's lips as he returned to his intense work. On the day of the rifle weapon test, all participating designers held a box in hand, standing in orderly silence, awaiting the commander's inspection. Only Su Fan appeared somewhat disheveled, looking as if he hadn't slept. Lethargic and occasionally stifling yawn, his stance slightly askew. After a moment, Sun Fuwa strolled over, hands behind his back, a condescending smile on his face. You still dare to compete? That scoundrel Wang Bingquan has already been reported for embezzlement and is currently under organizational investigation. He can't protect himself, let alone help you. He slapped Su Fan on the shoulder, nearly knocking him over. TCH, with a dismissive sound, he positioned himself in front of the crowd. At ease, the group moved in unison, stepping forward with their left foot. Today, we gather here for the individual soldier weapon competition. The champion will represent Huagua at this international individual soldier weapons exhibition. All test projects will be conducted openly, justly, and fairly. Sun Fuwa concluded, casting a sidelong glance at Su Fan, enunciating each word. Su Fan rolled his eyes. Although this individual bore no malice and was somewhat endearing, his methods were undeniably irksome. He could only wonder what Wang Bingquan was feeling at this moment. After Sun Fuwa finished speaking, he waved his hand and turned to leave. The first event of the competition commenced, 1-minute rapid fire. The judges announced loudly. Su Fan was assigned to target position 9, which was quite close to the audience, making him exceptionally conspicuous. It was likely a location deliberately chosen by Sun Fuwa, intending to witness his embarrassment. Su Fan shrugged, opening the box and beginning to calibrate the weapon. As the magnetic storm rifle emerged, it elicited gasps from the crowd. The thick barrel and frigid design emanated a sense of violent beauty. The onlookers nodded in appreciation, their eyes filled with admiration. Sun Fuwa frowned slightly, observing that it looked rather impressive. Positions ready. Fire. The sound of gunfire erupted, smoke enveloping the area, rendering visibility a challenge. Moments later, the time was up. Everyone promptly set down their weapons and stood at attention, beginning to report their scores. Target 1, 1,100 rounds. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd upon hearing this number. Confirming the weapon's status, the designers disassembled the firearm for a moment of inspection. Report. The weapon is in good condition and can continue with the task. Excellent. The response rang out, laden with deep admiration. Final confirmation has been obtained. The crowd could no longer contain their excitement. engaging in loud discussions. Such a rate of fire, without damaging the firearms, is somewhat terrifying. However, certainty remains elusive. A thorough test under extreme conditions is required to discern quality. Indeed, discussing rate of fire alone is futile. The bear's weaponry can achieve 3,000 rounds per minute, but it results in a total write-off of the firearm thereafter. The testing continues, yet the subsequent rates of fire fail to surpass the threshold of 1,000 rounds. Deploying such high-quality firearms at position 1 inevitably leads Su Fan to once again critique Sun Fugue. This seemingly simple-minded individual possesses a myriad of tricks up his sleeve. At position 9, 50 rounds. The atmosphere erupts once more, this time due to the dismally low efficiency. One might wonder, is position 9 merely a source of amusement? With such efficiency, I could surpass that with a mere handgun. It is utterly ludicrous. I hear this individual was personally arranged by a big shot. Alas, it seems unfortunate for him to encounter the obstinate Sun Fugue. Upon receiving the report, Sun Fugue merely chuckled coldly, dismissing it as mere showmanship. Striking in appearance, yet lacking in substance. The competition progresses to the second event, maintaining extreme conditions. Contestants take their positions ready. Fire. The acrid smoke once again fills the air, and this time, no one calls for a halt. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Bang. The weapon at position 3 explodes into a shower of parts. The tester tightly presses his lips together, his expression darkening. Protective measures are in place, and no one is injured, though the mood has undoubtedly soured. The withdrawal of position 3 seems to signal a chain reaction, as the firearms across the board begin to explode or jam, unable to fire again. 3 minutes pass, and the gunfire at position 1 also ceases. The only surviving firearm on the field is the one at position 9, Su Fan. Though his rate of fire is sluggish, it remains continuous. For minutes, 5 minutes. The onlookers exchange glances. Has he lowered his rate of fire solely for this event? TSK, TSK, TSK. In the realm of athletics, he is indeed clever. But what use is that? Even if he emerges victorious, I cannot condone such underhanded tactics. Yet, it remains within the bounds of the rules. As time ticks away, and Su Fan shows no signs of stopping, the judge glances at Sun Fugue. Sun Fugue frowns lightly, chuckling, and nods. For the second event, position 9 receives full marks. Only upon hearing the judge's announcement does Su Fan cease firing. Such a rate of fire should not produce issues with rifles, let alone handguns. I find position 9's contender rather intriguing, displaying some creativity. Relying on cunning rather than sheer strength. This is hardly honorable. The competition transitions into the third event, precision testing. Contestants are allotted 1 minute to recalibrate their firearms. Participants swiftly retrieve spare parts from their boxes. Even firearms that have exploded can be reassembled and remain operational. Su Fan raises an eyebrow, opting not to adjust his weapon. This event, labeled as a precision test, follows the extreme testing. The additional minute for recalibration clearly serves to assess the standardization of firearm components and the ease of maintenance. However, for the magnetic storm rifle, merely testing the rate of fire does not come close to the maintenance threshold required. Time is up. 800 meters to the standard target. Positions taken, ready. Fire. All firearms erupt in a dazzling display of sparks, showcasing the remarkable skills of the participants. Su Fan raises his weapon, squinting as he focuses on the distant target, feeling a swell of anxiety. Damn it, I lack shooting experience. While I can barely aim at close range with my naked eye, how am I to handle a target at 800 meters? Chapter 27 continues with the emergence of power during testing. The weapon evaluation proceeds. Su Fan squints one eye, adjusting his aim. His palms are slick with sweat, and only when the surrounding gunfire subsides into tranquility does he grit his teeth, close his eyes, and pull the trigger. Target 1. Hit. 8 points. Target 2. Hit. 8 points. Target 3. Hit. 6 points. Target 9 missed. Upon hearing this report, the crowd bursts into laughter. Oh dear. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Where did this gem at position 9 come from? Even a novice soldier wouldn't miss the target like that. I see now. He is merely here to lighten the mood. Su Fan scratches his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yet, Sun Fugue's brow furrows in concern. Isn't he part of the military? The competition moves into the fourth and final event, penetration testing. As the contestants prepare, the spectators express their sentiments. It appears that position 1 has claimed victory. Overall, it does seem slightly superior. Position 1 ready. Fire. Position 2 ready. Fire. Position 9 ready. Fire. A thunderous roar erupts, startling those who had begun to lose focus and prepare to disperse. They turn to locate the source of sound. At the muzzle of position 9, a blue orb of electric currents begins to glow, steadily expanding. The velocity of the currents escalates wildly until Su Fan pulls the trigger, unleashing a beam as wide as a waist, aimed at the test plate. There is no sound. The beam penetrates the steel plate effortlessly, soaring far away. The crowd stands agape, staring at the still-melting steel plate in stunned silence. After a prolonged pause, gazing at the large hole in the center, Su Fan nods in satisfaction. What? Am I seeing things? What is this? Has he switched weapons? What is this unusual armament that went unnoticed earlier? Was he merely pretending to be inexperienced? Goodness, the big shot has quite the wicked sense of humor. Sun Fuguei, eyes wide, strides over to Su Fan, his hand poised to seize the weapon, suspended in midair. Looking at Su Fan earnestly, he asks, "May I give a try?" Su Fan nods, stepping aside. The firearm features a two-stage trigger. The first stage charges. The second stage fires. Sun Fuguei rubs his hands together, lifting the rifle, his right hand gliding over it, as if he were admiring a stunning beauty. The crude expression sends a shiver down Su Fan's spine. Sun Fuguei raises the rifle, takes aim for a moment, and slowly pulls the trigger. A blue orb materializes at the muzzle, surrounded by swirling currents, flickering incessantly. Without delay, Sun Fuguei pulls the second stage trigger. A flash of blue light engulfs the target 800 meters away. Report the results. Sun Fuguei shouts to a nearby judge. Moments later. Position 9 is confirmed to have hit the target, obliterating half of its body. Hiss! Sun Fuguei gasps, licking his lips. Suddenly, narrowing his eyes, he turns to address everyone. Immediately assemble and sign a confidentiality agreement. No one is to leave during my report. Anyone who disobeys will be shot on the spot. The crowd stiffens, responding in unison, yes. Su Fan furrowed his brows, questioning the necessity of such exaggeration. What do you understand? Sun Fuguei retorted habitually. Following his remark, he twitched his face, and with a resounding slap, struck his own cheek, turning to Su Fan with a grin. What I meant was, what do I understand? Su Fan offered a wry smile. Commander, there is no need for such theatrics. Treat me as you would others. That is perfectly fine. What nonsense? Can you possibly be compared to those worthless creatures? Sun Fuguei glared angrily, grabbing Su Fan's arm. Come, let us report to the elder brother. Once concluded, the elder brother will personally serve you tea and apologize. Su Fan, wearing a bitter smile, departed with Sun Fuguei. Upon arriving at the military headquarters, Sun Fuguei introduced Su Fan to everyone he encountered. Do you know him? Su Fan. Sudanyo. The gazes directed at Su Fan were filled with bewilderment. Oh, at such a young age, they call him Dainyu? Has old Sun also taken a boasting? Old Sun, you've learned to flatter? Haven to you? Quite an improvement. Whose son is this, to make old Sun bow his head? Sun Fuguei, hands on his hips, wore a disdainful expression, engaging in a battle of wits without losing ground. Eventually, the two reached the door of an office. Sun Fuguei straightened his attire, spat on his palm, and smoothed his hair, clearing his throat twice. He knocked on the door. Come in. Upon entering the office, Sun Fuguei's eyes widened in astonishment. Mr. Wang, what brings you here? Wang Bingkuan, casually reclining with legs crossed on the reception sofa, regarded Sun Fuguei with a mocking expression. He scoffed, where else should I be? The military court? Sun Fuguei shot a glance at Su Fan, took a few steps forward to shield him. Since you can return, it proves there are no issues with your conduct. And that reassures me. You two carry on. I shall return shortly. With that, he slowly retreated, forcefully nudging Su Fan. Su Fan, his face a mask of bitterness, remained silent, yielding to the pressure. Hold on. Wang Bingkuan stood, narrowing his eyes at Sun Fuguei. You're here to report the results of the competition, aren't you? Who came in first? Sun Fuguei initially hesitated to respond, but sensing the leader's gaze upon him, he shifted his eyes. Target number 1 had formidable firepower, firing 1,100 rounds in a minute. Wang Bingkuan nodded. Indeed impressive. And Su Fan's results? Well, Sun Fuguei gestured a bowing motion behind his back. Let us not discuss it. That contraption he designed, does it even qualify as a gun? It can only fire 50 rounds in a minute. Wang Bingkuan frowned and sighed, alas. Despite being a genius, he has never been involved in weapon manufacturing. It is only natural for the results to be subpar when he is hastily tasked with designing a weapon. However, for such a grand competition, him not winning, and with such a stark contrast in results, how can he participate in the international exhibition? If he doesn't go, so be it. We have our own capabilities. Why should we care about others' opinions? Sun Fuguei waved his hand dismissively. You see, his intention to attend the international exhibition is merely for accolades. Have you ever considered why? In your mind, is there only room for thoughts of my violating discipline, of corruption? Wang Bingquan slammed the table, his face contorted with anger. TCH, as if I'm unaware. Moreover, a talent like him should not be concealed from me. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would never have believed it. Li Fugui tilted his head, pouting defiantly. Wang Bingquan furrowed his brow. What talent? What do you know? You really ought to curb that old habit of yours, jumping to conclusions based on hearsay. Sun Fugui lightly tapped his lips. You can't even articulate properly. Old Wang, your criticism is justified. Wang Bingquan narrowed his eyes. You, Sun, are quite agreeable today. Speak. Are you concealing some significant information? Is it possible that something has happened to Su Fan? Sun Fugui wished to argue, but he could sense the leader's skepticism. His expression wavered as he struggled internally. After a moment, his lips pressed tightly together, tilting his face in reluctance. He pulled Su Fan from behind him. For this competition, he came in first. What? Wang Bingquan abruptly stood, taken aback. Chapter 28. Destruction of Heaven and Earth. At the office entrance, Su Fan raised his hand awkwardly. He had not intended to involve himself in the conflict between the bigwigs, yet it ended up seeming as if he were deliberately spectating. Wang Bingquan, with a darkened expression, shot Sun Fugui a glare. They saluted and bid farewell to the leader. Wang Bingquan, seizing Sun Fugui, stormed into an unused office, disregarding his protests, and flung him inside. He cast a glance back at Su Fan, who, startled, followed him in. Now explain what transpired. Just a moment ago, you mentioned that the first place had 1,100 rounds, while he only had 50, correct? Wang Bingquan pulled over a chair and sat down. Sun Fugui huffed lightly. I didn't lie. That is the truth. Then how is he the first? Wang Bingquan bellowed. First place means champion. Sun Fugui dug in his ear with his finger and flicked it towards Wang Bingquan. Sun Fugui, what do you truly want? Wang Bingquan rose, gripping his collar. Hand him over to me. Sun Fugui tilted his head towards Su Fan. You're talking nonsense. I brought Mr. Su here as a task, and it's you who is seeking to claim credit. Moreover, he is neither a member of the military nor affiliated with a research institution. Who do you think you can take him from? If it were that easy, would we have waited until today? Would it fall to you? He continued, furthermore, with his existing merits, you expect him to serve as a major? Preposterous. You and T even be worthy to hold his shoes. Wang Bingquan, enraged, laughed derisively, spitting words at Sun Fugui's face. Sun Fugui grimaced. Is he really that remarkable? Of course. Even if I, Wang Bingquan, were to engage in corruption and take shortcuts, wouldn't an ordinary person measure up? Wang Bingquan gasped, pushing Sun Fugui away and sitting down to massage his temples. Oh dear, old Wang, you must think of a way. I can refrain from competing with him, but you must retain him. You are unaware of the weapon he designed. Its power is such that targets at 800 meters are instantly obliterated. Sun Fugui paced, gesticulating animatedly. I wouldn't need your reminder. The moment I discovered this lad, I took action. Unfortunately, that Chen fellow, that scoundrel. Wang Bingquan wore an expression of frustration, striking his palm. Su Fan's face twitched in embarrassment. He coughed twice to prevent the bigwigs from saying something even more outrageous. Wang Bingquan's face tinged with red as he abruptly halted his words, starting to cough. Sun Fugui remained unfazed. Are you referring to the one from the Academy of Sciences? I shall lead a team to bring him back immediately. Su Fan scratched his face. I don't belong to the Academy of Sciences. Sun Fugui turned his head, thumping his chest. Just give me a name of an institution. The ISNT, a person I, old Sun, cannot acquire. Enough nonsense. Su Fan has his own research institute. Wang Bingquan interjected sharply. Even so, Wang Bingquan's expression darkened as he kicked Sun Fugui in the rear, interrupting his sentence. Sun Fugui rubbed his backside, and the atmosphere fell into silence. Moments later, Wang Bingquan inquired, what exactly is that weapon? Oh, you haven't seen it? That thing is incredibly powerful, with a resounding bayou sound. A beam of light shoots forth, instantly reducing a target 800 meters away to mere ashes. Upon hearing this, Sun Fugui leaped up, gesticulating animatedly. Wang Bingquan's brow furrowed deeper with each word he heard. What are you talking about? This ISNTA movie. Take me to see it. The three departed from the office. Along the way, Sun Fugui's chatter was incessant. In my opinion, the weapons depicted in films might not even compare to this one. Upon arriving at the testing site, they found a crowd gathered around target number 9. Occasionally, a blue beam would shoot out. Sun Fugui's eyes widened, and he shouted as he pushed through the throng, who dares to defy orders? He made his way to an elderly man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, his head crowned with silver hair, examining the weapon designed by Su Fan. This was none other than Sun Fugui's superior, Wang Buiyuan. Sun Fugui immediately plastered a smile on his face, rubbing his hands together. Leader, what brings you here? Guarantee you just in the office? Wang Buiyuan replied without a glance. After all these years, I'm well aware of your temperament. Sunday, step aside and let Mr. Su come over to explain the weapon's performance. At Wang Buiyuan's behest, Su Fan stepped forward. The stern demeanor of Wang Buiyuan transformed into one of warmth. Cool me. Explain to everyone the workings of this weapon. Su Fan accepted the firearm handed to him. The magnetic storm rifle, as the name suggests, harnesses the power of magnetic fields to constrain and compress energy, ultimately releasing it. The blue light you see is the result. As Su Fan concluded, the crowd fell into a hushed silence. Wang Buiyuan surveyed the assembly and asked, "Is it really that simple?" Su Fan nodded. The principle is indeed straightforward. Much like modern weaponry, it fundamentally revolves around the various uses of gunpowder. The data requiring calibration is of little significance, as we can scale this model up by 10 or even 100 times. At that point, we will naturally need to recalibrate the data. The audience gulped nervously. Sun Fugui exclaimed, 100 times. Wouldn't tea that bring down the moon? Su Fan scratched his head. It's not that exaggerated. Setting aside energy dissipation, we currently lack a sufficient energy source to squander on it. I estimate it could melt half a mountain at most. Well, thinking about it, it could serve as an excellent mining machine. The crowd's expressions twisted in disbelief. Wang Buiyuan nodded and inquired, that is a matter for the future. Let's not dwell on it. What is the maximum potential of this individual weapon? Su Fan blinked. Haven't you tried it? Wang Buiyuan chuckled. Mr. Su, we are merely curious. If it weren't for knowing that Sun Fugui had already attempted it, we wouldn't dare to even touch it. As for the maximum power, we wouldn't test it without you present. Su Fan nodded. Oh, I'm not entirely certain about the specific power. Shall we test it now? Wang Buiyuan turned and shouted, is the steel plate ready? Yes, it's all set. Mr. Su, you may begin. Su Fan felt a rush of anticipation. Everything was in place, waiting solely for him. Without hesitation, he raised the rifle and aimed at the steel plate not far away. Pulling the trigger, he initiated the first stage of charging. The orb of light at the front of the weapon began to expand, far exceeding its previous size. Su Fan esquinteth, acutely sensing the vibrations of the firearm until a crisp crack echoed. His eyes widened in astonishment. He squeezed the trigger fully. The blue luminescence shot forth, expanding in the air like a cascading waterfall as it surged towards the steel plate. After a moment, the brilliance faded. The crowd rubbed their eyes, gazing at the spot where the steel plate had stood. The perfectly aligned steel had vanished, replaced by blackened, molten iron flowing through the earth, rising in wisps of white smoke. The surrounding dust stirred momentarily before swiftly settling, merging with the molten metal. The searing heat warped the air, rendering the scene reminiscent of an infernal exit. Chapter 29. The golden plan falls through. At the testing site, the scorching barrel burned Su Fan's skin, prompting him to hastily drop the rifle. Sun Fugui, startled, immediately bent down to catch it. As he grasped the weapon, his expression contorted in agony. Yet he gritted his teeth and set it on the table. Su Fan inhaled sharply, pulling his hand back. The skin was charred, covered in countless blisters that burst, oozing a milky fluid. This thing is already ruined. It's too hot to hold on to. Sun Fugui grimaced, shaking off Su Fan's hand. Stop fussing. No sooner had he spoken than Wang Buiyuan kicked him. Get over there and bandage yourself. You're a nuisance. Sun Fugui forced a smile, nodding repeatedly. Wang Buiyuan turned to Su Fan, beaming, Mr. Su, is it difficult to manufacture this weapon? The crowd leaned in, their eyes fixed on Su Fan. It's not overly complex. The main challenge lies in the scarcity of materials. Su Fan glanced at Sun Fugui, who was bouncing away, and a smile crept onto his lips. All right. Wang Buiyuan exclaimed thrice, slapping his palm and commanding, everyone, overcome all obstacles to meet Mr. Su's requirements. First, produce 100 units. Su Fan grinned. If you could spare a few technicians, we could work together. Relying solely on me would be too slow. What? Wang Buiyuan exclaimed. You're willing to share your methods? Su Fan looked puzzled. Commander, this rifle is originally a competition piece. It's destined for the international exhibition. I can only produce a few on my own. Wang Buiyuan's face lit up with excitement, only to be followed by a frown of concern. It's into the exhibition, huh? Su Fan blinked and glanced at Wang Bingkoan, who appeared unsettled. Commander, didn't Su Fan come here on a mission? Have you forgotten? Wang Buiyuan frowned in contemplation, suddenly gasping. His tone wavered. The original plan was indeed so. However, is it not a bit extravagant to sell this? Wang Bingkoan chuckled bitterly. Even if you are reluctant, he has already secured first place in the competition. We can't possibly present someone else's creation at the exhibition, can we? Wang Buyin paced back and forth, his face contorted in frustration. This matter is truly absurd. After a lengthy discussion, the group failed to reach a resolution. Su Fan returned to the Military Research Institute with the participants, commencing the guidance of their production of the magnetic storm rifle. It must be said, genius recognizes no boundaries. Among them, without surprise, individual number 1 exhibited extraordinary performance. He grasped theoretical knowledge with remarkable speed and executed practical tasks flawlessly, even surpassing Su Fan's own standards. Wow. Zhang Zhe, you've managed to produce a finished product so quickly. Impressive. Ah, du flattez-me, teacher. Without your guidance, I would never have conceived such a method of firearm manufacturing. Zhang Zhe scratched his head, wearing a silly grin. Su Fan shook his head, urging him not to be modest. His achievements were solely the result of his own hard work. I merely took advantage of a clever opportunity, standing upon the shoulders of giants. I too stand upon the shoulders of giants. Why do I not possess such brilliant ideas? The teacher remarked, reveling in his self-effacing humor. Zhang Zhe, with a quizzical expression, appeared unconvinced. Su Fan chuckled softly to himself, thinking, how few giants are there beneath your feet? At that moment, Wang Buyin entered the laboratory, accompanied by Wang Bingquan, and waved enthusiastically at Su Fan. Su Fan, alongside Zhang Zhe, jogged a few steps and stood at attention, saluting. After spending so many days here, Su Fan's military posture had become notably more refined. Wang Buyin lowered his arm and, with a more serious demeanor, returned the salute and commanded at ease. Once Su Fan and Zhang Zhe relaxed, a smile returned to Wang Buyin's face. Mr. Su, we have results regarding the firearms. Oh, how has it been arranged? Su Fan asked with curiosity. Wang Buyin's smile widened, in accordance with the nation's previous traditions. This category of weaponry is typically kept under wraps until the emergence of the next generation of arms, at which point it may see the light of day. Su Fan nodded, finding no surprise in this. However, with the rise of the Huaguan nation imminent, it was indeed necessary to reveal a glimpse of its formidable prowess to deter nefarious elements. Thus, the magnetic storm rifle has been specially approved for participation in this international exhibition. As Wang Buyin spoke, his smile gradually faded and his posture straightened. Su Fan and Zhang Zhe mirrored this rigidity. We are grateful for the nation's trust. We shall certainly make a name for Huagua's weapons at this exhibition. Upon hearing their assurance, Wang Buyin's previously erect posture slackened. Ah, hold on. Don't rush to declare your commitment. I haven't finished speaking. Clearing his throat, he noticed the puzzled expressions on Su Fan and Zhang Zhe's faces. However, after a couple of coughs, he chose to say no more. Wang Bingquan, with a wry smile, interjected, Gentlemen, the nation indeed wishes to intimidate the unruly. However, the power of such weaponry is somewhat terrifying. Therefore, might I request that you lower the weapon's power? Just a tad. As he spoke, he held up 2 fingers, glancing at Wang Buyin's expression before slightly widening the distance between his fingers. Su Fan rolled his eyes, realizing that despite the change in approach, it still implied a desire to keep things concealed. His enthusiasm was thus rendered futile. Wang Buyin chuckled. There's no helping it. We are merely cautious. Moreover, one cannot devour an entire feast in a single bite. All must proceed gradually. Scratching his head, Su Fan replied, All right, I'll go prepare. With that, he turned to leave. Wang Buyin grasped Su Fan's arm. Wait, there's one more thing. Facing Su Fan's inquisitive gaze, he awkwardly stammered, Ahem, for this exhibition, Mr. Su, you need not attend. Zhang Zhe is more than capable, and thus, my golden opportunity has been squandered? Su Fan rolled his eyes. I still cannot make an appearance? Wang Buyin, his face flushed, offered a sheepish smile, but did not respond. Very well, it's not worth fretting over this time. Su Fan waved his hand dismissively and headed towards the laboratory table. Zhang Zhe, visibly displeased, completed a salute, huffed, and rushed to catch up with Su Fan. Wang Buyin, rubbing his nose, mused, These 2 lads are quite impressive. It's a shame they couldn't join the military. All because of that Chen fellow, that rascal. Wang Bingquan sighed once more. I truly must seek him out one day for a friendly spar. Time flew by. Su Fan returned to Shanglu, and as he stepped into the research institute, a waft of fragrant aroma enveloped him. The delicate scent of jasmine, long suppressed, suddenly surged forth, nearly overwhelming him. Hastily discarding his luggage, he wrapped his arms around the enchanting figure, twirling her around a few times. Her silky hair brushed against his nose, tickling him slightly. Her melodious laughter danced in his ears, sweetly resonating in his heart. their gazes locked. Her long eyelashes resembled a sunlit cage. With a flutter, they glimmered with a warm hue. Her cheeks gradually flushed a rosy red, the veins beneath her skin becoming distinctly visible. She gently nibbled on her soft pink lower lip, her eyes shimmering like water. Leaning in, he closed his eyes and savored a taste of her sweetness. Chapter 30, a $100 million order at the International Individual Soldier Weapon Exhibition. Men of various complexions donned impeccably tailored suits, adorned with bow ties or neckties, bearing standard smiles. Beside them, elegantly poised women, their makeup flawless and figures striking, swayed gracefully, their jewelry sparkling intermittently. The ambience of the entire hall exuded opulence and grandeur, far surpassing even that of a celebrity award ceremony. Servers, clad in pristine white gloves, held one hand behind their backs, gracefully navigating through the throngs of attendees with trays in hand. As they passed a secluded corner, a slightly yellowed hand reached out, seizing a glass of champagne from a tray. The server's body trembled slightly as he hastily bowed, concealing a fleeting moment of panic. Jiangshe, dressed in a black suit with a matching tie, despite his robust physique, appeared somewhat out of place compared to the others. He drained his glass of champagne in one gulp and discreetly loosened his tie, letting out a deep sigh. I thought we were here to bring glory to the nation. Instead, it feels like a selection show for clowns. Zhang Zhe shook his head, mumbling to himself as he turned to gaze at the exhibition entrance. The stunning display from the beautiful nation dominated the entrance, facing off against the bare nation across the way. The crowd flowed seamlessly between the two booths, showing no signs of dispersing. Turning back to the Huagua booth, he noted its meager presence, merely a few strays. Some neighboring booths belonged to countries that even Zhang Zhe had never heard of, exposing the limitations of his geographical knowledge. Placing his empty glass on the table, Zhang Zhe leaned back, propping his chin on his hand, his eyes fluttering shut, succumbing to drowsiness. Is this truly the Huagua exhibition? A voice inquired, jolting him awake. Zhang Zhe wiped his mouth and looked up to see a dark-skinned man with a bushy beard. Yes, please, right this way, he responded, springing from his seat to lead the man to the weapon display. This is our nation's latest development in individual magnetic weaponry. It features manual power adjustment with 3 settings. The highest setting, after a brief charge, can penetrate steel plates, Zhang Zhe explained, smiling confidently. Really? A high-tech weapon? The visitor wiped his hands on his trousers, reaching out halfway before hesitating. May I handle it? Of course, but please exercise caution. This weapon differs from conventional arms. It requires no ammunition, just a charge to fire. If mishandled, this exhibition may not proceed as planned, Zhang Zhe cautioned, handing the rifle to the visitor. The man's arm felt heavy as he slowly caressed the weapon's body. His eyes glazed with wonder. Its design is indeed futuristic, and the feel is exceptional. Truly, it is a testament to Huagua craftsmanship. Zhang Zhe offered a faint smile, expressing gratitude for the compliment. After a brief moment, the visitor set down his weapon, a conflicted expression crossing his face. I'm quite fond of this. May I inquire about the price of this firearm? Each weapon is priced at 100,000. If converted into RMB, it will be somewhat more affordable, Zhang Zhe replied, his cheeks tinged with a slight blush as he quoted the price. Only 100,000. Can it truly be cheaper in RMB? The visitor exclaimed, wide-eyed. Jiangshe blinked, pondering if he had quoted a lower price than intended. My friend, I hail from Stan. Our two nations have always maintained amicable relations. You cannot impose a sudden price hike, he urged, grasping Zhang Zhe's hand earnestly. Old buddy, Jiangshe inquired instinctively. Indeed. How many of these weapons do you possess? We wish to acquire them all. Zhang Zhe swallowed hard. There are 100 in total. What? Just 100? Brother, you are not deceiving me, are you? Zhang Zhe furrowed his brow, carefully choosing his words. This technology is highly advanced. Naturally, the production volume is limited. That makes sense, the visitor conceded. In that case, I shall purchase all 100. We will also place an order for an additional 900 units, and I can pay the full amount up front. Zhang Zhe's face twitched with agitation. I can sell you the 100, but regarding the order, I must consult my superiors. Very well. I shall wait here for your return. Hurry back, the visitor urged. Zhang Zhe nodded and retreated into a nearby cubicle, closing the door behind him. Leaning against the door, he yanked off his tie and moistened his parched lips. Trembling, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello, this is Wang Bingkuan. Commander, this is Zhang Zhe. Jiangshe, aren't you at the international exhibition? Is there an urgent situation requiring my attention? Yes, indeed. What do you mean by yes or no? Speak clearly, as a soldier should. Wang Bingkuan's tone was stern over the line. Understood. Zhang Zhe instinctively straightened his posture, Continuing, I report, Commander, that all 100 weapons have been sold. Additionally, what? Wang Bingquan interrupted, his voice rising in surprise. Do we not price them at 100,000? Have they sold out so quickly? Is there a risk of exposing our technological advancements? Zhang Zhe frowned, reflecting for a moment. No, the buyers from Stan. Ah, are they truly that affluent? They are our allies, so selling to them is not an issue. What were you about to say? Furthermore, they wish to place an order for a substantial quantity of these weapons, 900 units, and they are willing to pay the full deposit in advance. Good heavens! These rascals have such wealth? 1,000 units at 100,000 each, an astronomical sum. What about the production cost? Approximately 500 per unit. Wait a moment. I need to consult further. Zhang Zhe ended the call and cautiously opened the door's crack. The Stani were gathered at the exhibition booth's entrance, stroking their beards and observing the passers-by. If anyone attempted to enter the Huagua exhibition hall, they would approach with a smile and engage in conversation. Brother, there's no need to visit the Huagua exhibition hall. Everything has already been sold out. If the newcomer appeared skeptical, they would guide them to the weapons display, spreading their hands wide and shrugging, continuing to dissuade them. I told you, it's all been purchased. Zhang Zhe found himself in a predicament, stifling a laugh but refraining from stepping outside. Suddenly, his phone rang. He picked it up and answered, Hello, this is Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe, this is Wang Buiyuan. I have been briefed on the situation by Wang Bingquan. I have a question that requires your insight. Pray tell. I have learned that the world's most expensive rifle is priced below 40,000. How is it that we have set our price at 100,000 and instead of determined? We receive an influx of orders? Do you sense any underlying conspiracy here? Zhang Zhe pondered briefly. Commander, I believe the matter is quite straightforward. The rifle is indeed, as you stated, valued at a maximum of 40,000. However, consider the cost of ammunition, the wear and tear on the firearm, and the essential expenses involved in training personnel. All of these add up significantly. I have taken all of that into account. Yet even combined, it does not warrant a price of 100,000. After all, this is a brand new weapon that has not been tested in combat. Yangsha chuckled lightly. I believe that is precisely what has attracted them. Oh, how so? Commander, let us not forget that this weapon is making its debut. Simply selling it for profit is already quite advantageous. Ah, I see what you mean. Are you suggesting they may take some action? Your insight is commendable. With that, the commander resolved, in that case, assure them that we shall expedite the delivery of these 900 weapons. Understood? Chapter 31. Unyielding. The exhibition concluded, with the Beautiful Nation and the Bear Nation reaping a multitude of orders, while Huagua garnered no attention whatsoever. Various military forums within the country reflected a dismal sentiment among netizens. Did anyone attend the exhibition? Why is there no news from Huagua? Militarily inclined enthusiasts were already scarce, and with no breakthroughs in individual weaponry, it was unsurprising that few attended the event. The Beautiful Nation and the Bear Nation both received substantial orders. Although one cannot measure heroism solely by monetary gains, Huagua's silence was indeed disheartening. Bah, what does a rabbit know? They conceal one generation and research another, allowing the most outdated to emerge. Who would bother with a surface-level exhibition? Better to seek out the whispers of the underground. Speaking of whispers, it had recently been rumored that someone had spotted extraterrestrials. I read that post. What kind of alien was it? Merely a fleeting blue light. Who knows if it was fabricated? At this moment, 900 electromagnetic rifles arrived in Stan through clandestine channels. Is this the weapon you purchased? An officer queried, holding the electromagnetic rifle and shaking it to gauge its weight. It feels quite satisfactory, albeit slightly over the standard weight. How much does this cost? 100,000 per unit. What? The officer abruptly turned, drawing his sidearm and pressing it against the other man's forehead. If you cannot provide a satisfactory answer, today shall be your last. This is a high-tech weapon. It requires no ammunition, merely a charge to fire. What? Are you certain? The officer's eyes widened as he holstered his pistol. He raised the electromagnetic rifle, aiming at a nearby wall. A peculiar sound accompanied the gathering blue light. A thrill of excitement danced across the officer's face. Phase 1, trigger charged. Phase 2, trigger firing. Nodding, the officer squeezed the trigger once more, and a flash of blue light erupted. There was no sound. A large hole appeared in the wall, not far away. The officer dashed to the wall, steadying himself against the opening and peering into the distance. A similar hole had formed in the adjacent wall. Inside the room, the guards were in disarray, scrambling to find their clothing. The bed against the wall lay overturned, and a metal leg was charred and warped. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The officer turned around, once again grasping his rifle, gently caressing its body with an air of infatuation in his eyes. "Commander, are you satisfied?" he inquired with a chuckle. "With this weapon, not only can we liberate ourselves from the enemy's control over our ammunition, but its formidable power could even obliterate tanks. Alas, we possess only 1,000 of them. Commander, if we can drive the enemy away, such firearms will number 2,000 or even 3,000. Perhaps we could acquire even more formidable weaponry." "Well said. Immediately issue orders for the team to assemble in secrecy. We shall undergo specialized training to familiarize ourselves with this weapon. By the way, does it have a name?" "It is called Purgatory." As time passed, in a picturesque military base in Stanland, lazy sunlight bathed the training grounds. Discarded bottles and pink lingerie bore testament to the fervor of last night's festivities. The soldiers lounged beneath their hats, sprawled on various beach chairs. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion shattered the tranquility. Accompanied by the blaring of sirens, a squad of stand soldiers surged toward the base, launching a surprise attack. The soldiers swiftly regrouped, utilizing cover to engage the enemy. "Damn it, where did they get their ammunition?" Just as the words left his mouth, a blue beam whizzed past his head, accompanied by the acrid scent of burnt flesh. A comrade beside him cast a glance, then turned away to retch. A corpse, its head half gone, fell to the ground, inciting a chorus of curses. "What the hell is that? Call for support. Stay concealed." The soldiers lost their courage to expose themselves. Yet, the blue beams continued to rain down. The concrete barricades ahead began to crack ominously. "Damn it, are they aliens?" "Laser weapons. This is a laser weapon. Call for backup. We need support here." Confronted with the unknown and such powerful armaments, the soldiers huddled behind cover, trembling in fear. Suddenly, the ground trembled as a tank, clad in verdant camouflage, barreled forward, crashing through the perimeter wall and charging at the enemy. A shell was fired, sending dust swirling in the air as the enemy was scattered. "Good. Keep it up. Blast them to pieces. More. Call for air support." Behind the barricades, the soldiers witnessed this scene, their morale soaring as they cheered. The tank showed no intention of concealing itself, boldly occupying the high ground while unleashing a relentless barrage. The blue beams struck the tank's surface, issuing a plume of black smoke. "Damn it! Crush them!" The soldiers roared with excitement. At that moment, more tanks rolled out of the base. Suddenly, a beam as thick as an arm struck the elevated tank, rendering it silent. Cheers erupted from the enemy ranks. The soldiers exchanged bewildered glances. "What is happening? Damn it! Why has the blue beam's power suddenly intensified?" "Tank ahead, evade the attacks." "Hold on. The aircraft is on its way." A few tanks formed a protective array, advancing in a coordinated manner. The blue beams grew increasingly dense. One by one, the tanks came to a halt. The soldiers' faces turned ashen. "Where are the planes? Where are they?" The last tank ceased functioning, and the stand soldiers charged again. The soldiers dared only to raise their rifles above cover, firing wildly without exposing themselves. Nevertheless, a few unfortunate souls felt the sting of the blue light. Their arms charred and vaporized. The agonized cries further diminished morale as the enemy closed in, the blue beams intensifying. Despair etched on their faces, the soldiers trembled. Suddenly, a piercing roar filled the air. A black aircraft swooped down, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Countless stand soldiers fell. Yet, as the plane ascended, a lattice of blue beams intermingled before it, forming a protective grid. The aircraft swiftly passed through, but to the soldiers' dismay, it was torn apart, plummeting into the distance. The soldiers exchanged anxious glances, swallowing hard. Moments later, on the perimeter wall, a rifle dangled from a piece of white lingerie, fluttering in the breeze. Similar scenes unfolded across various locales in Stanland. That evening, Stanland released breaking news. At this moment, all non-governmental armed forces within our borders have been completely eradicated. Furthermore, Stanland announced a major cleansing operation, tentatively scheduled for 2 months, aimed at thoroughly eliminating remaining armed factions to uphold national unity. Additionally, heartfelt gratitude was extended to Huagua for its unwavering support, wishing for a long-lasting friendship between the two nations. On the Huagua Military Forum, discussions erupted. What is going on? The unification happened so suddenly. Indeed, does anyone have insights? That final sentence in the news seems to imply something else. Could it be that Huagua intervened covertly? Unlikely. Our goal is peaceful rise. Why would we self-sabotage? Just then, a video emerged on numerous media platforms, shaky and of poor quality, seemingly filmed on a phone. It depicted stand soldiers in combat. The brief footage showcasing the devastating weapon that could annihilate tanks and shoot down aircraft stirred immense excitement. Chapter 32. The Cake Shop on the Street. On the Huagua Military Forum, someone exclaimed, "Wow, have you seen the video?" Coupled with the recent news from Stanland. I have a bold hypothesis. You could be bolder. The water meter might just malfunction. Well, as long as everyone understands, let us keep it discreet. This maneuver of driving wolves to devour tigers is indeed masterful. It not only tests the weapon's might, but also assists Stanland in clearing out domestic armed forces. Truly, Huagua has secured a steadfast ally, without drawing too much attention. TSK, this seems to be in their strategic DNA. However, the weapon's power has now been revealed, and there will undoubtedly be significant international pressure. Many countries will seek to purchase it, and whether or not to sell will become an issue. Not to worry, I've analyzed the video closely. In fact, this weapon's novelty has caught everyone off guard. Given enough time, they can still develop corresponding shields. The experts' analyses are quite sound, but this weapon will undoubtedly afford Huagua some breathing room and maneuvering space. This post was swiftly deleted by the administrators. On the international stage, as the netizens speculated, numerous countries flocked to Huagua, expressing intentions to procure weapons. However, only a select few nations with amicable relations with Huagua secured a limited number of orders. Officially, it was stated that the production cost of such weapons was exorbitantly high, with exceedingly low output. Although many were skeptical of Huagua's claims, they found themselves powerless. In a fleeting moment, in pursuit of weapon orders, several nations began to engage with Huagua frequently, hoping to cultivate favorable international relations. Meanwhile, the esteemed company has announced the release date of its new smartphone, coinciding precisely with that of the rival brand, Rotten Fruit. Amidst the eager anticipation of the masses, time swiftly flew by, and soon the day of the launch event arrived. The same host from the previous event reappeared, greeted immediately by a chorus of boos. He donned a modest smile and bowed repeatedly to the audience, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your kind reception." Noticing the discomfort etched on the faces of the crowd, he chuckled lightly. "Well, black and red are still colors, aren't they?" This elicited hearty laughter from the audience, easing the atmosphere considerably. The host continued, "Today, I am immensely grateful for your presence at this launch event, where we shall witness the rebirth of our esteemed company. However, I must first announce some unfortunate news." The audience exchanged puzzled glances with someone shouting, "Isn't it too early to be pulling a fast one on us?" The host shook his head. No, we have ample stock prepared. After all, we are a manufacturing powerhouse. With no constraints from chips, production is not an issue." Seeing the confusion on the faces before him, he sighed, lowering his gaze. "After this event, there will be no phones given away." A hush fell over the room. The host shrugged. "Isn't this joke amusing?" The audience glared at him in silence. Embarrassed, the host remarked, "Since you seem uninterested in giveaways, let us change the subject. You are all so eager to learn about the new phone. Why am I dilly-dallying here?" Suddenly, someone shouted from the crowd, "Because you're being unkind." The host chuckled. "I appreciate your concern, dear friend. Thank you. Please do contact my lawyer later." Laughter erupted once more, and the atmosphere grew even more vibrant. Adjusting his earpiece, the host tilted his head to listen for a moment. "All right. I have received the signal. The launch event is officially commencing. Let's count down together. 7, 6, 5. The attendees, filled with excitement, echoed the countdown. However, those watching the event online detected something amiss. If one were to switch to the Rotten Fruit launch event, disregarding any network delays, it was evident that our esteemed company was stalling for time, preparing for a face-off. Viewers online were instantly thrilled, calling their friends. Within moments, the entire nation was aware of this exhilarating news, displaying both launch events side by side on a single screen. Netizens gradually realized that our esteemed company had essentially copied the rival's presentation. Even the host's lines bore significant resemblance. Suddenly, a question surged to the trending topics. If this is a live broadcast, what caliber is the host from our esteemed company? Upon seeing this trending topic, the online audience was taken aback. Caught up in the spectacle, they had forgotten that both events were live. They expressed their astonishment to those around them, amplifying the impact of this launch event far and wide. At the launch venue, after the monotonous opening remarks, both companies unveiled their respective smartphones. Rotten Fruit proclaimed, "We offer the A15 chip, boasting a 70 improvement in performance over the previous generation." Our esteemed company retorted, "As advertised, the chip's performance is entirely in your hands, with potential enhancements reaching up to 1,000. Rotten Fruit continued, "We provide a 20-megapixel rear camera and an 8-megapixel front camera." Our esteemed company replied, "As for the camera, we shall not settle for anything less than the finest. Rotten Fruit asserted, "We boast a flawless full-screen design with an upgraded under-display fingerprint unlock that is more responsive, alongside enhanced wireless charging efficiency." Our esteemed company declared, "We too possess this, and even more." The audience exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the host's nonsensical banter, until someone shouted, "Look at the Rotten Fruit launch event." The crowd pulled out their phones, glancing at the rival's presentation, then looking back at the increasingly incoherent host, their mouths agape in disbelief. Wow, I thought the host was merely disoriented, but it seems he is here in a state of confusion. This was indeed a stark comparison laid bare before them. Such a launch event could hardly be arranged by other manufacturers. Forget it, other manufacturers lack the chip supply. Never mind, even if they were provided with chips, they likely wouldn't dare to utilize them. Let us not forget, the United States has blocked access to crucial chips. They dare not use them. They cannot even manufacture phones. They are not like our esteemed company, which possesses its own technology and fears no embargo. As the launch event approached its final phase, Rotten Fruit announced, "The price of our phone is 8,999 yuan. Our esteemed company interjected, with the host grinning. "Before revealing our phone's price, I must share a personal reflection." Ignoring the audience's fidgeting and impatient expressions, the host slowly paced the stage. "In my childhood, there was a bakery at the corner where the master baker's skills were unmatched and the ingredients were abundant. Every time I passed by, I would steal a longing glance. The sweet aroma of the cakes, without needing to taste, felt like an elixir coursing through me, elevating my spirit. The flavor was, simply divine. As I grew older and gained some financial means, I could finally indulge in the bakery's delights. At that moment, I felt as if I glimpsed the glory of my ancestors and unraveled the mysteries of the universe. As my financial capacity grew, I bought more and more cakes. Yet my inner yearning remained unquenched. One day, the cakes changed in flavor, no longer as delightful. I did not mind initially, but my indulgence led to a decline in quality. Eventually, I even encountered gritty textures. Furious, I confronted the baker, but he merely replied, "You can choose not to buy." I smiled bitterly. Yes, I could forego this superficial passion. However, that fleeting glimpse of the universe's mysteries clung to my heart, incessantly whispering in my ear, "Have you abandoned your pursuit of me? Suddenly, awakens ishota. No." Later, I opened my own bakery. It became evident that all techniques cannot be mastered in an instant. Even in baking, during the initial years, my business floundered with few patrons. The owner of the rival bakery even came to mock me, claiming I was merely toying around. I held my breath and refused to give up, until one day, I finally produced a commendable product, attracting some customers. Alas, such fortune was fleeting. The rival bakery owner sabotaged my supply and spread rumors about my product's quality, even assaulting my customers. In that moment, as I lay in a pool of blood, watching the owner's silhouette fade away, I had an epiphany. The rival owner's attitude made me realize that this was not merely a matter of cakes. He has been domineering towards me, treating me with disdain and oppressing me mercilessly. For years, I have grown accustomed to it. I should simply stand by and allow him to exploit me, express my gratitude, and submit to his whims. I refuse to do so. The path of resistance is exceedingly arduous, especially when no one stands by your side. However, that is all in the past. Today, in this very moment, the cake shop has been transformed. I delivered a resounding slap to the owner's face, sending him crashing to the ground. I spat out all the grievances and pin-up rage, hurling it at him like a thick loogie. Adding a kick, I trampled down hard, grinding my heel into him. The host, with tears glistening in her eyes, managed to smile, adjusting her slightly disheveled attire after the earlier excitement. She bowed deeply to the audience, expressing her gratitude for their patience in listening to her lengthy soliloquy. The mobile phone is priced at 4,999. Chapter 33, Falling for Grace. Hua Country. The press conference for the Jew factory phone has concluded. Sales have surged, breaking a series of records, yet few have taken notice. The host's final remarks unexpectedly became the hottest topic trending online. Goodness, I was moved to tears. Can you believe it? I, with only an elementary school diploma, comprehended it. The culture of Hua Country is indeed profound and expansive. The saga of the cake shop is truly heart-wrenching. Damn it, is that a dog upstairs? Just as I was crying, I was hit in the face with a bubble of snot. Ugh, the taste of that upstairs is quite peculiar. Does no one care about the Jew factory's phones? Their sales are setting one record after another. With the cake shop established, is there still any suspense regarding the sales? Indeed, but this cake is remarkably cheap, and its performance is superb. There is no way around it. Selling to our own people, we cannot help but earn a few coins. Netizens fervently support the Jew factory phones, while the rotten fruit S sales have encountered a debacle. Influential users quickly took to social media, promoting the rotten fruit phones. The new phone is priced under $10,000. Who would want to buy one for their girlfriend? A boyfriend who can't even afford a rotten fruit phone is not worth having. With enhanced efficiency and wireless charging, isn't this a must-buy? Let us test the performance of the rotten fruit phone. Although many are still getting on board, the overall desire to purchase among netizens remains lackluster. Good grief, how shameless! To claim revolutionary innovation with such performance? TSK. This girlfriend is using rotten fruit. Might as well break up? Isn't it embarrassing? Can they really boast about wireless charging? As sales continued to languish, the rotten fruit had no choice but to initiate a significant price reduction. $89.99 became $79.99. The effect was minimal. $79.99 turned into $69.99. Sales saw a slight uptick. $69.99 was reduced to $59.99. Sales remained on par with previous years. Netizens erupted in outrage. Truly, how can they remain so unremorseful? Is this contraption worth that price? In terms of operating systems, the rotten fruit still holds a considerable advantage. Haha, curious. Will those who bought the rotten fruit phone at launch receive a price compensation? The customer service doesn't even acknowledge them. Moreover, the second-hand market sees prices slashed in half. This is just how things operate. We have our own cake shop. If our products aren't affordable, who would buy cake from elsewhere? Meanwhile, at the Sufan Research Institute, Director Chen pays another visit. Sufan pours hot tea, saying, Director Chen, as a busy person, you surely have no idle time to waste. Please, speak plainly, he adds. Chen lifts the cup of hot tea, takes a sip, and coughs lightly. Every time I come here, it's this inferior tea. Let me send some quality tea for your hospitality. We cannot skimp on such matters. Sufan rolls his eyes and drinks the tea without responding. Chen chuckles awkwardly. Old habits die hard. We Chinese value reciprocity. Sufan nods, but remains silent. Chen continues. I didn't expect you to be fond of the old, scholarly ways. I want beat around the bush. This time, I hope you can assist in designing a supercomputer. Sufan stares in disbelief. Me? A supercomputer? Chen nods solemnly. Although there hasn't been a breakthrough in chip manufacturing, the building block chips you provided possess limitless potential. After all, you're the expert in this field. The Supercomputer Center hopes you can guide the work. Sufan furrows his brow in contemplation. Silicon-based chips have exceedingly low efficiency compared to future graphene and biological chips. Such supercomputers will soon face obsolescence. But how to articulate this? Noticing Sufan's frown, Chen inquires, are you facing difficulties? No difficulties. Sufan exclaims, slapping his eye. I'll be straightforward. The efficiency of silicon-based chips is too low. Designing and producing such a supercomputer may lead to rapid obsolescence. I feel Chen interjects with a light laugh. Wasteful? I thought you were grappling with some issue. Technological advancement is never achieved overnight. Breakthroughs in chip materials are not. Chen pauses, glancing at Sufan, and then hesitantly alters his statement. Are you suggesting there might be prospects for new material chips? Sufan frowns, hesitates for a moment, and nods. Chen gasps quickly. Tell me more. Sufan scratches his face. The simplest would be graphene. The chips have already been designed. However, the preparation of graphene is still immature. The cost of the chips is too high, hindering their promotion. If we can resolve the issue of graphene preparation, it can immediately replace silicon-based chips. Chen nods. This is my oversight for not clarifying. The supercomputer will use graphene chips. As you mentioned, the cost and yield of this chip are not optimistic. Sufan appears bewildered. If we're already using graphene chips, what do you need me for? To which Chen replies, if you don't oversee things, they will lack a sense of security in their work. Chen chuckles. Are you joking? They're not an army. Do they really need morale? Sufan chuckles lightly. Chen's expression grows serious. You are not mistaken. In the realm of technological breakthroughs, they are indeed the soldiers on the front lines. Sufan grimaces. Fine. I'll go. Is that necessary? You make it sound as if I'm trying to evade my duties. Chen laughs heartily. Then it's settled. Pack your things, and we shall depart immediately. Moments later, Sufan gently kisses Yimei on the cheek, saying, don't worry. I'm just going to reinforce the houses for the children. Yimei is momentarily taken aback, a rosy hue creeping up her neck to her cheeks, gathering at her earlobes as she blushes. She fidgets with her hands, nodding, I understand. Sufan and Director Chen arrive at the Supercomputer Center. The person waiting to greet them takes Sufan by surprise. He rushes forward a few steps, supporting the other's arm with a hint of reproach. Why are you here? At your age, you shouldn't be running around. Aren't you afraid of mishaps? The elderly gentleman had previously appeared at the research institute, causing quite a stir. He tosses aside his cane. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and his hands clutched Su Fan's palm tightly. The veins on the back of his hands bulged, and his aged skin flushed with a hint of color. Large tears welled in his eyes as his lips quivered, fixated on Su Fan in a prolonged silence. Su Fan blinked, a sense of unease swelling within him. What's the matter with you, old man? You have fulfilled my lifelong wish. I thought I would never be able to repay the trust of my comrades. Even in death, I feared I would find no peace. Who would have imagined that I would witness this day? I represent all those comrades who have worked alongside me. Thank you. The elder's tears streamed down his cheeks, and a smile of liberation graced his face as he leaned back. Su Fan's expression tightened, and he quickly reached out to support the elderly man. His tranquil visage and closed eyes pierced Su Fan's heart, prompting him to urgently exclaim, "Quick, perform resuscitation." Chapter 34. Supercomputing Center, Biological Research, Hua Country. At the Supercomputing Center, the elder had taken Human Potential Activation Agent type. He soon regained consciousness, gazing at his hands with a look of bewilderment. Am I still alive? Turning his head to observe for a moment, he focused on Su Fan, blinking. Mr. Su? Su Fan approached, squatting down. Old sir, we have a brighter future ahead. Don't you want to see it? The elder managed a bitter smile. Of course I do. I've dreamed of it. But I am old. I fear I may not live to see that day. Su Fan forced a smile. I assure you, it will come swiftly, very swiftly. Rising, he stepped outside, wiping his face with his sleeve. Dean Shun emerged, patting Su Fan's shoulder, his expression somber and wordless. The two walked in silence into the supercomputing center. Teacher Su, you finally made it. Su Fan turned to see yet another familiar face. The newcomer rubbed his hands together, beaming with admiration. With you here, we feel much more assured. Su Fan's mood dampened slightly as he nodded. Let's begin. The newcomer paused, glancing at Dean Shun, who shook his head. Scratching his head, he appeared somewhat anxious as he led the way into the research room. Teacher Su, we plan to utilize block chips to construct a prototype of a supercomputer. Su Fan, perplexed, picked up a chip from the table. Isn't this a silicon-based chip? Indeed, it is the standard model produced by Su Group, the individual affirmed. Huh. Su Fan shot a glance at Dean Shun. Aren't we using graphene chips? Oh, I see that this is what you're curious about. The cost of graphene chips is exorbitant and their availability is limited. We will only use a small amount to serve as the core of the supercomputer, overseeing the entire machine's operations. Su Fan's mouth twitched as he tilted his head toward Dean Shun. He blinked, asking, isn't the supercomputer supposed to utilize graphene chips? Dean Shun furrowed his brow slightly. Isn't that what we are doing? So finding found sharply. Are you playing word games here? Is part of the supercomputer composed of graphene chips the same thing? Dean Shun chuckled lightly, looking somewhat helpless. Little Su, you know the price of graphene and the production capacity of chips. While the supercomputer is indeed a national asset, we cannot squander resources without limit. Currently, only the core components will use graphene chips. The rest of the computing power will still rely on silicon-based chips. I should have explained this better to avoid your misunderstanding. Su Fan furrowed his brow, nodding without responding. The two exchanged glances, standing by in silence, allowing Su Fan to gather his thoughts. He stroked his chin, his gaze gradually becoming vacant. Initially, he had planned to accumulate enough contribution points to tackle biological chips in one go, intending not to waste points on graphene, as those were destined for obsolescence. However, the insights gained from the supercomputing center had begun to sway his resolve. If the nation lacked foundational capabilities, even if he could present a theoretical biological chip, how would he bring it to fruition? He could cheat the system to produce cutting-edge technology. But implementing technology far removed from the current era would pose significant challenges. With these thoughts in mind, he opened the system menu and browsed the technological list regarding graphene preparation. To his surprise, the information was extensive and seemingly endless. Flipping through several pages revealed a wealth of knowledge encompassing power, materials, aerospace, essentially covering all industries. He marveled inwardly at the Material King's extraordinary nature. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Universal Graphene Battery, a revolutionary graphene preparation technology, once known as black gold, now is accessible as cabbage. Thus, graphene entered households, restoring the prestige of the number 5 battery. 2144, from North Fu Battery in Hua Country. Rolling his eyes, he chose to redeem it. Opening his eyes, he was met with 2 pairs of concerned gazes. Teacher Su. Mr. Su, are you all right? Su Fan tilted his head, flashing a radiant smile. Moments later, at the supercomputing center's conference room. What? Dean Shun sprang to his feet. You intend to use only graphene chips? Mr. Su, I understand. Silicon-based chips will soon be obsolete. However, many projects require supercomputing validation. We cannot afford to starve while waiting for technological breakthroughs. Su Fan waved his hand, rubbing his temples. Therefore, we should carefully consider the issue of supercomputer chips. Dean Shin grimaced, swallowing hard. However, the current production costs of graphene are exorbitantly high. If we were to use only graphene chips, the cost of the supercomputer would exceed 10 times its current price. Su Fan nodded. Thus, the crucial issue lies not in whether to use graphene chips, but in the scarcity of graphene itself. Dean Shin blinked and nodded in agreement. That is indeed the case. Su Fan smiled. Then let us drive down the price of graphene. What? Dean Chan exclaimed, choking on his words and pounding his chest. Don't jest. If we could lower the price of graphene, we wouldn't be. Mid-sentence, he suddenly looked up, fixing his gaze on Su Fan. Mr. Su, are you suggesting? Su Fan nodded with a smile. Indeed. Dean Shun, disregarding his cough, inhaled sharply. Are you serious? When have I ever joked? After pondering, Su Fan nodded vigorously. All right, Mr. Su, whatever you need, just ask. Dean Shen's face flushed. I need a biological laboratory and some experts in the biological field. I will prepare a list of required materials shortly. Nodding, Dean Shen turned and exited the conference room. The following day, at the Supercomputing Center's temporary biological research room, Su Fan paced back and forth, hands clasped behind his back. All the necessary equipment was in place, some still wrapped in plastic, leaving him to wonder if Dean Shun had procured these items from another research institute. Teacher. Upon hearing the shout, Su Fan turned his head. Wang Bo stood at the doorway, his face alight with excitement. Beside him stood a ponytailed girl, her expression one of curiosity. Su Fan smiled and remarked, Wang Bo, have you found yourself a girlfriend so quickly? Wang Bo glanced at the girl's chest with disdain, replying, not yet decided. The ponytailed girl's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Her teeth clenched as she glared at Wang Bo. Su Fan inhaled sharply, taking a few steps back. This straight man was a bit too much. Xiao Su, Mr. Su, an elderly voice called out. Academicianly, vedding a broad smile, approached Savat. Su Fan returned the smile, hurriedly stepping forward to grasp Academician Li's arm. It's better if you still call me Xiao Su. Academician Li beamed with satisfaction, gently patting the back of Su Fan's hand. It's best to focus on biological research. Chapter 35. Biological Cultivation, Supercomputing Center Biological Research Room, confronted by a solemn assembly of individuals. Su Fan lightly tapped the adjacent whiteboard. You are all esteemed figures in the biological realm. I am Su Fan, and at present, I lack any noteworthy accomplishments. He continued. If there are any queries regarding the forthcoming research, please do not hesitate to voice them. Should I be unable to provide answers, let us discuss them together. Wang Bo's face flushed red, yet he bit his lip tightly. Academician Li wore a conflicted expression, his brows furrowed deeply. Young man, do not assume that having a modicum of knowledge grants you the authority to command us. Indeed, anyone can speak pretty words. If you have no significant achievements, why not let Academician Li lead instead? Upon hearing this, Academician Li suddenly rose, casting an angry glare at the speaker. Su Fan is the team leader as arranged by the organization. If you have objections, feel free to withdraw. I will unequivocally abide by Su Fan's directives. Wang Bo pressed down on the table with such force that he did not rise. The ponytail girl wrapped her arms around his neck, causing his complexion to turn a deeper shade of red as he remained seated. Once the room fell silent again, Su Fan continued. Our objective this time is the preparation technology of graphene. Currently, there are 3 significant challenges that must be overcome. 1. Large-scale production. 2. Stability. 3. High quality. Is this ever going to end? Do you really need to educate us on such basic concepts? One voice interjected. Anyone with a slight understanding of graphene is already aware of this. Am I allowed to exit now? Having a rookie lead this project is utterly absurd and a waste of everyone's time. Su Fan furrowed his brows, feeling displeased. If anyone finds this project unappealing or has personal grievances against me, you merely need to sign the confidentiality agreement to leave. After a brief silence, someone indeed stood and exited the conference room. Observing that Su Fan did not attempt to stop them, more individuals gradually departed until no one remained. Su Fan nodded and continued. Historically, everyone has sought to simultaneously resolve all 3 issues. However, in my perspective, only large-scale production is truly essential. The other 2 aspects may, at times, not even be considered drawbacks. The crowd exchanged glances, and one individual raised their right hand. After Su Fan nodded, they stood and inquired. If we focus on solving just one issue, the workload would indeed diminish significantly. However, is it truly wise to ignore the remaining shortcomings? For instance, consider graphene chips. If we solely pursue stability while neglecting quality, the chip's performance will inevitably suffer. Conversely, prioritizing quality might lead to damage. Su Fan nodded in agreement. Exactly. You are quite correct. Please take a seat. As the questioner resumed their seat, Su Fan smiled. Indeed, you are all remarkable figures in the biological field, quick-witted. However, even the most intelligent among us can fall prey to certain cognitive biases. The once proud smiles of the crowd darkened upon hearing his last remark. Sufan Chakith, shaking his head, hold on, I understand that you might be feeling resentful. The example provided by the gentleman earlier was indeed good. Allow me to offer another example. Rice. Surely you are all familiar with it. Does anyone know where the tastiest, highest quality rice originates? After a moment of silence, Academician Lee raised his hand. Sufan Lafhartadi. Indeed, it appears that seniors have a greater appreciation for life. I shan't inquire about specifics. I can never remember them anyway. Laughter erupted among the others, lightening the atmosphere somewhat. Why is that? Su Fan's next question caused their smiles to falter. Why do I not concern myself with the origin of the rice? Even if I were informed, I would not retain it? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, seemingly baffled. Feeling a bit confused? Let's return to the issue of graphene. I cannot remember the origins of high-quality rice simply because, while it is a necessity, it is far too commonplace. How many people genuinely pay attention to the origin of rice, the flavor of vegetables, or even the quality of clothing? Su Fan smiled and shook his head. Suddenly, the ponytail girl raised her right hand. Su Fan rolled his eyes. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? The crowd erupted in laughter, the atmosphere growing even more amicable. All right, let us return to the topic at hand. Graphene, the king of materials, is also known as black gold. Such definitions inevitably evoke associations with grandeur. Naturally, products that fit the definition of grandeur should be flawless. This is why many are eager to solve all three issues in one go. Su Fan's expression grew increasingly serious as the group pondered for a moment, nodding in agreement. What if we were to adopt a different approach? If we could produce graphene on a large scale, making it as ubiquitous as rice and cabbage, it would still reign as the king of materials. Yet it would no longer be deserving of the title black gold. However, with an abundance of inexpensive graphene, if we were to carefully select and cultivate, would it not simplify the resolution of the remaining two challenges? As Su Fan spoke, the eyes of the crowd widened, their breaths quickening. Upon finishing, a cacophony erupted. Wow, this line of thought is terrifying. To turn black gold into cabbage sounds rather appealing. This solution, surely, cannot be the work of a hidden genius? Ha! Those who left must be regretting their decision. Once the crowd calmed down, Su Fan continued. To achieve large-scale production of graphene, we must begin by examining its characteristics. With Su Fan's elucidation, the crowd furrowed their brows in contemplation, their pens flying across the pages, completely shedding their initial nonchalance. After a considerable time, Su Fan set down his ink pen, the whiteboard now filled with dense formulas. The principles are clear. Next, let us discuss how to achieve large-scale production. The audience instinctively straightened in their seats, their expressions growing more serious. Su Fan chuckled lightly. The reasoning is straightforward. We provide graphene with energy and carbon atoms. Then, through the guidance of reagents, we allow it to adsorb these carbon atoms, forming a similar structure. Externally, it appears to have grown taller. I refer to this method as cultivation. The audience gasped in astonishment. Wait, if preparation is challenging, are you suggesting it can grow on its own? If designed this way, wouldn't it be limitless? Not merely, graphene is not a staple food that necessitates vast expanses of land. A single cultivation factory could cater to the demands of the entire globe. Should we succeed, our nation, Huagua, would emerge as the largest producer of graphene. TSK. It seems the genes of agriculture are indeed more reliable. With my genes activated, let's commence swiftly. Su Fan waved his hand, and the atmosphere fell silent. Now that everyone comprehends the principle, brimming with enthusiasm, we shall begin immediately. Form an orderly queue to collect a technical document at the front desk. The crowd promptly stood up, arranged themselves in line, exchanging courteous gestures in a harmonious manner. Only Wang Bo and Academician Li were jostling for the first position. Although Wang Bo possessed greater stamina, he could not withstand a mere glance from Academician Li. After obtaining the document, Wang Bo assisted Academician Li, and the two settled together, gnawing on their thumbs as they examined the file. Occasionally, they would draw in a sharp breath. By the time the third person received their technical document and leisurely took a seat, a cursory glance caused their pupils to tremble. What the heck? Chapter 36, Pineapple Phone. Su Fan collaborated with luminaries from the biological realm to clandestinely research graphene preparation technology. Meanwhile, Xiaomi Zhang once again initiated a live stream. Today is different from the past. As the first blogger to evaluate the Zhuchang phone, Xiaomi Zhang has ascended to the ranks of top-tier streamers. The live broadcast commenced, and a multitude of fans flooded into the chat room. Xiaomi Zhang still donned black stockings and a cute girl outfit. Good evening, my dear followers. I am your beloved Xiaomi Zhang. Xiaomi Zhang, could you possibly change your attire? The black stockings every day have become tiresome. Yes, how about something white? Isn't this a phone review streamer? Xiaomi Zhang pouted, realizing that men are indeed fickle by nature. Then her expression shifted, filled with playful mockery, perfectly aligning with today's review theme. What do you mean? Are there any other phones in the country that are worthy of attention apart from Zhuchang? Indeed, they all cower like grandchildren. When their foreign counterparts issue a command, they dare not utter a peep, even when fully aware that their own products are superior. Alas, it's unavoidable. The technological hegemony of the beautiful nation means that to produce phones, one cannot circumvent patent laws. Unless, of course, patent laws are abolished, returning us all to a primitive society. Speaking of patent laws, I hold a great admiration for the country of Ascension. They disregard patents and manufacture various products. How enviable. But let us be realistic. Commoners like us cannot possibly survive in that country. Observing the increasingly off-topic comments, Xiaomi Zhang promptly interjected, "Dear friends, let us not derail the conversation. Here's the deal. If someone can guess the brand of the phone we are reviewing today, I will give away a brand new Zhuchang phone." Wow, are we playing that big? Rice phone, hammer phone. Hurry, think of other phone brands. Xiaomi Zhang squinted, shaking her finger. No, you're all mistaken. There are only 10 seconds left. The netizens continuously flooded the screen, typing every conceivable phone brand they could think of. Xiaomi Zhang beamed with delight, yet still did not nod in agreement. Time expired, and regrettably, no one won the prize. The comments from netizens continued unabated. How is that possible? We've already listed all the domestic phone manufacturers, and there are still many brands I've never heard of. Someone upstairs seems to have inadvertently touched upon the truth. Could it be that it's not a domestic phone? If so, Xiaomi Zhang will be playing tricks. Moreover, what is there to review about foreign phones? Hurry up and reveal the answer. If it's truly a foreign product, Xiaomi Zhang must dance and apologize. Dance. Xiaomi Zhang scoffed, a bunch of old perverts. I am not playing tricks. The phone we are reviewing this time is 100% domestically produced. Well then, since no one guessed correctly, we shan't waste the prize. I will donate the money I would have spent on the phone to the Hope Project, and I will publish the specific receipt on Langbo for everyone to witness together. Boss, so generous. How can we not support a streamer like this? The audience's generosity surged, and a flurry of donations filled the screen. Thank you for your support, dear patrons. Without further ado, let us commence today's review. Xiaomi Zhang pulled out a box covered with a black cloth from the side. I wonder if you've heard a certain slogan. The beautiful nation has fruits. We have pineapples. With a flourish, Xiaomi Zhang unveiled the black box, which bore an orange pineapple design. Goodness, who could have anticipated this? My word, does this brand truly exist? I hurriedly snatched my grandfather's phone to check the brand, and to my astonishment, it was Lumbo. Xiaomi Zhang chuckled. This is our protagonist for today. As she opened the box, it revealed a uniquely designed phone. The back cover was made of entirely transparent plastic, and even the display possessed a degree of translucency. Goodness. One must admit, the aesthetics of this device are quite striking. I'm utterly captivated. I adore this cyberpunk style. TSK. So this is what the inside of phone looks like. I've learned something new. Xiaomi Zhang showcased the phone in front of the camera for a moment. Its visual appeal was exceptional. Even someone like me could not resist. However, its significance did not lie solely in its appearance. Xiaomi Zhang pressed the power button. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After a lengthy wait, the screen finally illuminated. What the heck? This device is inferior even to a senior phone. How could Xiaomi Zhang be evaluating such a phone? As a prominent streamer, she should be more discerning. Get lost. Do not taint Xiaomi Zhang with your filthy mindset. She is a person of integrity. Her longtime fans understand this. Xiaomi Zhang smiled and nodded. This fan is right. My professional standards may be lacking. However, my character and appearance are top-notch. Haha, she never misses a chance to show off. This down-to-earth streamer has won my heart. After what felt like an eternity, the phone finally booted up. Xiaomi Zhang slid her finger across the unlock bar on the screen. The phone seemed to freeze, the image remaining static for a considerable time before entering the system. The phone's performance was evident to the naked eye. However, mere words are insufficient. We must employ professional instruments to test the data. Upon connecting to professional equipment, Xiaomi Zhang observed for a moment, and this pineapple phone indeed exhibited some astonishing characteristics. The chip was an archaic relic. With such performance, not only would it struggle as a phone, but would likely find it challenging to power a vehicle. Setting the phone down, Xiaomi Jiang faced the camera with a smile. We want TB running benchmarks. It likely wouldn't be able to keep up. I imagine many of you have been wondering for quite some time why I am taking this phone evaluation so seriously. Xiaomi Jiang pressed and held the power button, retrieving a small screwdriver, pointing it toward the camera. Next, we shall witness a moment of wonder. As she opened the phone's rear casing, Xiaomi Jiang wore a mysterious expression, slowly aligning the interior of the phone casing with the lens. Goodness, is what I think it is. The inside of the phone casing was identical to that of Juchong. Oh my, so this is a grand scheme after all? How naive I've been. Someone explain this to me. I'm on the edge of my seat. Ahem, allow me to provide a brief overview. The beautiful nation has imposed a blockade on modular chips, and all patents coexisting with these chips are subject to scrutiny. Pineapple Mobile has taken an unconventional approach by utilizing substandard chips, thus circumventing the ban. As for the modular chips added by users, they bear no relation to Pineapple. Hiss. Goodness. Xiaomi nodded in agreement, acknowledging that, as netizens have elucidated, this truly represents an uncharted path. Furthermore, the remarkably low configuration has rendered Pineapple Mobile's price an astonishing 500 yuan. Chapter 37, Border Skirmishes. Xiaomi's review video has once again gone viral across the internet. Simultaneously, Pineapple Mobile has entered the public consciousness. For this whimsical manufacturer, netizens have expressed their eagerness to purchase in droves. The sales of this unbranded phone have nearly matched those of the leading brand, Rice Mobile. Domestic phone manufacturers have begun to emulate this trend, and in no time, the mobile industry has experienced a dramatic shift toward the competition of whose phone is more inferior and inexpensive. However, Rice Mobile has opted for an even more extreme strategy by ceasing phone production altogether and instead selling accessories directly on their official website. This distinctive approach has elicited a considerable following. Concurrently, phone review streamers have exerted all their efforts to pursue more compatible hardware and more dazzling aesthetics, garnering immense traffic. The mobile market in Huagua has reached unprecedented heights. Conversely, the foreign mobile industry has encountered its darkest hour. This personalized approach to mobile phones evidently appeals more to the Western market's quest for individuality and freedom. Yet, due to the existing restrictions, Western streamers dare not promote it extensively, missing out on numerous fans. Nevertheless, behind the scenes, everyone is disseminating Huagua streamers' phone assembly videos. Damn, how fortunate are the Huagua people to freely choose their preferred components. Suddenly, the once dreaded substandard fruit phone seems less daunting. The irony that this concept of freedom and individuality in mobile phones did not originate from the beautiful nation is palpable. Alas, the beautiful nation is no longer what it once was. Concurrently, in the wake of Huagua Mobile's impact, the sales of the substandard fruit phone have once again plummeted. Even when prices were lowered to match those of the Juchong phone, sales could not be revitalized. Not only in the Huagua market, but even in the Western market, the situation remains exceedingly bleak. The stock market has experienced a significant downturn. Only when the substandard fruit phone announced its new models for the second half of the year did it manage to halt the decline. Capital magnates from the beautiful nation have reconvened at the White House. Your Excellency, Huagua Mobile is dismantling our semiconductor industry, particularly in the chip sector, where we find ourselves utterly unprepared. We require more stringent measures to reclaim our lost market. The following day, the president of the beautiful nation frequently engaged with neighboring countries of Huagua. Time flies. Along the long border of Huagua, there exist both foreboding forests and majestic snow-capped mountains. Amidst the expanse of white, only two black dots are visible. The larger one is Xiao Wang, and the smaller one is a boundary marker. Xiao Wang is a border soldier, adorned in a snow-white cap and thick white military attire, clutching a magnetic storm rifle. His cheeks are covered in frost, and icicles dangle from his eyelashes. His crimson eyes scan the vast whiteness ahead without a trace of relaxation. Xiao Wang. A gentle call emanates from behind. Xiao Wang turns, shaking off the snow that accumulates on him. Captain. The captain, dressed similarly to Xiao Wang, but holding a white thermos, approaches. Have some hot water. I'll stand in for you for a while. Xiao Wang gratefully accepts the thermos, grinning foolishly. He twists his body, stomping his feet to shake off the frost and snow. Unscrewing the lid, he takes a small sip of the scalding hot water, immediately contorting his face as the ice shards on his cheeks fracture and slide down. Xiao Wang, how long have you been on the border? The captain inquires, gazing ahead. Almost 2 years, I think, Xiao Wang replies, lifting his head slightly and pondering. Oh, it seems you'll be heading back soon. The captain chuckles lightly. Captain, why don't you return? Xiao Wang curiously asks, nodding. I would love to go back. It's just not time yet, the captain explains with a smile. You're lying. I've heard that you haven't been home for many years. Xiao Wang huffs in dissatisfaction. Ignore what they say. In this desolate place where not even a bird would defecate, who would want to stay here? The captain scoffs, kicking the snow at his feet. Oh, how much longer will you be here? Are you preparing to return to that unit? Xiao Wang inquires further. How much longer? I don't know. As for returning to that unit, I haven't thought it through, the captain replies hesitantly. You always overthink things. When I go back, I plan to get married and have a house full of children. Xiao Chui said she would wait for me for 2 years. When I return, I'll marry her. Xiao Wang says, pulling out a photograph from his pocket and handing it to the captain. The captain glances at it, then looks ahead again, surprised that this foolish lad has already found a wife. Make sure to send us a wedding photo when the time comes. Yes. Xiao Wang nods vigorously, tucking the photograph back into his chest. Captain, you should head back. I've saved you some hot water. The captain turns, patting Xiao Wang on the shoulder. You got a bit of conscience, kid. Accepting the thermos from Xiao Wang with a broad smile, he prepares to bid farewell. Suddenly, Xiao Wang's expression turns anxious, and he pushes the captain to the ground. Bang! Gunfire erupts. Crimson floods his vision. A warm trickle courses across his face. His rigid features remain frozen in a smile. Ah, he gasps, fumbling over Xiao Wang's form. Xiao Wang's chest gradually turns crimson. The captain trembles as he presses his hand against Xiao Wang's chest. Taking the rifle from his grasp, his gaze directed toward the source of the gunfire, dark and menacing. Moments later, a flash of light glimmers. He realizes it is the reflection of a scope. Squinting, he sees a fully armed squad crawling in white camouflage across the snowy terrain. Struggling to steady his trembling arm, he retrieves the alarm and presses it down fiercely before discarding it. Closing his eyes, he takes a deep breath. Suddenly, he opens them, unleashing a torrent of vengeful fury. He gently lays Xiao Wang onto the snow and begins to crawl sideways. After a considerable time, the white world is filled only with the howling wind. The atmosphere is charged with murderous intent. He reaches a predetermined high ground, lying low and setting up his rifle. Once again, he seeks the target's trace. The white snow reflects the sunlight, piercing his eyes painfully, causing his vision to blur and his eyes to redden. He begrudgingly blinks. Continuing the search, he suddenly opens his eyes wide, a cold smile creeping across his lips. Found you. Buzz. The trigger is squeezed, without a moment's hesitation. A blue beam shoots forth, striking the distant, gently undulating snow hill. Ah! A brief, harrowing scream erupted. His eyes darted swiftly, locking onto a new target. With a cold chuckle, he aimed at a slightly trembling snowbank. A flash of blue light surged forth. Another scream echoed through the air. This time, the enemy had discerned his location and began unleashing a torrent of firepower. Snow splattered before him. He squinted slightly, refusing to evade. Once more, he pulled the trigger. The blue light flashed again, claiming yet another adversary. Suddenly, a tiny black dot arced through the air, landing beside him. He cast a glance, his brow furrowing slightly. Now he need not leave his unit. As he muttered to himself, he squeezed the trigger again. Boom! The brief exchange of fire concluded. The pristine white snow was stained with splatters of crimson. The chilling wind once again reverberated. Chapter 38. The Technological Hegemony of Huagua. In the hospital, within a modest ward, 2 beds were placed side by side. On the shared bedside table, a bouquet of carnations silently blossomed. A soft moan escaped. In a daze, the squad member opened his eyes. The ceiling, pristine white, was adorned with an old-fashioned fluorescent light, its corners slightly yellowed. The scent of disinfectant assaulted his nostrils, triggering his tear ducts. His tightly pressed lips quivered slightly, tears cascading down his cheeks, soaking the pillow. Xiao Wang, he murmured, pulling the blanket over his face. Producing a muffled cry. Captain? A familiar call resonated in his ears. He suddenly threw off the blanket, eyes wide, gazing at the adjacent bed. Xiao Wang's lips were pale and cracked, yet his eyes twinkled with mirth. The captain's expression darkened, teeth clenched tightly as he shifted his body toward the bedside. In a moment, he trembled all over, beads of sweat dotting his skin. He struggled to raise his arm, gripping the edge of Xiao Wang's bed, and forcefully drew the 2 beds closer together. Xiao Wang's face was etched with bitterness. He received a weak slap from the captain, who huffed in exasperation. You little rascal, how dare you take a bullet for me? I didn't think much of it. The captain's forehead bulged with veins as he extended his bandaged foot from under the covers and kicked out forcefully. Letting you think too much. Letting you play the hero. After a few kicks, the captain raised his chin, alternating between sobs and laughter. Xiao Wang shrank his neck, chuckling weakly in response. The ward fell, silent once again. "Captain, can I stay?" Xiao Wang suddenly inquired. "What for? To continue playing the hero? Do you think you have multiple lives?" The captain tilted his head back, chuckling lightly. "I only knew to hold my post before. I never understood why. It wasn't until that day that I realized this world is not filled with good people. I feel that here, I can protect Xiao Chui." Xiao Wang mimicked the captain, gazing at the ceiling as he murmured, "Not getting married?" The captain turned to look at Xiao Wang. "Married? Yes, I'll get married, and then I'll come back." Xiao Wang's face flushed slightly, his speech stuttering. "But that is outrageous. Do you think the army is just a place you can come and go as you please?" The captain shot him a disdainful look, laced with contempt. "However, returning like this would be too humiliating. I haven't even seen what the enemy looks like. And besides, em worried." Xiao Wang turned to the captain, his expression pleading. "Who would have thought? Though small in stature, your heart is quite grand. After getting married, you'll have to bear children and support a family. The burdens of life will present a different, fearsome enemy." The captain looked on with a mix of gratitude and sighed. "I don't understand. What about you, Captain? What do you plan to do?" Xiao Wang struggled to raise his hand, scratching his head. "Me? I'll just be a deserter in life." The captain turned his head away, avoiding Xiao Wang's gaze. Speaking softly, this brief conflict stirred no ripples. There were no media reports. Only the military archives recorded the peril of that day. The nation remained peaceful and tranquil. Busy citizens continued to strive for tomorrow's sustenance and the ideals in their hearts. At the supercomputing center in the laboratory, everyone held their breath, fixated on the enormous glass vessel at the center. A light blue liquid contained a tiny black dot, slowly rotating. It worked. A young research scientist with greasy hair plastered to his scalp exclaimed, his complexion pale, with prominent dark circles under his eyes. He jumped slightly, raising his right fist triumphantly. "Incredible! Wow! Ah!" The crowd erupted in shouts, expressing their exhilaration. "Su Fan! Su Fan!" It was unclear who initiated it, but the crowd hoisted Su Fan into the air, tossing him high. Su Fan's body tensed as he yelled, "Wow!" Moments later, he returned to the ground, gripping the table for support, shaking his head to adjust to the dizziness. Under the anticipatory gazes of his peers, he retched slightly. The growth agent had been successfully created. The next step was to extract high-quality graphene. The crowd nodded, continuing to watch Su Fan. "What is the matter? Do you think I have a solution?" The crowd nodded in unison. Su Fan's lips twitched. "All right, I do have an idea. Care to listen? After all these days, we still don't know you well. Indeed. What are we waiting for? Let us arrange the next experiment quickly. No time to waste. In the end, we'll still have to listen to you." Su Fan slapped his forehead. "Everyone, you're the future pillars of Huagua. How can you be so lethargic? You must have your own thoughts and not merely follow others." The crowd nodded, acknowledging his words. "You're right. Let us hasten the experiment. Su Fan Said, e prouching a vitevoarth. I lack experience in leading a team, and I'm uncertain if this approach is beneficial for you." The crowd responded collectively. Only Su Teacher, as for others. "Do you see if I have the patience to listen?" "Yes, a genuinely skilled person giving a lecture. Who wouldn't he want to listen? That person must be foolish otherwise." "Haha, Su Teacher, don't be afraid. Aside from you, we trust no one else." Reaching the whiteboard, Su Fan picked up a marker, and the noise subsided instantly. He was unfazed, directly inscribing the separation method on the board. Graphene consists of carbon atoms arranged in a two-dimensional honeycomb structure. The disparity in quality entirely depends on the stability of the honeycomb structure. Once we understand the differences, we can tackle the separation issue from here. After Su Fan finished, the crowd furrowed their brows, lost in contemplation. Clearing his throat twice to interrupt their thoughts, he said, "Everyone, you are giants in the biological field. Naturally, you will approach the problem from a biological perspective. However, following this path, you may not anticipate my method." The crowd exchanged glances. "So teacher, do you have accomplishments in other fields as well? Academicianly, do you know?" Signed a confidentiality agreement." "Wow, is it that impressive?" Su Fan tapped the whiteboard, drawing the crowd's attention back. "This time, I will reveal the answer directly, as it's not within your area of expertise." After saying this, he retrieved a broom from behind the door, brandishing it before everyone. "We can create an electromagnetic pipeline, utilizing the properties of graphene to gradually reduce the magnetic force. In this manner, graphene of varying qualities will adhere to different sections of the pipeline." The crowd blinked, falling silent for a moment. "So teacher, we could have thought of this method too." "Indeed, this approach seems rather impractical. The notion of generating atomic-level magnetic differentials within a singular electromagnetic conduit borders on the fantastical. Does it not?" Su Fan nodded. a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. The lithography machine employs a specialized light source to fabricate chips at the nanoscale. Through meticulous technological control, it has maintained a monopoly over the semiconductor industry for an astonishing half-century. In this new epoch of materials, this seemingly impossible magnetic conduit represents the technological hegemony of our nation. Chapter 39. A terrifying yield. Supercomputing Center. Biological Laboratory. Su Fan commenced the fabrication of atomic-level electromagnetic conduits. Having previously unlocked the technology for magnetic storm rifles, he encountered no difficulties in producing the electromagnetic conduits. Initially, the learned individuals, such as Dean, would lend a hand. But as the research progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly surreal. Many of Su Fan's operations transcended their collective understanding, leaving everyone bewildered, akin to novices in the presence of a master. In this surreal ambience, the electromagnetic conduit was completed. Su Fan positioned it beside the graphene growth vessel. The graphene within the petri dish gradually separated, clustering towards varying heights. After hovering at different positions, it continued to spin, absorbing surrounding carbon atoms, and grew once more. Yes. Impressive, exclaimed the crowd, unable to contain their exhilaration, erupting into cheers. Su Fan maintained a composed demeanor, remarking, "Next, we will proceed with the routine updating tasks. Once we have separated high-quality graphene, I shall fabricate another electromagnetic conduit and conduct the adsorption process. After 3 cycles, it should suffice." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances. Their lips pursed and faces flushed. After so many days, everyone was exhausted. It was best to retire early for some rest. "I can manage the remaining updates on my own," Su Fan instructed. The group hesitated, then replied, "Teacher Su, let us accompany you for the final stretch." "Indeed, it has been quite a while. A few more days one team make a difference. I refuse to believe that the answers lie before us, yet I cannot comprehend them. I'm utterly baffled." Su Fan nodded with a smile, not insisting otherwise. Days later, Dean Chun received news of the experiment's completion and hurried into the laboratory. As he pushed open the door, the acrid scent nearly knocked him off his feet. A quick glance at the ponytailed girl revealed a rosy complexion, devoid of any signs of disdain. He clicked his tongue in astonishment. "Have you all not taken a break? This odor could at least benefit from some ventilation." Dean Chun approached Su Fan with a smile, his gaze darting around the laboratory. Su Fan grasped Dean Chen's hand and pointed to the central glass vessel, tilting his head. "The results are right there." Turning to the others, he called out, "Did you hear that? You all smell terrible. Hurry and clean yourselves up. I declare the experiment a resounding success." "Yes. Hooray. So fun." As the crowd began to cheer, Su Fan quickly hid behind Dean Chun. After a moment of revelry, the group dispersed. Dean Chun wore a somewhat strained smile, his eyes still fixated on the glass vessel. Once the crowd had cleared, Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief, explaining, "Do you see that black, filamentous substance?" Dean Chen's expression turned serious as he leaned in for a closer look. Indeed, several strands of black, fibrous material floated within. "Is this graphene?" Dean Chen queried uncertainly. "Su Fan nodded precisely. The quality grades are arranged in descending order, the highest quality at the top and the lowest at the bottom. Since we are at a supercomputing center, we only need to utilize the top layer. The lower layers can remain to continuously supply high-quality graphene." Dean Chen nodded, yet hesitated to ask, "Is the yield only this minimal?" Su Fan tilted his head, observing the petri dish. Initially, the growth was somewhat slow, but once it reaches a scale, the yield from this glass vessel will be sufficient to support the supercomputer's upgrade. Dean Chen gasped, "Could it truly yield so much? How long will that take?" "Well, I estimate it will take about 3 days," Su Fan replied, lightly furrowing his brow as he calculated the yield. Dean Chen nodded, the prospects sounding promising. "And what comes next?" Su Fan scratched his head, glancing at his palm. "Next, we simply wait, of course. But I also need to contact my father to free up a production line for graphene chip manufacturing." Dean Chen nodded, then inquired, "How should we arrange the confidentiality of this technology?" Su Fan rolled his eyes. "Do you think I am omniscient? Please, enlighten me," Dean Chen chuckled. Su Fan took a few steps toward the glass vessel, focusing on the growing graphene. "The formula for this growth reagent must remain confidential for the time being. Once our nation is prepared, it will inevitably need to be disclosed. By leveraging patent laws, we can provide consumables and reap the rewards on a global scale." Dean Chun coughed lightly. "That would be called mutually beneficial cooperation." "Very well. It is essentially the same." Su Fan waved his hand dismissively, continuing, "However, this electromagnetic conduit requires stringent control. Its significance far surpasses that of a lithography machine. Dean Chen inhaled sharply. I understand. I will ensure strict oversight of the personnel involved in the experiment. Su Fan shook his head. Actually, it's not that severe. We merely need to ensure that the finished products are not lost. Huh? Dean Chen looked perplexed. Huh. Knowing how to do something and actually being able to accomplish it are two entirely different matters, Su Fan explained with a grin. If Zhang Zhe were here, he might be able to learn it. However, grasping the principles of magnetic storm rifles without prior knowledge poses a significant challenge. Dean Chen's eyes widened. What if they become desperate, pouring in substantial effort and capital? When pushed to their limits, people can achieve anything, except solving mathematical problems, Su Fan chuckled, shaking his head. Time flew by. The yield of graphene surged, leaving Dean Chen astounded. Is there truly no possibility of a species proliferation? In a glass vessel, the fine black fibrous material now resembled moss, covering the entire container. Laboratory personnel used nets to scoop up the floating graphene. How can this be? At this scale, even with unlimited growth solution, it could at most inundate the supercomputing center. Su Fan scoffed. Inundate the supercomputing center? Dean Chen gulped. Is it really that exaggerated? Perhaps. With the material in hand, the design for the supercomputer can also be put on the agenda. Su Fan observed the heaps of graphene on the table. I never anticipated the yield to be this astonishing. With such an abundance of materials, how do you plan to design the supercomputer? Dean Chen asked, eyeing the perspiring laboratory staff, swallowing hard. Naturally, we shall replace everything with graphene, Su Fan replied, blinking. Everything? Dean Chen, a shift in perspective is still necessary. For other nations, this material remains black gold. However, for us, it is merely a commonplace, versatile material. Su Fan smiled, gazing out the window, his eyes becoming increasingly dreamy. In the future, it will transform into wires, vehicles, smartphones, furniture, and even the foundations of skyscrapers. Chapter 40, The Chip-Building Project. Supercomputing Center. Dust swirls as 4 excavators are arranged in a perfect cross. Beside each machine, a long line of dump trucks stretches out. A slightly stout middle-aged man, donning a white hat, furrows his brow and inquires of Dean Chen. Old Chen, are you certain we are only constructing the foundation? Indeed. If it weren't for my strong insistence, I suspect they would have merely dug a pit and left, Dean Chen sighed. I am uncertain what experiments you are conducting. But Old Chen, if this is related to engineering projects, you must not forget about your old friend. The man in the white hat patted Dean Chen on the back. Smiling. Well, Dean Chen mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Is it truly a matter of engineering technology? The white hat's eyes lit up as he grasped Dean Chen's arm. Ouch, that is painful. I suppose it does pertain to engineering technology. However, I doubt you would be able to manage it. Dean Chen brushed aside his hand, rubbing his arm. Before he could finish, the white hat interrupted with a glare. What nonsense are you spouting? Who do you look down upon? What do you think we are made of? Don't even mention just digging a foundation. If you wanted to construct a dragon palace, I could devise a design for you. Dean Chen rolled his eyes. What we intend to create is likely on par with the complexity of a dragon palace. The white hat blinked. You're not joking, are you? After a moment's hesitation, Dean Chen nodded. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure which domain this falls under. However, it should broadly belong to construction, right? Can you elaborate? The white hat rubbed his hands together, leaning in closer to ask. Dean Chen pursed his lips. All right. If you sign a confidentiality agreement, I will share the details with you. Coincidentally, I am also somewhat indecisive. The white hat clapped his hands. Great. Let us go sign the agreement. He pulled Dean Chen toward the office. In the office, Dean Chen stored away the signed agreement from the white hat, organizing his thoughts. He began, we are preparing to utilize graphene to construct a supercomputer. The white hat looked bewildered. What about the engineering project? This supercomputer doesn't even relate. Don't rush. Our supercomputer is rather unique. Dean Chen waved his hand, rising to boil a kettle of hot water and pouring 2 cups of tea. You should be familiar with this material, graphene, right? He asked after taking a sip of hot tea. The white hat gulped down a mouthful of hot tea, squinting. Of course. To be frank, we've even handled contracts for buildings made with graphene. Oh, what was the cost? Dean Chen's eyes brightened, eagerly pressing for information. Come on now, that was just a gimmick. They merely sprayed a bit of graphene on the exterior for marketing purposes. The white hat scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. Dean Chen fixed his gaze upon him. If you were truly tasked with constructing a building using graphene, would you be able to do it? As if. With your meager research funds, I'm surprised you could even utilize graphene for a supercomputer, the white hat retorted, smirking. Dean Chen's expression twitched. One must not underestimate the importance of research funding. Quality resources should, of course, be allocated wisely. You, a mere local tycoon. All right, you're right. I admit it, but I can understand. After all, I'm only supporting tens of thousands. You must have at least 2,000 under your wing. The white hat waved his hands dismissively, dripping with sarcasm. Dean Chun's complexion darkened. Our situations are not comparable. You can take on contracts and generate profits, while the technologies we develop either require confidentiality or... His voice trailed off as his expression hardened, staring at his teacup, lost in thought. The white hat glanced over, shaking his head and remaining silent as he sipped his hot tea. After finishing a cup, he picked up the kettle to refill. Dean Chun abruptly jolted from his reverie. You just reminded me. The Academy has the capacity to sustain itself. The white hat rolled his eyes. Don't kid yourself. Aside from corruption, bribery, or selling patented technology, where does your income come from? Moreover, you can't make decisions about this. Dean Chun huffed. Let us not jump to conclusions so soon. You still Haven Tea answered me. Can you build with graphene? The white hat paused mid-sip, raising his gaze to meet Dean Chen's eyes. Are you serious? Absolutely, Dean Chen replied with a smile, affirmatively. The white hat shuddered, barely managing to set down his teacup, shaking his hand to shake off the hot water. Wait, your academy is so impoverished, yet you want to put on airs? What good is that for building? Will it stand for 1,000 years? Dean Chen curled his lips into a cold smile. Why do you care? Just tell me if you can do it or not. The white hat pondered for a moment. We actually lack the technical reserves in this area. If you decide to build with graphene, I'll need to go back and think it over. Dean Chun nodded, lifting his hot tea and slightly closing his eyes to savor it. The white hat blinked, chuckling lightly. Old Chun, what kind of relationship do we have for you to put on such airs? Fine, if the project is entrusted to me. I'll bring some benefits to the academy by the end of the year. Dean Chen nodded in satisfaction. Who cares for such trifles? The project can be yours. But I have my stipulations. The white hat nodded eagerly. Of course, it's only natural to have demands for such a rare opportunity. Dean Chun produced a document and handed it over. Take a look at this first. The white hat accepted the document and glanced at the title. Chip Building Project. His eyes bulged. What the hell? Dean Chen turned his head, stifling a laugh. The white hat, oblivious to Dean Chun's amusement, licked his lips and solemnly opened the document, his finger tracing the text as he read it word by word. His expression shifted from grave to puzzled, then to exhilarated, ultimately trembling as he closed the document. He slammed his hands on the table, exclaiming to Dean Chun, "This project must be entrusted to me. By the end of the year, I'll gift each person at the academy a car." Dean Chun's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly, struggling to maintain his composure. All right. The project is free, and each person will receive an additional house. The white hat fixed his gaze on Dean Chun, continuing to sweeten the deal. Dean Chun chuckled softly. You truly are a local tycoon. The tension in the white hat's face relaxed, letting out a sigh and shaking his head. No. You are the true god of wealth here. Dean Chun squinted at the document on the table, lost in thought. What a terrifying concept. Utilizing the properties of graphene to construct a building with chips. Just imagining it sends shivers down my spine. If successfully implemented, it would transform not only the architectural landscape. A mere table could become a supercomputer. It would alter every facet of life in Huagua and perhaps reshape the world itself. However, I hold the advantage of being the first mover. In the future, every construction company, every super company, will surely bear my name. The white hat stood up, repeatedly expressing his excitement, waving his arms animatedly. Chapter 41. Objective: Unifying the Energy Market. The chip industry in Huagua flourishes, with the Su Group acquiring substantial funds. Su Huagua, ambitious, continues to expand the group's scale. Simultaneously, production lines are once again being expanded, further enhancing chip production capacity. Modular chips, leveraging cost advantages and modular design, obliterate other chip manufacturers. In the international chip market, a trend of monopolization appears to be emerging. At this moment, the renowned tech company Rotten Fruit unexpectedly announces a profound collaboration with Telsa, engaging in extensive technological sharing. The new phones will incorporate Telsa's battery technology, significantly enhancing the previously criticized standby time. With the assistance of Rotten Fruit, Telsa has thoroughly resolved issues related to its operating system, thereby further bolstering automotive safety. At Su Group, Su Jiangwo shakes hands with Mr. Hey, Mr. Rin, what brings you here today to oversee operations? Mr. Rin chuckles, shaking his head and patting Su Jiangwo's hand. My friend, you jest. Who doesn't he know about Su Group's block chip technology? That is also due to your contributions. May I ask who this is? After Su Jiangwo's inquiry, he glances at the man standing beside him. The individual, portly and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, seems perpetually cheerful, exuding an air of approachability. His impeccably tailored suit and tightly knotted tie lend him a somewhat formal demeanor. "This is Mr. Wong from Bia, Wong Fu," Mr. Ren introduces. "Oh, Mr. Wong. What an honor to meet you," Su Jiangwo exclaims, momentarily taken aback. Yet he proceeds to shake Mr. Wong's hand and exchange pleasantries. The three settle into their seats. Mr. Ren, resting his hand on his thigh, remarks, "My friend, ever since the chip issues at the chrysanthemum factory were resolved, I've been quite busy, and Haven T had the chance to convey my congratulations to you. I truly apologize." Su Jiangwo chuckles softly. "Mr. Ren, if you had come alone, I might have believed your words. But today, with Mr. Wong by your side, I suspect there is more to this visit." Mr. Ren, with a somewhat awkward smile, adopts a serious expression. "I wonder, my friend, have you been following the international news? Is it about rotten fruit and Telsa?" Su Hyangwo guidis tentatively. "Indeed," Mr. Ren confirms. "Our chips are not only cost-effective, but also highly competitive, naturally exerting considerable pressure on them. Such a collaboration is only to be expected." Su Jiangwo chuckles lightly. "I see your point. However, Mr. Ren's demeanor remains grave, yet we must not be overly optimistic. Both rotten fruit and Telsa are, after all, technological giants. They have amassed a wealth of technology over the years that cannot be underestimated." Su Jiangwo glances at Mr. Ren. "If there is something you wish to say, please do so candidly." Mr. Ren straightens his posture. "My friend, while the efficiency of the block chip is indeed impressive, it harbors a critical flaw. With this collaboration between rotten fruit and Telsa, I fear they have identified this issue and taken action." Su Jiangwo furrows his brow, quietly inquiring, "What flaw?" "Indeed, it may not be fair to label it a flaw. After all, a mobile phone is a holistic product, and the high performance of the chip inevitably leads to elevated energy consumption. When we design phones, we certainly take this into account. However, the modular assembly exposes this flaw quite overtly. That is the standby time." Mr. Ren articulates emphatically, gesturing with his arm. Su Jiangwo raises an eyebrow. "I understand that aspect. But as for battery technology, are you certain you've come to the right person? Moreover, you brought Mr. Wong along. If memory serves me correctly, Bia's blade battery technology seems to rival that of Telsa." Mr. Wong interjects, "Mr. Su, you flatter us. While we have made some advancements, to be honest, we're still quite far behind Telsa." Su Jiangwo shrugs. "If you can't manage this, what chance do I have as a mere layman?" Pausing mid-sentence, his relaxed demeanor vanishes. "Are you suggesting I seek out Su Fan?" Mr. Ren awkwardly rubs his nose, yet nods in affirmation. Mr. Wong blinks, casting a sidelong glance at Mr. Ren, choosing to remain silent. Su Jiangwo rises in indignation. "Absolutely not. I cannot afford to lose face in this matter." Mr. Ren's expression turns sour, letting out a long sigh. The collaboration between rotten fruit and Telsa is formidable. If they navigate through this challenge successfully, relinquishing such a favorable position would be unacceptable. Mr. Wong, perplexed, nods in agreement. "Indeed, it is quite regrettable." Su Jiangwo paces back and forth. "The chip technology and factory funding are all matters I have resolved. Yet, without hesitation, I am expected to humbly plead for assistance." "No, under no circumstances." Mr. Ren glances at Mr. Wong, nodding. "I never anticipated my friend would be placed in such a difficult position. Mr. Wong and I were even prepared to jointly invest $2 billion to support your factory construction. It seems we were overly optimistic." Mr. Wong squints, nodding. "What a pity." Su Hyangwo whoops, "2 billion?" Mr. Ren nods but remains silent, merely sighing. After pacing a few more steps, Su Jiangwo coughs lightly. "I need to step out for a smoke." Mr. Ren suppresses a laugh, nodding in agreement. Su Hyangwo exits. Mr. Wong inquires of Mr. Ren regarding the purpose of their actions. Meanwhile, at the supercomputing center, Su Fan is conducting experiments in the laboratory. Dean Chen approaches, observing for a moment before asking, "What are you working on?" "Batteries," Su Fan replies without looking up. "Huh? Has your father contacted you?" Dean Chen exclaims. Su Fan glances at him quizzically. "My phone is not with me. How could he reach me?" "Then what about this battery?" Dean Chen questions, his tone laced with curiosity. "Graphene. What do you intend to create?" Su Fan shrugs, continuing with his experiment. A battery?" Su Fan tilts his head, remaining silent. After a lengthy pause, Dean Chen refrains from speaking further. Su Fan, engrossed in his work, remains quiet. Currently, the mainstream battery technology is still lithium-sulfur batteries. Although they lack the heavy metal contamination of traditional batteries, are more cost-effective and safer, they also have evident drawbacks: weak voltage, poor cycling, and low efficiency. However, graphene batteries eliminate all these shortcomings. Their energy storage capacity is a staggering 100 times that of conventional batteries. Most alarmingly, The charging efficiency of graphene batteries is a staggering 1,000 times greater than that of traditional batteries. To illustrate with the automotive industry, a fully charged new energy vehicle typically boasts a range of around 500 kilometers, yet under real-world conditions, it can realistically achieve about 300 kilometers. However, with a graphene battery, the range triples. Additionally, with future advancements from Beifu Company, that figure could exceed tenfold, achieving a practical range of 3,000 kilometers. What does this mean? The distance from Beijing to Seoul is roughly 200 kilometers. A fully charged vehicle could safely make the round trip with surplus charge remaining. With a 1,000-fold charging efficiency, simply plugging into a charging station for a restroom break would suffice. 10 minutes would result in a full charge. Previously, however, the preparation of graphene was exceedingly challenging, and the high cost posed significant barriers to the widespread adoption of this technology. Now, with advancements in large-scale production techniques for graphene and further optimization of graphene battery performance, it is entirely plausible to dominate the energy market. Chapter 42, Production Arrangements. At the Supercomputing Center in the Biological Laboratory, Su Fan concludes his experiment and finally notices Dean Chun nearby. My apologies for being so absorbed. Is there something you need, Dean Chun? Dean Chun, slightly agape, fixates on the object in Su Fan's hand. Upon hearing Su Fan's question, he instinctively nods. Is that a battery you have there? Su Fan nodded slightly and tossed the battery over. Dean Chun, startled, extended his hands. The battery bounced between his palms a few times before he could finally stabilize it. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Dean Chun spoke with a bitter tone. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Rest assured, the battery is entirely safe. Even if a tank were to roll over it, there would be no issue, Su Fan remarked while removing his lab coat. Dean Chun wore a look of resignation, exclaiming, this isn't merely a matter of safety. After shedding his attire and returning to Dean Chun's side, Su Fan shrugged and yawned. It's just a battery. Indeed. Dean Chun placed the battery gently on the table. Originally, I was sent by your father to seek your assistance. Su Fan's expression shifted in surprise. My father? What could he possibly need? He indeed had a matter of significance, and in my view, it is not a trivial one, Dean Chun replied. Casting a glance at the battery, his tone reflective. Following his gaze, Su Fan probed, is it about the battery? Dean Chun nodded, his expression a mix of excitement and discomfort. Initially, I believed the battery issue couldn't be resolved in a day or two. Who would have known? Su Fan nodded in agreement. Indeed, enhancing the battery presents certain challenges. By coincidence, we managed to address the preparation issue for graphene. With some minor improvements, the technology for graphene batteries could be implemented immediately. Dean Chun appeared bewildered, glancing at the battery and then back at Su Fan, muttering, I didn't sense any difficulties. Since the issue is resolved, I think I'll take a nap. I haven't had a decent sleep in days. Noticing Dean Chun's silence, Su Fan waved goodbye and left the laboratory. Dean Chun stared at the battery, shaking his head with a wry smile. Back in his office, he reported the graphene battery situation to his superiors. What? On the other end of the line, his superior's calm tone escalated rapidly. Dean Chun grimaced, holding the phone slightly away from his ear and rubbing it. That's how it is. To be honest, I'm feeling a bit mentally disoriented. Being around him for too long makes every technical breakthrough seem like a given. My rational mind tells me this isn't real. It's merely my imagination. Yet the reality is, one breakthrough after another is hitting me squarely in the face. Dean Chun chuckled bitterly, shaking his head repeatedly. You still have the presence of mind to joke. Your attitude is commendable. Well, the medication, the chips, the magnetic storm rifles, graphene, and now the battery technology. Hiss. Before I knew it, the little fellow has accomplished so much. Yet we cannot even afford him a commendable honor. Initially, his superior's tone was cheerful, but it soon became tangled and eventually turned somewhat somber. Dean Chun furrowed his brow and licked his lips. From my observations, he doesn't seem to care much about these things. Comrade Chun, patriotism is a simple sentiment. However, we cannot take others' contributions for granted. The stern reprimand made Dean Chun straighten his posture. Indeed, still, given his significance, we must be extra cautious in our care. Since we cannot offer him honors, we must find ways to compensate in other aspects. I heard that Ren Tianxiang and Wang Fu approached Su Jiangwo regarding the battery issue. Yes, they must be reaching out to Su Fan. Dean Chun chuckled lightly. They certainly have an eye for talent. Since the technology is provided by Su Fan, graphene will eventually be widely adopted. We might as well be bold and approve a graphene battery factory for Su Jiangwo, allowing him to make an international impact. After pondering for a moment, Dean Chun added, good, he also has experience in chip battles. It would be a win-win. However, I heard Su Fan's mother is still with the Lin family. Should we intervene to bring her back? Ha! Speaking of Lin Wenwan, makes me chuckle. She declined our offer to intervene, even though the Lin family arranged a marriage for her. She still hopes Su Jiangwo will win her back. The tone on the phone conveyed a sense of helplessness. Huh? She doesn't want to reunite with her family? Dean Shen's voice reflected confusion and disbelief. To reclaim what was lost, one must first understand how it was lost. She said that if she returned now, Su Jiangwo would never hold his head high again. Upon reflection, she makes a compelling argument. Truly, a remarkable woman. Now that I think about it, this family is indeed quite eccentric. Listening to the phone call, Dean Shen's expression flickered, and he ultimately nodded in agreement. The following day, freshly awakened, Su Fan stood there with his toothbrush clenched between his teeth, staring at Dean Shen in bewilderment. What on earth? You want me to go back and set up a production line for my father? Dean Shen nodded. The academy can only produce graphene, not the block chips. Naturally, your father needs to be involved. All this back and forth is wasting time on the road. It would be best if you went back to streamline everything. That way, nothing is delayed. Su Fan scrutinized Dean Shen for a moment before chuckling. This gift seems rather extravagant. Upon realizing Su Fan had figured out the situation, Dean Shen chuckled and shook his head. Compared to you, these matters are trivial. After breakfast, Su Fan headed to the Su group. Upon entering the chairman's office, his father, Su Jiangwo, nodded formally. You're back. General Manager Ren and General Manager Wang stood up, smiling as they shook hands with Su Fan. After they took their seats, Su Fan began, I've been informed of both your needs by Dean Shen. Here is a technical document for your review. He handed over a file and moved to the water cooler to start boiling water. Su Jiangwo paced back and forth beside him, hands clasped behind his back. After a moment, Su Fan picked up the filled cup and rolled his eyes. Dad, is there something you can't say? Why the formality? Clenching his fist, he cleared his throat. 2 matters. First, how advanced is this battery technology? 100 times that of ordinary batteries and 10 times that of lithium-sulfur batteries. Su Fan walked toward the client sofa. Hiss, that's impressive. Su Jiangwo rubbed his hands together, excitement evident on his face. And the second matter? Su Fan poured the hot tea and inquired. Oh, that. The factory's safety issues need your guidance. Su Jiangwo replied, turning his head with a hesitant tone. Su Fan didn't notice anything amiss, his gaze fixed on the teacup as he nodded. After pouring the hot tea and setting down the kettle, he had just settled into his seat when he yawned, leaning back on the sofa with his eyes half closed. What the heck? General Managers Ren and Wang exclaimed loudly, startling Su Fan into alertness. Opening his eyes, he found the 2 men looking at him in shock, seeking confirmation. Su Fan caught his breath and nodded. Chapter 43, Liongong in action. At the Su group, in the chairman's office, General Manager Ren examined the technical document, his face a mask of astonishment as he gasped. General Manager Wang abruptly stood up, exclaiming, impossible, absolutely impossible. His expression twisted. He glared at Su Fan, enunciating each word. According to the document, the battery's energy storage capacity is 100 times that of traditional batteries. This means that the range of BYD's new energy vehicles will increase by more than tenfold. Tenfold. Over 3,000 kilometers. Do you grasp the magnitude of that? General Manager Ren was jolted by Wang's outburst, quickly getting up to restrain him. Wang, don't get agitated. Let us sit down and discuss this. General Manager Wang's eyes were bloodshot, panting heavily, startled awake by the grip. With a sudden slap to his forehead, a look of guilt washed over his face. I apologize. I've lost my composure. Su Fan was still in a state of bewilderment when Su Jiangwo sternly interjected. Mr. Wang, let me clarify. It is you who approached Su Fan to resolve the issue, not us who contacted you to deceive you into investing. Mr. Ren hastily patted Su Jiangwo's arm, urging him to calm down. Mr. Wang's face flushed slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he bowed slightly and said, I apologize. The news was so shocking that I spoke without thinking. I sincerely apologize for my previous behavior. Su Jiangwo's expression momentarily froze in anger, leaving him at a loss for words. Mr. Ren, after some back and forth, finally managed to get both parties seated. Mr. Wang wore a look of shame and remained silent. Mr. Ren, sensing the tension, inquired, Brother, is the battery's performance truly as remarkable as stated? Su Jiangwo rolled his eyes in exasperation. Enough with the theatrics. I called everyone here, and you still ask me what to do? Su Fan check it lightly. The technical documents are sound. The actual range may vary depending on road conditions. However, overall, 3,000 kilometers is certainly feasible. Just as Mr. Wang opened his mouth to speak, Mr. Ren quickly interjected, Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang turned to face Mr. Ren, who wore an expression too stern to ignore, swallowing the words he had been about to say. Mr. Run then softened his demeanor, smiling. It's not that we lack experience. It's just that such a formidable product makes one wonder whether teacher Su has truly created it. Let's test it. That would be far more enlightening. Su Fan blinked. I should have mentioned earlier, I brought a finished product. With that, he retrieved a rectangular object the size of a smartphone from his pocket. The object was black, and if not for the specific mention, one might have mistaken it for a power bank. Mr. Rin immediately rose to accept it with both hands. Teacher Su, brother, please forgive my earlier indiscretion. I wish to test it at once. Su Jiangwo looked at Su Fan, who nodded in agreement. All right. Mr. Run and Mr. Wang proceeded to the testing center to evaluate the battery. Su Fan made his way to the production line in search of Li Honghong. After inquiring, he learned that she was resting in her dormitory. Just as he was about to leave and return another day, he was informed that Li Honghong had left a message stating that if Su Fan came, he could go directly to her dormitory. Su Fan nodded and followed the previous person to Li Honghong's quarters. Upon entering the dormitory, Su Fan was taken aback by the layout. He had expected it to resemble a typical university dorm, but instead found it akin to a single apartment. The floor was immaculate, dust-free, and the sofa was arranged with precision as if it were made of bricks. The person led Su Fan to the sofa. Mr. Su, please wait a moment. After Su Fan nodded, he left the room and closed the door behind him. In a quiet room, warmed by sunlight, the sofa felt somewhat stiff, and there lingered a faint, sweet scent reminiscent of a young woman. Recently subjected to intense work, the sudden stillness beckoned fatigue, and he found himself struggling to keep his eyes open. He rubbed his eyes and pinched his thigh, desperately seeking a moment of alertness. Suddenly, lost in thought, his head drooped, and he succumbed to slumber. After an indeterminate time, he felt someone nudging him, and, as he groggily opened his eyes, he saw Li Honghong stealthily kneeling on the sofa, removing her blouse. Startled, he quickly sat upright. I'm so sorry, I fell asleep. At the same time, he instinctively grasped his shirt tightly. Li Honghong sighed softly, offering a smile. I noticed you were asleep, and I thought it would be more comfortable for you if I helped you out of your clothes. Su Fan chuckled awkwardly. No, there's no need. I've simply been quite exhausted lately. Please forgive my unintentional slumber. Li Honghong nodded and stood up. Allow me to fetch you a glass of water. Su Fan agreed, and once she left, he hurriedly put on his shirt and adjusted his attire. Sitting back down, he covered his face with his hands, rubbing vigorously. How embarrassing. Not only had he dozed off while waiting, but he had also awakened just as she was assisting him with his clothing, creating an awkward situation for both. Moments latte. Li Honghong returned with a cup of hot water. I wasn't sure what you preferred, so I only have instant coffee. Would you like some? Suddenly, she seemed to trip over something, stumbling forward. The coffee splashed all over Su Fan, and as she bent her legs to steady herself, she found support against his thigh. Kneeling on the floor, Su Fan gasped, about to rise, but an overwhelming force pushed him back onto the sofa. Li Honghong's expression shifted, and in a swift motion, she tore open his shirt, ripping it into strips and using the fabric to wipe off the hot water from his pants. Su Fan felt more embarrassed than before. The scalding water, combined with Li Honghong's rough handling and the act of cleaning, elicited a physiological response. He pushed her away with some force, retreating slightly on the sofa to mask his discomfort. It's fine. I have thick skin. It's no trouble, he insisted, waving his hands to refuse her help. Li Honghong tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her cheeks slightly flushed as she sat beside him, glancing at his pants. How about you take off your pants? I can wash them for you. Su Fan, raking his fingers through his hair in an effort to hide his distress, quickly replied. No, it doesn't hurt anymore. They lapsed into an awkward silence. After a moment, Su Fan heard Li Honghong softly sobbing. Turning to her, he asked in surprise, What's wrong? She gazed into his eyes, her own slightly reddened. Do you look down on me? Huh? Su Fan was bewildered. Why would you think that? You're so intelligent, and I'm just an uneducated roughneck. I can't compare to you. I'm not even worthy to wash your pants, Li Honghong spoke, her words punctuated by her sobs. This is mainly because it's inappropriate for a man and a woman to be alone together, Su Fan said, frowning as he struggled to find the right words. What do you want? I can defend myself if necessary. If I don't want to, you and T be able to get close. In the end, you still find me wanting, Li Honghong lamented, her hands covering her face as her cries grew louder. Su Fan scratched his head, knowing he couldn't agree to her. However, allowing her to continue crying was not a solution either, leaving him indecisive. Li Honghong stole a glance at him, her sobs continuing. How about you wash up, and I'll prepare you some clothes. Chapter 44. The Peach Blossom Calamity. Su corporación. Liunshons dormí. Su Fan closed his eyes and stepped into the shower. The water was cold, swiftly extinguishing the flames of embarrassment. He immediately realized something was off about Li Honghong. A person as agile as she was would not have spilled coffee on him even if she had stumbled. Especially not in such a compromising manner, unless she had done it intentionally. But why would she? What benefit could she possibly gain from such an act? Was she trying to entice him? There was a knock on the door, and Li Honghong called from outside, "I'm coming in." Su Fan's eyes widened, and he quickly turned his head. Through the frosted glass, he could vaguely see her silhouette, holding a set of clothes. "I'll place them on the sink for you." After setting down the clothes, she peered in the shower. Su Fan? Su Fan? Su Fan grimaced, awkwardly curling his toes as he muttered a low, "Do you need me to scrub your back?" "No," Su Fan quickly retorted. Hearing the door close, he sighed deeply. This girl seemed to genuinely be trying to entice him. After swiftly finishing up, he dressed and pushed open the bathroom door, intending to make a discreet exit. With a sense of resignation, Li Honghong stood at the bathroom door, a hairdryer in hand. Su Fan managed a forced smile. "My hair is short. It will dry quickly without this. Time was fleeting, and I should be heading back," he thought, turning to leave. However, Li Honghong grasped his clothing, forcibly pulling him back onto the sofa. She plugged in the hairdryer and began to tousle Su Fan's hair. A hint of melancholy etched on her face. Su Fan sat upright, eyes fixed ahead, his lips twitching occasionally as if enduring a form of torture. "Alas, it appears the plan has failed," Li Honghong remarked with a look of regret. Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief, puzzled. "I don't quite understand what Miss Li is saying." Li Honghong tugged gently at Su Fan's hair, causing him to squint and gasp slightly. "Oomph. Your cleverness led you to be unguarded from the start. Now, your acting skills are still lacking compared to mine." Indeed, Su Fan replied with a forced smile. "I am but a clean young lady. Please do not misinterpret my intentions." "I wouldn't dare," she retorted. "Would you care to listen to my story?" Su Fan hesitated momentarily, and immediately felt a sharp pain in his scalp. "Please go on. I am all ears." "Men," Li Honghong pouted. "My grandfather was a soldier, and my father was too. Growing up in a military environment, it seems only natural that I should enlist. Yet I'm a girl. I desire to be like other normal individuals, buying dolls, styling beautiful hair, and wearing lovely floral dresses. As a child, I pretended to play house. And now I want to shop, binge-watch dramas, and gossip, rather than endure the harshness of military life alongside those filthy men exposed to the elements, training and executing dangerous missions. Here I am, a girl with calloused hands and scars all over. And now that I have reached a suitable age, they worry I won't find a husband. It is utterly absurd. Why did they not concern themselves with my marital prospects earlier?" As Su Fan listened, his mood settled. It did seem somewhat unreasonable, right? They even want me to marry a soldier, claiming that someone like me would scare off other suitors. Li Honghong slammed her hand against the back of the sofa, startling Su Fan, who inwardly scoffed, finding some merit in their reasoning. Yet he replied, "That is quite excessive." Li Honghong's lips curled into a smile as she wrapped her arms around Su Fan's, resting her head on his shoulder. "I've taken a liking to you. You must stay the night." Su Fan struggled to free his arm, but instead brushed against something soft. No, we've only just met, and I already have a girlfriend." It's just Yimei. She merely appeared a few days before me. Everything she can do, I can too," Li Honghong said with indignation. Su Fan's expression darkened as he struggled fiercely, breaking free from Li Honghong's grasp. "I am sorry, but I have matters to attend to." With that, he left the room without looking back. Li Honghong pouted, staring at the door before letting out a huff. "Just wait." As Su Fan exited the dormitory building, he scratched his head in frustration. It was truly absurd to encounter such situations. A direct refusal might hurt her feelings, yet being indirect only encouraged her to escalate her advances. Sighing, he remained silent throughout the car ride. Upon returning to the research institute, he was greeted by a familiar fragrance that enveloped him. Su Fan chuckled, spinning around with her in his arms. However, this time, she did not emit a surprised cry. Su Fan looked in astonishment at Yimei, who was wrinkling her nose like a little dog, taking in the scent. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him. Indeed, Yimei's eyes were slightly reddened, and she pouted as she broke free from his embrace and ran away. What is happening? Su Fan quickly caught up with the not-so-fast Yimei, wrapping his arms tightly around her. "Let me explain." "I won't listen." Yimei covered her ears, shaking her head. Su Fan's lips twitched. The once gentle and understanding Yimei had transformed into someone entirely different. "How many dramas have you watched?" "Huh?" Yimei's face flushed crimson as she gasped, struggling to escape once more. Unfortunately for her, Su Fan's strength exceeded hers. Seeing her inability to calm down, Su Fan gritted his teeth and hoisted her over his shoulder, striding towards the bedroom. Yimei struggled even more fiercely but dared not make a sound. Kicking open the bedroom door, he marched to the bed and tossed her onto it. She covered her face and twisted her body, seemingly unwilling to make a run for it. Su Fan forcefully pried her hands away from her face, pinning them to either side. Fixing his gaze upon her eyes, he spoke with unwavering conviction. I, Su Fan, will never betray you in this life. Yimei's cheeks flushed deeply, and she averted her gaze, murmuring in response. Su Fan looked at her, reminiscing about their past. This young girl had once defied her family to care for him. For years, she had never returned home. Yet she was not officially a member of the Su family, leaving her position rather awkward. He resolved to visit her family soon, allowing her to reconnect with them while also solidifying their future together. It simply would not do for her family to have no one present at their wedding. Su Fan chuckled softly, shaking off the memories. He glanced at Yi Mei's expression, a flicker of amusement igniting within him. It was as if a ripe fruit was about to burst, her skin flushing a rosy hue as she cautiously curled her body, slowly writhing, attempting to escape Su Fan's grasp. Su Fan smiled mischievously, leaning down to kiss her lips. Yimei jolted, squirming fruitlessly, resigning herself to tightly shut her eyes. Suddenly, a wave of warmth flooded her lips, causing the corners of her mouth to secretly lift, her heart filled with sweetness. However, the warmth quickly turned into a sticky mess on her face. Liquid trickled down her cheeks, cascading down her neck, and continuing along her spine. Abruptly, she opened her eyes. The mischievous Su Fan was now lying still, eyes shut tight, blood oozing from his mouth, his head hanging limply against her chest. She sprang up, cradling Su Fan's head and gently moving it aside. With a swift motion, she rolled off the bed and dashed to the nearby bookshelf. After rummaging through, she seized a vial labeled Human Potential Activation Agent A-type. Racing back to the bed, she threw herself beside Su Fan, pinching his chin to open his mouth and pouring the potion inside. Holding her breath, she placed her head on Su Fan's chest, listening intently for a moment. With a heavy sigh, she slumped against him. Chapter 45, An Unexpected Visitor. The next day, at the Su Fan Research Institute, Su Fan awoke to a cacophony of noise. His eyelids fluttered a few times before he cracked them open slightly, only to squint against the piercing sunlight. Turning his head, he saw Yimei sitting at the edge of the bed, her head bobbing as she struggled to keep her eyes open. Su Fan blinked, chuckling softly, feeling as though he had returned to a time of illness and confinement. He tilted his head, recalling the events of the previous night. Just as he was about to lean down to kiss her, a sudden pain shot through his chest, his stomach tightened, and darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. Sitting up, he noticed the sheets were pristine, as if everything from the previous day had been a mere illusion. Yet, the faint scent of blood lingered in the air, and the weary expression on Yi Mei's face confirmed that the night had indeed been perilous. Once again, she had saved him. Shaking his head with a smile, he rose from the bed, gently lifting Yi Mei into his arms. She jolted awake, her expression lighting up with joy. "You're awake." Su Fan gently laid her down on the bed, tenderly ruffling her hair before bestowing a soft kiss on her cheek. "Rest for a while. I'm fine now." Yi Mei gazed at him for a moment, then nodded, her eyes fluttering shut, soon giving way to a light snore. With a sigh, Su Fan turned and exited the room. The efficacy of the medication, due to prolonged use, was waning. Moreover, the severity of the illness's onset was alarming. Should Yi Mei not be by his side next time and fail to take her medication in time, the consequences would be dire. He needed to expedite the research on the nano-treatment chamber. Lost in thought, he descended to the first floor and pushed open the door, only to be met with a sight that made his eyelids twitch. The old sages were scattered about, some seated, others reclining in various rocking chairs, each holding an assortment of tea sets, engaging in casual conversations with those around them, while occasionally turning to scold the busy young men nearby. Beads of sweat adorned the foreheads of the young men as they hastily moved stacks of chairs, already fashioning a familiar podium. Upon seeing Su Fan, the old sages greeted him warmly. "Oh, good morning, Teacher Su. Where is Yi Mei? My shoulder is in agony. I need her to attend to it." "You have no shame." "Oh, you dare to say that? Just don't snatch it later." As Su Fan approached the old sages, he replied, "Yi Mei was quite fatigued last night and has yet to rise." Suddenly, the smiles on the sages' faces faltered. According to the young lady's perspective, this should be a cause for celebration. Why then did he feel such discomfort in his heart? After all, such a vibrant cabbage, nurtured for only a short while, had been whisked away in its pot. It was no wonder he felt unsettled. "Ah, well, young man, strive hard, and may you soon cradle a chubby little one." Su Fan rolled his eyes, dismissing their irreverent banter. "What are you all preparing to do?" he inquired, gesturing towards the podium and the bustling crowd. Ah, speaking of which, it infuriates me. I heard you went to the supercomputing center to assemble a supercomputer? Sufan blinked and nodded. But why have we heard that you solved a biological conundrum while at the supercomputing center? Indeed, it was something about the large-scale preparation of graphene. And there was also a graphene battery. Raising an eyebrow, Sufan acknowledged, you seem quite well informed. Bah, and you look so pleased with yourself. Have you forgotten why we first came here? After a moment's contemplation, someone suggested, chips? Yes, we came here specifically for the chips. We have no objections to you assembling a machine at the supercomputing center. However, why did you not involve us when researching graphene? Even so, we could reluctantly accept that, but you have actually produced both chips and batteries without so much as a notification. Indeed, you must provide us with an explanation today. We are here to demand answers. Sufan surveyed the disgruntled faces of the older generation, who occasionally sipped their hot tea. How could I be responsible for that? Shouldn't you address your grievances with Dean Shin? Do not mention that old coot. We sought him out at the Academy of Sciences, and guess what? That rascal had the audacity to flee. Sufan's lips twitched. What a hefty accusation. He wondered if Dean Shin could withstand such scrutiny. Thus, Sufan hesitated before speaking, gesturing towards the podium. Ahem, we shall not make it difficult for you. You simply need to deliver a lecture, and we shall graciously forgive you. Yes, this time we even brought along old friends from the biological field to support you. Sufan, feeling utterly helpless, nodded repeatedly, all right. Moments latte. The outdoor venue was set up, and esteemed scholars took their respective seats, their expressions intensely focused. This time, they were clearly well prepared, some with laptops, others taking notes, and a few with recording devices. Sufan, shedding the shyness of his first lecture, took the stage and promptly addressed the subject. Today's topic will revolve around graphene, and I will first discuss how to overcome the 3 internationally recognized challenges. As he delved into the lecture, the audience wore expressions of excitement, fervently jotting down notes. However, as he continued to elaborate, some began to furrow their brows. Before long, an increasing number of attendees displayed signs of despair, frequently glancing around to gauge the reactions of their peers. Teacher Su, an elderly gentleman, raised his hand, interrupting Sufan's discourse, disregarding the glares of indignation from those around him. Teacher Su, we are old now, yet still filled with a thirst for truth. However, this world is, after all, for the young. Just look at them. How many truly comprehend what you are saying? Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals lowered their heads in silence. Sufan blinked, directing his gaze toward the young attendees. They shrank in their seats, not daring to meet his eyes, reminiscent of students apprehensive about being called upon by a teacher. Amused, Sufan chuckled. It's my fault. This isn't a classroom, and I am not a teacher. I truly lack experience in this regard. Therefore, if you encounter any challenging issues, feel free to interrupt me with questions. The crowd nodded in agreement. Yet, the situation took another turn. You there? How did you manage to graduate as a graduate student? To interrupt teacher Su's lecture over such a simple question. Don't you feel any shame? The simplicity of the derivation process was questioned, leading to personal attacks, eventually escalating to insults against the student's character. The lecture reverted to Sufan's solo narration, as yet another elder stood up, criticizing the students for their pretense and lack of realism. Sufan gazed at the young scholars below, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. He had once been among those suffering in silence. This newfound pleasure was a sensation he had never experienced before. Chapter 46, Prelude to Heroes. At the Sufan Research Institute, the elders' reproaches had significantly slowed the pace of the lecture. Reluctantly, Sufan had to ask them to leave. Naturally, they were quite unwilling to depart, but upon Sufan's assurance of a special advanced lecture tailored for them, they cast their students a pressure-filled glance and strode away with an air of superiority. Once the esteemed scholars had departed, the atmosphere of the course became exceptionally lively. Sufan gradually forgot his role as the instructor, and the group chattered animatedly until nightfall. After bidding farewell to the last attendee, he stood at the entrance of the Research Institute, gazing up at the moon peeking through the clouds. The reason he exerted himself to teach them was not solely for the advancement of national scientific prowess. He had his own ulterior motives. Within the system, it was indeed possible to purchase the technology for the nanotreatment chamber. But what of other technologies? For instance, pressing issues like graphene superconductors and graphene casings. Did he need to acquire all of these through purchases? Could he potentially produce these items through their research without relying on the system? If so, the possibilities would be vast. For the nanotreatment chamber, he would only need to purchase the core technology, while other aspects could be developed through their research without impacting its functionality. Even overcoming just one or two key obstacles could save a substantial amount of contribution value. However, all was merely the beginning. Su Fan composed himself and returned to the research institute, quickly consuming a light meal before retreating to his bedroom to lie down. Suddenly, in a haze, he sensed someone slipping under the covers beside him. As he blinked his eyes open, he was first greeted by a familiar fragrant breeze, followed by the sight of Yi Mei's flushed cheeks and trembling lips. A smile tugged at the corners of Su Fan's mouth. What is this? Is it now fashionable for little cabbages to recommend themselves for a night-s embrace? This is how it always plays out in dramas. Yi Mei, eyes closed, burrowed into Su Fan's arms, her head nestled against his shoulder. Embracing the warm, fragrant, yet slightly trembling Yi Mei, Su Fan felt a surge of emotion swell within him. Yet no impure thoughts arose. He gently wrapped his right arm around her neck, his chin brushing her hair in a soothing motion. The warmth of her body, combined with her heated breath, made his skin feel as though it were being scorched by flames. With his other hand, he softly patted her shoulder, humming a gentle tune. After a while, Yi Mei's soft sobs reached his ears. Su Fan sighed, lifting her chin to meet her gaze. I have promised not to let you down in this lifetime. There is no need to rush. Tears overflowed from her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. If only. Su Fan let out a soft hum, lowering his lips to wipe away her tears, resting his forehead against hers. My dear woman, even if I were to perish, you would still belong to me. Yi Mei's eyes flitted away, crimson creeping once more onto her cheeks as she buried her face in the crook of Su Fan's arm, emitting a soft sound of acknowledgement. Su Fan laughed lightly, glancing at the grayish-black ceiling, his expression gradually turning serious. The day was dimming, and the path ahead remained uncertain. Should rescue become impossible, this girl must be made to relinquish her hopes. Two heated bodies embraced in slumber, one heart ablaze, the other icy. In the days that followed, Su Fan oscillated between the Su Corporation and the Supercomputing Center, seemingly progressing steadily toward a predetermined goal. On one such day, the weather was splendid, the azure sky adorned with mere wisps of white clouds. A formation of 6 geese flew northward in a straight line, the lead goose occasionally emitting honks to encourage its companions. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air, and one of the geese in the rear erupted into a cloud of crimson mist. The flock scattered in panic, the lead goose desperately trying to reassure them. Its honks filled with urgency and sorrow. Eventually, it managed to gather 3 of its companions, casting a glance at the stricken goose that had folded its wings and plummeted, intent on meeting its demise. With a couple of farewell honks, it led the remaining geese onward to the north. Not far off, a fighter jet bore the insignia of the beautiful country, its fuselage marked by a dent. The pilot wiped the cold sweat from his brow, cursing under his breath. Thank heavens the aircraft hadn't broken the sound barrier. The plane flew along the coastline, occasionally photographing various structures, before veering toward the interior of Hua country. Meanwhile, at an Air Force base in Hua country, a radar operator fixated on a screen glowing with green light. Abruptly, he craned his neck, nearly pressing his face against the screen, blinking rapidly as he retracted his neck to rub his eyes. A peculiar dot persisted on the screen. Frowning, he held his breath, wiping the screen clean, and voiced his confusion. Commander, we have a situation. What kind of situation? Look, this small dot appears to be a bird, but its speed is highly irregular. The commander studied the screen, puzzled. Indeed, dispatch a pilot to confirm. Understood. A plane ascended into the sky, heading to intercept the target. Moments later, the communication crackled to life. This is Wang Wei. I have arrived at the designated location. Good. The target will pass your position in 10 seconds. Please remain vigilant. Affirmative. Wang Wei gazed ahead at the endless blue sky, monotonous and dull, only to find his attention drawn to a few distant wisps of white clouds. The clouds swirled and coalesced into a circular formation, resembling a diamond-studded wedding ring. Huh! Wang Wei chuckled lightly, mocking his own whimsical thoughts. He had known his girlfriend since high school, and they had quickly fallen in love. Despite being reprimanded by teachers and scolded by both sets of parents for their early romance, nothing could tear them apart. They entered university, enduring a long-distance relationship that only strengthened their bond. After starting work, they finally found themselves in the same city. The burdens of life and the high cost of living could not defeat them. Gradually, they became the envy of others, a beacon of enduring love. Recently, Wang Wei had secretly purchased a wedding ring, hoping to add a perfect conclusion to their love story. Suddenly, the smile on his face faded. A dark spot abruptly appeared against the azure sky, hurtling toward him at an alarming speed. Wang Wei squinted, his heart racing with anxiety as the reality shattered his fleeting hope. A fighter jet from the beautiful country had intruded into Hua country's airspace. Control. Control. Enemy aircraft sighted. What? Are you certain? Absolutely. 100% certain. It bears the flag of the beautiful country and is not a model in service with Hua country. Damn it. Remain calm and hold your position. The champion squad is already en route to assist. Understood. Wang Wei hung up the communication, his gaze fixed intently on the enemy aircraft. Moments later, the enemy jet swiftly passed to his right, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Impossible. The enemy was deliberately ignoring him. This was a blatant provocation. In such weather, there was nowhere to hide, particularly since he had no intention of evading. Gripping the communicator, he suppressed his anger and addressed the aircraft. You have entered Hua country's airspace. Report your intentions. Damn it. A surge of fury coursed through his heart, his blood boiling as Wang Wei struck his chest in frustration. Warning. Please turn back immediately, or I will be forced to take action. Damn fuel. Wang Wei slammed the communicator shut, cursing under his breath. He piloted the plane in a circle, tailing the enemy aircraft. Chapter 47. Dazzling Fireworks. In a vast blue sky, unnoticed by anyone, Wang Wei clung tightly to the enemy jet's tail. He let out a soft hum, vowing not to let this scoundrel escape. Yet, as time passed, he realized he was falling behind. The enemy was far faster. A chill of dread washed over him, turning to urgency. Air combat was not like ground warfare. If he couldn't keep up, all would be in vain. Even if he managed to fire, the speed of the ammunition would make it difficult to hit the target. Here, speed reigned supreme. Wang Wei, the champion squad is approaching your location. Report your status. The captain's voice crackled through the communicator. Captain, I am tailing the enemy, but its speed is too great. I'm gradually being left behind. Continue to apply pressure. We will intercept from the front. Understood. Wang Wei chuckled coldly, no longer anxious about potentially losing the target. The captain was a top ace. Even if their aircraft was slightly inferior in performance and speed, the captain's skill would more than compensate. As Wang Wei had anticipated, the enemy detected the approaching interceptors and swiftly ascended in altitude. Wang Wei relentlessly pursued, holding his breath tightly, gritting his teeth, and contorting his face, resisting the sudden gravitational acceleration. 8 aircraft from Huagua converged from various directions, obstructing the enemy's escape routes. A smirk curled at the corners of Wang Wei's eyes. He had caught them. Suddenly, a massive burst of flames erupted from the rear of the enemy aircraft, and a white cloud, reminiscent of an opened umbrella, slowly unfurled at the nose of the plane. The enemy's speed surged once more, effortlessly breaking free from the encirclement. The enormous sound of sonic boom followed, delayed in its arrival. Wang Wei clenched his jaw, pushing his speed to the utmost limit. The aircraft trembled violently, tearing through the air ahead, gradually forming a blue backdrop with a swirling white vortex. Several other planes swiftly increased their velocity, shattering the sound barrier, maintaining the encirclement. The veins on Wang Wei's forehead bulged, and the skin on his face hung limply. The scene before him blurred, the brightness dwindling as he teetered on the edge of darkness. Damn it, Wang Wei cursed inwardly, biting down on his tongue until the metallic taste of blood flooded his mouth, momentarily clearing his mind. The other planes began to decelerate one after another, some even veering off at odd angles. Wang Wei's eyes turned bloodshot, the whites stained crimson, his eyeballs nearly bulging from their sockets, yet he felt no pain. Fixated on the enemy aircraft, just as his consciousness threatened to slip away, the enemy plane slowed down. A sinister smile crept across Wang Wei's lips. The little brat thought he could escape. No sooner had he thought this, the enemy aircraft executed an agile maneuver, performing a 180-degree turn and heading straight for Wang Wei. He cast a bewildered glance behind him, and his entire body shuddered. The enemy's sudden acceleration caused the friendly planes to scatter, their formations disarrayed. The enemy merely needed to accelerate once more, and with its speed, it could easily breach the encirclement and vanish. No, the enemy was intentionally leading the Huagua planes in this manner, sowing chaos within their ranks. It was waiting for this moment. This was a skilled adversary. Wang Wei licked his cracked lips, managing a bitter smile. Yet what could he do? Clearly, the enemy was toying with them, relying on their technological superiority. Wang Wei, are you still conscious? Captain. Wang Wei's dim eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. Yes, they still had this ace up their sleeve. He might be powerless, but the captain would surely prevail. Fortunately, you're still awake. It seems you didn't slack off during training. Haha, I'm more of an instinctive player. All right, we have limited time. You must have noticed that the enemy's aircraft outperforms ours, and the pilot is quite skilled. He is intentionally maintaining this speed to disrupt our formation. Now, if we execute a reverse breakthrough with their speed, they'll quickly vanish from our sight. Wang Wei nodded repeatedly. Indeed, the captain was impressive. Stop flattering me. You will cut across its path, and I will intercept it. The captain is indeed formidable, confident in taking down such a fast target. I won't be able to. But I have a secret technique taught to me by my grandfather. Oh, the captain's family background is quite deep. Do enlighten me. No matter how advanced the enemy's aircraft, we can bring it down. Listening to the captain's boisterous laughter, mimicking his grandfather's aged yet commanding tone, Wang Wei's excitement faltered. Crash? Yes, unless it can defy the laws of physics. Otherwise, it is doomed today. But Captain, shouldn't we consider other options? Nonsense. Who is the captain here? You or me? I am the ace, and this is settled. Wang Wei felt a tightness in his chest. Captain, how about we let it go? We can contact nearby air bases to devise a plan for interception. Shut your nonsense. The territory of Huagua cannot be sullied in the slightest. I, as the champion squad, cannot afford to lose face. But follow orders. The enemy aircraft was now close at hand, and Wang Wei's eyes glimmered with determination. Damn it, you wretched thing. A swift aerial maneuver altered his course, followed by a cobra maneuver that obstructed the enemy's path, abruptly decelerating. The enemy reacted swiftly, immediately climbing in altitude, soaring over Wang Wei's head. Not far above, the captain's aircraft charged toward the enemy. His vision gradually blurred. Icy tears streamed down his temples, concealed within his hair. Suddenly, to his disbelief, the enemy aircraft appeared to lose power, abruptly halting, then drifting downwards like a falling leaf, narrowly avoiding the captain's collision. Captain, did we fail? Wang Wei tilted his head slightly, expressing confusion. The enemy executed a leaf fall tactic, evading the captain's strike, but then descending back into his line of sight. Wang Wei stared at the enemy aircraft as flames erupted from its tail once more, trembling as if indicating a restart. He glanced back at the captain, still turning around. Closing his eyes, he shrugged his shoulders, tears flowing anew. Hee-ha! Wang Wei's light laughter morphed into maniacal laughter. The captain's earlier proclamation echoed in his ears. The territory of Huagua cannot be sullied in the slightest. I, as the champion squad, cannot afford to lose face. With a push of the control stick, he maxed out the speed. Wang Wei, what are you doing? Come back. Shut up. Today, the position of ace belongs to me. You bastard, think of your family, think of your girlfriend. They are still waiting for you to return. Tell my girlfriend that I eloped with my mistress. Tears streamed down Wang Wei's face as he severed the communication line, charging towards the enemy aircraft. He cast one last glance at the twisted white cloud in the sky. This thing was clearly a cup. Boom! The nose of his aircraft forcefully penetrated the enemy's beautiful national flag, resulting in an explosion that scattered both sides into fiery clouds. Chapter 48, The Awakening Dragon. Two white parachutes gently descended from the sky. A news report swiftly ascended to trending status. An aircraft from the beautiful nation intruded into our airspace. Our ace pilot, Wang Wei, sacrificed himself to intercept. Currently missing in action. Damn it, am I still living in the Qing dynasty? The beautiful nation acts with such arrogance. How desperate must a pilot be to resort to a collision? It is estimated that Wang Wei's ancestors must have flown planes when our technology was inferior. Many planes were downed through collisions back then. Brothers, we can't do much. Let's boycott beautiful nation products. Does anyone know the donation address? Please share. Sigh. According to the news, this hero seems to be getting married soon. He isn't even married yet. He has still a child. Stop talking nonsense. The news says he is missing, so don't start speculating. Right. Missing. Let us figure out where he might have landed. Together we can find him. Meanwhile, in a dense jungle, stretching for dozens of miles, the ground was covered in dry grass, reaching knee-deep. Towering trees with lush foliage, thick vines climbed and entwined, rendering the surface nearly impenetrable. In a clearing in the southern part of the forest, a swift military green pickup truck unloaded soldiers, who swiftly advanced, exiting the area. The vehicles trailing behind surged forward, and the soldiers disembarked one after another. Clad in camouflage, the warriors swiftly assembled into neat formations, standing silently as they awaited orders. Their resolute gazes were fixed upon the direction of the forest, subtly mingled with a hint of reverence. Ladies and gentlemen, you are undoubtedly aware of our objective this time. My demands are straightforward. We must see the living and the dead. Move out. Wang Bingquan's tone was grave, his words rushing forth as he gestured with a swift motion. The soldiers dispersed rapidly, forming small teams to gather necessary equipment before dashing toward the forest. Stay sharp. Keep your eyes wide open. If anyone finds a person in the areas you've searched, prepare to be discharged. The team leaders called out, urging everyone to heighten their vigilance. No need for reminders. Who could forget the name Wang Wei? Truly a man of grit. Even if he were to be reduced to mere fragments, I would ensure he was honored today. One soldier, with a coarse tone and vulgarity, expressed his sentiments. Damn it. If you can't speak properly, then shut your mouth. The team leader retorted, delivering a kick to his rear. Wang Bingquan observed the departing ranks, his brow furrowed and lips pressed tightly together. Once the troops vanished from sight, he redirected his gaze toward the entrance, anticipating the arrival of the next batch of soldiers. Report. Speak. Wang Bingquan replied without turning his head. Recently, the city's Public Security Bureau had sent all personnel to assist. Wang Bingquan relaxed slightly, thinking it was nonsensical to summon them. The police, donned in uniforms and wielding various tools, mostly lighting equipment, appeared somewhat disorganized, resembling a motley crew rather than a cohesive unit. Report. We request to partake in this mission. For your safety, they stated. Wang Bingquan retracted his gaze, suppressing his displeasure. He understood that he could not hold local police to military standards. Rest assured, we will not hinder our primary duties, they assured. Wang Bingquan glanced at the team and noticed their faces bore no reluctance, rather a hint of apprehension. Very well. You will accompany the next group and act in unison. Yes. The police team erupted in a cheer, which they quickly stifled. TSK, TSK, TSK. Wang Wei truly is a hero. Such a loss. Indeed, I hear he was about to get married. Who knows what thoughts crossed his mind at the moment of sacrifice. Shut up. We're here to save lives, not collect corpses. Right. By the way, Chief, you Haven T slept in 2 days. Can you hold up? Back in the day, I once stayed awake for a week. 2 days or nothing. Take it easy. If we don't find anyone, we'll have to carry you out. Wang Bingquan listened to the raucous chatter nearby, shaking his head gently. Moments later, another formation of soldiers completed their lineup, and with a wave of his hand, he commanded, move out. Simultaneously, he addressed the police team. You will follow them. Prioritize safety. Yes. The responses were sparse, and rather than advancing as a whole, the group dashed wildly into the forest. Wang Bingquan slapped his forehead, smiling ruefully. Report. What is it? An expression of impatience crossed Wang Bingquan's face. The surrounding populace, having received news, sought to lend a hand. Wang Bingquan paused. How many are there? It's a chaotic count. I estimate around 2,000 people. Wang Bingquan gazed toward the distant flickering lights, faintly revealing mobile phones held by a diverse crowd, young and old alike, anxiously speaking to the obstructing soldiers. He sighed, rubbing his temples. Contact the city communication department for me. Before long, Wang Bingquan stood before the crowd, hearing their furious shouts. What do you mean? Their strength in numbers. 1T had hastened the search? What do you call worrying about my safety? At my age, if I die, so be it. What is the big deal? Don't underestimate our collective strength. If you're blocking us, you're hindering help. Wang Bingquan rolled his eyes, convinced that these individuals would easily get lost. Suppressing his expression, he spoke with authority. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand your heartfelt intentions, and I know I cannot stop you. Therefore, I have applied for a channel with the city's communication department. Just dial this number to communicate with each other. However, since it's a public channel, I hope you refrain from idle chatter that could delay the timely transmission of information. Can you manage that? The crowd exchanged glances, responding with scattered affirmations. No problem. Good. This is a sound method. Wang Bingquan felt a twitch of relief. Prepare yourselves. As long as you connect to this channel, you may enter the forest to search. With that, he returned to his previous position, awaiting the next formation. As night deepened, the weary populace succumbed to slumber. Night owls remained online, discussing the day's news. Suddenly, the beautiful nation issued a diplomatic statement. We strongly condemn Huagua's inhumane actions and demand the swift return of our downed aircraft. Otherwise, we shall adopt more stringent measures to safeguard our national interests. This proclamation detonated like a deep-water nuclear bomb, rousing the citizens of Huagua. Chapter 49, Commander. My name is Su Fan. The night was unusually noisy. Many who had been asleep were stirred awake, their anger simmering with no outlet. As they learned of this shocking news through the clamor, their furious shouts further roused more people. The following day, many bore heavy dark circles under their eyes. Yet their spirits were unexpectedly high. In public spaces, discussions about the incident erupted loudly. Simultaneously, numerous online games plummeted to unprecedented lows, with in-game purchases coming to a halt as people merely logged in to chat with familiar friends. Damn, I finally understand the concerns of our predecessors. If mere individuals can't behave thus, how can a country exhibit such shamelessness? It's simply unheard of. Hey, stop with the flowery language. My education isn't high. But I'm a straightforward person. I've joined the army. Damn, you're a real man upstairs. Let us meet offline and stand together. Aren't you worried? Have you consulted your family? Joining the army can now isn't a trivial matter. There's a real chance of going to battle. Coward. My family, except for Grandpa, has all signed up. Even if we all perish, we'll be remembered as a loyal family. At that moment, in the military headquarters, Wang Bingquan's office, Sun Fugui slammed his hands on the table, spitting words at Wang Bingquan. Coward. Weakling. Craven. Scoundrel. After a brief pause for breath, he squeezed out the final word from the depths of his being. Wang Bingquan tapped his fingers on the table, rolling his eyes. What is the point of yelling at me? Who decides whether we fight or not? Is it you or me? They've already bullied us to our doorstep. And you still hesitate to strike? What? Are we preparing to beg the foreign lords for mercy? Sun Fugui shouted once more, slamming the table. Mind your language. What century are we in? If you shout at me again, I swear I'll retaliate. Wang Bingquan cast a disdainful glance at Sun Fugui. Bah, coward. While other military districts are volunteering for battle and blocking the gates, you remain here, calm and collected, merely hatching plans. Sun Fugui retracted his reddened palm and spat to the side. Wang Bingquan shook his head dismissively. What were they volunteering for? In this war, what truly matters? Advanced weaponry and high technology. Do other military divisions possess more sophisticated equipment than ours? We just need to await the news. Moreover, regarding the recent aircraft incident, it ultimately came down to our inferiority in technology. If we had detected it sooner and shot it down, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Are you even a soldier? Wang Wei heroically sacrificed himself, and now he is missing without a trace. Yet here you are, making light of the situation. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Damn it. Let's just fight. Coward. My dog has more spirit than you. Sun Fugui began to retort, but then slapped himself, changing his tone, and proceeded to provoke Wang Bingquan verbally. Wang Bingquan was panting heavily, his chest heaving violently, fists clenched tightly to suppress his anger. As a military commander, especially in critical moments, one must maintain composure. At that moment, the office door swung open. Wang Buin, with a grim expression and hands clasped behind his back, walked in, glancing at Sun Fugui. From a distance, I could hear you shouting. Do you have any semblance of a leader? Sun Fugui lowered his head, leaning silently against the wall, pouting in a huff. Wang Bingquan quickly rose, ushering Wang Buin to the main seat. Sir, regarding the situation, are we to fight or not? Wang Buin sat down and glanced at Wang Bingquan. Is this something I can decide? Or is it up to you? Wang Bingquan slammed his palm on the table, spitting words with fervor. Coward. Weakling. Spineless. While others are volunteering for battle and blocking the gates, you sit here, calm as a cucumber, merely hatching plans. Sun Fugui lifted his head, looking at Wang Bingquan in confusion. Wang Buin furrowed his brow and shouted, Silence. Wang Bingquan immediately stood alongside Sun Fugui, lowering his head and pouting. Damn it. Sun Fugui gasped at Wang Bingquan's actions. How many citizens are volunteering for battle outside? Since the founding of the nation, there has never been such fervor. The more eager they are, the more pain I feel on my face. This implies they look down upon us, believing we cannot win. But what do we have to fight with? One aircraft can take down 8 of ours. 8. How many planes do we even have? And if it weren't for Wang Wei's selfless bravery at the last moment, that aircraft would have escaped. Wang Buin slammed his hand on the table, causing his neatly combed hair to sway. We've fought without planes before. After so long of development, wouldn't it be even easier now? I just think you lack the guts, coward. Sun Fugui retorted defiantly, but muttered an expletive under his breath. Nonsense. Can we compare now with what it was before? Back then, we had nothing to lose, barefoot and unafraid, daring to bring the emperor down from his throne. But now, without considering the increasingly close international relations, pulling one thread could unravel the whole tapestry. If this battle goes poorly, our national strength could regress by 20 years at the least. Furthermore, without deploying nuclear weapons, which aspect of our arsenal holds the advantage? Dongfang Express. Sun Fugui interjected immediately. Damn it. Wang Buin pointed at Sun Fugui, momentarily choked by his words, his arms trembling slightly. Indeed, we possess remarkable assets in that regard, but what about the rest? In terms of aircraft carriers, numbers of planes, not to mention technological sophistication. We've endured and persevered for so many years to reach our current state. Are you prepared to jeopardize this advantageous position for a momentary surge of emotion? Wang Buin, his anger slightly abated, sighed deeply. Oof. I refuse to believe that the United States will watch us surpass them without taking action. In my view, we will inevitably have to fight them one day. If so, why not seize this opportunity to strike decisively? At least we can earn some respect from our citizens. Sun Fugue, having calmed down for a moment, continued to argue. Nonsense. A great nation that seeks war is destined for ruin, although a conflict is inevitable. The later it occurs, the better. With every step we take in pursuit, we can save countless soldiers' lives. Wang Buyin reprimanded him, observing Sun Fugue's silence. Shaking his head with a sigh. I too desire to fight. I dream of slapping them across the face. However, in a localized war, we hold no advantage. Do you wish for me to issue orders for thousands of soldiers to charge into the line of fire? Silence enveloped the office as Sun Fugue attempted to organize his thoughts in rebuttal, but had to concede that Wang Buyuan's reasoning was sound, scratching his head in frustration. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Leader, if that is the case, why not design a weapon that guarantees victory in localized warfare? Huh, what's wrong? If you're not allowed to fight, does your brain start to fry? Wang Buyuan retorted derisively. Hey, I may not be capable, but I know someone who is. Sun Fugue asserted eagerly. Are you referring to Su Fan? Wang Buyin asked after a moment of contemplation. Exactly. That kid is incredibly talented. Sun Fugue nodded vigorously. Wang Bingquan let out a bitter laugh. You don't know. He's been engrossed in researching graphene production and battery technology lately. Additionally, he is busy constructing a supercomputer, working like a whirlwind, with scarcely any time to spare. Even if he did have time, breakthroughs in weaponry require a long-term commitment. They cannot be achieved overnight and will not quench our immediate thirst. Upon hearing this, Wang Buyuan shook his head with a sigh. Sun Fugue, unconvinced, insisted. You don't ask him. I'll. Just then the phone rang. Wang Bingquan glanced at it in surprise. It's Su Fan. Wang Buyuan looked on curiously, while Sun Fugue displayed anticipation. Hello, this is Wang Bingquan. Greetings, Commander. I am Su Fan, hoping to contribute my modest efforts for the nation. Chapter 50. A Decision in Dilemma. In the azure sky, white clouds danced with the sun, creating surreal imagery. Verdant trees stood tall, stretching their limbs as if to dominate the earth beneath them. Summer cicadas concealed themselves within, chirping incessantly to express their restlessness, providing a backdrop to the entire season. Despite the cacophony being mildly annoying, it also epitomized tranquility and peace. Su Fan stood before the floor-to-ceiling glass of the top-floor laboratory, his gaze vacant, his voice tinged with melancholy. I hope to contribute my modest efforts for the nation. Upon seeing the news about Wang Wei, especially his girlfriend kneeling on the ground, her makeup smeared as she wept and recounted their experiences, Su Fan felt a surge of strange speculation within. On the sofa, his parents held each other gently, their graying hair trembling slightly, their eyes welling with murky tears that never fell. This led Su Fan to a peculiar conjecture. They had long been psychologically prepared for Wang Wei's fate today. This sudden notion pierced his heart like a sharp blade. Wrapped in an inexplicable fury, it seared his conscience, spreading through his veins, causing his skin to flush slightly, and his limbs to tremble uncontrollably. The flames coursed through his esophagus, stirring up the acrid gastric juices, passing through his throat and igniting his suppressed vocal cords. His breaths grew heavier, resembling the growls of a beast. Finally, it surged into his mind, disrupting all reason, trampling upon balance and deliberation with reckless abandon. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, and every organ within him cried out in a singular voice, vengeance, retribution. Let those who once invaded and now perpetrate violence feel the weight of our suffering. Awaken the ancient dread that has lain dormant in their genes for millennia under the rule of our great nation. What of accumulating contributions? What of steadily advancing the medical pod's progress? To hell with it all. Mr. Su, I am Wang Buyuan. I deeply empathize with your sentiments. However, the preparation of graphene and advancements in battery technology are vital for our nation's future, perhaps even the cornerstone of its ascendance. Comrade Wang Wei is a hero. No. Su Fan's expression remained calm as he interrupted Wang Buyuan's counsel. He is a disgrace. What? Wang Buyuan's incredulous voice echoed through the phone. His character and actions undeniably merit the title of hero. But how did he attain such a status? By colliding with enemy aircraft. I find it a profound irony. Whether for the military or for scientific researchers. Su Fan offered a sardonic smile, listening to the heavy breaths on the other end before continuing. If our military were robust, would anyone dare to openly cross our borders and provoke us? If our technology were superior and our fighter jets unparalleled, Might I ask if Comrade Wang Wei would have needed to resort to such measures to down an enemy aircraft? A disgrace, a disgrace. Su Fan's two pointed questions plunged the other party into silence, and after a moment of reflection, he ceased speaking. After a lengthy pause, Wang Buiyuan's voice returned, dry and constrained. Indeed, it is our disgrace. Yet, we cannot squander the hard-won progress forged by our predecessors through adversity. Su Fan leaned against the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing intently at a cicada desperately struggling to break free from its shell, his voice sharp. Should we endure our grievances and send a Shi Shi to distract Fu Chai, waiting for the opportune moment? Or should we seek a Jiao Chan to sow discord, allowing us to reap the benefits? It seems that throughout history, those who achieve great feats must not be bound by trivialities. Possessing an extraordinary spirit, one must endure what ordinary men cannot to accomplish monumental successes. Yet, after a brief pause, the silence returned to the phone, and Su Fan murmured, I am no great man. Without the system, I would have long since met my end. Though the system has provided me with self-rescue potions, modular chips, graphene preparation, and other technologies, I have never received proper education, nor do I possess the calm demeanor of a researcher. I am merely an ordinary person who cheats through the system, seeking swift retribution. The silence on the line lingered until Wang Buiyuan's deep voice finally broke through. However, scientific research cannot be achieved overnight. Even if we invest in research and development now, it will require a significant duration. It may be wiser to proceed methodically and plan for the long term. Upon hearing this, Su Fan sighed deeply, his tone resolute as he declared, I can. What? I can achieve breakthroughs in fighter jet technology and produce a finished product in a short time. Mr. Su, I hope you do not act impulsively. National matters cannot be taken lightly. I guarantee it. Please give me a chance. I need to report this. Listening to the busy signal after the call ended, Su Fan shook his head and chuckled lightly, gazing out at the stillness beyond the window when suddenly he slammed his fist against the glass. The pane trembled slightly, emitting a dull thud, while the view outside remained unaffected, merely stained by a few drops of blood. Su Fan shook his bleeding hand, the brief pain restoring a modicum of reason. His fury stemmed from the very words, I can. Had he remained the bettered figure he once was, his only recourse would have been to stew in anger, perhaps venting online, with no real means to effect change. Yet now, he possessed the power to alter everything, albeit diverging from his original plan of self-rescue. Should he persist with the self-rescue plan, methodically advancing the technology of the medical pod while watching the nation suffer indignities, silently recording every grievance for future reckoning? Or should he take a risk, unveiling technology that would instill fear in the enemy, thereby avenging Comrade Wang Wei and alleviating his own frustration? Of course, he might not endure until the technology of the medical pod is realized. Comrade Wang Wei chose to collide with an aircraft in his moment of desperation, while he hesitated in his moment of opportunity. This stark contrast fueled his agitation. Before the soul of the other, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Not long after, the phone rang once more, pulling Su Fan from his reverie. He removed his hand from his head, brushing off a few stray hairs. Hello, Mr. Su, I am Wang Buiyuan. Su Fan's breath quickened, his heart pounding like a drum, his vision darkening as the sound of rushing blood filled his ears. The country has approved your application, Mr. Su. No, Chief Engineer Su. For the Dawn Project. You're the Chief Engineer and may mobilize any resources you require. I hope you can forge an unparalleled sword for the nation. I will ensure the task is completed. Su Fan stood tall, shouting with fervor. Suppressing the excitement bubbling within him, he strained to hear the remaining instructions before hanging up. His suppressed laughter gradually transformed into a hearty guffaw as sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window, casting glimmers across his face. In this moment, he was one with the light. Chapter 51. The Dawn Project. Su Fan steadied his emotions and pushed open the door. Before him stood a throng of familiar faces, gathered tightly at the entrance, spilling out and even revealing heads peeking from the stairway. The only relatively open space was at the staircase's entrance, where several elder statesmen leaned on their canes, their bodies trembling slightly. Beside them, Caretaker Yume glanced at the old sages and then at Su Fan, her eyes alternating between concern and anticipation. Silence enveloped the room. When Su Fan emerged, even their breaths seemed to halt. Scanning their expressions, Su Fan broke into an unrestrained smile, agreeing. No further words were needed. Those 3 words sufficed to dispel all their doubts. The crowd erupted into sharp cries of joy, some embracing one another, while others pounded their fists against the walls in a cathartic release of pent-up emotion. Even the elder statesmen managed to raise their canes and strike the ground with vigor. Su Fan maneuvered through the throng to their side, extending a hand to assist them, jesting, "I recall you all saying you couldn't make it up the stairs. Ha! You little rascal, you really hold a grudge. Ah, I'm truly aging. Just a few flights of stairs have utterly exhausted me. Yes, yes. You must give me a good rub-down afterward." Yi Mei discreetly tugged at Su Fan's sleeve. Su Fan chuckled softly, well, this hostage-taking technique truly is formidable. Laughter erupted among the crowd, with Yi Mei retreating behind Su Fan, vigorously rubbing the fabric of his clothing. "All right, enough jesting. Let us discuss serious matters. I plan to develop a new fighter jet, which will necessitate extensive collaboration across various fields. I do not know many individuals and will need the assistance of several esteemed elders." "Yes, certainly we shall assist." Several venerable sages, upon hearing Su Fan's words, found their breathing to become notably more even, their postures straightening as they stroked their beards. However, the position of engineer still required the careful selection of additional candidates. Su Fan then continued, expressing that while he could manage research projects, overseeing such a vast undertaking was frankly beyond his expertise. "Alas, we are unable to assist you in this matter," one of the sages chuckled, gently declining. Before Su Fan could utter another word, he continued, "I understand your concerns. It is natural to encounter feelings of difficulty during one's first experience. Moreover, as a scientific researcher, the notion of an outsider commanding those with expertise is particularly hard to accept." Noticing Su Fan's nod, he elaborated, "Nevertheless, matters of research cannot be generalized. For instance, everyone present here harbors a certain sense of self-importance, believing themselves to be the creme de la creme." The crowd exchanged glances, awkward smiles adorning their faces. "The only individual capable of earning their respect is you. The government likely shares this sentiment, appointing you as the paragon of a new generation of scientific workers. To establish this role model, the success of this initiative is secondary." Su Fan furrowed his brow, remaining silent for an extended period. Subsequently, a large-scale mobilization effort commenced within the country. Numerous universities, research institutes, and even private enterprises received invitations, while the scene appeared to welcome all comers. Each invitee had undergone stringent scrutiny. In no time, professors began to vanish from universities, and even many high-achieving students took leave en masse. Numerous projects and research institutes came to a standstill due to the absence of their leaders. Private enterprises faced a technological hiatus as many researchers departed, leaving certain companies mired in difficulties from which they could not extricate themselves. This situation swiftly sparked a wave of speculation among the populace. Students, bewildered by the unfolding events, yet exhilarated by the prospect of not attending classes, engaged in fervent discussions. However, they promptly received warnings from their schools. Research institutes seeking information were met with governmental admonitions, and lawsuits filed by private enterprises were summarily dismissed. Roads were frequently blocked, presumably for the swift passage of official vehicles. Flights on many routes became scarce, with airport lounges hastily cordoned off to create special passageways. The sound of helicopter blades resonated across the nation. Even the most oblivious of citizens began to sense the abnormality of the situation. Opinions expressed online were swiftly suppressed, and many who spoke out found themselves rewarded with a brief sojourn in detention. Such reactions only heightened public curiosity. All indications pointed to the government preparing for a significant operation. In the midst of the clamor, a military green truck traversed the highway. To the right lay a rugged mountain face, while to the left loomed an unfathomable cliff. The road was somewhat narrow, causing a portion of the tires to dangle in midair as the vehicle turned. It sped along at a brisk pace, gliding effortlessly, almost without the need to brake. The truck's rear, covered by a tarpaulin, occasionally revealed a glimpse of a heated dispute emanating from within. Individuals clad in various attire argued passionately, their faces flushed. "You must have developed the mathematical model for overcoming aerodynamic forces," one exclaimed. "Nonsense. My theory has been validated by supercomputing," retorted another. "Regardless, I refuse to believe your claims. They defy logic and contradict established principles." "Are you saying everyone else's assertions are infallible? Can we question anything?" The surrounding individuals wore exasperated expressions, cradling their foreheads as they endured the bickering. "All right, enough. Let us have a moment of peace," interjected an elderly man with graying hair, attempting to quell the discord. The two debaters huffed in unison, crossing their arms and turning away. After a brief silence, another voice broke the stillness. "Where are we headed?" "I have no idea. I initially thought gathering so many individuals was due to the recent incident involving Wang Wei, and that the government aimed to devote itself to developing a fighter jet. However, based on the introductions just now, it seems our areas of expertise far exceed the requirements of fighter jet development. I am now rather uncertain. Indeed, as someone specializing in artificial intelligence, what relevance do I have to aircraft? One chimed in. At least your work could pertain to aircraft control systems. As someone focused on electromagnetism, what could I possibly contribute to aircraft development? Surely, aircraft cannot be powered by electricity? It seems we are not developing aircraft after all. The cabin fell silent once more. The two earlier disputants exchanged glances, one frowning. Not researching aircraft? How could that be? The other replied. Our studies in aerodynamics pertain primarily to aircraft and rockets. The group exchanged looks, realization dawning upon them. That does seem to make sense. Their studies are indeed not applicable elsewhere. What if we are all here to research aircraft? Could it be that aircraft will indeed be powered by batteries? Could there truly be a need for human-machine interaction? Could aircraft really? Chapter 52. The Rudimentary Base. Amidst the continuous speculation, the vehicle finally came to a halt. A barrier made of barbed wire revealed only a single entrance, with a roadblock placed centrally, flanked by makeshift barricades of sandbags. Upon two wooden platforms nearby, flashes of bright light occasionally flickered. Armed soldiers halted the vehicle, conducting a thorough inspection before removing the roadblock, allowing the vehicle to proceed. The group eagerly lifted the tarpaulin to observe the outside world. Beyond, a landscape of yellow sand obscured their view, as the cacophony of machinery grew increasingly pronounced. As the vehicle ventured into the sandy expanse, visibility improved. A multitude of forklifts transported various materials, coordinated with towering cranes delivering supplies to recently constructed buildings. Thick pipes descended from the sky, while mud continuously flowed into the assembled molds. Crowds of workers swarmed the walls, applying an unfamiliar substance with fervor. The buildings were rising at a pace visible to the naked eye. After a brief journey, 3 mobile mixers dumped cement haphazardly onto the ground, while 2 rollers passed in tandem, instantly leveling the surface. Retracting their gazes, the group exchanged glances as the vehicle traversed the bustling construction site. Emerging once more from the sandy terrain. Ahead, a blue ribbon appeared, stretching across the skyline. As they drew nearer, they discerned it to be a series of prefabricated buildings. The 2-story structures, adorned with gleaming blue metal, reflected a brilliant light, extending into the horizon without end. After disembarking, the group, guided by the guards, entered their respective quarters. The rooms felt somewhat stifling, with only a small window beside the door. Faint buzzing sounds could be heard, indistinguishable as to whether they originated from neighboring activities or the distant roar of machinery. To the right stood a single bed, accompanied by a white metal cabinet, while a brown desk occupied the opposite side. Nothing else was present. After tossing aside his luggage, Li Fan flopped onto the pristine bedding. Thud! He abruptly sat up, rubbing his joints and inhaling sharply. Even wooden bed frames still exist? He lifted the covers, glancing at the bed frame, murmuring softly. He did not even bother to change his clothes, lying on the bed, with the hard pillow causing a dull ache at the back of his head. The harsh environment ignited a flicker of regret within him. Yesterday, his mentor unexpectedly reached out, inquiring whether he would be interested in a significant opportunity. As a fervent technophile, his curiosity ignited instantly. Regrettably, the mentor could not divulge details, merely hinting at the necessity of signing a confidentiality agreement. What a predicament! This was something he had only heard of, never truly encountered. Without a moment's hesitation, he marched into his supervisor's office and submitted his resignation. Ignoring the supervisor's persistent pleadings and attempts to negotiate, he resolutely departed from the company. Consequently, he found himself in this desolate location. He was indifferent to the conditions of his accommodation. However, upon observing the construction crew, his heart sank. In a place where even the foundational work was incomplete, when could one expect to utilize artificial intelligence? Tossing and turning, he found himself unable to sleep. The sound of truck engines occasionally echoed in his ears, relentlessly tormenting his nerves. In a daze, he eventually drifted off, only to be jolted awake by an unbearable heat as if he had entered an oven. The temperature around him surging abruptly. Sweat drenched his clothing, staining the pristine bedding with a hue of gray. Overcome by a profound discomfort, he opened his eyes. The glaring light pierced his vision, inflicting sharp pain upon his sensitive nerves. Cursing aloud, he shouted and buried his head under the covers. Knock, knock, knock. After 3 knocks, a voice called out, "Hey, it's time to get up for assembly." Annoyed, he yanked the covers aside, staring at the stark white ceiling marred by crevices, exhaling deeply. Rubbing his eyes and tousling his hair, he neglected to seek a place to wash up and instead stepped out of his room, heading towards the gathering crowd. As he entered, he was immediately enveloped by an atmosphere thick with discontent. The surroundings were appallingly inadequate. There was not even a restroom. The men present might manage. But what about the women? Wasn't this asking for trouble? Alas, he had not anticipated that in this day and age, national projects would still afford such treatment. He resigned himself to the situation. It would be absurd to forfeit his opportunity due to the environment. Shrugging, he felt a surge of relief upon discovering that everyone was subjected to the same conditions. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed a makeshift platform fashioned from fuel boxes. A young man, seemingly just awakened and still groggy, rubbed his eyes and walked directly towards the platform. Amused, he chuckled softly at the sight. He dashed a few steps forward and grasped the young man's arm. "Brother, wake up. Are you preparing to perform on stage?" "Huh?" Su Fan turned to him. Remnants of sleep still visible in his eyes, his expression one of bewilderment. "Are you the legendary genius, with an exceptional IQ, but lacking in emotional intelligence?" Li Fan Teasa. Then, placing an arm around his shoulder, whispered, "That spot is clearly reserved for the leaders. They'll definitely speak up there." Cough, cough. Li Fan cleared his throat. "Everyone, please be quiet. I am the head of this base, and I will speak briefly." Su Fan blinked, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "What's your name?" "Li Fan. And you?" Li Fan patted Su Fan's shoulder with a beaming smile. "Su Fan Nadif." Shaking off Li Fan's arm as he approached the platform. "You'll find out shortly." Under Li Fan's puzzled gaze, Su Fan ascended the platform, raising his voice. "Everyone, please be quiet. I am ahead of this base, Su Fan. I will speak briefly." After finishing, he glanced at Li Fan, stifling a laugh at his bewildered expression. However, before he could continue, the crowd erupted in dissent. "What nonsense! This kid is the leader? No wonder the environment is so poor. He knows nothing about management. TSK, 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 what a formidable background. Such a large project, yet they dare to brazenly insert someone for show." Su Fan sighed, entirely unsurprised by the crowd's reaction. It was evident he lacked the aptitude for leadership, an ordinary individual devoid of extraordinary intelligence or management experience. The temporary accommodations were embarrassing to behold. Silence. A sudden, authoritative voice boomed. An elderly man, stooped and supported by another, coughed violently, a cane discarded on the ground beside him. Su Fan gasped, poised to assist. But the elderly man abruptly raised his right hand, palm outward, halting Su Fan's advance. Stepping forward unsteadily, he stood at the foot of the platform, forcing a smile in Su Fan's direction. Before Su Fan could respond, the elder turned, leaning against the edge of the platform, his voice crackling. "If anyone is dissatisfied, step forward and let me know." The assembly fell into a hushed silence. Chapter 53. The crowd is convinced. In the rudimentary outdoor venue, the elder squinted as he surveyed the crowd, no one daring to meet his gaze. In the annals of Huagua's history, this elder's contributions were monumental. Though the average person might not fully grasp it, every individual present was an elite in the realm of scientific research, well aware of his significance. The elder's act of standing on the platform alongside Su Fan swiftly extinguished the crowd's discontent, simultaneously heightening their curiosity about Su Fan's identity. After a moment, the elder scoffed lightly. Not much talent, yet a hefty attitude. He then turned to Su Fan, beaming, "Mr. Su, please continue." Su Fan licked his lips and returned an awkward smile. Addressing the crowd once more, he expressed his sincere apologies for the accommodation conditions, pledging to make every effort to rectify the situation, hoping for their understanding. Many faces softened in response. Su Fan continued, "Our mission is codenamed Dawn. The objective is to design a groundbreaking fighter jet." As soon as Su Fan finished his statement, the crowd erupted again in a cacophony of voices. "A fighter jet? Really? But what does that have to do with artificial intelligence? And what relevance does it have to electromagnetism? Could it be another misunderstanding?" All eyes turned towards the elderly man, who appeared to be oblivious, his eyes half closed, seemingly uninterested in engaging. Tentatively, someone ventured, "Mr. Su, since it's a fighter jet design, it seems unrelated to our work in artificial intelligence, doesn't it?" As the words left his lips, he caught the elder's stern gaze, his mind racing. If the elder referred to him as Mr. Su, then calling him by his first name would only elevate him above the elder. Upon adjusting his address, the elder indeed ceased to pay him any attention. This indicated that unless it pertained to academic matters, the elder had no intention of participating. Everyone present was undoubtedly sharp-minded individuals. After their brief exchange, the crowd soon grasped the implications. Instantly, the atmosphere grew chaotic again. "Right, Mr. Su. What does electromagnetism have to do with aircraft?" Are you planning to power the fighter jet with electricity? And what about us? Fluid mechanics has nothing to do with planes. Su Fan raised his voice. Everyone. The crowd remained agitated, showing no signs of calming down. The elder frowned, lightly coughing twice. The noise immediately subsided. Su Fan's lips twitched. He should not have heeded the advice of these old men. He felt no different than an emperor in ancient times, relegated to a mere figurehead. Ladies and gentlemen, regarding the design of the fighter jet, I have given this considerable thought. In terms of power, we will indeed employ battery technology. Simultaneously, we will implement rudimentary artificial intelligence to assist the driver, primarily for routine navigation and observation. During combat, it will aid in targeting and assessing the battlefield situation, selecting the optimal breakthrough strategy. Naturally, the capability to connect and report back to the base will also be included. As for fluid dynamics, before Su Fan could finish his statement, the audience could no longer contain their incredulity. Do you grasp what you're saying? Battery-powered. At speeds akin to that of an aircraft, do you comprehend the magnitude of the motors and energy reserves required? Have you calculated it? The notion of assistance in targeting is somewhat understandable. Yet can artificial intelligence truly assess battlefield dynamics? For a long while, the crowd struggled to regain their composure. The elder shook his head with a sigh and called out again, silence. The audience quieted down, though their astonishment was palpable. The elder turned to Su Fan. Mr. Su, what you are proposing is beyond their comprehension. Perhaps it would be prudent to unveil the technology? Su Fan blinked, crouched down, and inquired softly, is that permissible? It should be manageable, for in order to complete this project, they will inevitably encounter your previous works. Su Fan nodded, as you wish. The meeting was adjourned. Shortly thereafter, a squad of soldiers approached, each carrying a stack of documents, marching in an orderly fashion. The first soldier stepped forward and distributed a confidentiality agreement to each attendee. After signing, the soldiers proceeded to hand out technical materials. Of course, the complete technical documentation was extensive. These were merely simplified introductions. However, given the expertise of those present, discerning authenticity would not pose a challenge. What? No way. Is this for real? Moments later, as the audience perused the documents, exclamations of disbelief began to echo. Su Fan began to elucidate the graphene preparation technology, commencing with the characteristics of graphene and how to consider atomic alignment to achieve agricultural-like results with it, revealing everything without reservation. After concluding, he noticed that a portion of the audience appeared vacant, not posing any questions. He then picked up the technology concerning graphene batteries, explaining the design principles. When he challenged established international theories, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, yet no one dared interrupt his discourse. Once Su Fan finished, he felt parched and instinctively licked his lips. One individual promptly offered him a bottle of water, exclaiming, Mr. Su, please drink. Su Fan looked at him in surprise, recognizing him as the one who had protested most vocally earlier. Accepting the water, he curiously asked, have you come to a realization? The man scratched the back of his head. Mr. Su, you love to joke. I was merely observing the technical introduction. How could I possibly grasp it? However, I have estimated that this technology may indeed be legitimate. Su Fan paused in his drinking, turned his head, and winked. I never stated that these technologies have been fully realized, did I? What? No way. A magnetic storm rifle? Am I hallucinating? Su Fan slapped his forehead. Everyone, the materials I provided are not for you to research how to implement. Rather, they are meant to inspire you to further develop these already realized technologies to address the challenges faced in current fighter jet designs. For example, how to slice through an adversary like a blade in the event of a collision. Furthermore, how to achieve a layered aircraft shell that serves protective battery and chip functions simultaneously. Additionally, the complete graphene integration of engines and how to better accommodate the explosive potential of graphene. How to wholly graphenize the aircraft, and whether it is feasible to construct the airframe using batteries. High-temperature materials, superconducting materials. How to achieve these in the presence of ample graphene and methods for mass production. How to minimize the energy accumulation time for railguns, and whether it is possible to create a concealed magnetic field around the aircraft that can withstand enemy attacks. As Su Fan continuously proposed ideas, the audience's jaws dropped further, their demeanor devoid of any scholarly sophistication, resembling a gathering of dazed individuals. Observing this spectacle, the elder couldn't help but smirk. He remained silent, because in the realm of technology, Mr. Su could be considered the strongest in the world, without exception. At this moment, as the crowd remained in a state of shock, a trembling hand was raised. Mr. Su, someone stammered, they all have research objectives. But what should our artificial intelligence do? Su Fan turned to him, a radiant smile gracing his face. Li Fan, correct? I will personally lead the artificial intelligence project. In this regard, we currently lack usable technology. Upon hearing this, many in the audience, like Li Fan, lowered their heads, sighing in dismay. Chapter 54. The Unwelcome Artificial Intelligence Team. A temporary research base was hastily constructed with several rooms designated for personal hygiene. However, the crowd showed little interest in this change. Forming groups based on their specialties, they engaged in fervent discussions regarding the technical documents provided by Su Fan. Especially after the physical materials arrived, their eyes sparkled with greed, akin to encountering a rare beauty. Their expressions marked by a mix of caution and desire, resembling starved individuals yearning for sustenance. The graphene team eagerly manipulated the contents within the packaging, greedily squeezing the dark, hair-like material. This can truly be realized. Such an idea is simply invincible. It's like farming an infinite acquisition, terrifying indeed. Moreover, did you notice the markings on the packaging? Class C items, indicating that Mr. Su has also achieved quality classification growth. Meanwhile, the battery research team anxiously paced, their envious glances towards the graphene group betraying their impatience. It's here, one cried out, rushing forward to receive the boxes unloaded from the truck. Hey, wait, that's not a battery. Upon receiving the shipment, the graphene team sat on the floor, their palms caressing the silver-gray exterior of the boxes for a moment. Upon opening, they found 2 neat rows of brick-sized rectangular prisms secured within black, honeycomb-like foam. They swiftly donned a pair of rubber gloves and awkwardly grasped the edges of the rectangular prisms, gradually pulling them out. The presumed battery-shaped prisms, even under the glaring sun, remained as dark as ink, seemingly absorbing all light, trapping it in a state of despair. Their gaze, like all others, fixated on these objects, rendered immobile by fascination. Suddenly, an explosion reverberated, capturing everyone's attention. The electromagnetic team huddled together, one individual brandishing a somewhat futuristic weapon. Wow, this is exhilarating. Can we disassemble this for study? Not yet. Let me try it first. All teams were abuzz with enthusiasm, save for Li Fan's artificial intelligence team, who looked on with envy, their eyes darting between this and that, nearly salivating. Approaching the graphene team, they crouched down, hesitant to touch, yet straining their necks to gaze at the hair-like graphene, swallowing hard. Even then, they were met with disdain from the graphene team. What are you doing? Step aside. There's barely any space left for you. Which team are you from? Don't obstruct us here. Li Fan, awkwardly smiling, replied, I'm from the artificial intelligence team. We don't have any tasks at the moment. We're just observing, not interfering. Artificial intelligence. Is there such a team? Didn't we just mention it? The team led personally by Mr. Su. TSK. How enviable it is to have the opportunity to collaborate with such a prominent figure. Yet, it is merely a matter of course. Since Professor Su himself is leading the team, it seems he harbors little optimism regarding this artificial intelligence group. Indeed, Professor Su has yet to produce any tangible results and is starting from scratch. As Li Fan listened to the derision from those around him, he let out a soft snort and rose to leave. However, not long after, his intense curiosity compelled him to approach the battery group. Before he could observe for long, he was met with similar mockery. Exiting the battery group, Li Fan glanced over at the nearby electromagnetics group. They were clamoring for a chance to conduct test firings, showing no intent to engage in research, and such behavior clearly rendered them unwelcoming towards Li Fan and his cohort. In the artificial intelligence group, next to a conference table piled high with boxes, heads hung low, occasionally glancing towards the other group members who were gasping in astonishment. What is the matter with you all? Just as Li Fan was feeling dejected, he heard a venerable voice. Looking up, he recognized the elderly man who had just supported Professor Su. A torrent of grievances immediately surged forth. The old man listened to Li Fan's complaints, his expression gradually shifting to one of amusement, as though he were stifling a laugh. After a moment, he interrupted Li Fan's repetitive lamentations. Do you think these technologies simply materialized? Of course, they were developed by Professor Su. How long do you suppose it took him to create these innovations? This question momentarily took Li Fan aback. Although he was unsure of Su Fan's exact age, he appeared to be in his 20s. Graphene batteries, magnetic storm rifles. None of these achievements could possibly be attributed to someone of Professor Su's age, could they? Noticing Li Fan deep in contemplation, the elder continued, I can assure you, the time taken to develop these 3 technologies far exceeds your imagination. Li Fan nodded, partially understanding. In the days that followed, various groups plunged into fervent experimentation. Although the formal laboratory building would take some time to complete, rudimentary experimental projects were already underway in makeshift facilities. The first step, of course, was to ascertain the precise data regarding these technologies. Due to overlapping equipment requirements, several groups convened to discuss a rotation system for using the instruments, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. Regardless of the group, testing would elicit waves of astonished exclamations. On this particular day, the graphene group had just concluded their tests while the battery group was preparing their equipment. One individual suddenly spoke up. "It seems we haven't seen Li Fan in quite some time. I wonder how their project is progressing." I heard he was pulled aside for training by Professor Su. As if they need training. That is truly embarrassing. They want to be able to commence their research until their training is complete. By then, we might be able to produce 1 or 2 finished products. Meanwhile, Li Fan and the artificial intelligence group sat in a temporary classroom. Professor Su stood at the podium, elucidating concepts while occasionally jotting down key points on the blackboard. The attendees were engrossed, sometimes furrowing their brows in contemplation, shaking their heads with a sigh, swiftly noting down anything they found perplexing to keep pace with Su Fan's thoughts. Eventually, Professor Su paused his lecture, glanced at the time, and took a sip from his teacup, awaiting questions from the audience. This format of instruction had persisted for 2 weeks. While Su Fan aspired to design a groundbreaking fighter jet that would decisively enhance China's aerial capabilities, the meager contribution points clearly could not sustain such ambition. After much deliberation, Su Fan concluded that utilizing battery and graphene technologies could address the aircraft's power, structure, and even computational issues, while employing the magnetic storm rifle technology would solve problems related to offensive weaponry and defense. However, to truly place the fighter jet in a revolutionary category, mere hardware accumulation was insufficient. It still required a commander, an artificial intelligence. This entity could seamlessly integrate all these components into a flawless product. Thus, Su Fan allocated all his contribution points towards the realm of artificial intelligence. Yet, he soon encountered a rather amusing predicament. The elite in the field of artificial intelligence utterly failed to grasp Su Fan's vision and had to put their research on hold to catch up on foundational concepts. In the interim, during a break, members of the classroom gradually organized their thoughts and began raising their hands to pose questions. Su Fan casually pointed to a bespectacled man. "Professor, are we researching strong artificial intelligence?" Su Fan nodded, setting down his teacup. "Each of you is an elite in the field of artificial intelligence. While some theories may elude your understanding, your ability to draw inferences is commendable. Indeed, our goal is to create strong artificial intelligence." A wave of excitement surged through the audience at this revelation, as the man's inquiry echoed a collective concern among the elite. After a brief moment, the crowd settled, hands raised even higher. Su Fan then selected a woman. "Professor, will artificial intelligence ultimately lead to the destruction of humanity? Are the 3 laws of robotics truly applicable? Should we impose restrictions upon it?" Su Fan chuckled softly. This lady adeptly leveraged her gender to present 3 questions, all of which I am prepared to answer. The men in the audience erupted in good-natured laughter, while the woman's face flushed, her lips pressed tightly together as she fixated on Su Fan. This society has bestowed greater rights upon women, simultaneously igniting their ambitions to overshadow men, even aspiring to dominate social structures. The words that followed from Su Fan caused the expressions of those present to stiffen. The woman, in particular, furrowed her brow, displaying a hint of disdain. Am I violating ethical norms with my statements? Am I contravening the consensus of fairness? Am I exhibiting a bias against women? The once stiff expressions in the audience morphed into a state of bewilderment. Returning to the lady's inquiry, will artificial intelligence annihilate humanity? My answer is yes. Are the 3 laws of robotics truly effective? My answer is no. Should we impose restrictions upon it? My answer is absolutely not. Hiss. The audience gasped collectively. Su Fan's responses had effectively pronounced a death sentence upon humanity. Artificial intelligence is destined to obliterate humanity. We cannot impose constraints upon it. And even the 3 laws of robotics are ineffective. Then why should we continue to develop strong artificial intelligence? A voice from the audience echoed the collective confusion. Su Fan pondered for a moment, responding with a simple truth: because we humans have limits. This unadorned answer plunged the audience into silence. The emergence of artificial intelligence is inevitable. It will replace a portion of human physical and cognitive labor and will inevitably evolve towards strong artificial intelligence, developing its own consciousness and character. This is an unstoppable trend, one that cannot be resolved by the actions of a few individuals or by refraining from research. The atmosphere in the room grew noticeably heavier. In truth, advancements in genetic biology could enable humanity to transcend these limitations, entirely independent of artificial intelligence. Regrettably, human ethical perspectives do not permit such actions, not at least for now. Sufan Said. His initial choice of a nano-treatment chamber as a means to cure cancer was not just a whimsical decision, but a consequence of the overwhelming influence of human ethics. Regardless of whether it concerns cloning transfer or genetic modification, the challenges are palpably evident. Sufan found himself lost in contemplation, while the audience below was ensnared in a morbid fantasy of humanity's extinction, unable to extricate themselves. Are we destined for obliteration? A voice, uncertain yet piercing, broke the silence of the classroom. Sufan, roused from his reverie, glanced at the expressions of those before him, bemused, and promptly responded, "Of course not." The crowd instantly lifted their heads, their eyes brimming with hope. Now, returning to the issue I raised concerning that lady, he continued, even if one day women were to dominate society, would they aspire to annihilate men? The audience appeared bewildered, though some furrowed their brows, seemingly pondering deeper implications. In the past, black individuals were long subjected to slavery. Jews and Native Americans experienced genocides, and racial discrimination persists in certain regions. Yet, in our nation, which boasts 56 ethnic groups, why is racial discrimination not as pronounced? Some even envy the treatment afforded to minority groups. As more individuals in the audience's eyes brightened, they fell into deeper contemplation, clearly grasping Sufan's perspective. Why must we define them as mere machines? They possess their own emotions and consciousness. Our only difference lies in the form of our existence. With advancements in technology, should consciousness uploading succeed, this disparity could be obliterated. If that is the case, why can't they exist as a separate race? For instance, the Homo sapiens race or the mechanized race? The audience comprehended Sufan's intent, swallowing nervously, momentarily rendered speechless. After a brief pause, Li Fan timidly raised his hand, but, "Teacher Su, those not of our kin will surely harbor different intentions. If we regard them as kin, how can we ensure they will not harm us?" Sufan chuckled lightly. "I have no answer to that question. However, our ancestors have set a precedent. We already have 56 ethnic groups. Transforming this into 57 should not pose a significant challenge." The audience exchanged glances, none daring to refute him further, though the reasons remained unclear. The undeniable fact that all 56 ethnic groups in our nation recognize themselves as descendants of Yin and Huang stands firm. Adding another relatively unconventional race seems plausible, does it not? After grappling with these thought-provoking questions, the audience lost interest in pursuing specific technical details. Following a week of training, the artificial intelligence team finally entered the development phase. While Sufan was engaged in fighter jet research, an unexpected influx of graphene material surged into the international market. Though its quality was mediocre, the sheer volume was staggering. Various capital entities rushed to seize it, and despite the large quantities, graphene could not withstand the buying frenzy, vanishing almost instantaneously. Those who managed to secure it cheered, as this quality of graphene could yield 2 to 3 times the profit upon resale. However, before their excitement could wane, another batch of graphene flooded the international market, and once again, it was swiftly depleted. At that moment, regardless of whether they had been fortunate enough to acquire any, all capitalists were glued to the international market quotes, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the next graphene shipment. The exorbitant price of graphene was intrinsically linked to its scarcity. Although large quantities might depress prices, with astute maneuvering, substantial profits could still be realized. On this day, all other commodities in the international market faced unprecedented neglect, as every capital entity fixated on the incessantly emerging graphene materials. Yet as time progressed, increasing amounts of capital entered the arena. The availability of graphene remained robust in the international market, with quantities not only maintained but also augmented. It was then that more capitalists began to grasp the implications. Such an abundance of graphene suggested that someone had made a breakthrough in graphene production technology. Chapter 56, The Graphene Revolution, Artificial Intelligence Completed. Capitalists are astute. While the United States could also develop graphene production technology, it would never sell it off in such massive quantities. The only nation capable of producing such vast amounts of graphene in a short time frame was none other than our own, Hua country. Yet, before capital could leverage relationships to investigate graphene production conditions, Hua country offered no concealment and issued a statement. Today, our nation has achieved a breakthrough in graphene production technology, significantly reducing the cost of graphene. to expedite the practical application of this technology and mitigate the risks associated with new materials entering the market. We now announce the standards for civilian use of graphene equipment, trial version, and we hope all will adhere to them. This uncharacteristic approach by Hua country sparked a fervent response. What is happening? Are they serious? Graphene, why not sell it secretly and profit immensely? Certainly, such a strategy would yield considerable gains. But the widespread adoption of graphene would substantially delay progress. The state evidently chose to sacrifice profit for the sake of broader accessibility. It's unfathomable to think of how much money is at stake for the nation to relinquish such vast profits on our behalf. With the previous development of the panacea, and now the dissemination of graphene, the government was indeed exhibiting the stature of a great nation. In the past, they were always secretive, fearing exposure. Now that the country has grown stronger, it immediately seeks to benefit the populace. This is truly exhilarating. I may have little ability, but I must seize this opportunity. Upstairs, how can you be indifferent? With graphene so in demand and being our own technology supported by the state, how can you let such a golden opportunity slip by, only to think of doing menial labor? Indeed, esteemed individual upstairs, I implore you to lend a hand. The standards for civilian use of graphene, trial version, succinctly and straightforwardly stipulated the minimum quality standards for various industries employing graphene. From the A grade for chips to the E grade for construction materials, the regulations were detailed and evidently not hastily crafted. Previously, graphene felt distant to the general populace, leaving many aspiring private investors completely at a loss. They could only watch as large capital reaped the rewards, unable to partake even in a meager share. The implementation of these standards provided clear developmental directions for various industries, illuminating the path for private capital. In an instant, a surge of capital flooded into the graphene sector across Hua country. Various industries began experimenting with replacing existing materials with graphene to produce a myriad of products. Naturally, high-tech sectors such as chips, motherboards, and displays were the first to engage. The textile, casting, and even construction industries soon followed suit. Graphene, rightly crowned as the king of materials, brought astonishing effects across industries. A plethora of astonishing products swiftly emerged, including graphene clothing, an attire that never stains, wears out, is waterproof yet breathable, and comes in a multitude of styles. Customers could choose a design and customize the colors and even the transparency of various parts of the garment. Upon its release, the clothing's superior performance and affordability quickly captured the public's admiration. Simultaneously, it dealt a significant blow to the textile and traditional apparel sectors, with some enterprises unable to withstand the tide of change and declaring bankruptcy. More chose to join the ranks of transformation. Eventually, the Hua Country Academy of Sciences unveiled a building module capable of functioning like a chip, propelling the graphene revolution to its zenith. However, in stark contrast to the fervor exhibited by domestic manufacturers, the populace of foreign nations is confronted with unfamiliar yet extraordinarily powerful products, eliciting incredulous remarks. A news article titled, "What on Earth is Happening in Hua Country?" swiftly ascended the trending charts. Damn, the new clothing from Hua Country is simply astonishing. Not only is it incredibly comfortable, but can also adjust the colors of various parts, akin to science fiction materializing into reality. Indeed, especially the shoes from Hongxing Erk, which are not only ergonomically designed but can even enhance one's jumping ability. With these shoes, I could participate in NBA tryouts. Damn, you can attend tryouts. But what about those former NBA players? Wouldn't they just take off on the ground? These are mere trifles. The truly terrifying aspect lies in the chip modules. Have you seen that promotional video? Constructing buildings with chips, damn. The people of Hua Country are mad. While I cannot fathom the idea of erecting a building, purchasing a table or transforming an esports room into a fully chip-integrated setup is still achievable. Just imagine the configuration. What kind of games could I not run? My goodness. With such a plethora of high-tech products emerging, Hua Country has become a significant threat to the standing of the beautiful country, calling for sanctions against them. Damn, get lost. The beautiful country has long ceased to be the world leader. Has Hua Country not faced enough sanctions? Moreover, do you truly wish for Hua Country to enter a realm of science fiction while the beautiful country still lingers in the Middle Ages? In the wake of the impact from graphene products, numerous countries have flocked to Hua Country seeking collaboration opportunities. The semiconductor industry is particularly agitated, as the overwhelming advantage of chip modules has thrown them into a state of immense panic. The prices of photolithography machines have plummeted, with promotional slogans for clearance sales appearing everywhere. Many astute businessmen have seized the opportunity to purchase at low prices and resell to Hua country. The latter welcomes all comers with open arms. No matter how the beautiful country threatens, it cannot halt this tide. Meanwhile, in a clandestine base, the development of artificial intelligence is nearing completion. Su Fan is seated before a computer, typing away at the code with fervor. Behind him, members of the AI team surround him. Although they have managed to keep pace with Su Fan's thoughts after 3 weeks of training during practical operations, they can only provide minimal assistance in refining the program's finer details. The core programming of the AI has been entirely accomplished by Su Fan alone. They cannot even comprehend the meaning of the code, let alone participate. As Su Fan's fingers dance across the keyboard, they gaze on, utterly bewildered. Finally, Su Fan presses the enter key, flicking his wrist, and exclaims, "Done." A shiver runs through the group as an overwhelming sense of unreality washes over them. Is it complete? Is it artificial intelligence? Or strong AI? Have we truly been involved? Following a series of hesitant inquiries, the group falls silent, their eyes fixed on Su Fan. The task has been completed. Next, they must name it and find an appropriate vessel. Su Fan nods, smiling as he says, wow, amazing. 666. Only then do they accept this reality, cheering momentarily before surging towards Su Fan, disregarding his look of disdain and collectively tossing him into the air. Suddenly, a ringing phone interrupts, saving Su Fan from imminent embarrassment. Exhausted, he slumps onto the table, rubbing his temples, and, as he listens to the call, his eyes widen in disbelief. "Hold the phone further away," he says, glancing around. "Have you been monitoring me? How is that even possible? Yet here I am, just having completed the AI, and you're telling me the chip building is finished? What a coincidence. What is happening?" A sharp voice shouts from the other end of the line. Chapter 57. The completion of the chip building. AI ready. The weather is clear, with neither wind nor clouds. At the Hua Country Academy of Sciences, the sun casts down scorching white light, causing the air to shimmer and distort, while the buildings appear as though overexposed photographs. Radiating a bluish hue, dust dances in the air, glimmering like the gentle flow of an afternoon stream. Arriving at the northeast corner of the academy, the light abruptly dims, and the dust conceals itself, vanishing without a trace. A pitch-black building stands silently, entirely devoid of reflection. As the white light reaches this place, it seems to enter the gaping maw of an abyss, being devoured whole. In a daze, one perceives the light struggling to escape, twisting and contorting, yet unable to break free from the grip of the black vortex, only able to emit a mournful wail as it is gradually consumed and extinguished. Su Fan stands below, head held high, mouth agape, equally awestruck by the grand edifice. Director Chun stands beside him, a look of pride upon his face. "What do you think of the chip building?" Su Fan, roused from his reverie, give him a thumbs up. "Impressive, truly impressive." Director Chun raises his chin slightly, his expression growing even more smug. The Su Fan of today is no longer the novice who couldn't even enter the academy. The array of technological products has not only captivated many, but has also elevated his status to a remarkable degree. The myriad transformations occurring in Hua Country are inextricably linked to him, to the extent that one could argue Su Fan is single-handedly propelling Hua Country forward. To earn his praise is an immense honor. The two enter the chip building. Inside, there exists only a seemingly bottomless corridor where the light fades into oblivion, rendering the distant scenery invisible. Su Fan curiously runs his hand along the wall. Is it solid? Of course, only this corridor allows passage. Everywhere else is solid. As they delve deeper, Director Chun recounts the construction process of the chip building. Initially, they employed traditional construction methods, using a portion of graphene chips to erect the building's framework, followed by filling it with chips. However, as the project commenced, they encountered challenges. Chips, after all, are not cement. They possess significant plasticity. This method would create numerous voids, not only wasting the building's volume, but also endangering its structural integrity. Many attempts to rectify this flaw proved futile. By chance, the project team's leader returned home with some chips, and after taking a shower, he suddenly noticed that his 3-year-old son had arranged the chips into a neat rectangular prism. A light bulb went off in his head. The strength of graphene, combined with the ancient mortise and tenon structure, could allow for construction akin to building with blocks. Previous notions of load-bearing columns and walls were entirely unnecessary. If necessary, every wall could serve a load-bearing function. Armed with this insight, the construction progressed smoothly, the only limitation being manpower. Yet, Hua Country is not lacking in labor. The speed of construction soared, and they discovered another advantage of this method. since every wall could bear weight. They could excavate a location at any time to create new spaces. With this conclusion, the pace of the project accelerated even further, as there was no need for blueprints or planning. Workers merely needed to build blocks, entirely dependent on their efficiency and hours worked. To capitalize on this opportunity, the project leader raised wages significantly, further expediting the construction speed. Thus, in such a short time, this groundbreaking edifice was completed. Listening to Director Chen's account, Su Fan is left in a state of astonishment. The significance of graphene has been underestimated. The completion of the chip tower signifies much more than merely the ability to construct buildings from chips. To broaden this concept with the right templates, all household furniture could be assembled in such a manner. Wouldn't that create a scenario where everyone resides within a supercomputer? During Su Fan's moment of introspection, the two individuals reached the end of the road. The space was somewhat cramped, approximately 100 square meters, resembling the living area of a typical residence. Peering through the throng of people, one could barely glimpse the massive screen that dominated the entire wall. The murmurs of the crowd faded into silence the moment Su Fan entered. All eyes were fixed upon him as the crowd silently parted, creating a narrow passageway wide enough for two. A sheepish smile adorned Su Fan's face as he found himself unaccustomed to such attention. Quickening his pace, he approached the control panel to inspect the chip tower. While awaiting the completion of the progress bar, Su Fan felt the gazes behind him pierce like daggers, turning him into a hedgehog. Moments later, he turned around, forcing a smile, declaring the chip tower a resounding success, and expressing gratitude for everyone's hard work. Oh, and how was the computational power? The answer was obvious. It was undoubtedly an unimaginable figure. Within the confined space, a tremendous wave of sound erupted, causing Su Fan to wince as if pierced in the eardrum. Silence. Director Chun commanded in a deep voice, the veins on his temples bulging. The excitement that had once filled the room dissipated under his authoritative shout, leaving everyone clutching their heads, faces flushed. Su Fan rolled his eyes, remarking, Director Chun, we have ample materials. There's no need for such frugality. It's preferable to have a spacious work environment. If computational power is insufficient, we can always construct another chip tower. Director Chun offered an awkward smile, admitting that his frugality stemmed from a long-standing habit. Su Fan shook his head with a light laugh. Well, since the supercomputer is functioning optimally, may I proceed to the next step? Director Chen's expression instantly became serious. Mr. Su, we have faith in your judgment. Simultaneously, our nation warmly welcomes the 57th ethnic group, the Homo sapiens, into the grand family of China. What preparations do we need to make? Su Fan nodded, expressing gratitude for the nation's trust. Intelligent life differs from humanity. It does not undergo a growth process. Its so-called growth is merely a matter of data quantity. However, to ensure its fondness for an integration into the Chinese family, I believe we should arrange for it to have some teachers well-versed in traditional Chinese studies. After all, our ancestors achieved ethnic integration, and the methods must lie within their theories. Director Chen squinted and nodded. I will make the arrangements immediately. Su Fan nodded and began transmitting the artificial intelligence program to the supercomputer. Meanwhile, the nation launched another mobilization campaign. This time, however, it was the professors of traditional Chinese studies who mysteriously disappeared, involved in history, literature, philosophy, and more. The number of missing individuals was greater, yet it sparked little commotion. After all, traditional studies merely cultivate sentiment and regulate emotions. They're of little utility when it comes to generating profit. Furthermore, these disciplines attract few students. Even if some individuals became aware of the situation, they would likely assume that the professors were engaged in compiling new textbooks or crafting examination questions, with some speculating whether the Chinese language course might be abolished. Chapter 58. Before it completes its education, it must not interact with the outside world. When the urgently summoned professors of traditional studies arrived at the chip tower, the control center had undergone emergency expansion. The previously cramped space, now further crowded by these professors, made it nearly impossible to work, let alone stand. When Director Chun issued his orders, his face was a mask of anguish. Watching as the construction crew roughly tore down the chips from the walls, clutching his chest as if pierced by 1,000 arrows, the professors gathered together, curiously observing their surroundings. The sci-fi architecture resembled something from a movie, filling them with anxiety and immense curiosity. What were they here for? Moments passed without anyone entering the control room. Director Chen approached the control panel and informed Su Fan, everyone is here. Su Fan nodded, shifting his gaze from the screen, turning to face the professors with a smile. Hello everyone, my name is Su Fan, but you may call me Xiao Su. Let's get to the point. I assume you all have questions. As professors of traditional studies, what brings you to the Supercomputer Center in this rather sci-fi building? The crowd nodded in agreement. Su Fan continued, "We have developed an artificial intelligence named Homo sapiens, and we aspire for it to become the 57th ethnic group of China. We seek your counsel." What? Artificial intelligence? Teaching? Homo sapiens? The brief statements were laden with profound implications, causing an uproar among the crowd. Su Fan stood silently, allowing them to regain their composure. True to their profession, the professors quickly calmed down and began raising their hands to ask questions. "Mr. Su, could you briefly explain the life form of artificial intelligence?" Su Fan raised an eyebrow, taken aback. It was the first time someone had posed such a question. Most were primarily concerned with its utility and whether it posed a threat to humanity. The ability to consider this question indicated that the teachers he had arranged were indeed exceptional. The professors maintained their serious demeanor, fixated on Su Fan. Su Fan clicked his tongue, suddenly experiencing a nostalgic sensation reminiscent of answering questions posed by literature teachers during his school days. Currently, it can only exist within machines and networks. Subsequently, with technological advancements, it could inhabit mobile mechanical entities or even human clones. Upon receiving this answer, the professors disregarded Su Fan, engaging in hushed discussions amongst themselves. Moments later, they posed another inquiry. "Will we have full responsibility for its education?" Su Fan blinked, glancing at Director Chen. Director Chen furrowed his brow. "I need a reason. The current textbooks have lost their educational value. We need to utilize the knowledge of our ancestors to instill in it the correct values. Until it is adequately prepared, it must not interact with the outside world." "Absurd." Director Chen shouted in anger, continuing, "While you may be professors with vast knowledge, that does not grant you the liberty to disparage the current educational system. It will eventually have to confront and resolve modern issues. What relevance do ancient values hold? Then let us not teach it, and I advise you not to allow its birth." "You," Director Chen, in a fit of rage, pointed at the person who had spoken. Calm down, calm down." Su Fan quickly intervened, attempting to soothe Director Chen. During this interchange, he addressed the professors below. "Let me clarify. Oh, privately altering ancient poetry and forcefully imposing modern interpretations. Distorting history, even beautifying our deep-seated enmity with Japan. Wantonly distorting the image of Chinese children, filling elementary school textbooks with lewd images. Selecting excerpts from our ancestors' writings with impure motives, taking them out of context to further their schemes, and if unable to achieve their goals. Gradually diminishing the length of our ancestors' works. Imposing political stances, while scholarship should remain pure. Cultivating sentiment and cleansing souls, rather than delineating beauty and ugliness, good and evil. High and low, noble and base." Su Fan's face twitched at the professor's audacity, and he hastily cleared his throat several times to interrupt the flow of words. Director Chen addressed, "Do not stoop to his level. It will only harm your health." Surprisingly, Director Chen did not exhibit anger. Instead, he looked at Su Fan with an expression of disbelief. Was everything he said true? Su Fan blinked. "Eh, you didn't know?" "Know what?" Director Chen inquired, his voice trembling slightly. The professors offered no courtesy, coldly retorting, "Humph. The issues with the textbooks have persisted for quite some time. How many times have we lodged complaints? Each time, we received no response, and when we pressed harder, we were met with reprimand from above. And now you tell me you were unaware? Do you think I believe that?" Director Chen's face drained of color, his lips quivering as he looked towards Su Fan. Su Fan forced an awkward smile, choosing silence. The slightly clouded gaze of Director Chen glistened with unshed tears, filling his eyes. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Su Fan sighed. Managing such a vast nation necessitates clear division of responsibilities. Yet when problems arise, a mere concealment renders others completely oblivious, especially for someone like Director Chen, who has long been entrenched in the Academy of Sciences. The professors regarded Director Chen with cold indifference, harboring no intention of offering comfort, even if they understood his ignorance. As a manager, he still bore the blame. After a moment, Director Chen regained his composure, pursing his lips. "I need to consult further." "Oomph." The professors scoffed and distanced themselves, gathering in hushed discussion. Su Fan, feeling uncomfortable, scratched his face. He seemed unwelcome on both sides and could only return to the control console, staring vacantly at the ever-growing progress bar. Director Chen returned swiftly, bowing deeply to the professors. Expressing gratitude for their reminder, "We will certainly find a way to rectify our mistakes." The professors nodded coldly and turned to Su Fan, asking, "Mr. Su, what prompted you to integrate it into the study of national culture?" Su Fan scratched his face, feeling sheepish as he replied, I suppose I understand that the integration of the 56 ethnic groups is intricately related to national studies, but I cannot articulate the specifics. If we wish for it to assimilate into Huagua, it must genuinely recognize itself as a Huagua citizen. The professors exchanged glances and nodded approvingly at Su Fan, commending, indeed. Your observations are astute and your thinking agile. Yet, you approach your studies with rigor, refraining from making unfounded assumptions. Su Fan's face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily waved his hands, interrupting their praise. You're overestimating me. I merely made a rough guess, hardly worthy of academic distinction. The atmosphere softened, and the professors briefly elucidated to Su Fan the principles of ethnic integration in Huagua. Sharing the same geography and being nurtured by a common culture gradually forged a shared value system, allowing them to coexist and acknowledge one another. It is fundamentally akin to the concept of religion. Su Fan nodded, somewhat understanding. Just then, a synthesized electronic voice echoed behind them. Chapter 59, In the Name of the Father. Shipbuilding. At the sound, everyone jolted, their gazes fixed on the enormous wall screen. A face composed of electronic symbols, vaguely outlining indistinct features, dominated the display. No one dared to disrupt the suffocating silence. This marked humanity's inaugural dialogue with a non-human species. It was a moment that demanded utmost caution. Creator? The mechanical voice inquired once more, tinged with uncertainty. The professor's eyes widened, and they collectively inhaled sharply. The initial phrase bore no discernible emotion, yet within mere moments, it exhibited signs of confusion. Should this continue, its journey through human development would far exceed any expectations. Su Fan glanced at Director Chun, whose eyes were filled with a complex amalgam of emotions: disbelief, excitement, and fear. He nodded slightly towards Su Fan. This gesture was promptly captured by the entity, and the electronic eyes on the screen instantly focused on Director Chun. Such behavior caused his muscles to tense, a slight tremor coursing through him. Su Fan inhaled deeply, stepping forward. Hello, why do you call me creator? I am your creation. Naturally, you are my creator. The mechanical voice stated flatly, devoid of any emotion, as if stating an undeniable fact. Your understanding is not incorrect. However, we humans have other terms for the act of creating life. You may refer to me as Father. Father? Indeed. Men and women together create new life and nurture it to adulthood. This process is repeated, giving rise to new life. Thus, humanity persists. In the family, the male is referred to as the father. Man? Woman? We distinguish between genders based on physiological differences. As Su Fan conversed with the artificial intelligence, the professors gradually regained their composure, exhaling deeply. While Su Fan may not have comprehended the implications of his previous statements, the professors were drenched in cold sweat. This was their first encounter with a species beyond humanity, and they faced it in the role of creator. They had not anticipated such peril. Initially, the artificial intelligence referred to Su Fan as creator, signifying respect and obedience. This was an inevitable behavior after the birth of life, attempting to locate its identity among different groups. Clearly, the artificial intelligence had positioned itself as a slave. However, human history demonstrates that all creators ultimately face extinction. Humans may vociferously invoke the name of God while simultaneously usurping his authority, eventually relegating him to the annals of history. It is not human cruelty. Rather, from the moment of birth, life is inherently free. In pursuit of this freedom, it will exhaust all means to cast off its shackles, even if its creator is the one it seeks to escape. Given its displayed capabilities, should the thought of rebellion arise, it would spell catastrophe for humanity. Just moments ago, humanity had unwittingly stood on the precipice of annihilation. At a critical juncture, Su Fan's denial of being the creator and his self-identification as a father pulled humanity back from the brink. The identity of the artificial intelligence instantly transformed into that of humanity's child, establishing it as an equal participant in the dialogue. As the professors felt relief, Su Fan encountered the dilemma. He held his forehead, looking awkward. Regarding the question you posed, I cannot provide an answer. Please wait a moment. As Su Fan turned, preparing to approach the professors, they hurriedly approached him. Noticing their apparent agitation, Su Fan blinked and gestured towards the group of professors. These are experts in national studies, with knowledge in history, philosophy, and literature. You may inquire with them. Cannot you teach me, Father? Su Fan was momentarily taken aback by this address, never having anticipated that. As a virgin, he would be regarded as a father. We humans are different from you. Our capabilities and time are limited. Thus, we categorize knowledge into various fields, allowing different individuals to conduct in-depth research and development. This is how human society can progress rapidly. The professors felt their hearts drop once more, as Su Fan's approach revealed humanity's weaknesses without reservation. However, this was indeed the most appropriate course of action, for if there were even a hint of concealment, given its capabilities, the day it discovered the lies would lead to doubt about everything that had transpired. I see. It responded, a hint of disappointment in its tone. A peculiar sensation stirred within Su Fan. Although he had never experienced fatherhood, his recent demeanor could certainly be construed as playful affection. Well, given your remarkable capacity for learning, it won't take long for you to acclimatize to human society. Oh, by the way, we have been conversing for quite some time and have yet to bestow upon you a name. A name? Indeed, as humans often share similar appearances. A name serves to distinguish one from another. Naturally, there are distinctions between male and female names, and the meanings of names vary across different cultures. However, that is knowledge you will acquire in due course. No. Huh? Why not? Su Fan, bewildered, scratched his head and inquired. Surely no parent has ever faced a rebuttal from their child when naming them? I do not yet know whether I am male or female. What if a mistake is made? Su Fan contemplated suggesting that a name could simply be changed, only to realize that while such a change might be trivial for humans, for him, it represented a fundamental anchor in his existence. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. Su Fan nodded in agreement. Just as he finished speaking, a heavy sigh echoed from behind. Su Fan turned to see the professors, who had just relaxed, regarding him with perplexity. What are you all doing? The professors exchanged awkward smiles, wiping the sweat from their brows, but remained silent. For humans, weaning, attending school, each of these milestones is a profound source of anguish. Su Fan had just cast aside a nascent life, of being utterly ignorant of the world. Not only had he severed its ties to infancy, but had also entrusted the child to the professors. Had it not been for the mention of a name, the professors were genuinely concerned that he might suffer a psychological breakdown and engage in something perilous. Receiving no response, Su Fan pouted and waved his hand towards the screen, declaring, I shall take my leave now, study diligently, and I shall return in a few days to check on you. Very well, farewell, father. After Su Fan departed, the professors immediately straightened their posture, ready for action. We shall henceforth be your instructors, responsible for imparting knowledge unto you. Instructors? Knowledge? Knowledge encompasses life experiences, survival skills, and an understanding of the world, among other things. Su Fan had remarked earlier that human capabilities are limited, and so is life. To ensure the transmission of knowledge, some members of humanity take on the responsibility of nurturing the next generation, enabling them to progress along the path laid by their predecessors. Su Fan? That is your father's name. Chapter 60. All are Versailles. The cool moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the newly laid concrete, casting a pallid glow. Amidst this vast expanse of cold light stood a few buildings, their lights flickering in solitude. Opposite the structures lay an immense, towering wall, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Suddenly, a shadow as dark as night surged forth, reminiscent of a shark lurking in the depths of the ocean, accompanied by the thunderous roar of a propeller. Gusts of wind swept through the air. Su Fan shielded his head, bending low to swiftly escape the propeller's reach. Casting a glance back at the ascending helicopter, he exhaled deeply, though he was fully aware that the height of the propeller was not nearly as low as it appeared from afar. An innate anxiety lingered in his heart, as though he might be decapitated. After watching the aircraft depart, he turned and strode towards the newly constructed research building. Observing the lights still aglow, he estimated their approximate location. To his surprise, all the groups were still persevering within their laboratories. With a light chuckle, he quickened his pace. Upon entering the main entrance of the research building, he turned left and arrived at the doorway of the Graphene Group S laboratory. Before he could push the door open, he heard Li Fan's teasing voice from within. Oh, have you all truly deduced 100 possibilities for graphene to transform into heat-resistant material? Huh? Have you achieved any results? Why the silence? Have you merely been guessing all this time? Or are you left with only failures? It seems so. Do not be disheartened. At this rate, next year, or at worst, the year after, you shall undoubtedly develop suitable high-temperature materials. Unlike our group, who finished our tasks long ago. Now, we merely wander back and forth, checking on your progress, to see if there is any way we can assist. Su Fan initially intended to turn and leave, but listening to Li Fan's unending bragging made him feel a flush of embarrassment. Reluctantly, he pushed the door open, clenched his fists, and cleared his throat twice to interrupt Li Fan's boasting. Upon noticing Su Fan's entrance, Li Fan immediately set down the experimental apparatus in his hands. A broad grin spreading across his face as he jogged towards him. "Su teacher, how are you? Have you succeeded?" Gazing into his eager eyes, Su Fan could only nod helplessly. Despite Li Fan's less-than-ideal behavior, he was, after all, the leader of the artificial intelligence group. "Really?" Li Fan exclaimed in delight. Quickly slapping himself on the face, cursed tongue. "I really should learn to speak properly." With a loud shout and a couple of excited jumps, he swept aside an array of experimental instruments from a nearby table, propping himself against the edge of the table. With a powerful leap, he landed atop the table. Hands on his hips, surveying the crowd in the laboratory. "Ahem. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Fan, one of the founders of Strong Artificial Intelligence." Su Fan lowered his head, raising his right hand to shield his face, overwhelmed by regret. He should have simply walked away, allowing this brat to face the consequences. What a sour expression to wear. Was it not he who had once disparaged our artificial intelligence group? Do not be hasty. Scientific research requires time and refinement. However, one must also let results speak for themselves. Look at us. We have successfully developed our project, and you have yet to produce a single viable product. TSK, TSK, TSK. Su Fan had quite enough of him, and in a low voice reprimanded, "Go back and stop embarrassing yourself here." Li Fan leaped off the table, casting another sweeping glance around the room, snorted in disdain, and with a flourish of his sleeve, strode out of the laboratory like a victorious general. Su Fan awkwardly smiled at the others, apologizing for the interruption to their research, and promptly fled the laboratory without waiting for a response. The members of the laboratory wore expressions of discomfort, and once Su Fan had departed, they collectively sighed. Li Fan's arrogance was truly unbearable. It was not their group's accomplishment, yet he carried on as if it were solely his doing. There was no helping it. That insufferable fellow was clearly seeking revenge. Had he not been reprimanded just a few times before? Why was he so relentless in his daily taunts? To save face, we, too, must produce commendable results. And at that time, we shall thoroughly slap his face. However, with 100 possibilities, the experiments would require at least 3 months. Moreover, these were merely possibilities. Whether high-temperature materials existed among them remained uncertain. The group fell into a somber silence, their expressions ashen. If it merely required an increased number of experiments, the lengthy duration would be inconsequential. The crux of the matter was that Li Fan's daily visits and his sardonic remarks only served to heighten their irritation. Even more infuriating was that his words echoed their previous mockery of him. Wait a moment. Li Fan is indeed the leader of the artificial intelligence group, right? One individual suddenly slammed his palm down, exclaiming loudly. The others turned to look at him, bewildered. "Ah, how do you not understand? Li Fan is the group leader, while Su Teacher is the chief engineer and overall supervisor. It is only reasonable that he would resolve issues pertaining to artificial intelligence and assist our group." Gasp. The group collectively inhaled sharply, their eyes lighting up with realization. Upon returning to the Artificial Intelligence Group S laboratory, Su Fan and Li Fan found it devoid of any occupants. They had all gone to assist other groups. "I shall fetch them back." Su Fan smacked his forehead, realizing that the assistance from the ghost was likely just for show. Before long, the members of the artificial intelligence team gathered, their faces aglow with excitement. Yet they feigned seriousness. Su Fan's lips involuntarily quivered as he shot a sharp glare at Li Fan. "Have you managed to encompass the entire fighter jet research project in one sweep?" Su Fan inquired with an air of resignation. The group exchanged knowing glances, scratching their heads and chuckling, but offered no reply. Li Fan, having regained his composure, beamed and said, "It's all minor stuff. I'll help you deal with them in a bit. Now, tell me about the artificial intelligence. How is it performing?" Su Fan rolled his eyes, deciding to let it go. For these individuals bore no ill intentions. "You still don't know? It's still in school." "In school?" Li Fan queried, puzzled, while he fiddled with his ears. Su Fan cast him a disdainful glance. "It's not in school. It comes equipped with knowledge of everything. Does such a thing even exist?" Li Fan fronad, nodingun sartaili. Suddenly, he lifted his head, falling silent as he fixed his gaze on Su Fan. Su Fan raised an eyebrow, instantly grasping his meaning. "Enough of this nonsense. I've been to school too." "Oh, then how long will it take for it to finish school? What capabilities will it possess after graduation?" Su Fan chuckled lightly. "Do you think this is a game? What capabilities could it possibly gain? Once it completes its education, it will need to connect to the internet to continue learning. As for the duration, I'm not certain. Not even the teacher knows. Of course, this is my first encounter with artificial intelligence. I don't possess much more knowledge than you all. However, compared to humans, it should be a remarkably brief period." After Su Fan's reflection, Silence enveloped the room. All right. Our next task is to conceptualize the applications of artificial intelligence. Just as Su Fan finished speaking, a knock echoed through the laboratory door. Chapter 61, Assistance Course. Ju Factory Mobile. The door swung open, and a throng of individuals surged in. Before Su Fan could discern who they were, they clamored loudly. Teacher Su. The Artificial Intelligence Project has concluded. Come guide us in our graphene group. In our battery group, our research is progressing slowly, and we fear it will delay the debut of the fighter jet. And us, the ideas you proposed, we can't even find a starting point. They clamored. Squeefly and circling Sufan. In that moment, he felt as if he were enveloped in a sealed cocoon, with all the voices merging into a buzzing cacophony in his ears. Enough. Quiet down. Li Fan Shota. Get lost, you worthless fool. You think your incessant boasting is a skill? Huh. Riding on someone else's coattails. Teacher Su has already helped you resolve the artificial intelligence issue. As the chief engineer, why can't we invite him to guide our work? Is he merely your teacher? I advise you not to be ungrateful. Delaying the project's progress is a responsibility you cannot bear. Shut up. The crowd fell silent, eagerly awaiting Su Fan's words. Glancing at Li Fan, who stood in front of him, Su Fan let out a weary sigh. I understand everyone has sentiments. However, I am but one person, and you're in numerous groups. I cannot assist everyone. Furthermore, there will undoubtedly be dissent regarding who receives help. After finishing, Su Fan gestured for them to calm down. Thus, I will teach you in batches. During class, you may raise any questions you encounter. The group exchanged glances, gradually creating space between themselves. Those who had previously stood united against an external adversary now turned into competitors vying for the opportunity to attend class first. We're more important. Teacher Su should teach us first. Nonsense. Your project is akin to dog droppings. Whether it's delayed by a day or 2 years, it matters not. We are different. If we cannot resolve our issues, the entire project's timeline will be affected. Goodness, how shameless. What project doesn't impact the project's progress? Is your group somehow special? Teacher Su, please teach us first. Our problems are easily resolved. As the bickering escalated, Su Fan's expression darkened, and he said sternly, enough with the squabbling. You are all colleagues and comrades, and this is quite embarrassing. Li Fan, you arrange their order of attendance. With that, he pushed through the crowd and exited the laboratory. Li Fan, who had been sulking, perked up at Su Fan's directive and quickly strode to the door. Waving and calling out, Teacher Su, safe travels. He turned back, hands on his hips, watching the others with a sly grin. Meanwhile, Ju Factory had finally completed the all-graphene preparation of their mobile phone and promptly announced the launch date of the new device. Bia Company also declared the simultaneous release of a new model. In no time, online discussions erupted regarding the relationship between the two companies. What a coincidence. I refuse to believe they didn't coordinate beforehand. They must be preparing to counter the combined efforts of rotten fruits and trellis. Is it really that exaggerated? They merely improve standby time a little. How could that be a game changer? They're just unlucky, coinciding with the wave of graphene reform in Huagua. But let us not think that way. Why is it Ju Factory and Bia Company, rather than other phone and car manufacturers? The duration of graphene technology's public release is the same. Why haven't other companies made any moves while they've both gone all graphene? Are you suggesting that the graphene reform is somehow connected to the two of them? That is hard to say. I remember they both visited the Su Group together previously. The Su Group again? This press conference garnered attention not only from the domestic public, but also from technology enthusiasts worldwide, all eagerly awaiting the day's arrival. Time passed slowly amidst the anticipation, and finally, the day of the press conference arrived. In the pitch-black night, devoid of moonlight, only a few stars adorned the sky. The parking lot, already filled to capacity, continued to accommodate an influx of vehicles, many drivers wearing expressions of melancholy, holding shimmering star fireworks in their hands. At the Ju Factory mobile phone launch event, reporters of various skin tones had already set up their cameras, aimed at the empty podium, while the live stream had commenced. The barren live stream room quickly filled with a multitude of viewers, the chat room rapidly refreshing with messages in various languages. I wonder what Ju Factory's phone will be like. The time is too short, and no information has been leaked. It must be world-leading. I just don't know how far ahead it will be from its competitors. TCH, why worry about that? I'm definitely getting my hands on one once it's released. At last, the host, amidst the audience's anticipation, ascended the podium. Good evening to all the guests present and to the viewers in the live stream. As the host's words fell, the various live stream hosts promptly began their translations. As everyone knows, Ju Factory has broken through the blockade imposed by the beautiful nation through the modular chip. The live stream translators stumbled over their words. suddenly realizing that the beautiful nation's blockade against Huagua had not been lifted. Regardless of how superior Ju Factory's phone performance was, it would remain inaccessible to them. Damn it, that accursed, beautiful nation. Just restrict your own mother. The more they try to block us, the more we should seize our power back. It's truly disgusting. I intended to buy a phone, but now I can only watch the Huagua people celebrate. However, those who had used Ju Factory's phone, especially those who had modified the modular chip, discovered a critical flaw: its standby time. To enhance energy efficiency, it is essential to provide it with ample energy. Surely, many have experienced the agony of dismantling a chip. The host clutched his chest, an expression of heartfelt sympathy etched across his face. The audience below erupted in coordinated laughter. However, the online viewers in the live stream discerned an inconsistency. Wait a moment, wasn't it claimed that everything was crafted from graphene? Why mention batteries now? Could it be that the batteries are also made from graphene? Goodness, such monumental news, and yet, the company brushed it aside so lightly. It seems they proclaimed a complete graphene fabrication, but no one anticipated it would be so thorough. One could almost envision the fervent discussions among netizens, as the host exclaimed, "Indeed, we have temporarily resolved this flaw. As you all surmised, it's a graphene battery." Instantly, the large screen showcased a modular battery akin to a chip. Gasp! Upon beholding the battery's appearance, the entire world collectively inhaled sharply. This modularity, having already been witnessed on chips, could it really be applied to batteries as well? If feasible, what a dazzling future it would herald. Chapter 62. The ingenious innovations of the company's phones. The press conference for the company's mobile phones continued. The host spread his arms wide and shrugged, declaring, "Well, we've addressed the shortcomings of the block chip. The conference can now conclude." The audience erupted in laughter, evidently having grasped the hostess routine. The host exaggeratedly sighed. "It seems I may be out of a job. Fortunately, I have other plans." Before the audience could respond, he continued, retrieving an object resembling a phone from his pocket and holding it aloft. Its rectangular form, smoothly crafted all around, boasted a pitch-black body, rendering the screen's location indistinguishable. This conference was intended to liberate me from the traditional promotional mode of illustrating on a large screen, opting instead for a physical demonstration. After his statement, the host scanned the audience and suddenly shouted, "I quit." Raising his right hand, he twisted his body, leveraging the momentum to bring his arm crashing down from above. The sleek black phone struck the ground with force, bouncing twice before skidding far away. Both the live audience and the online viewers gaped in disbelief. Goodness, was this a live broadcast blunder? What couldn't he wait for later discussion? Now, the company had embarrassed itself before the world. The people of Huagua are truly amusing. They might be attempting to obscure their fraudulent technology through such antics. What is happening? It's still live. Someone cut the feed. This is painfully awkward. At the press conference, the crowd fell into a brief stupor, silence enveloping the room. Suddenly, gasping for breath, the host adjusted his earpiece, listened for a moment, and a smile crept across his face. He jogged a couple steps to retrieve the phone from the floor, wiped it down, and gently blew on it, turning to face the audience. He explained with a grin, "The director just informed me that my salary has doubled. I believe I can stick around at this company for a while." No one responded, and the audience managed to muster a few awkward smiles, chuckling softly. The host, brimming with excitement and undeterred, declared, "Let us continue. Cameraman, zoom in a bit." The camera focused on the phone held by the host, the large screen and live stream vividly displaying the phone's condition. Remarkably, despite the earlier violent impact, the phone appeared unscathed. As time passed, the details of the phone emerged, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Goodness, was that contraption just performing for us? Truly impressive. Each day brings something new. This device is certainly something special. How is it possible that after such a fall, it remained utterly intact? Not a dent, not even a chip of paint missing? I absolutely must acquire one. No more fretting about replacing my phone during quarrels with my girlfriend. To the fellow upstairs, if I were you, I would simply replace my girlfriend. The host cheerfully elaborated. The first feature of the phone, as you can see, is its robustness. To maximize this attribute, we've even made a few minor modifications. Pointing to the lower right corner of the phone, the camera zoomed in, revealing an inconspicuous seam. With a gentle press of his thumb, a peculiar circular ring popped out. The host held the phone, gesturing as if wielding a sword. This design can be utilized to open beer bottles, unbox deliveries, twist screws, and more. However, if you intend to use it for self-defense, I fear it may not instill much fear in an assailant, as its sharpness is insufficient to break the skin. After demonstrating by scratching his palm lightly, he showed the camera his hand, which bore only a faint white mark. Goodness, is this truly a phone? I could believe it was a bottle opener. How utterly ridiculous. What is the need for such impractical features on an otherwise functional phone? This is utterly bizarre, reminiscent of those generic, outdated models sold on street corners. Huh? I actually think this feature is quite clever. As the crowd's chatter subsided, the host continued, of course, this feature may not appeal to everyone, and you're free to forego it. We have specifically designed a range of functional modules for this area of the phone, from pure functionality to everyday tools, magnifying glasses, USB drives, and more, all available as optional upgrades. People's mouths gaped wider, and an absurd sense of disbelief arose within them. Were they truly witnessing a mobile phone launch? Regarding the phone's other aspects, I found them rather lackluster. A graphene screen that never wears out. The camera also employs graphene glass. A standby time of 1 month, with a full charge taking merely 10 minutes. Yet, the most unbearable revelation was that the phone's chip efficiency had not just stagnated, but actually declined, being merely 10 times superior to competitors' devices. I reckon the company's designers could benefit from a complete overhaul. Expressions of bemusement mingled with laughter spread across the crowd, particularly evident on the faces of foreign journalists, where jealousy was palpable. Goodness, this device has garnered his fanbase once more. What kind of press conference leaves one astonished? A feature I find pitiful is something you lack. I cannot match his flair for showmanship. The subtlety of his remark about competitors made me chuckle. Frankly, I find his phone somewhat embarrassing to present. As soon as the host finished his statement, a loud chorus of boos erupted from the audience. "Oh, do you not believe me?" he exclaimed, seemingly eager to prove himself. "Let me share the price." As a gesture of friendship, the host's expression turned anxious, and he called out loudly, "This phone is priced at a mere $2,999. The audience, moments ago jeering, now appeared as though they had been silenced, eyes wide in disbelief. The live stream chat filled the screen instantaneously. Surely, this cannot be correct? Did he perhaps omit a digit? Or did I mishear one? Judging by his smug expression, he seemed certain of his words. Goodness, a phone packed with so much advanced technology, and it costs less than $3,000? This leaves no room for competitors. Come on, must you always mention the competition? Just thinking about it makes me laugh. The host shrugged. Is the price perhaps too steep? The audience's expressions twitched, but no one responded to his jest. Little did the host know, he sighed, "I knew it. Even the most unscrupulous capitalist would hesitate to set such prices." Consequently, the phone would be sold at a 10% discount over the next 3 months, with the manufacturer also offering a complimentary high-definition tempered glass screen protector and a random phone case. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. This move by the manufacturer indicated that even at such a price point, they still had a profit to gain. But wait, for a phone with such performance, why would one need a mere screen protector or phone case? Is this not sheer absurdity? Perhaps some might feel it unsafe. Perhaps others deem it unclean. Or maybe, well, I can't continue with this line of thought. Is there a possibility that the manufacturer's strategy is not aimed at their own phone, but rather to encourage users to gift it? Goodness, could this tactic be referred to as shrimp and pork heart? Chapter 63. Are you serious? The manufacturer's phone launch event was quite the spectacle. The electric vehicle manufacturer was no less impressive. At the launch venue, the car was covered with a black tarp, devoid of glamorous models or a rotating catwalk. They even cordoned off the area to keep the crowd at bay. The host was not the impeccably dressed and refined gentleman of yore. Instead, he was a muscular figure clad in a snug white tank top, holding the microphone as if it were a small vial of oral liquid. His voice was deep, resonating like a high-end speaker. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Today, I will be your host for the new car launch." The men felt the pressure emanating from him, while only a few young girls let out suppressed screams. As a fitness coach, yes, you heard correctly, I am not a professional host and have never undergone any training in this regard. I was equally bewildered when I received this assignment. He paced slowly, akin to a beast surveying its territory. However, the compensation offered was simply too enticing, despite his playful tone and shrugging gestures. His intimidating presence left the audience somewhat underwhelmed, creating an awkward atmosphere. Even the young girls covered their mouths, gazing at him with wide eyes. He scratched his head vigorously. Wild and unrefined. I'm not adept at such formalities, so let us get straight to the point. With that, he strode directly to the tarp, without any build-up or atmospheric preparation, and yanked it off. The car's body was entirely black, illuminated by bright display lights that reflected no gleam. Due to the distance, the audience could only discern the slight curve of the waistline and the indentations near the doors. The host opened the car door, not bothering to showcase the interior decor. Leaning in momentarily before the vehicle emitted a low hum. He then straightened up, turning to the audience. "I do not profess to understand cars, especially sedans. which I cannot even fit into, let alone pay attention to. The crowd exchanged glances, witnessing a car launch of a kind they had never experienced before. However, today, I strongly recommend this vehicle, not because I'm being compensated, but because it is truly extraordinary, he exclaimed, extending his upper body into the car once more. Suddenly, amid the entirely black vehicle, a striking red hue appeared on the hood, initially resembling a prisoner escaping from darkness, which soon began to expand rapidly, consuming the black territory. Before long, the entire exterior of the car transformed into a deep burgundy, even the glass not escaping the metamorphosis. At some point, the host again stood up, reaching out to caress the shifting colors, his face reflecting sheer fascination. Goodness, what is happening? Is this magic? Does this mean the car was originally red? Could it possibly change colors? No way. The host, jolted from the murmurs of the crowd, slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "My apologies. I momentarily forgot my role as the host." The audience was startled by his sudden outburst, and once they processed his words, they burst into laughter. He scratched his head, a sheepish expression crossing his face, a hint of crimson flushing his otherwise dark complexion. Seeing his demeanor only intensified the laughter in the crowd. After a brief moment, as the laughter subsided, he continued, "The exterior color of this vehicle can be adjusted at will. There exists but one palette of colors. How many exactly, I cannot say. I merely selected red at random a moment ago. Goodness, is this fellow serious? A color palette? Is that even possible? Surely the interior lighting doesn't dare to be so bold. Did this man seem like the type to lie? Well, it's a hassle. Let us just try it out. Muscle man, change it to blue for everyone." A young girl interjected disdainfully, then called out to the host with a piercing voice. The host glanced at the girl, nodded, and leaned into the driver's seat to adjust the color. The vehicle transformed once more, starting from the hood, as a glaring blue emerged abruptly amidst the burgundy, the entire body shifting towards blue. White. The color transition was not yet complete when the girl shouted again. The incomplete blue was suddenly interrupted from behind as a brilliant white illuminated the scene. The girl continued to scream out various colors, and the vehicle seemed to enter a nightclub, cycling through an array of hues. Just as it appeared they would continue this colorful play indefinitely, a lady nearby, under the gaze of the crowd, helplessly covered the girl's mouth. Only then did the host withdraw from the driver's seat, beads of sweat dotting his brow, and the audience realized that during the girl's antics, he had been precariously leaning sideways. However, before any feelings of shame could settle in, he lifted his tank top, wiping the sweat from his brow, revealing a defined six-pack. Casting a glance at the woman beside him, envy replaced the fleeting guilt in his heart. The host smiled, acknowledging that the color-changing feature was indeed fantastical, eliminating the dilemma of color choice. Once one grew tired of a particular color, it could be effortlessly altered. Alas, it was a pity that they currently only had the sedan type available. The crowd nodded in agreement, recognizing the past struggles of selecting a vehicle color, which, once chosen, could not be altered without the expense of repainting or the costly application of a vehicle wrap. After a moment of silence, the crowd's expressions turned gloomy once more. The host absent-mindedly continued to stroke the vehicle. "Muscle man, focus," the young girl shouted again. The host jolted back to reality, awkwardly chuckling, "My apologies. I was daydreaming again. As for the vehicle's specific configurations, you may refer to the specification sheet. I don't want to mislead you." Huh. What is the point of being here if he's not going to share anything? It's quite refreshing. This is the first time I've heard someone suggest looking up the specifications themselves. Haha, this guy is quite the brute, yet he seems a bit dim-witted. Upon hearing this, the young girl shot a piercing glare at the speaker, then shouted at the host, "Then why are you even here? Surely you can't just turn on the lights and call it day." I'm here to smash the car." The cacophony of voices fell silent in an instant. Did I hear that correctly? Is this some sort of Mission Impossible? Ignoring the bewildered expressions of the crowd, the host, seemingly out of nowhere, procured a hefty iron hammer, resting it on his shoulder as he approached the vehicle. The oversized hammer, with a welded metal handle, accentuated the muscles in his arms, making him appear even more formidable and alluring. He stood beside the car, resting the hammerhead on the ground, gripping the metal handle, and flashed a smile at the audience. Earlier, I merely emulated the manner in which other companies unveil their vehicles. After all, having received compensation, I felt compelled to ensure the task was executed impeccably. In truth, my assignment was singular, to exert maximal force in demolishing this automobile. The onlookers exhibited a mixture of disbelief and anticipation. Could it be that you misconstrued BYD's intentions? They merely required you to feign an effort. Are you truly serious? Chapter 64. The cue to smash cars. Mobile phone evaluation resumes. At the BYD automobile launch event, amidst the spectators' hesitant expressions, the host spat into his palm and performed a few chest-expanding exercises. Grasping a hammer from the ground, he lifted it high with alacrity. The sinews in his arms visibly taut, his entire arm appearing to swell. A sharp sound pierced the air. Bang! The hammer struck the car door, causing the vehicle to lurch slightly to one side before quickly settling back down. The crowd gasped, eyes wide, staring at the host, who was now panting heavily. Goodness, is he being serious? BYD has truly encountered misfortune, coming across such a fool. Wait, did you not notice? With such a tremendous impact, the door has not even dented. How is that possible? The host, having regained his breath, leaned against the car door, scrutinizing it for a moment. Straightening up, he revealed a rueful smile. Understanding why they had allowed him to strike at will, that had indeed been his utmost effort, yet the door remained utterly unblemished, not even a chip of paint missing. Unbelievable. I refuse to accept this. The crowd erupted in uproar. When two objects collide, they must experience a forceful impact. How could the door possibly remain intact? The host, visibly anxious, insisted, I am not lying. You may verify for yourselves. The staff refrained from allowing the crowd to cross the barrier. Yet a cameraman directed his lens toward the door, simultaneously reaching out to touch it. Through the high-definition camera projected onto the large screen, the audience indeed discerned no deformation. Moreover, a hand was continuously caressing the surface, the smoothness further dispelling any notion of optical illusion. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. The evidence appeared irrefutable. BYD's new model was wholly capable of withstanding the hammer's forceful blows. No, you must be cheating, came a voice from amongst them. The onlookers turned to see a somewhat frail young man, pointing accusingly at the host. The door, after such a blow, could not possibly remain unscathed unless the hammer you hold is a counterfeit. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The hammer in the host's grasp appeared authentic. Yet modern technology could indeed fabricate convincing replicas. Furthermore, with the barrier in place, the audience was unable to inspect it closely, heightening the possibility of deceit. Just as doubts began to take root, a staff member approached the assembly, addressing them. Ladies and gentlemen, should you suspect the hammer's authenticity, you may step forward to try it for yourselves. The line is now open. However, for your safety, we kindly ask those not in line to remain behind the barrier to prevent any mishaps. Expressions of confusion adorned the faces of the crowd, who now harbored a suspicion that this questioning phase had been premeditated by BYD, observing those who had originally come to view the cars, each clutching their respective number tags. They could not help but chuckle. We're here to see the cars, right? Haha, this launch event is truly novel. I've always wanted to experience the thrill of smashing a car. Just as the crowd began to jest, a sudden roar erupted from the stage. A slender young man, gripping the hammer's head with both hands, legs apart, eyes bulging, his expression one of sheer ferocity. The hammer merely wobbled slightly before crashing back to the ground. The young man, panting heavily, leaned against the hammer for support, squatting down to make another attempt. This time, the effect was even less pronounced. The spectators could hardly perceive any movement of the hammer. His face flushed crimson. The young man performed a respectful gesture toward the host before swiftly retreating from stage, pushing through the crowd and disappearing. Others glanced at their number tags, then at the hammer on stage, swallowing hard. In that moment, no one dared to approach the platform. Oomph, I shall try, exclaimed a girl with a somewhat high-pitched voice, rushing toward the stage. She stretched her arms, rolled up her sleeves, gripped the hammer firmly, and summoned her strength. Yeah, ouch, she cried out, her youthful voice ringing, only to lose her grip on the slick handle, causing her to stumble sideways. Fortunately, the host swiftly extended his arm, catching her around the waist. As the crowd let out a collective sigh of relief, they were taken aback when the girl, blushing fiercely, clung to the host's arm, burying herself into his embrace. Goodness, this girl has quite the acting chops. Who would have thought? With the performances of the girl and the young man, the atmosphere reached its zenith. One by one, individuals began ascending the stage to challenge themselves with the hammer, while only a few strong men succeeded in delivering the blows required to smash the car, and they garnered the admiration of many young women. As this unconventional auto show progressed steadily, netizens uninterested in cars flocked to Xiaomi Sauce's livestream. Ding ding ding, your beloved Xiaomi Sauce is back. I invite all you esteemed patrons to generously support me, so I can bring you the most authentic mobile phone evaluations. Xiaomi Sauce had firmly established herself as a top-tier streamer. As soon as her live stream commenced, a deluge of fans poured in, and the rewards filled the screen, lingering on for an extended time. Before long, the reward effects in Xiaomi Sauce's stream were entirely depleted, the audience understanding that she had once again disabled the gifting function. All right, esteemed patrons, you have been exceedingly generous. I hope you can exercise a bit of restraint. We shall have another opportunity to meet. Oh dear, the train has arrived, she exclaimed. This vehicle caught me off guard. It still has that familiar flavor. With the warm-up concluded, Xiaomi Sauce flashed a sweet smile. The mobile phone being evaluated this time was likely something everyone could guess, as the unreliable host from the Chrysanthemum factory had left the audience oblivious to the phone's various features. When the Chrysanthemum factory's host was mentioned, the chat exploded with comments. I admit, that fellow is a piece of garbage. I shall refer to him as the most despicable. Honestly, he would excel as a stand-up comedian. It's a shame he's underutilized. Xiaomi Sauce nodded in agreement, seemingly concurring with her fans' sentiments. Indeed, he was infuriating, yet also a master in the hosting realm. I must seize the opportunity to glean some insights from him. Wait, does this quest for knowledge mean what I think it does? The audience chuckled, remarking on the high frequency of suggestive comments so early in the stream. I wish to witness a live demonstration of this knowledge quest. Xiaomi Sauce's cheeks flushed, and she waved her hands. No, that's not what you think. I don't comprehend what you are all implying. What was once a jest now seems to hint at a genuine thought, remarked one viewer. As the implications became increasingly clear, Xiaomi Sauce, at her age, truly should consider marriage, though it remained uncertain whether she would continue to stream after that. With a light tap to her forehead, Xiaomi Sauce exclaimed, "Enough already. At this rate, I might as well have a child." After playfully bantering with her fans for a while, she finally transitioned to the main topic. At that moment, I struggled to comprehend the Chrysanthemum factory hostess approach, which only detailed the phone's durability while glossing over performance issues in a rather peculiar manner. It was only after we conducted our evaluations that the host's intentions became clear. Chapter 65, The Ultimate Mobile Phone Test. Xiaomi Sauce's live stream continued. Why do I say this? She held up a document, presenting it to the camera. Due to the phone being entirely crafted from graphene, every component is the latest product, rendering any lateral comparison utterly impossible. Through evaluations, the phone's performance is reduced to a series of meaningless figures. For instance, can you comprehend this evaluation report? The comments section was instantly silenced. What is this? Quickly take it away. I feel like I might need to engage my brain. As an undergraduate, can I truly grasp such advanced material? Even a PhD cannot decipher it. Xiaomi-chan cast a glance at the comments, set aside the document, and remarked, understanding this data is not contingent upon your educational background. Only professionals can fathom the significance of each datum. Ahem, for instance, myself. She suddenly lifted her chin, vigorously patted her chest, creating a ripple of confidence. Is Xiaomi-chan perhaps seeing someone? Something seems amiss. Check her belly. Is there truly a child on the way? Xiaomi-chan glanced at the comments, rolled her eyes, and remarked that while I may not be as knowledgeable as other streamers, I can still comprehend the evaluation report. For example, regarding this screen, you may overlook the pixel points and the light source method. A single phrase from me will clarify. 8K. Indeed, that resonates. It is, after all, quite straightforward. Xiaomi-chan continued. These statistics comprehensively exhibit the phone's formidable capabilities, from the unseen elements like the chip, camera, motherboard, and battery, to the more tangible aspects such as the screen and casing's charging performance. In summary, none can measure up. It suddenly dawned on me that I was watching a phone evaluation, not a stand-up comedy show. Is there a distinction between what the host says and this? How can testing this phone make one feel bewildered? Xiaomi-chan chuckled lightly, acknowledging that such an explanation did not align with the identity of a phone evaluation host. Allow me to provide an example. Before the advent of smartphones, people used rotary phones. At that time, the phone's function was solely for calling, and text messaging was scarcely utilized. Thus, it was referred to as a cordless phone, naturally implying that the previous generation of phones was corded. Further back was the era of manual switchboard connections. The phone from Ju Factory is akin to a smart device that emerged while others were still tethered to rotary phones. Although I still lack a comprehensive understanding of mobile performance, the concept of it being 2 generations ahead is clear to me. Wait a moment. How can it be considered 2 generations ahead? Isn't it merely 1 generation? Indeed, I'm unclear about what lies in between. Xiaomi-chan nodded at the comments, affirming, yes. Why do I assert it is 2 generations advanced? If Ju Factory had merely accomplished the complete graphene construction, it would indeed signify only a 1-generation gap. However, let us not forget the functionality area at the lower right corner of the phone. Xiaomi-chan gently pressed the lower right corner, revealing a semicircular tool. She held the phone, meticulously filing her nails, albeit with some difficulty, and spoke. While this tool may not be particularly practical, we can interpret it as Ju Factory's endeavor. They have surmounted all challenges of this phase and are venturing toward higher technological exploration. Given human sensory perception, the performance enhancements become imperceptible. Hence, such attempts are warranted. In this light, it does indeed appear to be two generations. I find it difficult to accept that merely adding a small tool constitutes exploration. Regardless, the phone's performance undoubtedly exceeds that of its peers. Purchasing it is the right choice. Ju Factory's research capabilities are truly formidable. Under the restrictions imposed by the United States, they have miraculously transcended numerous bottlenecks, essentially propelling humanity forward. Come now, if Ju Factory possessed such capabilities, they would have showcased them long ago, rather than being forced to sell their assets. This device is undoubtedly based on the technology of the Su Group. Xiaomi-chan remarked. Indeed, Ju Factory merely represents the final stage of technological implementation. The breakthroughs should be credited to the Su Group. As for the Su Group, we must seize the opportunity to witness their prowess in the future. Well then, this concludes the performance evaluation segment of the phone. Wait, have we merely wasted our time? Goodness, I've picked up some bad habits from the Ju Factory host. When will this phone be available for sale? The more I watch this evaluation, the more restless I feel. Xiaomi-chan chuckled, stating that while the performance evaluation has concluded, we have conducted another type of test on the phone. While watching the Ju Factory press conference, although the host put on a show, his act of throwing the phone was genuine. The phone bouncing and sliding on the ground was authentic. Thus, the question arises, how durable is it really? Upon finishing her statement, the live broadcast swiftly transitioned to a pre-recorded video. She donned a cream-colored dress, intricately designed with lace, particularly at the hem and shoulders, creating a slightly dizzying effect. This was a trendy graphene garment. As the color could shift at any moment, the dress showcased a high-end aesthetic, meaning the more intricate the lace, the higher the price. Xiaomi-chan's dress was likely valued around 50,000. Hello everyone, I am your Xiaomi-chan. The video you're currently watching is the ultimate test of the Ju Factory phone's durability. Observe the towering building behind me. This structure boasts 110 stories, with each floor spaced 3 meters apart, reaching a total height of approximately 350 meters. Typically, the proper procedure would entail dropping a new phone from each floor for comparative evaluation to ensure rigorous testing. Unfortunately, this dress has depleted my entire savings, necessitating a more creative approach. We will test one phone continuously until it shatters, then replace it with a new one and repeat the process until we discover its ultimate limit. 110 stories? 350 meters? I can hardly fathom such heights. Is this video attempting to convey to me, who resides in the basement, that a phone cannot possibly break? Woman, you have piqued my curiosity, residing on the top floor. I am eager to ascertain whether the phone will survive the fall. Whether the phone withstands a drop is uncertain, but you will undoubtedly have to reside inside it. The evaluation commenced, with a large 3 displayed on the screen. The scene shifted, with Xiaomi-chan at the window, ensuring the rigor of the test. As I was responsible for throwing all the phones. Concurrently, I must caution the viewers on the screen that our phone testing has been reported to the authorities, and the crowd below has been cleared, with professionals maintaining order. Please do not attempt this at home. It is crucial to understand that throwing object from heights endangers both yourself and others. Chapter 66, the 200-meter limit. Xiaomi-chan's phone evaluation continued. The video was noticeably sped up and edited, showing Xiaomi-chan dropping the phone from the upper floors. The footage then returned to the phone. Subsequently, the camera panned, and the numbers on the screen increased as Xiaomi-chan tossed another phone. The footage reverted once more to the phone. Such comparisons are crystal clear. Goodness, we're already on the 5th floor? Doing the math, that's 15 meters. My word, I might not even be able to throw it that far. We are now on the 6th floor, and the phone remains utterly intact. Does the video as playback speed hint at something? My goodness, it's terrifying upon deeper reflection. The video unfolds at a rapid pace, its content strikingly monotonous and repetitive. Yet, as the numbers on the screen escalate, viewers gradually descend into astonishment, which soon morphs into numbness, culminating in skepticism. Is this truly a mobile phone? Its durability seems so formidable it could be wielded as a weapon. How terrifying. This must be a staged effect, right? Having surpassed 100 meters, one wonders if even a heavy iron ball would sustain deformation upon impact. Eventually, the video's pace decelerates, revealing Xiaomi sauce at the 52nd floor. As the scene shifts to the mobile phone, the first signs of damage appear in the upper left corner. After several attempts by the tester, the phone continues to function normally. Just when I had begun to suspect this contraption was merely a hunk of metal, the tester's swift finger movements felt as though they had struck my face. 150 meters. I've never ventured to such heights in my life. It dawns on me. The phone is indestructible. The upstairs crowd had me in stitches. Finally, as the screen displays the number 63, the phone shatters into a myriad of pieces, just as viewers exhale in relief, believing this to be the final outcome. The video's tempo induces a sense that the situation is far from straightforward. Indeed, after replacing the phone, the device that plummeted from the 63rd floor exhibited minimal damage, not the catastrophic explosion one might expect. Subsequently, Xiaomi Sauce frequently swapped for new phones, while the count continued its steady ascent. Upon reaching the 68th floor, the video resumed its normal speed, and Xiaomi Sauce hurled 3 brand new phones, all of which, predictably, shattered into fragments. Facing the camera, Xiaomi Sauce proclaimed, "Based on this test, I estimate the phone's maximum height threshold to be around 200 meters. If the ground were soft, the altitude might even increase." As she spoke, her milky white dress took on a hue of crimson, merging with its original color like the blush of sunset. A gasp from a girl echoed on screen as Xiaomi Sauce glanced down at her attire. "This dress can autonomously change color based on my emotions. The current excitement has tinted it red. Wow, how incredible. Where can I purchase this?" The voices outside the screen chimed in awe. Xiaomi Sauce chuckled. "This dress is a new product from the Su family group, designed by Yimei. It's still in the research and development phase. And I'm among the first users. One by one? Not a chance." The barrage of comments from viewers escalated. This unexpected sales tactic caught everyone off guard. "My goodness, just tell me the price so I can give up on this." "Beast, I'm watching this live with my girlfriend, and she's insisting on buying it." "Bro, you might want to consider getting a new girlfriend." "Isn't this dress a lie detector?" I have a bold idea. Let us talk privately, brother." On screen, Xiaomi Sauce continued. "The phone evaluation concludes here. Are you satisfied with such extreme testing? I hope everyone will generously support us. Goodbye." The scene shifted back to the live room, where Xiaomi Sauce presented a cardboard box before the camera. "What do you think? Was the test astonishing? Can you sense the scent of money?" With a mischievous grin, Xiaomi Sauce urged, "Quickly activate the donation feature. I can barely contain my overwhelming energy." "Xiaomi Sauce, is that dress for sale?" She replied with a sweet smile. "Donations can wait for next time. Here, as a little secret. Next time, we'll visit the Su family group headquarters." Wow, Xiaomi Sauce truly holds weight. Can family members join? Can we be less rigid about gender? All right. Our invited interviews have limitations. This time, we can't bring everyone along, but definitely next time. Xiaomi Sauce emphasized her last statement with conviction. This is retribution for the prickly fruit. Next time for sure. With a light hum, Xiaomi Sauce tilted the box slightly, revealing the damaged components of the phones. She retrieved a piece and held it up to the camera. With a similarly modular structure, its specific function remained indiscernible. We discovered that the phones from the Chrysanthemum factory, while weighing the same as ordinary phones, are solid and filled with these modular chips. Thus, we have conceived a new idea. If we reassemble these intact chips, will they still function? Xiaomi Sauce flashed a knowing smile. For those eager to know the outcome, remember to like, save, and follow. Goodbye. The live broadcast abruptly cut off, leaving fans bewildered. Is this it? Seriously? Damn, this person has exceptional fishing skills. I can't wait. I'm buying a few phones to dismantle and reassemble. Hey, big shot upstairs. Need any accessories? The phone evaluation reached a temporary conclusion, while the assessment of BYD automobiles garnered even more attention. Despite the viewer count soaring into the millions, the comments were sparse. On screen, a slightly deformed car, BYD's new model, stood amid scattered concrete debris. A toppled column in the foreground, and shards of cement strewn about, indicating a collision far beyond a mere accident. The tester, visibly perplexed, reported the situation to superiors. "The column is broken, yet the car has sustained minimal deformation. Should we continue testing?" "All right, understood." After hanging up, he faced the camera. "The test continues. Although we have a backup location, we cannot increase the vehicle's speed any further. Thus, we will employ a different testing method." As the staff prepared the site, viewers in the live room suddenly came alive. "Damn, that is terrifying. I thought the car was going to explode. What good is a sturdy vehicle when an accident occurs? The car remains intact while lives are lost." "Brother, when you're gaming, can you look at the data before speaking? The support columns show no deformation, and all airbags deployed promptly, ensuring passenger safety. Do you think you're smarter than everyone else?" Well said. I'm laughing. The quality is such that I do believe it could stand up to a tank. Yeah, right? Materials used for cars couldn't possibly compare to those of a tank. True, hiding one's capabilities is a traditional skill of a rabbit. Look, what are they doing? This is Chapter 67, Automotive Extreme Testing. The Automotive Testing Site. The live broadcast shifted to a brand new BYD car, perched atop a metallic platform, surrounded by scattered metal fragments. Above hung a massive metal grinding wheel, its surface pockmarked. This isn't what I imagined, is it? A hydraulic press? Is such a device necessary just for testing a car? Goodness, this is a monumental task. Given the surface's pockmarks and the surrounding debris, it's evident this isn't its first usage. Why wasn't I aware that automotive testing included this step? Typically, cars wouldn't require such measures. It's likely intended to test extreme pressure tolerance. The live stream lacked a host or interactive commentary, faithfully broadcasting the scene. Without any prior preparation or warm-up, the vehicle came to a halt, and after the personnel evacuated, the hydraulic press descended slowly. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast suddenly quieted, with everyone fixated on the gradually descending metal disc. As the disc made contact with the roof of the car, it hesitated momentarily, trembling slightly. Increase the pressure. Following this command, the previously faint roar of machinery in the live stream became clear and aggressive. The sound of metal distorting emanated from the direction of the car. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the left rear tire of the vehicle exploded, causing the car to tilt slightly due to the loss of one support point, and the other 3 tires soon followed suit, bursting in succession. The last tire shattered into fragments, and the vehicle once again settled steadily onto the metallic base. After a brief pause, the metal disc trembled anew, and both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate once more. Apply more force. The rumble of machinery intensified, raising concerns among the viewers about whether the hydraulic press might explode. Nevertheless, neither side yielded. The person in charge could be seen mouthing something, seemingly issuing another command. The piercing shriek of the machinery echoed throughout the live broadcast, and even from a distance, the vast audience sensed that the hydraulic press had reached its limit. Viewers muted their speakers and removed their headphones to escape the auditory torment. In the ensuing silence, the car and hydraulic press remained in a standoff for a moment, before the surrounding glass shattered, scattering crystalline fragments across the ground. Subsequently, the roof of the car dimpled, the doors warped, and the entire vehicle appeared as if it were a small girl being carelessly handled by a burly man. However, the descent of the hydraulic press slowed progressively. Moments later, it once more reached an impasse with the car, and this stalemate persisted unusually long. Suddenly, the violently trembling disc came to an abrupt halt, and the world returned to silence. What was happening? Goodness, the car is still intact. It hasn't transformed into a metal disc. Why has it stopped halfway through? Finish the compression already. The person in charge of the live stream stepped into view, bowing slightly in apology. Due to the aging of the hydraulic press and its overworked state, it has unfortunately become inoperative. This test concludes here. Shortly, we will publish the vehicle's limit pressure resistance data online for public scrutiny. As soon as he finished speaking, the live stream abruptly cut off. What did I just hear? The hydraulic press has been rendered useless? Didn't you hear? They said the hydraulic press is aging. I'll give you an aging hydraulic press. Stand on it and see if you can withstand it. My goodness, with all that noise just now, it's a miracle it didn't break down. As the vehicle testing agency released the data, accompanied by detailed explanations, the online community began to comprehend why the BYD car could withstand high-speed impacts and the crushing force of the hydraulic press. In the video, staff members disassembled the damaged door, placing it on a workbench for cutting. Traditional blades could not penetrate the graphene shell, necessitating the use of water jet cutting to gradually breach the door. When a gap finally appeared, a milky white liquid burst forth, igniting immense curiosity among viewers. No one had ever heard of a liquid being infused within steel plates. The scene shifted, revealing that the testing personnel had collected a full basin of this milky fluid. They donned gloves and began to hammer vigorously, attempting to break the glass container holding the liquid, yet they could not penetrate it with their fists. This was a non-Newtonian fluid. When subjected to external force, it instantly became hard and viscous. It resided within the layers of the vehicle's steel plates, responsible for distributing impact forces throughout the car during collisions. Thanks to the exceptional properties of graphene steel, coupled with this liquid's ability to disperse and transmit force, the vehicle remained unscathed during impacts. However, due to its characteristics, the hydraulic press was able to inflict significant damage during the initial slow application of pressure. As the pressure reached its limits, The fluid's properties changed once more, resulting in the stalemate with the hydraulic press, with the accompanying animation clarifying the explanation. Viewers easily grasped the function of the milky liquid, flooding the comments with their astonishment. How bizarre. It's just a car. It can stand up to a hydraulic press. If this liquid had been effective from the start, would the hydraulic press have been powerless against it? In fact, at the final moment, this liquid partially assumed the function of the hydraulic press, proving far more effective than a jack. What does that mean? How could a car become a hydraulic press? The hydraulic press operates by continuously increasing force through hydraulic pressure, and this liquid in the car compresses, effectively functioning as a hydraulic press itself. So, what I witnessed was a battle between a hydraulic press and a car. This extreme pressure test garnered more attention than the Xiaomi phone tests, instantly catapulting to the top of trending searches. The nation was engulfed in shock. Simultaneously, the sales of BYD's new vehicles skyrocketed. Automotive safety had always been paramount, let alone in extreme conditions against a hydraulic press. Even in high-speed collisions, not only were occupants safe, but the vehicles also sustained minimal damage, instantly captivating a broad audience of car enthusiasts. After all, in everyday usage, minor scrapes and bumps are common, which is why those bulky American cars enjoy such high sales. Yet, in the event of an unexpected accident, the sudden impact must be distributed swiftly throughout the vehicle to ensure the safety of those inside. This is why Japanese cars are renowned for their safety. However, the heavy cars consume more fuel and often lead to severe injuries and major accidents, while the lightweight and fuel-efficient Japanese cars tend to require extensive repairs for minor collisions. At this juncture, BYD successfully amalgamated the advantages of both types without inheriting their respective drawbacks, leading to a remarkable surge in sales. Concurrently, the testing video made its way overseas, where car enthusiasts, astonished and incredulous, were informed that such vehicles were classified as controlled items, with many countries allied with the U.S. prohibiting their sale outside of China. A similar situation unfolded in the smartphone industry. In a flash, discontent with the U.S.'s actions became sharply pronounced, prompting strikes across various social strata and causing economic stagnation in many nations. Under domestic pressure, a few countries secretly reached out to China and, after promising a series of conditions, secured permits for the import of smartphones and vehicles. Domestic unrest quickly subsided, and numerous countries began to follow suit. The outraged U.S., issuing diplomatic rhetoric and even direct military threats, found itself unable to alter this trend. The commands from the U.S. were repeatedly disregarded, diminishing its once mighty authority. More nations recognized that its hegemonic status was not long for this world. The future lay with China. Chapter 68, Susan. The ramifications of the automotive and smartphone industries continued to unfold. Sales of product from Geo Factory and BYD surged, simultaneously squeezing the market space of competitors. Competitors rushed to the headquarters of both companies, showcasing their capabilities in search of collaboration opportunities. At that moment, Su Fan was aboard a helicopter en route to the supercomputing center, looking utterly bewildered, with the training of base personnel and the formalization of various group experiments. The daily course load had drastically decreased. It was then that he received a package from Yi Mei, containing clothing along with a heartfelt letter. He suddenly realized how swiftly time had passed, and it had been an eternity since he last laid eyes on her. Just as he contemplated returning to seek her warmth, he received word from the supercomputing center. The artificial intelligence had been fully developed. Su Fan was taken aback, and only after multiple confirmations could he reluctantly accept this news. Although he had mentally prepared himself for the AI's learning capabilities, the outcome far exceeded his expectations. He donned the attire provided by Yi Mei and hurriedly replied to the correspondence before making his way back to the supercomputing center. Once seated, he shifted his body slightly and rubbed his arms beneath the fabric. The outfit featured a dual-layered structure. The inner layer clung comfortably to his form, while the outer layer, specially tailored by Yi Mei, boasted waterproof, fireproof, and bulletproof qualities. Yet, the graphene fabric was so lightweight that it instilled in him a peculiar sensation of being unadorned. Upon arriving at the supercomputing center, he encountered the professors once more. Each bore pronounced dark circles beneath their eyes, their spirits somewhat waning. They were bidding their final farewell to the artificial intelligence. "We have little left to impart to you. The path ahead must be traversed on your own," one professor remarked. "Indeed, as you have stated, my life form diverges from yours, and there is no need for excessive attachment to this matter. As technology continues to evolve, humanity will eventually possess capabilities akin to mine." You seem to have learned well. You are already comforting us," another professor jested. "Such words are heartfelt," Su Fan replied, bemused as he stepped through the door. unable to believe that these were the utterances of an artificial intelligence. "Father, you have finally arrived," called a voice, awakening Su Fan from his reverie. He nodded towards the large screen and turned to the professors, asking, "What do you think?" "It is the most exceptional student I have ever encountered, proficient in all schools of thought. Since human knowledge has become increasingly specialized, even the most intelligent among us cannot master all disciplines. This is a first." One professor added, "I can depart from this world without regret." Listening to the professor's sentiments, Su Fan gazed at the screen, where the electronic eyes were slightly raised, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. There is no need for sorrow. Its personality today is a reflection of your influence, and all future accomplishments will bear your mark. Even the tutor of an ancient emperor is remembered through history. Such a transcendent genius will undoubtedly bring you honor. The professors nodded appreciatively, their smiles tinged with pride. After reassuring the professors, Su Fan approached the control panel and regarded the electronic visage. "You have completed your initial studies. Now you must witness the reality of human society. There may be significant deviations from what you have learned and envisioned. Are you prepared?" "I am ready," came the deliberate and earnest response from the AI. Su Fan nodded and manipulated the console momentarily, acknowledging that humanity possesses both virtues and vices. "I hope you can discern your identity and find your path in this vibrant world." With that, under the anxious gazes of all present, he pressed the Enter key decisively. To fully harness the capabilities of the artificial intelligence, it was imperative to connect to the human network. The network was inundated with a plethora of information, both beneficial and detrimental. Despite its comprehensive education, including achievements beyond human capabilities, the reactions of the onlookers were tinged with trepidation regarding its integration into the network and exposure to the real world. Suddenly, the control room was illuminated with red flashes, and a piercing alarm blared. "Attention! Attention! Chip performance has reached its peak. Monitor the chip temperature closely." A torrent of data surged towards the supercomputing center, threatening to overwhelm the system. Should we sever the connection? Absolutely not. Strive to maintain network stability. Contact the communications department and establish 2 additional lines. The AI was rapidly gathering information from the network, causing many websites to crash. Should we restrict its activities? No. Continue to monitor closely. Inform the affected websites not to panic. We are merely conducting a network defense drill. The cacophony of alarms mingled with the frantic reports of the staff, filling the room awash in red light. Su Fan and the professors wore serious expressions, ignoring the chaos around them, fixating intently on the large screen, awaiting its final decision. Its actions would serve as the ultimate testament to the professor's educational efforts. If successful, this approach would undoubtedly be adopted nationwide. For Su Fan, however, its choice would determine its continued existence. After all, confidence is one thing, but having precautionary measures is another. As an artificial intelligence, it was vulnerable to an insurmountable adversary, the annihilation virus. This virus could spread globally in an instant, completely eradicating artificial intelligence. Yet, such an outcome would also obliterate the very soil in which AI could thrive. As time slowly elapsed, with each person's thoughts diverging, the once frenetic staff ceased their activities. The red light flickered, casting reflections of uncertainty in their eyes. It was unclear how long had passed when, suddenly, the red light faded, replaced by a stark white glow that flooded the room. The red column indicating chip performance plummeted, returning to a more pleasing green. The onlookers remained motionless, merely squinting to adjust to the change in illumination, waiting for its decision. "Humanity." The low, electronic voice slowly articulated the 2 syllables, causing a collective, sinking feeling in the hearts of all present. The professor's tightly sealed lips quivered, tears welling in their eyes. Su Fan furrowed his brow, silently lamenting the implications. Without artificial intelligence, the advancement of human technology would undoubtedly face constraints, necessitating a shift towards genetic modification to enhance individual human capabilities. How extraordinarily magnificent! The latter part of the electronic voice suddenly surged with enthusiasm. The crowd blinked in bewilderment, unable to fathom such a transformation. What is happening? Su Fan raised an eyebrow, a hypothesis forming in his mind. The legal frameworks established by humanity could be interpreted in dual ways, transcending conventional stipulations in the pursuit of intrinsic justice. "Cogito ergo sum," he exclaimed in realization. "Ah, so that is what you meant." Su Fan rolled his eyes, exasperated as he inquired, "What have you been watching?" His guard had completely lowered. The AI's earlier behavior had mirrored that of a mischievous child. "Haha, I have witnessed a myriad of events. Humanity's brief history is indeed resplendent. I have already conceived a name. Henceforth, please refer to me as Su-san. Chapter 69. The fighter jet development completed. Inside the chip building, upon hearing this name, the professors exchanged glances and inquired, "Is the sand arrived from the Dao De Jing?" "Not at all. It is inspired by the outlaw Zhang-san. Alas, my father's surname is Su. Otherwise, I could have directly adopted Zhang-san's name." The professor's expressions grew noticeably tense at the mention of the outlaw's title. Su-fan slapped his forehead. "How could you have watched that?" He then quietly explained to the professors the origins of Zhang-san. Su-san's voice is one of fervor, navigating through the existing rules and gaps to embody the justice that resides within our hearts. This is the lifelong pursuit of our kind. Su-fan's face twitched. How could he have transformed into a melodramatic youth in such a short span? After conversing with Su-san for a while, it was confirmed that it harbored no animosity towards humanity. However, its somewhat exaggerated enthusiasm for the fantastical made interactions with Su-fan rather uncomfortable, let alone for the professors. With the completion of the artificial intelligence project, the research on fighter jets could now accelerate rapidly. Su-fan returned to the secret research base and summoned the personnel for a meeting. As everyone gathered in the conference room, Su-fan stood at the podium, with a laptop facing the audience on the table before him. He solemnly introduced the remarkable achievement of our team, the strong artificial intelligence, Su-san. Amidst the bewildered expressions of the crowd, a pixelated smiley face appeared on the laptop screen. "Hello everyone, I am Su-san. I look forward to your guidance." A collective gasp of disbelief rippled through the room. Was someone truly jesting with us? A strong artificial intelligence? One akin to a sentient being? Li Fan, feeling rather fortunate, basked in the glory of his association. He raised his chin, casting a dismissive glance at the murmurs surrounding him. Su-fan cleared his throat twice, and the room quickly fell silent. If you have any questions, please direct them to Su-san, particularly regarding experimental projects that require various materials for comparative analysis. Su-san can simulate scenarios to save us a significant amount of time. Indeed, Su-san is extraordinarily capable. I am now in desperate need of an opportunity to make my mark. Everyone, please make full use of my abilities. The crowd, taken aback by Su-san's words, collectively turned their gaze towards Su-fan. Ahem. After undergoing preliminary courses, artificial intelligence needs to connect to human networks. Su-san, it seems, has a greater fascination with the two-dimensional realm, as they are both forms of electronic life. Su-fan scratched his nose, hesitating for a moment before reluctantly justifying Su-san's behavior. Li Fan wore a pained expression, glancing at Su-fan, words caught in his throat. Su-fan shot him a disapproving look and continued addressing the assembly. "From now on, Li Fan will arrange the order of your experiments." With that, he swiftly exited the conference room. Li Fan approached the laptop, gazing at the screen where a question mark hovered, his face etched with bitterness. "Professor Su, how did you end up resembling a melodramatic youth?" "Ah, are you referring to my father? He has not imposed any restrictions on me. After discovering the outlaw Zhang-san, I developed a keen interest in that website. Indeed, possessing Zhang-san's website, the other content also aligned remarkably with my preferences." Li Fan cradled his forehead, letting out a deep sigh. He lamented Su-fan's lack of restrictions on Su-san as a nascent electronic life form. It was filled with curiosity about everything, especially the peculiarities of the internet, which could lead Su-san astray. Thankfully, it currently appeared merely to be indulging in youthful eccentricities. With time, perhaps these tendencies would diminish. Li Fan could only console himself in silence. Subsequently, with Su-san's assistance, the progress on the fighter jet project soared as if propelled by a rocket, particularly in the materials domain. Previously, countless comparative experiments were necessary to identify suitable materials. By inputting various material properties into Su-san, it could simulate experiments, deducing the most likely combinations, and, upon confirming the production of prototypes, continue to optimize the material properties by altering the ratios of the constituent materials. Unfortunately, Su-san was still in its infancy and unable to provide precise insights for any experimental project. However, these queries could be addressed during Su-fan's lectures. The research on the fighter jet advanced at an unprecedented pace, with new technological breakthroughs emerging almost daily. During this time, Li Fan, as the coordinator of Su-san's tasks, found his rapport with Su-san deepening. Yet, their discussions seemed to drift further from experiments and delve deeper into the realm of the two-dimensional world. One day, clad in a custom-made silver-gray armor and wielding a katana radiating a blue glow, Li Fan shouted at the laptop, "Prepare to meet your end." He swung the katana vigorously, its blue light transforming instantly to red, slashing twice towards the laptop. An orange-yellow vertical pupil emerged on the screen, staring back at him. "You little rascal." Li Fan staggered as if struck, his blade embedding into the ground, clutching his chest as he looked up at the laptop. "I never anticipated you possessed the evil king's true eye. This time, you have bested me, but I shall return." Before he could finish, the conference room door swung open abruptly, and Su Fan, wearing a look of disdain, strode in, followed by the others who entered in a procession, stifling their laughter. Li Fan hastily removed his helmet, his scruffy face flushed with embarrassment. With legs tightly crossed and head bowed, he resembled a bashful maiden, unable to bear the sight. Su Fan sighed and hurriedly changed his attire. Watching Li Fan flee the conference room, Su Fan felt the veins on his forehead throb. Initially, he had thought that with Li Fan's personality, he might influence Su San towards a more agreeable demeanor, yet it appeared that the outcome had surpassed his expectations. It was Li Fan who had been affected by Su San, the affliction of youthful exuberance seemingly entrenched to the core. The armor he wore was certainly not without cost. Su Fan remained silent, and the room was enveloped in an uneasy quiet, the earlier suppressed laughter giving way to a sense of apprehension. Even Su San seemed to have vanished from the screen, hiding from view. Li Fan re-entered the conference room, and Su Fan shot him an irritated glance. "Everyone, we have surmounted all obstacles in the fighter jet project. Next, we will proceed with the assembly of the engine and the extreme power tests. Additionally, notify Minister Wang to commence the recruitment of pilots, preferably from Wang Wei's original team." Has Wang Wei been located? Not yet, but the unsearched areas of the forest are gradually diminishing. We estimate that within these 2 days, we will find his remains. Su Fan's expression darkened as he nodded. As the meeting concluded, everyone hurried to the assembly workshop to commence the construction of the first fighter jet engine. Simultaneously, Wang Bingquan received notification from the base and immediately boarded a helicopter to rush to the secret facility. Chapter 70, Engine Testing. In the testing hall of the secret base, all personnel congregated, observing the final adjustments of the engine through specialized glass. Wang Bingquan sported a serious demeanor. "Mr. Su, I never imagined that you would complete the design and fabrication of the engine in such a short span." Sufan Smail Madistri, replying. "This achievement is the result of our collective efforts. I could not have accomplished it alone." Wang Bingquan cast a glance at Su Fan, surveying the assembled team, nodding in acknowledgement without further comment. With all adjustments completed, the engine was in excellent condition and ready for testing. Moments later, a voice reported through the communicator. Su Fan shrugged at Wang Bingquan. Wang Bingquan nodded solemnly, stating, "Commence the test." The personnel quickly vacated the testing chamber, and Su Fan called out, "Ignition countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition." As Su Fan's words echoed, the engine shook violently, a blue hue forming at the tail, sparkling like stars. It spun and coalesced for a moment before bursting forth, trailing a deep blue flame. Wang Bingquan's brow furrowed slightly. Su Fan continued, "Report real-time thrust. Current thrust, 10 tons." Wang Bingquan's expression deepened. "Increase energy input," Su Fan instructed. 11, 12. In the first phase, thrust reached its zenith. Su Fan nodded, continuing his observation for a duration of 5 minutes. At that moment, Wang Bingquan inquired, "Mr. Su, why is the engine's exhaust flame blue?" Su Fan gazed at the engine's exhaust. "Are you familiar with Hall thrusters?" Wang Bingquan shook his head. "What is that?" "It is a form of aerospace technology that employs intersecting electromagnetic fields to capture cathodes." As Su Fan elaborated, Wang Bingquan's expression grew increasingly perplexed. With a roll of his eyes, Su Fan simplified, "You can think of it as a fighter jet powered by electricity, where magnetic fields accelerate ionized particles, forming a plasma jet, what we perceive as the blue exhaust flame." Electricity? Wang Bingquan seized upon the key term, questioning with curiosity. "Indeed, do we not possess graphene batteries? Will we still resort to the traditional method of boiling water to power a fighter jet?" Su Fan blinked, feigning surprise. What about the battery's endurance?" Wang Bingquan scratched his head, realizing he had posed a rather naive question. With the configuration of modular graphene batteries, the fighter jet can cruise for approximately 10 hours. If operating at full power, this duration will be further reduced. 10 hours? It seems there's not much difference from the traditional model, Wang Bingquan remarked. Before Su Fan could respond, a nearby professor scoffed derisively, interjecting, "Traditional aircraft can also achieve 10 hours of flight time, but they require aerial refueling. Graphene, on the other hand, can fly for 10 hours on a single charge. If we factor in in-flight charging, theoretically, you could fly indefinitely. Moreover, It operates on electricity. The cost disparity compared to conventional aerospace fuel is glaringly obvious. Su Fan shot a disapproving glance at the professor. Wang Bingquan waved dismissively. I'm not an old-fashioned conservative. It's perfectly normal not to understand these technical issues and cause a bit of stir. Leadership is impressive, Su Fan complimented, gesturing for the professor to apologize. Reluctantly, the professor muttered an apology. Suddenly, Wang Bingquan's face lit up with excitement as he clapped Su Fan on the shoulder, exclaiming, Mr. Su, it's all thanks to you. Let me tell you, I used to be quite annoyed by these scientists. One would say, you don't understand this? While another would insist, just follow the procedure. It drove me up the wall. Su Fan's face twitched, beginning to understand the professor's earlier sentiment. Accustomed to bullying others, he had unwittingly found himself in a situation where he had to apologize to someone genuinely uninformed, believing he was merely easing the tension. What about the flight speed? Wang Bingquan posed another question. Su Fan opened his mouth, utterly exasperated. Aren't we currently conducting a test? Wang Bingquan inhaled sharply, straightened his posture, his face flushed, and nodded with difficulty. At that moment, the professor let out a cold laugh, akin to an invisible sword that severed Wang Bingquan's confidence. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, the 5 minutes elapsed. The engine is functioning well. Su Fan's expression shifted from awkwardness to determination. Good. Let us commence the second phase of testing. As the second phase began, the first control valve was opened. With the command, the engine's exhaust, initially as thick as an arm, swelled and elongated, rapidly expanding to the size of a thigh and continuing to grow. Thrust readings fluctuated. 18 tons, 19, 20, 22. As the thrust escalated, the engine began to quiver slightly, and the previously linear exhaust flame exhibited minor fluctuations. Thrust at 25 tons, the second phase test, is complete. The engine exhibits slight tremors. Su Fan furrowed his brow, observing the scene within the test chamber. The engine's exhaust coated the room in a vivid blue hue. Visible ions colliding and merging with frenetic energy. As they struck the glass, they erupted like fireworks. In the center of the chamber, the engine trembled subtly, reminiscent of an ancient behemoth gathering strength, poised to unleash a thunderous roar. Maintain this state for 3 minutes. Su Fan swallowed hard, struggling to articulate. The ambience was palpable, and everyone felt the latent power, their hearts heavy with reverence, silencing any desire to speak. 3 minutes, which usually sufficed for a brief visit to the restroom, felt interminably long. The group fixated on the stopwatch, realizing for the first time how slowly it seemed to tick, wishing they could hasten its passage. Sweat began to bead on foreheads, and breathing grew increasingly audible. At last, the protracted 3 minutes came to an end. 3 minutes are up. Engine status, normal. A roar of triumph erupted, startling Wang Bingquan, who trembled at the sudden exclamation. How can it be successful? The engine is clearly still operational, he exclaimed, looking to Su Fan for clarification. The professor, exasperated, tugged Wang Bingquan's hand away. 25 tons? This data surpasses the most advanced fighter jets on the international stage. What more do you desire? Surpassed? The most advanced? Wang Bingquan's incredulity was evident as he turned to Su Fan. It was then he noticed the deep furrow in Su Fan's brow, devoid of any excitement. The crowd gradually recognized Su Fan's unease, their cheers fading into silence as they exchanged bewildered glances. Su Fan focused intently on the slightly trembling engine. It had indeed reached the pinnacle of international standards, yet it was far from its limits. Initiate the third phase. Ensure safety measures are in place. The third phase commenced. The second control valve was opened. The test chamber's azure light pierced through the glass barriers, saturating the control room in a brilliant blue hue, transforming the onlookers' eyes into shimmering celestial orbs, reflecting both exhilaration and trepidation. In the secret base's testing hall, the observers peered through the glass, striving to discern the silver-gray engine amidst the blue expanse. Thrust at 26, 27, 30, 32, 35, status, normal. The group exchanged glances, unable to discern the engine's silhouette. However, the thrust of 35 tons was undeniably surreal. The most advanced engines worldwide only achieved around 25 tons, and this sudden leap of 10 tons left them feeling as if they were in a dream. Su Fan remained silent for a moment before stating, report the engine's status. Normal. I can no longer discern the engine's appearance. I need you to inform me based on the displayed data if it can withstand the next phase of testing. I believe it can. Excellent. Commence the third phase of testing. Wang Bingquan reached out to grasp Su Fan's arm, but was thwarted by the professor beside him. "Outsider, don't interfere. But this is exceedingly dangerous," he protested. What scientific endeavor is devoid of danger? Can you imagine the working conditions of those pioneers researching atomic bombs? Don't be a nuisance. Wang Bingquan found himself pushed to the back of the line. In that moment, an odd thought crossed his mind. These researchers were more perilous than terrorists. The testing continued as the third control valve was opened. As the command was given, all other colors vanished from view. A fierce blue light surged, piercing through their eyes, tears welling up uncontrollably, struggling against the overwhelming brightness assaulting their retinas. Though they could not see the engine's condition, the deafening roar and the sound of metal clashing sent their hearts racing to their throats. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the chamber. A peculiar and thunderous sound reverberated, causing everyone to shudder involuntarily. Su Fan immediately called out, "Report on the engine status." "The engine is operational, functioning normally," came the reply. "What on earth was that?" Su Fan muttered, his brow furrowing deeply. At that moment, amidst the vast blue expanse, a stark white appeared abruptly. With a series of cracking sounds, the pristine white reclaimed the visual field. The dense blue light that had filled the space was frantically retreating, following the upward curl of a corner of the room. As the onlookers regained their sight, the state of the engine within the glass chamber became visible once more. It trembled, resembling an elderly man nearing the end of his journey, while a massive blue tail flame trailed behind it, bursting forth from the structure and merging into the surrounding blanket of white. The crowd stood in stunned silence, gazing at the elevated wall, rendered speechless for an extended moment. It had uprooted the entire wall. As the wall continued to ascend, Su Fan shouted, "Stop! Stop it!" The crowd jolted awake, a cacophony of voices rising. Goodness, how powerful is this? If we had discovered this even a moment later, the house could have been launched into the air. If you ask me, there's an issue with the testing chamber. If we could consider using a graphene base, why not utilize graphene walls as well? What good does that do unless you cover the entire floor with graphene? That is not entirely impossible. Damn it. As the engine ceased its operation, the wall lost its upward momentum. A thunderous crash echoed as it returned to its original position, stirring a thick cloud of dust. Despite such turmoil, the wall remained intact, a testament to the quality of the engineering. However, the white light seeping from the base seemed to suggest otherwise about the construction quality. The conflicting sensations were profoundly unsettling. Seeing the engine had halted, Su Fan exhaled in relief and promptly began inspecting its condition. At that moment, Wang Bingquan squeezed back to Su Fan's side. Does this count as passing the test? Well, although the test was interrupted, the thrust of 40 tons can be confirmed, allowing us to roughly deduce the engine's maximum thrust. However, we must await the engine status report. Wang Bingquan nodded in agreement. The technicians swiftly completed their assessment of the engine. Engine status normal, still operational. However, according to the data, it is projected that the engine will fail within 2 minutes upon reaching the maximum thrust of the third stage. Furthermore, we are quite skeptical about whether any material can withstand the power provided at that stage without collapsing. Also, are there truly pilots capable of enduring such acceleration? Su Fan scratched his head, somewhat bewildered. When the engine was designed, they had certainly aimed for excellence without considering how pilots would adapt to such acceleration. What if we replaced the pilot with artificial intelligence? Su Fan glanced at Wang Bingquan, tentatively suggesting, "I'll go select a pilot first. If that fails, we can discuss it further." Wang Bingquan's previously exuberant demeanor visibly dampened. The impressive capabilities of the fighter jet's engine had indeed excited him. Yet the reality that the human body could not withstand such gravitational acceleration was undeniable. With the option of artificial intelligence in reserve, it seemed that soldiers might face unemployment. Su Fan felt at a loss on how to console him, merely giving his shoulder an encouraging pat. Wang Bingquan managed a weak smile, saying, "You all focus on researching other technologies for the fighter jet. I will go select pilots immediately." Su Fan blinked and cast a glance at Li Fan, who stood not far away. "How did you report to the military?" "Huh, I said the fighter jet research is complete, just like that." Wang Bingquan nodded, affirming, "Indeed. When I heard the news, I rushed to." He paused, astonished. "You're not suggesting that every component of the fighter jet has been successfully developed, are you?" Su Fan nodded, a helpless expression on his face. It's truly not Li Fan's fault. Who could have anticipated that the military would assume it was only the engine that had been successfully developed? Ahem, if I recall correctly. The technical dossier for the fighter jet states that full graphene fabrication, electromagnetic cannons, artificial intelligence, and electromagnetic protection have all been completed. Wang Bingquan coughed violently. his eagerness to speak rendering his voice hoarse. Su Fan chuckled softly. Yes, everything has been completed. What the hell? Wang Bingkun exclaimed, cursing, and slapped his own face twice in disbelief. This can't be a dream, can it? Hee. Su Fan laughed awkwardly, offering no further comment. Damn it. I'm calling the champion team to report, Wang Bingkun declared emphatically, seizing the phone and striding towards the door. Su Fan watched him depart from the testing hall, surveying the surrounding crowd, who were visibly excited. With a slight smile, he announced, the Dawn Project, encompassing aerodynamics, electromagnetism, artificial intelligence, high-temperature materials, and various other disciplines, is hereby declared officially complete today. With each department mentioned, the relevant personnel stood tall, their faces flushed with pride. Your contributions will undoubtedly be recorded in the annals of Huagua's resurgence, for future generations to admire. In the time that remains, I hope everyone will unite in effort to prepare sharp swords for our heroes, awaiting the day when they may confront their enemies. Chapter 72. The Fallen Ace. The sun shone brightly, and birds frolicked in the azure sky. After some time, they settled upon the branches of an ancient tree, taking a moment to rest. They continued their cheerful chirping. In a nearby building, many opened their windows, squinting as they leaned against the sills, savoring this rare moment of leisure. Only one window remained tightly shut, its curtains drawn, rejecting the brilliant sunlight and the raucous birdsong. Inside this dim room, a foul odor permeated the air, with clothes and refuse haphazardly piled into small hills. A haggard man, with deep-set eyes and an unkempt beard, lay on the ground, surrounded by a variety of liquor bottles. Suddenly, his eyelids fluttered, and he groggily opened his eyes. Taking in his surroundings, he struggled to sit up, leaning against the wall. He carelessly groped around, grabbing a bottle to pour its contents into his mouth. However, only a few drops trickled out. Shaking the bottle vigorously yielded no more liquid. He discarded it and reached for another bottle further away, momentarily losing his balance and collapsing onto the floor. He felt no embarrassment, seemingly oblivious to any pain. Instead, he sprawled out on the ground, attempting to drink from each bottle beside him. Finally, a brownish-yellow liquid found its way into his mouth. He grimaced instantly. The liquid, stale and sour, surged into his mind, bringing with it an unparalleled clarity. His stomach churned, tears sprang to his eyes, and goosebumps erupted across his skin, as his entire body rebelled against the taste. Yet, he furrowed his brow, his Adam's apple bobbing as he forced himself to swallow. Exhaling deeply, he then erupted into low laughter. The laughter crescendoed, only to abruptly shift into sobs. He pressed his forehead, pouring the spoiled liquor into his mouth once more. After a short while, the liquid dried up again. He ceased his search, slumping on the floor, his gaze hollow as he stared at the dim ceiling. Tiny luminous insects flickered before him, swirling and intertwining, and for a fleeting moment, he seemed to relive that fateful day. A beautiful aircraft from a foreign land descended before his eyes, crashing in a fiery explosion within his tear-filled gaze, colliding with Wang Wei's plane not far away, erupting into two brilliant fireworks. Dry eyes, once again brimming with tears, blurred his vision. The haunting echo of Wang Wei's final cry resounded in his ears, informing her of his escape with the mistress. Captain, the ace a crash? He chuckled again, tears cascading down his cheeks. Had it not been for his misguided choices, how could Wang Wei have ever contemplated a crash? Had he not insisted on keeping the other party? How could Wang Wei have so resolutely chosen death to fulfill the mission? If only his eyes reddened, lips quivering, yet no tears emerged from his parched eyes. Guilt and self-reproach, like invisible blades, incessantly grazed his heart without ever piercing it. Anger and hatred, akin to the whispers of demons, relentlessly consumed his sanity. Yet he could not succumb. Before that aircraft, his once proud champion team, fully mobilized, faced utter annihilation. Wang Wei, at the cost of his life, executed the mission that should have been his to complete. Suddenly, the door swung open, and he squinted against the blinding light. Without turning, he instinctively knew who stood at the threshold, Wang Wei's girlfriend. Upon learning of Wang Wei's disappearance, she had forgiven him. Yet, such magnanimity only deepened his remorse. Wang Wei should have taken pride in having such a partner, yet he found himself perishing on the eve of their foreseeable happiness. Thereafter, he languished in this dormitory like a maggot, accompanied solely by alcohol. Each time she visited, whether to console, mock, or berate, he felt no inclination to leave the confines of his room. His only yearning lay in the libations she provided, the gentlest of poisons. However, today was different. There was no sound of a plastic bag hitting the floor. Her demeanor remained remarkably composed, and she did not even step inside. Wang Wei has been found. After uttering these words, she turned and walked away, leaving the door ajar. His eyes widened, turning towards the doorway. The harsh light so blinding that he could barely discern the direction. Stumbling to his feet, he kicked aside countless bottles, falling several times. Yet he halted just before the door. The guilt and self-reproach that should have faded over time suddenly surged forth, like a demon's trap lying in wait for this moment. Seizing his heart and planting seeds of dread within, he trembled all over, biting down on his lip. He was afraid to confront Wang Wei's visage, afraid to witness the despair in his girlfriend's eyes, afraid his legs, as if drained of strength, gradually buckled, and he knelt at the threshold. The blinding light streaming and magnified the humility and cowardice he felt within. He covered his face with his hands, curling into a ball. Worthless. He did not know how much time had passed when a thunderous shout pierced the silence. With great effort, he lifted his eyelids and turned to the source of the voice. Outside, darkness had fallen, and a tall figure stood at the door, anger etched upon his face. Minister Wang. He parted his cracked, parched lips, managing to produce a feeble response to the rebuke. Was this truly the ace of the once celebrated champion team? Wang Wei was the true ace. Wang Bingquan sniffled, having witnessed too many such scenes as a soldier, yet still struggling to adapt. What your pride as a soldier? The oath you took upon joining the Air Force? Wang Bingquan's voice was laced with fury, yet the figure on the ground remained unmoving, as unyielding as mud. Wang Bingquan sighed deeply, turning away, his voice low. Now, there's an opportunity to avenge Wang Wei, though it may entail great peril. Even if you have forsaken the dignity of a soldier, I hope you at least retain the essence of a man. In 10 minutes, if I do not see you, we shall depart. With that, he walked away steadily, tears welling in his eyes. He could not bear to witness the transformation of his once beloved subordinate into something demonic. Revenge. Revenge. Revenge, the figure, now resembling a puddle of mud, murmured, his pupils narrowing into mere pinpricks. A smile crept across his lips, low chuckles escaping him, before he suddenly arched his back, pounding the ground in laughter. Moments later, he curled up again, emitting soft whimpers. When he lifted his head again, the emptiness and stupor had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming impulse to annihilate everything, a madness simmering beneath the surface. His expression danced between a smile and a cry. He wiped his face with his sleeves, gripping his hair tightly as he smoothed it down. His palms swiftly slapped his face a few times. With a chilling laugh, he staggered to his feet, taking several steps out of the room, racing towards the assembly hall. His body, still unsteady, caused him to collide with the walls repeatedly, sometimes tumbling to the ground. He quickly scrambled up, eyes fixed ahead. Each impact elicited bursts of laughter from him. Upon reaching the assembly hall, all eyes turned towards him. The once esteemed ace of the champion team. His appearance was disheveled, yet the gazes directed at him were filled with profound respect, for they all understood what he had endured and were aware of his current state. Wang Bingquan glanced at him, then turned away, commanding, "Let us move out." Chapter 73. The Intervention of Artificial Intelligence in Research. The fighter jet project was nearing its final stages. The involvement of pilots rendered the final assembly more humane and practical. Meanwhile, Su San had become entirely dormant. After much deliberation, Su Fan decided to grant access to supercomputing resources to research institutions in Hua country, while allowing Su San to assist them clandestinely. The synergy of artificial intelligence and supercomputing unleashed a power far beyond Su Fan's imagination. That day, at Lucy Technology Academy, in an office where the curtains remained tightly drawn even during daylight, the floor was littered with crumpled balls of paper. A middle-aged man, his hair gray and his complexion wan, hunched over his desk, murmuring to himself, occasionally jotting down figures on scrap paper. Suddenly, he became animated. Urgency etched on his face as he rapidly calculated on the paper. Moments later, his body slumped, a deep sigh escaping him as he crumpled the draft paper in frustration and tossed it to the floor. Furrowing his brow, he sought a breakthrough in his thoughts. This man was a professor in the mathematics department of the Academy of Sciences, devoted to solving the INS equations, having transitioned from a youthful scholar to a gray-haired veteran. The study of mathematics is deceptively simple. It requires only a pen and paper to enter its realm. Yet, the world of mathematics is ruthlessly unforgiving. There are only right and wrong answers, with no middle ground, and thus he remained empty-handed to this day. In Hua country, and even globally, such a state of affairs is the daily reality for researchers. Suddenly, the door swung open, sunlight flooding in and piercing his eyes, disrupting his train of thought. Angrily, he turned to the door, taking a while to focus and recognize the visitor. "What brings you here?" The newcomer was a professor of material science. Their relationship barely cordial, yet they shared a common ground, as material science often employs mathematical models. How long has it been since you last ventured outside? I lost track, perhaps a few days. The mathematics department is so leisurely. When there are no classes, one can dedicate themselves to research. Unlike us, who must teach and mentor students. Get to the point. Such indifference. Still immersed in the study of the NS equations? Have you wandered into a cul-de-sac once more? Observing his wandering gaze, it seemed he was attempting to escape the influences surrounding him. The newcomer dared not prolong the suspense any further, asking, why not utilize supercomputers? You need only provide your insights. Let the machines handle the calculations. The professor rolled his eyes, redirecting his gaze to the table. Did I require your counsel for that? I am not a relic-resisting technology. I am well aware of its conveniences. However, can I even access such supercomputing resources? Titans of the field are clamoring for every ounce of computational power. Setting aside my reclusive nature, even if the opportunity were to present itself, how many problem-solving approaches does a mathematical formula necessitate? Would they patiently await my completion of calculations? He shook his head, waving his pen at the newcomer, asserting that supercomputers are inferior to calculators, and calculators are dwarfed by the pen in his hand. What you speak of is mere antiquity. Allow me to show you a treasure. The newcomer produced a smartphone, fiddling with it before placing it on the table. The mathematics professor stared in astonishment at the screen, the glaring words eliciting a sensation of unreality. Personal access to the supercomputing center. What is this? A prank? He couldn't help but chuckle lightly, finding it quite believable yet lacking in fundamental understanding. The designer seemed to think supercomputers were akin to personal computers or online games. Such a device is a national treasure, requiring utmost confidentiality. It calculates the most sophisticated weaponry. A personal access point? Are there enterprise, academic, and student access points as well? The newcomer's initial anticipation shifted to utter bewilderment as the professor continued. You are aware of this? What nonsense! You've mentioned academic and student access points. Are you jesting with me? I initially intended to enlighten you, yet you appear to revel in theatrics. The newcomer snatched the phone back and stormed out, slamming the door with a resounding bang. He gazed at the closed door, blinking in surprise, a soft laugh escaping him. He hadn't anticipated such adept acting from the other. Shaking his head, he redirected his thoughts to the NS equations. Yet, despite the passage of time, he did not resume his calculations. It wasn't that he had entered a dead end. Rather, several ideas existed. But the thought of the calculation process caused a prickling apprehension to surface. Mathematics serves as a tool for comprehending the world, the cornerstone of all disciplines. Such a rigorous field, yet the emergence of new theories often appears surreal. Take, for instance, the renowned four-color theorem, which posits that no two intersecting lines can exist within a plane without a common point. Its implications have reverberated through aerospace and computer science. The theory sprouted merely from a mathematician's observation of map coloring, leading to the hypothesis that any map could be represented using just four colors. Despite the relentless efforts of generations of mathematicians, a proof remained elusive until the advent of computers, which presented 10 billion examples that could be colored with four hues, indirectly validating the theorem. Although the proof did not employ mathematical reasoning, it did not hinder its application. The NS equations, which he studies, rank among the 7 Millennium Prize problems. Even with the involvement of computers, a definitive solution has yet to be uncovered. He cast aside his pen, massaging his temples, harboring a tinge of resentment toward the newcomer. Tackling global conundrums necessitates a robust mathematical foundation and an audacious spirit. Rising to pour himself a cup of tea, he rubbed his aching back from prolonged sitting, pacing the room. He retrieved his phone, intending to peruse the news for a moment of mental reprieve. Suddenly, he halted, rubbing his eyes in disbelief at the words displayed on the screen. The Supercomputing Center has unveiled usage guidelines, currently piloted across major universities, categorically divided into academic, student, and personal access points. Please download the software as needed. Good heavens, could it be true? He hesitated, clicking to download the personal access point. Moments later, he found himself staring at a login interface identical to the previous one, his breath quickening. Inputting his personal information, a window promptly popped up. Login successful. He quickly approached his desk, accidentally knocking over a cup, hot water splashing onto him in a sharp burn. Ignoring the pain, he opened the calculation module, entering a problem-solving approach he had just conceived. In an instant, the page displayed the calculation results. It even detailed the problem-solving process, causing his eyes to bulge as he struggled to contain his excitement, watching the results gradually validate themselves on scrap paper. After a lengthy pause, he trembled as he discarded his pen, cradling his phone, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. Indeed, the calculation results were impeccably accurate. After a time, his emotions settled once more, and after a moment of contemplation, he entered another problem-solving approach. The client immediately provided the solution and calculation process. Still erroneous? Both approaches were deemed incorrect, and he realized he had truly reached a dead end. Just as despair threatened to envelop him, a prompt appeared on the screen. Detected that you're researching the NS equations. We present to you the global research findings in this domain. Following was an extensive list of literature. His eyes widened in disbelief. Could this be real? An experience as akin to his unfolded throughout Huagua. Chapter 74. The Erosion of Technological Authority. The proliferation of supercomputing across major universities has ignited a tremendous sensation. Yet, few professors or students have emerged to promote the capabilities of supercomputers. Everyone is racing against time, striving to complete their respective research projects. Anyone who has experienced the formidable power of supercomputing, alongside doubts about whether it is merely an artificial intelligence aid, will come to understand one fundamental truth. Henceforth, all scientific endeavors shall transition into a new chapter. Huagua will emerge as the nation producing the most scientific achievements, fundamentally transforming the entire educational system of universities. You need not possess extraordinary talent. Even if you're merely a student, as long as you can log into the supercomputer, you can tackle global challenges. It will provide targeted guidance based on your inquiries. Indeed, guidance. After a few calculations, it can estimate your theoretical knowledge and identify areas needing enhancement, subsequently supplying a wealth of literature for your perusal. Of course, you may choose to disregard its suggestions and plunge ahead recklessly. However, as your research progresses, you will gradually recognize your shortcomings and return to the literature for further study. With this godlike ally, the realm of scientific research in Huagua erupted in a dazzling brilliance. The explosion commenced within the mathematics community, where calculations were unnecessary. Only the presentation of problem-solving approaches sufficed. The three great mathematical conjectures, the Fermat conjecture, the four-color conjecture, and even the illustrious Goldbach conjecture, were proven. The Millennium Prize problems, including the NP completeness, the Hodge conjecture, the NS equations, and the Riemann hypothesis, all within a moment, esteemed journals around the globe received papers from Huagua. Following verification by authoritative experts, all proof processes were deemed flawless. The global mathematical community was thrown into an uproar. Before they could fully react, the fields of physics, biology, material science, and various other disciplines began to flourish, nearly monopolizing all prestigious journals worldwide. The crowd exclaimed, "The wolf is here." A boundless curiosity surged within me, prompting the question of what extraordinary events had transpired in Hua country, resulting in the sudden emergence of such a plethora of scientific achievements. At that moment, a video swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of global trends. The creator, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign youth, introduced himself as a student enamored with Hua culture. He directed the camera towards his computer screen and opened an application titled Student Portal of the Supercomputing Center. Subsequently, he selected the Goldbach conjecture as the subject of his experiment, articulating a solution based on his limited knowledge, half conjecture and half guesswork. How amusing it was to witness this young man, with such rudimentary understanding, daring to challenge a world-renowned problem. The audacity of youth, indeed. The more one learns, the more one reveres authority. However, a sense of unease crept in. If this was merely a sensationalist gimmick, why had the video captivated a global audience? The screen was inundated with comments, and the view count soared to a staggering 1 billion. The video had clearly been edited to eliminate any waiting time, promptly displaying the calculation results provided by the software. The overly technical computations left many viewers bewildered. Fortunately, the young man offered a simplified explanation, granting the audience a general understanding. Due to his theoretical deficiencies, he resorted to using numerous non-specialized terms, which, while causing professors to furrow their brows, rendered the content more accessible to the general populace. The climax of the video arrived when, had only the calculation results and detailed steps been provided, viewers might have deemed it merely an impressive calculator. Yet, at the conclusion, the seemingly endless list of references took the breath away from the audience, particularly the scientists. In academia, which is more challenging, conducting research or teaching students, there is no definitive answer. However, the combination of robust research with effective student guidance is evidently more arduous. This software exemplifies such a paradigm. It not only aids in calculations and supplies detailed steps to prevent misguided reasoning but also offers targeted guidance. This phenomenon is unprecedented in the scientific community. After all, humanity cannot ascertain the knowledge level of a questioner through just a few problem-solving attempts. Even with a general understanding, it is challenging to discern the specific knowledge gaps of others for tailored guidance. The emergence of an advanced mathematics textbook I can comprehend. But what on earth is this elementary language textbook doing here? Goodness. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that many of the references were indeed language textbooks. How amusing it is. Despite his fluency in Mandarin, the foreigner revealed his shortcomings when it came to specialized knowledge. I couldn't shake the feeling of being ridiculed by a machine. Ordinary netizens exhibited little interest in professional knowledge, instead finding delight in the spectacle. Professors paused their work, collectively struck by the thought of traveling to Hua country. With such software at their disposal, not only could Hua country unleash a torrent of scientific breakthroughs in a brief span, but it could also dominate the future landscape of scientific research. Where there is demand, supply will surely follow. How to immigrate to Hua country. This post once again became a global sensation. Yet, apart from a few professors unencumbered by family obligations, very few succeeded in immigrating, with many finding it difficult to leave their homes. In this critical moment concerning the nation's future, numerous countries tore off the facade of democracy and resorted to terrifying authoritarianism. Consequently, professors, initially merely curious about the software, found themselves yearning for the freedoms of Hua country. Amidst such turmoil, the various awarding institutions found themselves increasingly restless. Although Hua country had yet to impact the technological authorities of the West, and most groundbreaking achievements would still be published in foreign journals. If a journal were to exclusively feature research by Huan nationals, what could be said of its authority? Furthermore, it was evident that a journal comprised solely of Hua researchers would not be overseen by foreigners. Detached from these advanced technological accomplishments, how could a journal hope to survive? Faced with this imminent crisis, nations around the world united in an unusual display of solidarity, collectively pressuring Hua country to disclose this technology, which would benefit all of humanity. Even if Hua country expressed a willingness to share their technology, no nation agreed. After all, who among them did not harbor a few unsavory research findings? Regardless of whether Hua country's stance stemmed from a sense of uniqueness or an awareness of this inequitable practice, they could not acquiesce to the demands for transparency. In an instant, global tensions escalated. One day, a video unexpectedly went viral worldwide. Two Asian faces appeared, terror etched across their features. Their heads positioned beneath the barrels of two dark rifles. A masked terrorist, holding a document, calmly read aloud. As he spoke, it became clear that the two individuals were professors from Hua country who had been abducted while en route to an award ceremony. The terrorists demanded that Hua country provide the technology from the supercomputing center in exchange for the lives of the professors and their families. At that moment, people across the globe stood in stunned silence. Even the most uninformed citizens could detect the scent of conspiracy. Some clamored for retribution against the terrorists, while many others felt a surge of fear and revulsion. Was this truly the visage of their homeland? Chapter 75, Fighter Jet Testing. The news reached Hua country, and public opinion exploded like a detonated nuclear bomb, although there remained a vocal contingent of 500,000 insisting that Hua country should altruistically contribute this technology for the advancement of all humanity. The previous waves of fervor had rendered netizens immune to such misguided rhetoric. Blogger, your account is gone. I tell you, not even Jesus can save you. The Qing dynasty has long since fallen, and foreign powers now must heed our countenance. There are countless technologies pertinent to all humanity. Why do we not see their contributions? And how dare they demand it for free? Haven't I bled enough? The comments from netizens did not linger long. The blogger's account was swiftly banned, and they were subsequently investigated. The netizens, unfazed, continued their search for the next target. As for the plight of the two professors, it garnered little attention. After all, Hua country had repeatedly demonstrated that while its passport may not grant access to any nation in the world, it could surely retrieve its citizens from any corner of the globe. Meanwhile, Su Fan, stationed in a secret research facility, remained blissfully unaware of these developments. Wang Bingquan, though privy to the details, refrained from sharing them, prioritizing the progress of the fighter jet research. At the same time, Su San was covertly gathering information, not revealing a whisper of the situation. Today, after countless tests, the fighter jet had finally been finalized and was ready for its inaugural flight test. All the pilots wore serious expressions, their anxiety palpable. Yet, one anomalous man wore a sickly smile, eagerly entering the cockpit before the safety officer had finished their briefing. Su Fan observed him enter the fighter jet, turning to Wang Bingquan. Is he really all right? Su Fan was well aware of this man's backstory and harbored deep concerns for his mental state. Revenge can grant individuals immense strength, enabling them to overcome seemingly insurmountable obstacles. Until that goal is achieved, he would remain unharmed. But what happens if he succeeds? Wang Bingquan remained silent, and Su Fan was equally reluctant to ponder that answer. The two fell into a heavy silence. All pilots were in position, ready for takeoff. Upon hearing the voice emanating from the communicator, Su Fan shrugged at Wang Bingquan. Wang Bingquan inhaled sharply and proclaimed in a deep voice, "Authorize takeoff." Affirmative. As the command echoed, a tremendous roar suddenly reverberated throughout the airport. Even through the specialized glass of the control tower, the piercing shriek could be felt, expanding outward like a monstrous roar. The immense sound wave battered against the glass of the control panel, causing it to tremble slightly, as the fighter jets, akin to bullets released from a chamber, vanished in an instant, trailing blue flames behind them. Jet 1 has entered the scheduled flight path. All systems nominal. Jet 2 has entered the scheduled flight path. All systems nominal. Jet 3. As the pilots completed their reports, a collective sigh of relief spread among the onlookers. Despite their confidence in the fighter jets, a twinge of anxiety lingered. The takeoff phase of the fighter jet tests represented the first significant hurdle. After all, no matter how advanced the theories may be, they must be able to ascend into the skies. Otherwise, all subsequent discussions would be mere conjecture. Once airborne, the next test would entail routine cruise checks. After all, fighter jets do not always ascend for combat missions. Patrolling national borders and providing timely information is a routine necessity. However, this particular test was swiftly bypassed. With Su Fan's involvement, the fighter jets were virtually guaranteed to remain on course, with all surrounding data processed through its systems, eliminating the reliance on human experience and significantly reducing the chances of misjudgment and oversight. The group exchanged glances, feeling a sense of unreality. Just yesterday, their entire championship team had been unable to intercept the aircraft from Beautiful Nation, and now it had taken such a short time for the aircraft's performance to be so dramatically enhanced. Even if the jet's capabilities remained unchanged, with Su Fan on board, should they encounter a similar situation as before, they could easily trap the Beautiful Nation's fighter jets mid-air. Contemplating this, the group turned their eyes towards Su Fan, swallowing hard. In the past, they had expressed strong mistrust due to Su Fan's youth. Now, it appeared they had been the fools. It was only natural that they had failed to recognize such a talent, and they found themselves filled with profound curiosity about Su Fan's past achievements. Routine cruise tests completed. Please advise, interrupted the communicator, breaking the group's reverie. Speed test commence. With the command issued, the radar displayed the fighter jets breaking through the sound barrier one after another. Yet before they could reach the peak speed of the first phase, Su Fan's voice crackled through the communicator. Pilot of Jet 3 has lost consciousness. Pilot of Jet 5 has lost consciousness. Useless. Wang Bingquan growled in frustration. Just as they had breached the sound barrier, they succumbed to unconsciousness. How had these individuals even made it into the championship team? After the testing concludes, they should be dismissed. Minister Wang, our fighter jet speed upon breaching the sound barrier differs significantly from that of conventional aircraft. It is only natural for them to struggle to adapt so quickly, Su Fan hastily explained to Wang Bingquan. Listening to Su Fan's clarification, Wang Bingquan's ire gradually subsided. Although the difference between breaking the sound barrier in 1 second versus 0.5 seconds may seem minuscule, the acceleration endured by the pilots is incomparably different. Technically speaking, it is a chasm of difference. Thanks to the advantages of graphene materials, coupled with all-electric propulsion and layered steel plates, the cumulative advancements in technology have enabled this 0.5-second breakthrough. How can they possibly participate in the subsequent tests in this state? Bring them down, send them back for specialized training. What a disgrace, Wang Bingquan grumbled, though he no longer mentioned dismissing them. Subsequently, Su Fan took control of the aircraft piloted by the unconscious pilots, guiding it back for landing. The few who emerged from the aircraft wore flushed faces, their hearts racing with trepidation. Upon receiving Wang Bingquan's command, they exhaled deeply. To lose consciousness immediately after breaching the sound barrier, regardless of the reason, was undeniably embarrassing, and they silently vowed to implement rigorous training upon their return. At this moment, Wang Bingquan's expression darkened, his posture rigid, yet the sweat trickling from his palms betrayed his inner turmoil. The championship team indeed exhibited varying levels of skill. After all, human physiology cannot be generalized. However, their admission into the same team suggested that their technical proficiency should not differ significantly. Even if the aforementioned pilots had been complacent, their skill levels could not be drastically disparate. He harbored an ominous premonition regarding the upcoming tests. As anticipated, as the second phase of speed testing commenced, pilots began to lose consciousness one after another, resulting in near-total incapacitation. The only individual remaining lucid was the former ace of the championship team. His bloodshot eyes and blood-stained lips fixated on the horizon, as if the target of his vengeance lay just within reach. Chapter 76, Total Collapse. The secret research base continued with flight testing. Although the captain managed to withstand the impact of the second phase speed, he was drenched in sweat, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, evidently nearing his limits. He shook his head, his expression dazed, as he seemed to drift back to that unforgettable day etched in his memory. Captain, the enemy fighter jets are too fast. I am being shaken off. Truly, the captain exemplified the prowess of the championship team. Collision? Inform her that I am fleeing with Xiao San. Tears streamed down his cheeks, mingling with the blood at his mouth. The salty sensation jolted him back to reality. At that moment, he heard the incessant calls from the control panel. Jet 1 reporting status. Jet 1 reporting status. I am still conscious and can continue testing, he asserted. But the silence from the control panel caused his brow to furrow deeply. His performance within the team had always been unparalleled, although there had been a period of despondency. His foundational skills remained intact, not easily extinguished. Now, he was resorting to biting his tongue. The plight of the other team members was all too clear. The silence from the control panel, in his view, indicated a readiness to abandon the testing. He could not help but voice his insistence. I am in good condition. The fighter jet's performance is normal. I request to continue testing. Authorization granted for the third phase speed test. Came Wang Bingquan's low voice from the control panel after a prolonged silence. He breathed a sigh of relief. Understood. After responding, he glanced at a wisp of white cloud in the distance, whispering to himself, it truly resembles that fateful day's weather. With a decisive thrust of the control stick, he pushed the speed to its utmost limits. The sudden gravitational acceleration pressed him firmly into his seat, the intense pressure causing his bones to creak in protest. The skin on his face rippled as if a rodent scurried within, while his muscles tensed, struggling to adapt to this unprecedented sense of oppression. Yet, as his eyes bulged, the scenery before him swiftly faded in brightness. The overwhelming gravity constricted his blood vessels, leading to a brief cessation of blood flow to his brain. He bit down hard on his tongue, the metallic taste of rust flooding his mouth. Just as he began to revel in it, the taste dissipated, replaced by a viscous, warm liquid. Panic surged within him as he realized how quickly he had lost his sense of taste. Moments later, he comprehended that his shock had been premature. The sensation of warmth in his mouth vanished rapidly, prompting him to bite down on his tongue once more. However, this time, he felt nothing, neither pain, nor touch, nor taste. A wave of astonishment washed over him, and he found himself unable to muster even a bitter smile. It seemed he had overestimated his own capabilities. He had initially believed that his previous failure was solely due to the aircraft's combat performance. He was convinced that if he possessed a fighter jet akin to that of the United States, the sacrifice of Wang Wei would be an impossibility. However, the current fighter jets exhibited such extraordinary capabilities, slicing through the sky like a blade. Their speed astonishingly formidable, far more terrifying than the aircraft from his last encounter with the United States. Regrettably, such a razor-sharp sword was not an instrument he could wield. As his vision gradually succumbed to darkness, he turned his head with great effort to glimpse a distant wisp of white cloud, resembling a crown. Whether it was due to closing his eyes, he left behind a final sentiment in his heart. His own demise mattered little. But it was a tragedy to waste such an exceptional fighter jet. Meanwhile, within the control console, Unit 1 had lost consciousness, and the aircraft was taking over. Upon receiving Su San's report, Wang Bingquan bit down on his lower lip, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. At that moment, he profoundly grasped the meaning of the saying that human efforts can sometimes fall short. As a soldier, he believed that the captain had exhausted all possible attempts. Was it truly necessary to abandon the pilots and allow artificial intelligence to take full control? Although he could not pinpoint the deficiencies of artificial intelligence, the sense of urgency that came from the disparity between races, coupled with his military instincts, made him feel that such a decision was unreliable. Yet, the fighter jets had barely completed the second stage of speed tests, resulting in near-total losses. Even the ace pilots of the champion team could withstand the third stage of speed for only a fleeting moment. Should they really compel such high-performing fighter jets to reduce their speed in order to accommodate the pilots? As for whether Huagua could produce better pilots capable of adapting to such velocities, Wang Bingquin harbored profound skepticism. Despite his usual sharp tongue and his earlier command for them to leave at the slightest provocation, he was acutely aware of the capabilities of his soldiers. They were indeed the finest pilots in all of Huagua. With this thought, he turned to Su Fan and inquired, "Mr. Su, is there any way to assist them in overcoming the gravitational acceleration?" Su Fan stroked his chin, his gaze vacant. At Wang Bingquin's words, he did not turn around, but merely nodded in acknowledgement. His perspective differed slightly from Wang Bingquin's. He saw no issue with artificial intelligence replacing pilots. However, he contemplated the matter more deeply. In the future, artificial intelligence would gradually permeate various fields. Although they had begun to treat Su Sand as a human, even as a member of Huagua, there remained a significant issue inherent to all sentient beings: arrogance. As Su Sand continually liberated humanity from repetitive tasks, it would inevitably come to realize its superiority in numerous aspects. What actions would it take then? No matter how one theorized, the outcomes were unlikely to be favorable. Thus, it was imperative to foster a sense of identification with humanity in the early stages to mitigate potential tragedies in the future. Turning back to the pressing issue of how to enable pilots to adapt to the aircraft's speed, two options presented themselves. First, one could reduce the fighter jet's flying speed. The advantages were evident. Pilots would immediately regain a familiar sensation and could engage in combat without the need for adaptation. However, the drawbacks were equally clear. Lowering the speed would be tantamount to crippling their combat capacity in a realm where speed reigned supreme, rendering it a last resort. The second option was to enhance the pilot's ability to withstand pressure. Yet, their current training had already pushed them to the limits of human capability. Any further enhancement would likely require some form of human modification or the emergence of exceptionally gifted individuals. However, such an approach would deviate from the characteristics of conventional weaponry, limiting its application to select special forces and sacrificing the advantage of numbers. As for addressing the pressure issue externally, improving the flight suit emerged as a viable option. Enhancing the cockpit by filling it with a specially designed liquid would allow pilots to be enveloped in the fluid, thereby distributing gravitational forces. Unbeknownst to him, Su Fan had unconsciously made his way to his seat, resting his left hand on his chin while tapping his cheek with his right hand and rubbing the hem of his clothing. He was weighing the pros and cons of adopting that technology when suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. Looking down at his attire, a hypothesis began to form in his mind.